Welcome to Fiction Audiobooks. If you enjoy the content, like and subscribing would be greatly appreciated. If you have any recommendations for novels, comment below.
Please join my Patreon at https://www.patreon.com/fictionaudiobook.
Chapter 350, Power Dampeners. Third-person POV. Music thumped through Peter's corner of the lair, the bass rattling against scattered tools and half-finished prototypes. He and Harry worked shoulder to shoulder, sleeves rolled up, sparks of concentration lighting their eyes as they pieced together the power dampener. Sure, they could have let the spider-bots handle assembly in minutes, but there was something more satisfying about building it themselves, feeling the weight of every component, the hum of energy in their hands. Peter flicked a core across the room. Harry snatched it out of the air without looking, a grin tugging at his lips as he locked it into the collar's inner frame with a sharp click. A pen-like tool dangled between Peter's teeth as his fingers blurred across a floating holographic keyboard. Streams of glowing data cascaded in front of him like waterfalls of code, his movements so quick the keys lagged behind his input. With a push of his chair, he slid down the desk, pulling a matte black plate into his grasp. Spinning the pen deftly between his fingers, Peter leaned in and began etching delicate circuitry into the surface. Fine glowing lines branched like veins of light across the plate, eliminating the need for messy wiring. Harry mirrored the process with his own piece, both of them working with surgeon-like precision, movements in perfect rhythm. Click, twist, etch, align, piece by piece the collar began to take shape. Finally, the two snapped the last sections together and set the completed collar onto a recessed slot in the worktable. The surface hummed as the layer systems interfaced with the device, streams of data transferring into its core. The collar lay open on the table, sleek and black, its light pulsing with a steady red glow. Peter leaned back, and flashed Harry a grin. "All right," he said, shutting off the music, "shall we see if this thing actually works? You seriously want to try this on ourselves first? I mean, come on, I'm pretty sure we've got a few unwilling participants in the medical bay we could slap these on," Harry said, jabbing a thumb over his shoulder toward the behind them. His tone was half joking, half serious, but his eyes lingered on the half-finished collar in his hand with curiosity. "I want to personally see how it works," Peter replied without hesitation. His voice carried that stubborn edge Harry had come to recognize whenever Peter was absolutely set on something. Peter tilted his head back slightly, baring his neck in challenge. "If we're going to use these on others, I need to know how it feels, to know if there are any flaws, if I need to make improvements." Harry let out a long, drawn-out sigh, spinning the crescent-shaped device between his fingers. "If you say so," he muttered, not entirely convinced. Peter grinned, unable to resist. "You know, this somehow feels kinky." He let out a short snicker, eyes glinting with amusement. "All right, bro, there's no need to make this weird," Harry groaned, shaking his head with mock disgust as he moved forward. Carefully, he placed the half-formed collar over Peter's neck. The device responded immediately, unfolding with mechanical precision. Metallic segments extended outward, clicking together until it wrapped snugly around Peter's throat, adjusting itself until it fit perfectly. The glow that had been a steady blue shifted in an instant, flickering before stabilizing as a sharp green ring of light pulsed along the edge. "Oh, that's a weird feeling," Peter grimaced, his face tightening as he twisted his shoulders uncomfortably. "It's like I just lost feeling in my arm. I can't move it at all. Almost like I've been paralyzed, but only halfway." Harry leaned in slightly, his curiosity overriding his initial unease. "Was it painful?" Peter shook his head, rolling it from side to side as though testing the fit. "No, not painful. Just bizarre. Like my body's forgotten how to respond in certain places." He clenched his fist, expecting the familiar crackle of electricity to dance across his knuckles, but nothing came. His hand twitched uselessly. "Yep. That's gone. No sparks. What about your strength?" Harry pressed, his tone shifting into something almost clinical, like a doctor running through a checklist. His brow furrowed as he studied Peter's posture. Peter flexed his arm slowly, gauging the resistance. "Weirdly enough, I still have some of it. Not all though, definitely weaker than before. It's like, the collar doesn't erase everything, it just shuts down the parts that shouldn't exist." He paused, thinking aloud. "I think I get it now. The powers from the spider bite and the cosmic storm, they're gone, or more accurately, blocked. But the enhancements from the SSS? Those are still there. The serum didn't mutate my DNA like the spider bite or cosmic energy did, it only boosted what I already had. Makes sense that it slipped past." Harry nodded slowly, absorbing the explanation. "All right, but what about your magic? Can you still summon spells?" Peter frowned, his expression shifting to a more serious one. "No. If I were a traditional sorcerer who drew power from the raw energies of the universe, then yeah, maybe I could bypass it. But I don't. I channel my chi, and since the collar's cutting that flow off, no dice. Figures, Harry said. Then his lips quirked into a grin. Try to rip it off. Let's see what the durability looks like. Peter grabbed the collar with both hands and pulled. His muscles flexed, veins bulging as his shoulders shook from the strain. He gritted his teeth and let out a growl as he tried again, pulling with everything he had. The metal didn't even creak. Finally, he let go, panting as he rubbed his sore hands. Nope. Not happening. Only someone with Hulk-level strength could rip this apart in one go. Harry crossed his arms, satisfied. Good. That's the point. But now for the important part, the countermeasure if it's ever used on us. Peter closed his eyes for a moment, then spoke clearly, Protocol 542, serial number 935464821. The green glow immediately pulsed, then flickered back to red. A sharp beep followed before the collar split at the seams with a hiss, releasing his neck. The halves retracted smoothly, leaving behind only the faintest warmth on his skin. Not bad. We can call this a success, Harry said, holding out his hand. The two high-fived, grins spreading across their faces despite the tension lingering in the air. Yeah, it works. We'll need to fine-tune a few things here and there, but overall, solid prototype, Peter agreed. Let's build a few more before we take them to Gwen and the others, Harry suggested, already turning back to their workstation. Peter nodded before he paused, then smirked. And while we're at it, I say we don't stop at collars. Let's make handcuffs too. Arresting people with only neck gear is going to look a little weird. Chapter 351, Mr. Blue. Third-person POV. Peter and Harry walked side by side down the long, sterile corridor that led back toward the medical bay, each of them carrying a pair of power-dampening cuffs. When they arrived, Arya was already waiting. She turned sharply at the sound of their footsteps, her eyes immediately locking onto Peter with a look that made it clear she had been expecting him. "Father, you're here, perfect," she said quickly, her tone leaving little room for argument. She gestured toward the unconscious figure laid across the medical bed. "I need you to do me a favor. I need you to heal him." Her finger pointed directly at the leader. Peter raised a brow, tilting his head ever so slightly. His lips pressed into a thin line as he regarded the men. "Heal him? Why should I?" His voice carried an edge, the weight of his skepticism evident. Though Peter was not someone who condoned needless killing, that did not mean he felt compelled to ease the suffering of those who had earned their punishment. To him, letting someone live with their consequences wasn't cruelty, it was justice. Arya exhaled, her shoulders sagging as she rubbed at her temple. "Just heal him, please," she sighed, shaking her head in, already anticipating his resistance. For a moment, Peter considered pressing the issue, however her gaze made him change his mind. With a small shrug, he relented. "Fine. But only because you asked so nicely." He stepped forward, raising one hand over the leader's prone body. The faint glow of a magic circle began to form across his palm, intricate runes spiraling into existence. A wave of chi surged outward, flowing from his hand like a warm current of light that washed across the leader's battered form. The effect was almost immediate. Flesh began to knit itself back together in real time, closing deep gashes as though they had never been there. Faint cracks and pops echoed through the room as broken bones shifted back into place, realigning with an unsettling precision. The color returned to the leader's face as bruises faded, leaving behind smooth, unbroken skin. By the end of it, he lay motionless but whole, stretched out stiffly across the bed like a mannequin. Without hesitation, Peter crossed the room and clasped the dampening cuffs tightly around the man's wrists. The energy that had been radiating from the leader seemed to dissipate instantly. His once grotesque, mutated features began to diminish. The green tint bled away from his skin, the unnatural size of his head shrinking until only his human form remained. The face of Samuel Stern stared back at them, weak, restrained, and vulnerable. Bruce's eyes widened with recognition. His mouth fell open before the words managed to leave his lips. "Mr. Blue," he whispered, clearly in disbelief. Gwen, standing just beside him, blinked in surprise. "You know him?" she asked, her voice carrying a note of curiosity as her gaze darted between Bruce and the restrained men. "Yes. I do," Bruce muttered, his brow furrowing as old memories resurfaced. "Or at least I used to." He took a step closer, running a hand down his face before continuing. "He was a cellular biologist. I once sent him my blood, hoping he could help me, that maybe he could find a cure. But instead of curing me, he replicated more of my blood." His voice grew quieter, heavier, as the truth sank in. "It's all starting to make sense now." He began pacing, his movements restless, both hands dragging through his hair as though trying to hold the thoughts from scattering apart. Arya, ever efficient, pulled out a small file and flipped it open, scanning the contents. "Got it here," she said, reading aloud. "Full name, Samuel Stern. Former professor at Greyburn College. Greyburn. Gwen murmured, her hand resting against her chin thoughtfully. Why does that sound familiar? That's the college where the abomination first appeared, Peter supplied, his tone matter-of-fact. The realization lit up Gwen's face, and she snapped her fingers. That's right. I remember now. We went inside and disposed of all the blood samples we found. I even managed to snag a vial or two to study later. She smiled faintly at the memory, clearly proud of her foresight. Bruce froze mid-step, turning sharply to look at her, his expression hardening. Excuse me. His voice was low, demanding. Gwen waved her hands quickly in dismissal, her tone playful. I didn't do anything with it, relax. She said in a bit of a childish tone, shaking her head as if to brush away his concern. But Bruce's eyes twitched. If there was one word he hated more than anything else, it was being told to relax. It always had the opposite effect. His muscles tensed visibly, his jaw tightening. Before the air could grow any more tense, Arya clapped her hands together and cut in with a sudden brightness to her voice. Speaking of the abomination, she sang, drawing all eyes toward her. Guess who was the one that created him? Her answer came immediately as she began pointing both hands toward Samuel Stern, poking the air repeatedly with each gesture. Bruce groaned and dragged his hand down his face, exhaling in exasperation. Of course. Of course it was him. Obviously. His voice carried the tone of a man who should have seen it coming. With a small flick of her wrist, Arya activated the spider-bots clustered at her side. They whirred to life, their eyes glowing as they projected a series of holograms across the room. The sterile white walls transformed into a battlefield of memories. After doing a little psychic prying, Arya began, her voice taking on the smooth cadence of a lecturer, and digging into the old camera files from that day. I was able to piece this incident together. The holographic scene played out before them. The abomination's hulking figure towered over everything, movements chaotic and violent. They watched as Stern tried to get him to calm down. Then came the moment, Abomination's massive hand backhanded him effortlessly, sending him flying. Arya traced his projected trajectory with her steps, pointing toward where he landed. Here, this is where he hit the ground. He had a cut across his forehead. At the same time, several vials of Bruce's blood shattered, spilling over him. Droplets seeped into the open wound, entering his bloodstream. The hologram flickered, showing Stern writhing, his features already beginning to distort. That was the spark, Arya explained. The moment Samuel Stern began changing into the leader. He grabbed a surviving vial of blood, escaped through the chaos, and avoided any contact with Ross. Not only that, she gestured toward another frame where Ross appeared frozen mid-motion, but Stern used the opportunity to seize control of Ross's mind, planting himself firmly in power. Perfect, my blood is able to create mutated freaks, just exactly what I need, Bruce muttered bitterly under his breath, his tone heavy with self-disgust. He glanced toward Harry, who was carefully securing a cuff over Ross's wrist to ensure he wouldn't transform once he eventually regained consciousness. The metallic click of the dampener locking into place echoed faintly in the quiet room. Gwen stepped closer, her eyes softening as she gently patted Bruce's shoulder in quiet support. Peter and Harry exchanged a look before passing Bruce 2 extra sets of cuffs. Harry cleared his throat, beginning to explain their design and how they functioned, while Peter adding his own remark, voice tinged with humor. We figured it might be a little disrespectful to just slap cuffs on your girlfriend and cousin ourselves. So we're leaving that decision up to you. Bruce arched a brow, his voice flat and dry as sandpaper. How thoughtful of you. Thanks. The sarcasm earned a few chuckles. But Bruce's gaze soon shifted to Arya, whose gemstone glowed faintly as though reflecting the low light of the bay. Do you know when they're going to wake up? He asked, tone firm but edged with concern. Arya placed her hands behind her back, her expression calm and calculating. I could wake them now if I wanted, she admitted, her gem pulsing with a faint light, but I suggest letting them rest naturally. Their bodies and brains have been through significant trauma. Forcing them awake could cause more harm than good. If left alone, they should regain consciousness by tomorrow. Bruce exhaled heavily through his nose but eventually nodded. All right, then we'll let them rest for the night. He straightened, his gaze sweeping across the group. I'll stay here and keep watch in case anything happens. Eh? Why does it sound like you're dismissing us? Harry asked, his face twisting in confusion. Bruce rolled his eyes. I'm not. Well, not exactly. But at the same time, I kind of am. You've all been through hell today. Strong or not, invincible or not, it doesn't change the fact that you're still kids. You need rest. We'll stop here for now and continue tomorrow. The words, though blunt, struck a chord. Peter rubbed the back of his neck, Harry gave a reluctant nod, and Gwen stretched her arms overhead with a yawn. They all felt it, the heaviness in their limbs, the way adrenaline had long since burned away, leaving exhaustion in its place. Reluctantly, they agreed. Together, they made preparations. Patients were moved to proper beds, medical monitors were set, and supplies were organized neatly. By the time they were finished, the sterile brightness of the bay felt less tense, as though the room itself had exhaled. One by one, they began calling it a night. Later, Peter and Gwen collapsed onto their bed, both already dressed in soft pajamas. The moment they hit the mattress, they melted into each other, limbs intertwining in lazy comfort. Peter wrapped his arms around Gwen and buried his face into her chest with a muffled groan of relief, making her laugh and cradle his head. "It's not weird that I don't want to do anything lewd and just want to cuddle, is it?" Peter asked, releasing a long, tired sigh. His words were half mumbled into her shirt. Gwen's fingers threaded gently through his hair, her smile warm and teasing. "It's not weird at all. Though, coming from you, Mr. Sex Addict, it is a little concerning." Her voice softened, affectionate. "You must be really tired." Exhausted, Peter groaned, his voice muffled and pitiful, which only made her laugh harder. "Well," Gwen whispered, pressing her lips to his temple, "a good cuddle session can be even better than sex." "There's nothing wrong with this." Peter only hummed in agreement, his body relaxing against hers, content as her gentle hands combed through his hair. Then, "If you guys aren't going to be having sex, can I join you?" Aria's voice rang out from somewhere in the house. Both Peter and Gwen froze. Slowly, Peter lifted his head, and the two of them exchanged a look, wide eyes locking in silence, before they broke into uncontrollable laughter. "Come on in, Aria," Gwen called between giggles. The sound of little pitter-patters echoed across the hallway, accompanied by gleeful giggles. A moment later, Aria phased straight through the bedroom door with zero hesitation, leaping high into the air. "Yippee," she cried, before landing squarely on both Peter and Gwen with a dramatic body slam that knocked the wind out of them. "You little rascal," Peter wheezed, breathless but grinning. He wriggled until he had her tucked safely between them under the covers. Now, the three of them lay snug beneath the blankets, Peter and Gwen each resting on their sides with their heads propped on their hands, gazing down at Aria. She stared at the ceiling with a wide, uncontainable smile, her cheeks glowing with happiness. Peter and Gwen glanced at each other over her small frame, their eyes meeting in a moment of unspoken affection before leaning forward to share a soft, fleeting kiss. "I want one too," Aria chimed, her voice bubbling with expectation. Both rolled their eyes, but their smiles never wavered. Together, they leaned down and kissed her cheeks at the same time, earning a squeal of delight from her. "Hee hee hee," Aria giggled, wiggling happily between them. "Good night, father." "Good night, mother." "Good night, Aria." They echoed in unison, their voices warm with laughter. With that, Gwen reached over and switched off the lamp. The room fell into a soft darkness, and the three of them nestled together beneath the covers, Aria snuggled safely in the middle, looking and feeling like the luckiest girl in the entire world. Chapter 352, Bruce and Betty. Third-person POV. The next morning, Betty's eyelids trembled weakly as the world around her slowly filtered back into her senses. The first thing she noticed wasn't the pain in her head or the stiffness in her limbs, but rather the loud beat of music pounding through the room. Poker Face by Lady Gaga was blaring throughout the bass, each bass drop making her skull throb as though her head had been turned into a drum. Her lashes fluttered until her eyes cracked open just enough to take in the blurry shapes of two figures looming over her. The light overhead made her squint, and their faces wavered like mirages as their voices reached her ears, muffled and distant, like she was underwater. "Dude, what are you even doing?" Harry's voice cut through, tinged with amusement. "Why are you playing this song?" "What?" "She likes it." "It's a good song to wake up to," Peter defended himself, his tone casual but his smirk giving away his mischievous intent. Harry tilted his head, his lips twitching as though he was barely holding back laughter. "How could you possibly know that she likes this song?" "Duh, because her brain activity spiked the second I put it on," Peter answered without hesitation, like it was the most obvious thing in the world. He grabbed one of the floating holograms and turned it to show Harry, its neon blue lines pulsing with data. "See. Clearly, it's a sign she enjoys it." Harry leaned closer to study the graph, eyebrows raised, before chuckling. "Or, and hear me out, it's a sign that she's waking up, genius." "That too," Peter admitted with a shrug, still grinning as he crossed his arms. "But I also saw it on her Facebook page. So I'm not wrong. A good song does wonders for the brain, so it doesn't hurt to have it on." Before Harry could fire back with a sarcastic retort, a low groan escaped Betty's lips. Her hand sluggishly lifted to her temple, pressing against her aching skull. "Ugh, what?" she mumbled, her voice weak and raspy. Both boys immediately snapped their attention back toward her, their teasing halted. Their expressions softened into awkward, almost guilty smiles. "Hey," Peter greeted, his voice higher than normal, his strained smile practically begging her not to be mad. "Looks like someone's finally awake," Harry added, matching Peter's overly cheerful tone. "How are you feeling?" Betty cracked her eyes open wider, though she instantly regretted it as the light stabbed at her pupils. Like my head's about to split open, she groaned, rubbing her temple harder. Before Peter or Harry could speak again, a firm hand landed on each of their shoulders. In one swift motion, they were pulled back a step. Both boys glanced up, wide-eyed, only to meet Bruce's sharp glare. "Would you two not bother her?" Bruce scolded, his voice stern and brooking no argument. "She literally just woke up. Give her time to breathe." Both boys raised their hands in mock surrender, slowly backing away like children caught with their hands in the cookie jar. Betty shifted, pushing herself upright with some effort. Her fingers ran through her messy hair, trying and failing to tame it back into place. Her tired eyes flicked toward them and standing protectively near her bed. "Bruce," she whispered weakly. "Betty." Bruce's voice was quieter now, almost awkward. For a long, heavy moment, the two simply stared at one another, neither sure how to bridge the silence. Peter and Harry glanced between them, instantly sensing the tension thickening the air. Like two kids sneaking out of a classroom, they began inching backwards toward the other side of the room to give them space and privacy. The silence was finally broken by Betty, her voice unsteady but firm. "I'm sorry." Bruce blinked, clearly taken off guard. "You're sorry? What are you sorry for? You don't have anything to apologize for." Betty let out a tired sigh, rubbing one of her eyes before forcing herself to meet his gaze. "No, I do. I was the one who insisted on helping, on going undercover as a spy for my dad. We almost fought because of it, remember? I wanted so badly to prove that I could be useful, that I wasn't just some damsel waiting for the strongest guy I know to come save her. I wanted to show you I could be worthy of you. But instead, it backfired. Because I pushed so hard, I exposed myself to danger, and that's how I got mind controlled. Which led to your capture. I caused all of this, Bruce. I messed up. And I'm sorry." Her voice cracked toward the end, her expression tight with shame. Bruce shook his head slowly, a faint smile tugging at the corner of his lips as though her words were both painful and absurd. "Okay, hold up. Let's backtrack a little because there are so many things wrong with what you just said." He moved to sit beside her on the edge of the bed, his weight dipping the mattress slightly. Without hesitation, he reached for her hand, covering it with his much larger one. His voice softened, steady and reassuring. "First of all, I'm not someone you need to be worthy of. If anything, it's the other way around. You're an incredible woman, Betty. You're what pushes me to be better, to try harder, so that I can be the one who's worthy of you." Betty's breath hitched slightly, her eyes glistening. "And second," Bruce continued, squeezing her hand, "I never once thought of you as some helpless damsel. You've stood up to your own father, for me, more times than I can count. You've been brave when anyone else would have folded. You're not at fault here. None of this was on you. Things spiraled out of control, way beyond what either of us could predict." He leaned forward then, pressing a gentle kiss to her forehead. When he pulled back, his expression carried nothing but warmth and guilt. "So no, you don't get to apologize. If anything, I should be the one saying sorry. I should have noticed when something was wrong, when you weren't acting like yourself. I should have protected you better. And because I didn't, I failed you. I'm sorry." Their foreheads rested gently against one another, the closeness easing the tension that had been lingering between them. Betty let out a shaky breath, her lips curling into a warm, tender smile that softened her features. "I suppose," she whispered, her voice carrying both affection and vulnerability, "we both have something to apologize for." Bruce's eyes softened as he studied her expression, the corners of his mouth lifting into the faintest smile. "Maybe," he admitted quietly, though his tone carried the kind of stubborn gentleness only he could manage. "But I still believe you have nothing to apologize for." His voice lowered, rich and reassuring. Betty's gaze lingered on him, her eyes glistening with unspoken emotion. "Bruce." She breathed, her tone quieter now, almost fragile. They didn't need to say anything more. Slowly, instinctively, they closed the small space between them, their lips meeting in a kiss that was neither rushed nor hesitant. It was steady, filled with all the unspoken love, pain, and longing that had been building since this ordeal began. In that moment, every mistake, every fear, every regret melted away, leaving only the raw truth of their feelings for each other. A few feet away, Peter and Harry lingered, trying and failing to avert their eyes. Peter wrinkled his nose, grimacing exaggeratedly as he lifted a finger to his mouth and pretended to gag. The childish gesture pulled a quiet laugh out of Harry, who shook his head in amusement. "You're such a hypocrite," Harry teased, nudging Peter in the ribs with his elbow. "Like you're not 10 times worse. Some of the stuff you share? Honestly concerning." Peter smirked, unable to deny it. He chuckled, rubbing the back of his neck as he muttered, "Ha ha ha, true." His grin widened as he gave Harry a playful shove on the shoulder. "All right, let's give them some space. We'll check in on the others while Romeo and Juliet over here catch up. Chapter 353, Chapter 353, She-Hulk. Third-person POV. Alright, don't freak out. Gwen said softly, extending a hand toward her in a calming gesture. She was dressed head to toe in her spider outfit, mask in place, ensuring her identity remained a secret. Don't freak out. Jennifer screeched, her voice echoing. She stood barefoot on the cold tile floor, shivering slightly in a loose hospital gown. Her chest rose and fell rapidly as she gestured wildly at herself. Look at me. I'm green. She wasn't exaggerating. Jennifer's transformation was nothing short of startling. She now towered over Gwen, easily more than 2 feet taller than her usual height. Her once pale skin gleamed a rich shade of emerald. Her dark brown hair had shifted into a radiant cascade of emerald green strands, framing her face in wild waves. And not to mention I'm suddenly jacked. Where did these muscles even come from? Jennifer cried out, her voice breaking with panic as she flexed her arm in disbelief. Her body, her once slender frame, had become statuesque, muscles carved with almost impossible definition, each movement radiating raw strength. I honestly think you look amazing, Gwen said gently, refusing to let Jennifer's panic push her away. Green is a good color on you. She tried to keep her tone light, reassuring. That is not the point. Jennifer snapped, gritting her teeth, her jaw clenching tightly. This isn't natural in the slightest. I'm already aware of how Bruce has to hide so he isn't hunted down like some monster. I don't want that kind of life for myself. Her voice cracked at the last word, trembling with fear. I literally just passed the bar exam. I'm finally on the edge of starting my career, of proving myself, of paying off this mountain of student debt. I didn't go through all of that trouble just for it to be ruined by this. She motioned at her hulking, unfamiliar body with trembling hands. Well, I wouldn't be all that worried about it, Gwen countered softly, her tone level and calm as she took a cautious step closer. Compared to Bruce, no one really knows that you're a She-Hulk. You can still go on living your life as Jennifer Walters, lawyer extraordinaire. No one has to know unless you want them to. The only thing is, you're going to need to keep a close handle on your emotions. Gwen paused for emphasis, lowering her voice. Any spike in stress, any flare of anger, it could trigger another transformation. Kind of like, what's happening right now. Jennifer scoffed bitterly, crossing her massive arms over her chest. I'm a woman. Controlling our emotions isn't exactly our specialty. The sarcasm in her voice was sharp, but the quiver beneath betrayed her turmoil. Touché, Gwen admitted with a faint laugh, though her smile stayed kind. She raised a thumbs up. But hey, look at the bright side. Unlike Bruce, you don't have to worry about some second personality trying to take over. No Hulk alter ego battling for control. This is all you. That's something, right? Jennifer groaned and dragged her fingers through her green hair, ruffling it in frustration. This is just a lot. Too much. 1 second I'm celebrating with my friends, thinking I finally caught a break, and the next thing I know some lunatic is mind controlling me. I black out, and I wake up like this. Green, huge, and really, really angry. Her voice cracked as her shoulders trembled, her body caught between fury and fear. I know, Gwen said softly, closing the space between them until she was right at Jennifer's side. Her hand lightly brushed Jennifer's massive forearm in reassurance. I understand it's a lot to take in. But listen, you're not alone in this. You don't have to face it by yourself. We'll help you figure it out, your powers, your limits, all of it. And if you need someone who really gets it, Bruce is just around the corner. He's lived this, he survived it, and he's your cousin. He'll understand every doubt, every fear, every moment of anger better than anyone. Gwen tilted her head gently. Or even Betty, she is going through the same thing, too. You have people who will stand by you and support you. Jennifer's expression softened at that, her anger dimming into something far more fragile. A look of melancholy settled over her features as the reality sank in. Her ambitions, her hard-won career, her carefully structured life, all of it felt like it was balancing on the edge of a knife. Yet Gwen's words reminded her she didn't have to face this new, terrifying chapter alone. For the first time since waking up, Jennifer allowed herself to breathe, even if it was just a little. Meanwhile, Peter and Harry stood side by side in front of a massive holographic screen. Peter was in his Spider-Man suit, while Harry had dressed as Nightwing. The holographic feed flickered for a moment before Nick Fury's face appeared on screen. But instead of his usual sharp, intimidating glare, Fury wore something that could only be described as a smile. Harry froze. His eyes went wide as though he'd just spotted a ghost, and he leaned dramatically toward Peter, stage whispering in a voice that was far too loud to actually be subtle. Dude, he's smiling. I think I'm getting the chills. Are you absolutely sure you called the right guy? This isn't some weird look-alike. Peter couldn't help a laugh, shaking his head. Pretty sure this is the real deal, dude. He tilted his head toward the screen. So. I take it that look means you found him. Nick's grin softened into something more professional as he gave a firm nod. We did. He's in our custody right now, currently being thought out as we speak. Coulson's losing his mind in excitement, and honestly. A few of my other agents too. But overall, it was a good find. He paused, his expression shifting into something serious. I don't say this very often, so when I do, you know I mean it. Good work. Peter immediately covered his face with both his hands, began to sway on his feet, making a high-pitched giggle escape his lips. He. I got a good work from the Nick Fury. That's going on my resume. Right at the top. Bold print. Maybe even gold embossed. Nick gave the two of them a long, skeptical look, his good eye narrowing slightly. So why are you calling me? Was it just to make sure we got the captain? Unfortunately, no. Peter said sheepishly, rubbing the back of his neck. Something came up and, we might need your help. Nick arched an eyebrow, leaning back slightly in his chair. Does it have anything to do with the weird situation in the North Carolina military base? Peter blinked, caught off guard. How did? Harry cut him off with a confused tilt of his head. Weird situation. Yes, Nick said flatly, his arms crossing over his chest. There have been multiple reports of soldiers experiencing sudden memory loss, entire squads being displaced without explanation, and a handful even claiming they lost control of their own bodies. We've already launched an investigation into the cause, but something tells me I'll get my answer a lot quicker if I just ask you to. Peter and Harry shared a heavy sigh. Slowly, they began to explain the tangled situation with the leader and the Hulk, leaving nothing out. We can't exactly keep the leader imprisoned here, Peter explained, throwing his hands up helplessly. And for once, General Ross isn't the one causing the mess. So we don't have a legal or moral reason to hold him either. Which means. He gave two awkward thumbs up. We were kind of hoping you could take them both off our hands. Nick let out a long hum, rubbing his chin thoughtfully. We do have specialized cells for powered individuals. I won't mind taking this. Leader, off your hands. But Ross. He shook his head. That's complicated. His situation isn't just ours to decide, it's in the hands of the US government. Which means no matter what I want, I can't just pull him into our custody. The weight of his words hung in the air for a beat before Nick looked directly into the camera again. Give me a few days. I'll need time to organize everything, pull the right strings, and get authorization. Until then, you'll have to hold onto them yourselves. Don't let them slip out of your sight in the meantime. Peter groaned audibly, while let out a heavy sigh, already thinking it was more of a hassle than what it was forth. The three of them went back and forth for several more minutes, ironing out the arrangements, until finally the screen flickered and Nick Fury's image disappeared, leaving the room in silence once more. Harry glanced at Peter, shaking his head. You know. I still don't trust it. Fury smiling. That's way scarier than him being annoyed at us. Just saying. Peter merely snorted out a laugh. Chapter 354, Thaddeus, Thunderbolt, Ross. Third-person POV. Peter walked carefully through the dimly lit base, both hands occupied with a tray stacked high with food. Balancing the tray, he nudged the reinforced door open with his hip, the metallic clang echoing faintly behind him as he stepped through. Ahead loomed a massive gate of polished steel, its surface humming faintly with energy. Peter paused as the machinery scanned him from head to toe, beams of pale light gliding across his body before the system gave a confirming beep. With a hiss, the door slid apart, revealing the sterile, controlled environment of the containment block. The room wasn't large, only a handful of cells lined the space, each one walled off by shimmering fields of blue energy that rippled faintly like disturbed water. Peter's footsteps echoed softly as he passed the first cell. Inside, Samuel Stern lay sprawled out on the cot, still deep in sleep, his chest rising and falling with a steady rhythm. Peter didn't linger, moving on until he came upon the next cell. There, sitting quietly on the edge of his bed, was a man who looked far older than his years suggested. His slowly graying hair caught the light, and his broad shoulders slumped forward as his forearms rested against his legs. He didn't move, eyes locked on the floor, lost in a silence. I brought you food, Peter announced, his voice carrying a boyish grin despite the heavy atmosphere. The man finally lifted his head, revealing the familiar, time-worn face of General Thaddeus, Thunderbolt, Ross. Peter raised the tray for him to see. It's a 5-course meal, see. We've got rice, meat, salad, something to wash it all down, and even dessert. We treat our guests with the finest hospitality. He gestured dramatically at the spread as though he were a waiter in a high-end restaurant. Ross let out a low sound, half a scoff, half a bitter laugh. Guests. Don't you mean prisoners? His gravelly voice still carried weight, though the fiery edge that once defined him seemed dulled. He motioned vaguely to the glowing barrier around him. Peter tilted his head, unfazed. I mean, can you blame us? After everything you've pulled against us in the past, what did you honestly expect? His grin softened into something more neutral before he nodded at the tray. Well. You gonna eat, or should I take this back? Ross exhaled through his nose, placing a hand over his stomach before slowly rising to his feet. The barrier rippled, a small rectangular slot opening just wide enough for the tray to slide through. Without a word, Peter pushed it in. Ross retrieved it and carried it to the small table and chair pressed against the far wall, sitting with his back to the glowing field. Peter turned to leave but Ross's voice stopped him. How's Betty? The unexpected question froze Peter mid-step. He glanced back and saw Ross already digging into the meal. His tone had shifted into something softer, something vulnerable. Blinking, Peter conjured a wooden chair from a portal and spun it around, straddling it backward so the backrest faced Ross. He leaned his arms casually across the top. She seemed okay the last I saw her. She and Bruce, they had a moment. Now the two of them are examining the effects Bruce's blood had on her. Ross gave a low hum, chewing thoughtfully on his salad. That's good, I suppose. And you? Peter asked, his curiosity genuine. How are you feeling? Ross looked up briefly, eyes heavy, before lowering them again. A lot of things. Rage. Regret. Exhaustion. His fork tapped against the plate. I'm feeling so many things at once I don't even know which one is supposed to win out. And I don't know why I'm even telling you this. Peter studied him, intrigued by the rare honesty, when Ross suddenly cut him off. About Betty, is there any chance I'll be able to see her? Maybe talk to her, even for a moment. There was a flicker of hope buried in his voice. Peter shrugged. Sure. But that depends on her and what she wants to do. Ross snorted bitterly, stabbing at the meat with his fork. Right. Since the only reason she'd get close to me was when she was undercover, spying. Peter tilted his head slightly. Were you aware of that? Ross set his fork down and reached for the drink. After a long sip, he finally said, yes and no. Stern had the strongest hold on me because of how long he controlled me. But that also meant I was the first to realize what was happening, even while I was still trapped under his influence. When Betty came to me with that nonsense about her and Banner being over, I knew she was lying through her teeth. He glanced at Peter then, his expression shifting. You have children. Peter's face brightened instantly. I do, actually. A little girl. His grin stretched ear to ear, pride practically radiating from his voice. For the first time since Peter had entered, Ross smiled faintly. Then you'd know. It's instinct. A parent always knows when their kid is lying. His jaw clenched suddenly, his hand tightening around the utensils until they trembled. But what use was that instinct? I couldn't do anything to protect her. Couldn't warn her that she was walking straight into danger. His voice cracked faintly, though he masked it with another bite of food. Ross sat in silence, the scrape of his fork against the plate the only sound filling the containment room. His eyes, half-shadowed beneath his brow, flicked away from Peter and down at the remnants of his meal. For a long moment, it seemed like he wouldn't speak again. But then, with a heavy exhale, his voice broke the stillness. He made me watch, you know. His tone was low, almost hoarse. His hand rose slowly, fingers covering his forehead, and for a brief moment he shielded his eyes as if he could block out the memories clawing their way back. He practically forced me to watch as he experimented on my own daughter, on Betty, right in front of me. His jaw tightened, teeth grinding faintly. I think he knew I was aware, knew I could see everything. That was the point. He thrived on that control, on knowing I was powerless to stop him. Every second of it. He relished the look in my eyes when I realized there was nothing I could do. The silence that followed was suffocating. The hum of the energy barrier, the faint mechanical clicks from the base's walls, all seemed distant compared to the raw gravity of Ross's admission. He lowered his hand from his face, his voice softening. I want to see Betty, he muttered, his throat tightening on the words. I want to properly apologize to her. Being aware, knowing what was happening and still unable to do anything, it left me with more to think about than I can put into words. A lot to regret. A lot to reconsider. Peter leaned back in his chair, folding his arms over the backrest as he studied the older man. There was no arrogance in his expression, no smug satisfaction in seeing a former enemy so vulnerable, just empathy. I'll see what I can do, Peter said softly. Maybe it can be a chance for you to start fresh. To use what you went through as a way to change, instead of letting it eat you alive. Ross didn't answer right away. He shifted the food around his plate, poking at the leftovers more out of habit than hunger. Finally, his rough voice returned, quieter than before. Do you believe I could really do it? Start over, I mean. Peter smiled faintly and leaned forward, resting his chin on his folded arms. Absolutely. There's not a single doubt in my mind. If I didn't believe people could change, I wouldn't be here. I wouldn't be doing this. Being a superhero means believing that everyone deserves a second chance, that no one's past has to dictate their future. I believe anyone has the ability to do good, to learn from their mistakes, to grow, to be better than they were yesterday. Ross let out a dry, humorless scoff, shaking his head. That's a dangerously naive way of thinking. A person's nature isn't so easily rewritten. You keep believing things like that, you're bound to get yourself hurt. Or worse. Peter's grin widened, though his eyes remained steady and serious. Sure, it's naive. But I don't see what's so bad about that. Believing in the good in people isn't such a thing after all. And no, people don't change overnight. Nobody's expecting that. Change is a process, not a miracle. But if someone's willing to try, if they're willing to take the first step, then why should we deny them the chance just because it's hard? His tone grew firmer, almost carrying the same conviction that made him stand unyielding in the face of villains far stronger than him. General Ross, we've butted heads before. We've been on opposite sides more than once. But I believe you can do good. I believe you can be better than the men you were before. The only thing standing in your way is you. You just have to start believing it too. Ross's eyes closed, his chest rising and falling as he let out a long, slow breath. The stern lines of his face softened just slightly. When he finally opened his eyes again, they weren't burning with anger or resentment, but with something else, tired gratitude. Wordlessly, he picked up the tray and extended it through the slot toward Peter. His voice was quieter now, stripped of its usual commanding tone. Could I get seconds? All that bastard ever did was make us swim in nutrient-filled water. He hesitated, his gaze slipping to the side as he muttered almost awkwardly, please. For a moment, Peter just stared at him, the corners of his mouth tugging upward into a smile. He rose from the chair, his movements light with an almost boyish energy. Sure thing, General, he said warmly, taking the tray. I'll get you more. Chapter 355, Chapter 355, Betting. Third-person POV. My money's on red. Peter shouted as he waved a crisp $50 bill in the air. His grin stretched ear to ear, eyes glimmering with the anticipation. Sorry, bro, I gotta go with the home colors. My money is, of course, on green, Harry countered, holding up a couple of crumpled 20s he had pulled out of his back pocket. He flashed Peter a cocky smirk, as if the outcome were already obvious to him. Color has nothing to do with this. Felicia interjected sharply, flipping her hair over her shoulder as she stepped closer. She crossed her arms, her eyes glued to the fighters ahead. Red clearly has the edge. She's trained, she's disciplined, green doesn't have that kind of experience. Statistically, red is the one with the upper hand, so of course my money's on her. With a dramatic flourish, she pulled out a thick roll of cash. I'm putting my entire week's allowance on you, Red. Don't let me down. MJ smirked as she slid into the conversation, her arms folded with relaxed confidence. I just love the underdog in any scenario. Since you're all doubting green, my money's on her. She fished out her folded paycheck from her jacket and waved it in the air. Green, my entire salary rests on you. Don't fail me, I believe in you. The four of them had their attention locked on the spectacle ahead. Inside the expansive VR space, Betty and Jennifer towered in their She-Hulk forms, every movement shaking the simulated ground beneath them. Their fists clashed like thunder, each strike accompanied by violent shockwaves that rippled through the air. Would you all shut it? Jennifer bellowed, her rage echoing like a cannon blast. She took a thunderous stride forward, her massive green frame coiling with strength before unleashing a devastating punch across Betty's face. The blow cracked like a gunshot, sending Betty skidding backward, her head snapping to the side as her feet carved trenches into the arena floor. A spray of yellow blood burst from Betty's mouth, sizzling as it hit the ground. The molten liquid hissed violently, the floor beneath it bubbling and melting as if acid had been poured across stone. Betty caught herself just before collapsing completely, dropping to one knee with her fist planted firmly against the scorched ground. Her breathing was heavy, but her spirit burned hotter than ever. You okay? Bruce called from the sidelines, his voice tight with concern as he watched the two titans tear into each other. Betty let out a low laugh. She flipped her hair back with deliberate flair before flashing a savage grin. Her eyes gleamed with madness as she dragged her tongue across the corner of her lip, licking away the sizzling blood like it was nectar. The sight was both terrifying and seductive. My blood is boiling. This is addicting. Jennifer hissed in pain as she recoiled slightly, staring at her own hand. Betty's acidic blood had seeped through the padding of her fingerless gloves, burning the flesh beneath. Her knuckles were raw and blistering, skin peeling red with the fresh sting of the burn. Arg. Jennifer snarled, shaking her hand before forcing herself through the pain. Sweat clung to her face, dripping down her brow and into the shallow cuts scattered across her cheeks. Green blood mingled with the sweat, staining her skin with battle scars that only fueled her fury. Betty didn't waste a second. With a predator's grin stretched across her face, she launched herself forward, crouched low. Her fists shot out in rapid succession, every strike like the crack of a rifle, slamming into Jen's ribs and stomach with merciless precision. Each impact forced guttural groans from Jen's chest, though instead of slowing her down, the punishment only stoked her rage further. Ah! Jennifer roared, her face twisting with primal fury as she swung back with terrifying force. Her punch smashed into Betty's jaw, snapping her head to the side. Before Betty could recover, Jen leapt into the air and unleashed a devastating dropkick, her legs slamming into Betty's chest like a wrecking ball. The impact sent Betty hurtling across the arena, her massive frame disappearing into the digital distance with a thunderous crash. The earth shook as Betty's feet finally dug into the ground, halting her momentum after tearing up yards of terrain. Her fists clenched tightly, muscles trembling as she forced herself upright. She leaned forward, lips peeled back in a savage grin, then burst into a sprint that made the ground quake beneath her. With a thunderous roar, Betty tackled Jennifer head-on, wrapping her arms around her thighs, hoisting her clean off the ground, and slamming her into the earth so hard the entire arena rattled. Dust and debris exploded around them like a bomb. Betty straddled Jen's waist, raising her fists high before unleashing a relentless barrage of brutal strikes across her face, each one echoing. But Jennifer's fury was endless. Snarling through the pain, she summoned her beastly strength and twisted her body, reversing their positions with explosive force. She pinned Betty beneath her and began raining down savage punches of her own, ignoring the way Betty's acidic blood seared her skin with every hit. Her fists kept coming, fueled by blind determination. Finally, Jen rose to her feet, her chest heaving with ragged breaths. She towered over Betty, her eyes blazing as she lifted one massive foot. With a roar that shook the arena, she brought it crashing down toward Betty's stomach, stomping with enough force to crack the very earth beneath them, as if she were trying to squash an insect beneath her heel. Betty snarled, her muscles flexing like coiled steel as she caught Jen's leg mid-stomp. Without hesitation, she twisted her body and wrapped her own legs tightly around Jen's, locking them together in a crushing hold. The pressure was immediate and vicious. Betty dragged Jennifer off balance and slammed her down to the ground with a bone-jarring thud, keeping her in place as she wrenched the joint with expert precision. Jen roared in defiance, pounding her fists into the ground as Betty tightened the submission hold, the veins in her arms bulging as she tried to force her cousin into tapping out. On the sidelines, Bruce and Gwen both shared the same look, equal parts irritation and disbelief, as they turned toward Peter and the others. To them, the group didn't look like concerned allies or scientific observers. No, they looked like overexcited fans at a cage fight, cheering on blood sport. "What the hell are you guys doing?" Gwen asked, her eye twitching as she caught sight of Peter holding up his hand like a bookie at a racetrack. "What does it look like we're doing?" Peter replied casually, leaning back and flashing a thumbs up. "We're betting to see who wins." "Don't worry, Bruce, my money's on Betty." Bruce pinched the bridge of his nose, his irritation seeping into every word. "This isn't some kind of sport. We're conducting extensive research." "I don't know," Felicia said slyly, leaning forward with a glint of amusement in her eyes as she watched Betty tighten the leg lock. "Doesn't really look like research to me." Gwen, still trying to keep her patience, stepped in with an explanation, her voice calm but edged. "We're analyzing how their spike in adrenaline affects both their physiology and their mental states. From the looks of things so far, Betty's becoming bloodlust, battle-hungry, even. Jennifer, on the other hand, gets more enraged and loses control the longer she fights." MJ perked up at that, her interest immediately piqued. She leaned forward, eyes sparkling with curiosity. "Okay, now that's interesting. What else have you been able to find?" Bruce, still watching the fight intently, gave a slow nod before speaking. "From what I've gathered, Jen is very similar to me. She isn't at Hulk's level yet, but the potential is there. She's enhanced in every measurable aspect, strength, speed, durability, and her instincts in combat are improving rapidly. Right now, she's maxing out around 50 tons, but with training and experience, that number could climb much higher. Betty, though." Gwen picked up the explanation smoothly, her gaze never leaving the brawl. "She's another story entirely. She's been enhanced to Hulk-like levels, yes, strength, regeneration, durability, the standard package, but with something extra layered on top. Betty appears capable of absorbing energy into her body and then discharging it back. We still don't know the full range of energy types she can take in, whether it's kinetic, thermal, electrical, but the potential is dangerous." Bruce added, almost absently, "There's also the matter of her blood. It's corrosive. From what we've seen, it eats through almost anything it touches. Fortunately, it doesn't seem to hurt her, but that just makes her even more dangerous to anyone else." His tone was clinical, but his eyes followed every movement with sharp intensity. Peter leaned in closer, his mask hiding his grin but not his tone. So based on all that you know, who do you hypothesize wins this round? Bruce turned his head slowly, his expression flat, eyes twitching slightly at the sheer absurdity of the question. Peter smirked beneath his mask and went full devil's advocate, whispering temptingly into Bruce's ear. Come on. You could place a bet and actually win something. We're already doing it, look. With a snap of his fingers, a holographic betting board materialized in the air beside him, names, odds, and wager amounts glowing in neon-like letters. Each person's choice was proudly displayed alongside their contribution. Just imagine it, Bruce, Peter said in a low, tempting voice, curling his words like smoke. All the money you could win. All the date nights you could afford. Think about how much easier it would be to take Betty somewhere nice. Gwen glared at him in clear disapproval. Stop trying to corrupt him. He isn't like you. Bruce isn't going to gamble. 200 on Betty winning, Bruce said suddenly, his voice sharp and decisive. Bruce. Both Jennifer, locked in combat, and Gwen shouted his name at the same time, outrage and disbelief crashing together in perfect unison. What? Bruce said, his tone utterly deadpan, as though his decision were the most logical conclusion in the world. Do you guys have any idea how expensive date nights are? I've got a lot of making up to do. The money would really help. Gwen groaned, dropping her head into her hands, her shoulders sagging with exasperation. Unbelievable. She sighed, rubbing her temple before finally lifting her gaze to the others, who were all smiling at her expectantly, silently inviting her to join their ridiculous little wager. She held their stare for a long, painful moment, then muttered through clenched teeth, fine. 100 on it being a tie. Peter's head snapped up with wide, impressed eyes. What a bold move. I like it. He wagged his finger at her approvingly, the holographic board updating instantly. A new column appeared labeled Draw, and beneath it appeared Gwen's Ghost Spider Mask logo with $100 glowing proudly. Chapter 356, Chapter 356, Plans Ahead. Third-person POV. Ha ha ha. Peter cheered as the trio of him, Felicia, and Bruce stumbled out of the VR world clearly happy at the end of the long day. With one swift motion, they slapped each other's palms in a resounding three-way high five. That was when Gwen's cold voice cut through the cheerful moment like a shard of ice. Aren't you literally a billionaire? What you three just earned was basically a single drop in an ocean-sized lake. She crossed her arms, her tone bitter, her posture sharp, as though she were holding back more words than she let out. Peter immediately latched onto the chance to be dramatic. He pressed a hand to his chest as though Gwen had just wounded him and leaned closer with a grin that screamed arrogance. Oh, my dearest love, you don't get it. It's not about the money for me. It's about that I clearly won. He leaned back, eyes glittering with mischief. And most importantly, you clearly did not. The air around Gwen shimmered as she crafted a sword of gleaming ice in her hand, the blade humming faintly with cold energy. With deliberate slowness, she raised it toward Peter's neck until the frosty edge hovered just shy of his Adam's apple. Her voice was low and dangerous. Let's see how much you're winning when I slice your throat open. Peter, unfazed, smirked out of the corner of his mouth. Somebody's being a sore loser. Gwen's eye twitched, her patience visibly thinning, but before she could decide whether or not to follow through with her threat, Felicia slid between them, her hands raised in mock surrender. Easy, Ice Queen. No need to redecorate the place with his blood. Her sharp gaze turned toward Gwen with curiosity. But seriously, why did you even predict it would be a tie? Surely you had to know Betty had the upper hand from the start. Gwen exhaled harshly, her icy blade dissolving back into mist. She rubbed at her forehead in annoyance. At the beginning, yes, Betty had the advantage. But the way things were going. Both of them were losing themselves to raw instinct. That kind of frenzy makes you forget technique. You stop thinking, and it becomes a mindless brawl. They were just hammering away blindly at each other. Which, by the way, they absolutely did. She let out another frustrated sigh. The only thing I failed to account for was just how much damage Jennifer had already sustained before that point. Ugh, don't remind me. Jen groaned, dragging her feet as she approached, her hand ruffling through her messy hair. Her face was pale with exhaustion. That sucked. I don't ever want to go through something like that again. Walking beside her, Betty remained in her towering red She-Hulk form, her confident stride a sharp contrast to Jen's weary shuffle. Her crimson skin gleamed under the lab lights as she flexed her shoulders, radiating strength. Bruce raised a brow at the sight. Why do you still look like that? He asked flatly. You can change back, you know. Betty smirked and planted a hand on her hip, flexing her bicep with the other. I know. But I kinda like it like this. Makes me feel strong. Invincible, even. Not to mention. She tilted her head playfully. I look good like this, don't you think? Bruce's face betrayed a flicker of fluster, though he fought hard to hide it. No comment. Betty laughed, clearly amused at his reaction. I wonder what the Hulk will think when he sees me like this, she mused aloud, her curiosity catching the group's attention. MJ tapped her chin, thoughtful. Actually, wait. How would that even work? Bruce and Hulk are basically two different people, but Betty is still one person. Does that mean you'd have to share her? The entire room froze. What? Bruce asked coldly. Before the tension could settle, Peter jumped in with his usual lack of tact. He practically skipped over to Betty, throwing his hands out as if to offer a bro handshake. Oh, I see. So you're about to have a harem too. Welcome to the club. He didn't get far before Gwen yanked his head backward like a leash, dragging him away with a sharp glare that promised death if he didn't shut up. Bruce pinched the bridge of his nose, visibly uncomfortable. That. We haven't exactly thought about that part yet, he admitted quietly, the weight of the question clearly unsettling him. Meanwhile, Jen leaned toward Harry, who stood closest to her, her curiosity piqued. What did he mean when he said, "Welcome to the club"? Does Spider-Man actually have a harem? Harry sighed deeply, his hand dragging down his face. Yeah, yup. P.E., Spider-Man, he corrected himself mid-slip, his voice cracking as he almost exposed Peter's secret, is dating 3 of them. He jabbed a finger toward Gwen, Felicia, and MJ. The room fell into silence. Everyone stared at Harry for his outburst. Harry flushed red instantly, stumbling over his words. Anyways. Don't call it a harem. They hate it when you say that. Jen blinked, slightly weirded out but unable to mask her curiosity. Seriously, she asked. She quickly raised her hands. Not that I'm judging. Just, wow. That's a little unusual. She gave a half shrug, as though convincing herself it wasn't her business. But hey, to each their own. Anyways, Jen said louder, stepping forward and cutting off the awkward air. Her tired eyes locked on Bruce. Can I leave now? Please? I'm tired of these endless tests. I haven't slept in an actual bed for weeks. Bruce opened his mouth, but Gwen beat him to it, her voice calm but firm. Even though I'd like to run a few more tests, we can't exactly keep you here against your will. Jen's shoulders sagged in relief, a genuine smile breaking through her fatigue. Thank God. For a second, I thought you were going to tell me I had to stay indefinitely. We'll give you one last quick checkup before sending you on your way, Gwen said, a note of professionalism slipping back into her voice. At that, Peter reached into his utility belt with a flourish and pulled out a sleek business card, twirling it between his fingers. Embossed across the top in bold letters were the words. Spider-Man Family. He handed it toward Jen with a wink. Here, from now on you're an honorary member of the Spider family. Peter declared proudly, puffing out his chest as though he were knighting a champion. You're one of us now. If you ever run into problems, or need backup, don't hesitate to reach out. Jen blinked at the card, her fingers hesitating before finally taking it. She studied the little rectangle, her eyes trailing over the series of tiny hero logos embossed along the border, each one representing someone from the team. Her lips pressed into a thin line, but after a moment, she muttered, thanks. Before she could dwell on it, Gwen slid in beside her, placing a gentle but firm hand at the small of Jen's back. Come on, she said with a small smile, guiding her toward the exit. Let's get you prepped so you can finally head back into the real world. Peter spun theatrically, cape-like hoodie flaring as he turned toward Betty. He presented another card with the same flourish. And you. From this moment on, you two are an honorary member of the Spider family. His tone and cadence were identical, as if he were repeating a sacred oath. Same deal, if you're in trouble or need help, you call us. No hesitation. Betty arched a brow as she took the card. I thought I was already one of you. Peter froze, eyes darting, suddenly looking like he'd stepped onto a landmine. Well, yeah, technically you were, he said carefully, his hands raised in a pacifying gesture. But it was more like an intern role. You know, a trial period before full-time. And now. He cleared his throat, his grin returning shakily. Now we would like to officially welcome you into the team. He immediately started clapping. Round of applause, everyone. He clapped alone. The silence was deafening. Every pair of eyes just stared at him blankly. Peter coughed into his fist, cheeks faintly red. Welcome aboard. Geez. Thanks, I'm so honored, Betty deadpanned, her sarcasm dripping as her massive form shrank down. The red glow faded from her skin until she was back to her normal self, brushing her hair off her shoulders. Bruce seized the chance to redirect the moment. Anyways, he said in his no-nonsense tone, I'd like to run a couple more tests with your blood, if you don't mind. Sure, why not? Lead the way, Betty said, motioning him forward. The two disappeared down the hall, their footsteps echoing away. And then there were 4. Peter muttered under his breath. 3, actually, Harry corrected, scratching his cheek awkwardly. I wanted to visit Lizzie. Her parents are basically locking her down since she's been coming home late almost every day and is barely around. He started walking backward toward the exit, snapping his fingers at them in a cheesy farewell. I'll be seeing you guys later. Peter raised a brow. And then there were 3. Felicia turned toward him, her tone curious. Don't you have things planned as well? Peter smirked knowingly. Oh, I've got plenty planned. Tomorrow is Aria's official initiation. Booyah. Aria's voice rang out from somewhere overhead. Peter ignored her and carried on. Then FEAST finally opens. Finally. God, it's about time. After that, we hand Stern and Ross over to Nick, and once all that's wrapped up. He cast a glance at Felicia. We've got the beach day episode you planned. Felicia's eyes lit up. She clapped her hands together with a sharp smack. That's right. We've got to go shopping for swimsuits and bikinis. Peter tilted his head, genuinely confused. We could literally make clothes. Anything you want, down to the last detail. Why waste time shopping? Because that's no fun, Felicia shot back immediately. And besides, where else am I supposed to spend the money I just won in our little bet? Of course you call it little, MJ grumbled, arms crossed. You only bet your allowance. I wagered my whole salary. Felicia purred, brushing past her like a cat on the prowl. Sounds like a you problem, honey. MJ narrowed her eyes at her, pouting, but when she glanced back toward Peter, she noticed a familiar sleek black card between his fingers. A grin tugged at her lips. She snatched it with her own 2 fingers, mouthed a silent, thank you, and gave him a quick peck on the lips before bolting after Felicia. You bitch, wait for me. Mama just got herself some funding. Let's invite Gwen when she's done. Peter chuckled, watching them vanish around the corner. Their laughter and bickering carried down the hall. He shook his head softly. And then there was 1. 2 actually. Don't forget about me. Aria's voice sang out as she phased straight through the ceiling and dropped toward him. Catch me. Peter reached out instinctively and caught her with ease. Aria giggled, her arms wrapping around his neck in a hug. Since everyone's busy, let's have a daddy-daughter date. Just the 2 of us. Peter chuckled, his hand rubbing her back as he asked, sure. What do you want to do? Aria pressed her head against his shoulder, eyes bright with excitement. How about a movie? I haven't really watched one before. Peter nodded, opening a shimmering portal with a casual flick of his wrist. A movie it is, he said softly, stepping through as the edges of the portal began to fold inward. Now, about you grounding me until college. Aria mumbled quickly, trying to sneak it in. Still in effect. Darn. Her groan was the last sound heard before the portal sealed shut. The room fell quiet, empty, as though no one had ever been there at all. And then, truly, there were 0. Chapter 357, Fashion Show. Third-person POV. Felicia had bags, boxes, and clothing spilled out onto her bed. She laid right in the center of it all, one arm thrown lazily over her forehead, while her legs swung back and forth off the side of the mattress in restless anticipation. Her silver hair spilled across the pillow, and a mischievous smile tugged at her lips. She didn't have to wait long. The sharp, familiar knock on her window made her grin stretch wide, lighting up her whole face. In an instant, Felicia practically sprang up from her bed and dashed to the window, sliding the panel upward with quick enthusiasm. And there he was, dangling casually from the fire escape, revealing that infamous boyish smirk. Spider-Cat, oh Spider-Cat, let down your web. Peter declared theatrically, extending one hand out toward her like a storybook prince. Felicia leaned against the frame with a sly smirk. Seriously? You know you could teleport straight into my room if you wanted, right? Or, better yet, use the front door like a normal human being. Peter tilted his head, grin widening as if the thought itself was absurd. Yeah, I could do all that. But where's the fun in being normal? Sounds boring if you ask me. This way feels way more scandalous. With one fluid swing, he vaulted up from the fire escape, landing in a crouch with ease. Felicia rested her chin in her hands, elbows propped on the sill, her eyes glinting with mischief. Oh, I can already see the headlines now. Peter Parker, famously known, caught sneaking into a girl's bedroom under the dead of night. She gave him a dramatic pout. They'll probably start calling me your secret mistress. Or, oh, maybe even a gold digger. They might call you a gold digger, Peter countered smoothly, flashing her that disarming grin of his, but I'm the one who actually struck gold. Her cheeks warmed despite herself. Felicia narrowed her eyes playfully and leaned closer, her hand sliding under his chin as her sharp nails teased lightly against his skin. Careful, tiger. Keep lines like that up and you're going to be striking a lot more than gold tonight. Peter melted instantly into her touch, closing his eyes with a pleased hum. MMH, I already like the sound of that, so what do you say, kitty? You gonna invite me in so I can start digging? Felicia pretended to ponder, pulling away just enough to tilt her head and tap her lips with one finger. Tempting offer. But in order to enter this mine, you'll need to pay a toll. Her lips puckered playfully. One I would be more than happy to pay, Peter murmured with a soft laugh, leaning in to capture her lips. The kiss lingered, warm and slow, until Felicia finally pulled back with a satisfied hum. Toll received. Welcome aboard, Parker. Peter stepped inside effortlessly, brushing past her with his usual confidence. She closed the window behind him with a flick of her wrist, but when she turned, she caught him smirking mischievously. Say, if I go back out that way, does that mean I've got to pay the toll again? He asked with mock innocence, finger pointing toward the fire escape. Felicia let out and scoff, rolling her eyes. All right, that's enough mining metaphors before I actually throw you back out. What? But I had so many more loaded in the chamber. Peter whined dramatically, holding up one finger like he was about to launch into a full speech. For example. Before he could even finish, Felicia grabbed him firmly by the collar and yanked him down into another kiss, silencing him. The world seemed to fall quiet around them as she deepened it, a low chuckle escaping her throat against his lips. When she pulled away just enough to whisper, her voice came out low and playful, "Shut up and kiss me like you mean it, you dork." And Peter didn't need to be told twice. By the end of it, Peter found himself planted comfortably on the bed, sitting at the edge with a grin plastered on his face. Felicia straddled his lap with her arms draped casually over his shoulders, her silver hair brushing against his cheeks every so often as she leaned closer. Her emerald eyes sparkled with the kind of mischief Peter knew meant she had something planned. "Are you ready for why I called you over?" she asked, her tone sly but her expression expectant. Peter raised a brow, pretending to think it over while his gaze flicked around the room. The sight was hard to miss, bags upon bags piled on the bed, like she had single-handedly wiped out an entire mall. "Does it, by any chance, have to do with all the shopping bags surrounding us?" Peter asked, his voice dripping with amused sarcasm. "Yup." Felicia's grin widened as she tapped the tip of his nose playfully with one finger. "You, my lucky little spider, are about to receive an exclusive, front-row seat fashion show, courtesy of yours truly." Peter gave a dramatic gasp and placed a hand over his chest. "Lucky me," he teased, his voice lilting, which made Felicia's smile soften even more. "That's right," she said, leaning in to peck his lips quickly before sliding off his lap. "Now just sit there, behave, and enjoy the show. Audience participation is optional but highly encouraged." Peter smirked as she scooped up a bag and sashayed toward her walk-in closet, hips swaying exaggeratedly because she knew he was watching. With one smooth motion, she shut the door behind her, leaving him in suspense. Moments later, the sliding door slammed open with flair, and there she was, Felicia in a sleek black high-waist bikini, a crisp white blouse knotted at the front to tease just enough, her hair tumbling down in loose, playful waves. She leaned one hand against the doorframe, striking a dramatic pose. Peter's eyebrows shot up, impressed but not missing a beat. He already had his phone in his hand and with one tap, a familiar bass line filled the room. The opening beat of Billie Jean by Michael Jackson pulsed through the speakers. Felicia blinked, caught off guard, then broke into a grin, biting her lip to hold back laughter. "Are you serious right now?" she asked, hand on her hip, trying to keep her composure. "Absolutely," Peter replied with mock seriousness, giving her a firm nod. "Any runway show worth its salt needs music. Otherwise, what, were you just gonna walk up to me in silence and strike a pose? That's awkward as hell." She rolled her eyes, but the smirk that tugged at her lips betrayed her amusement. "You're such a dork." As the beat dropped, Felicia shrugged and surrendered to the vibe. She stepped forward in time with the rhythm, strutting toward him like the bedroom was her personal runway. Musical notes, she was more like a beauty queen from a movie scene. Musical note. Felicia tilted her chin up, smirked, and swayed her hips, every step in sync with the song. When she reached the foot of the bed, she placed one hand on her waist, the other tossing her hair back before leaning forward slightly to tease him with a knowing smile. "Good song choice," she said with a purr, spinning on her heel to show off every angle of her outfit. Musical note, I said don't mind, but what do you mean I'm the one who will dance on the floor in the round? Musical note. Peter cupped his hands around his mouth and hooped, clapping loudly as if he were sitting front row at New York Fashion Week. "Good outfit choice. Work it, girl. Woohoo." Felicia laughed, nearly breaking character, and gave him a mock bow before striking another playful pose. Felicia spun on her heel, strutting back into the closet like a proper model leaving the runway. The door slid shut again, and Peter leaned back with his arms folded, grinning as the music pulsed through the room. Musical notes, she said. I am the one. Who will dance, on the floor? In the round, musical notes, musical note. The door slid open once more and Felicia stepped out in a white two-piece with a sheer lavender sarong tied at her hip. She flipped her hair dramatically, striding with her hands on her hips, swinging them perfectly in sync with the bass line. Peter whistled, okay, someone's about to make the cover of Vogue. Musical notes, she told me her name was Billie Jean as she caused a scene, then every head turned with eyes that dreamed of being the one. Musical notes, musical note. Felicia twirled, the sarong flowing around her legs, then blew him a kiss before giving him a wink. She strolled up to him, striking a pose as the chorus hit. Felicia smirked and traced a finger under his chin before sauntering back to the closet. Peter chuckled, clapping along with the beat. Musical notes, people always told me, be careful of what you do. Don't go around breaking young girls' hearts, hee hee. Musical notes, musical note. This time, when the door opened, she revealed herself in a bold red bikini with a wide-brimmed sun hat and oversized sunglasses. She held a beach ball under one arm like it was part of the outfit. Peter sat up straighter and started to laugh. Okay, no wait. You actually got props for this. This just got 10 times better, haha. Felicia placed the ball down, lifted her hat slightly with 2 fingers, and tilted her sunglasses down to peer at him, giving a slow, teasing smile before spinning the hat in her hand and tossing it onto the bed. The lyrics continued, and she matched each beat with deliberate sways of her hips, walking in time. Musical notes, and mother always told me, be careful who you love, and be careful of what you do, cause the lie becomes the truth, hey ey. Musical notes, musical note. Peter threw his arms up like an audience in a stadium, woo. Show your stuff, girl. Own that catwalk. Felicia laughed as she disappeared into the closet again. The next reveal was playful, a turquoise bikini with a short cropped hoodie half zipped over it, her hair pulled back into a messy ponytail with strands falling loose. She carried a surfboard wax stick as a prop, dragging it along her hip as she posed like a surfer ready to hit the waves. Peter cracked up, nearly doubling over. Okay, that's too good. Did you seriously had that ready in there for this? Felicia grinned, sticking her tongue out before mock paddling her way toward him, then dramatically collapsing onto the bed beside him just as the bridge of the song hit. She lay there, laughing, before hopping up again. When the final chorus came around, she strutted out one last time in a dazzling gold bikini, a sheer golden wrap glimmering against her skin. She matched each step with the sharp rhythm of the beat, twirling at the center like the finale of a concert. Peter had a hand by his heart and exclaimed, and to think I got to watch this spectacular show free of charge. Felicia took a bow, laughing so hard she nearly lost her balance, before strutting forward and plopping right back onto his lap. So, she whispered with a smirk, which one was your favorite? Peter grinned, wrapping his arms around her waist. Honestly. Doesn't matter. You'd make a paper bag look like high fashion. Felicia rolled her eyes playfully but kissed him anyway, the last fading notes of Billie Jean lingering in the room. Chapter 358, Worship, 1, R18. Third-person POV. Actually, I have one last outfit I wanted to try on, and this one comes with a little extra surprise, Felicia said with a playful grin before leaning down to give Peter a quick, teasing peck on the lips. Oh. Another surprise. Peter tilted his head, smirking. Don't tell me this one requires another song, he teased as she gracefully hopped off his lap. Nope, Felicia answered, tossing her hair back with deliberate flair. She threw him a sultry wink over her shoulder. This one is just for you to sit back and enjoy the show. Peter chuckled under his breath, unable to resist. As she sashayed away, he reached out and delivered a cheeky slap to her backside. Ah. Felicia yelped, spinning her head around to give him a mock glare. The corners of her mouth twitched, betraying her amusement, before she rolled her eyes and disappeared into the closet. Peter leaned back on the bed, listening to the faint rustle of fabric as she rummaged through hangers and boxes. So what's the mystery outfit this time? He called out. Inside, Felicia's voice came muffled but tinged with a nervous laugh. All right, this one is actually a bit more embarrassing than I realized. Just, give me a second, okay? Almost done. Peter's brow arched. His curiosity grew stronger with each passing sound. He had to actively resist the itch of temptation, fighting down the urge to use his X-ray vision just for a sneaky peek. The thought alone made him chuckle to himself. Okay. Felicia finally said, her voice a mixture of sheepishness and anticipation. I'm ready. Are you? Peter sat up straighter, a smirk tugging at his lips. Bring it home, fashionista. The door creaked open slowly, deliberately. Peter's smirk froze. His entire body stiffened as his jaw unhinged and his phone slipped right out of his hands, clattering against the floor. His wide eyes drank in the sight before him, his mouth hanging open like he'd forgotten how to breathe. Felicia leaned lazily against the closet frame, her figure practically glowing under the soft bedroom light. What she wore barely counted as clothing, a micro-bikini, little more than a series of glossy strings barely containing her curves. But that wasn't what shattered Peter's composure. What truly struck him silent were the finishing touches, a sleek black cat tail swishing hypnotically from her tailbone, and a pair of twitching cat ears perched playfully atop her head. Felicia tilted her head, the ears flicking at the faintest sound, before arching her back against the doorframe like a cat stretching in the sun. A throaty purr escaped her lips. "So, Tiger," she whispered, her voice sultry and amused, "what do you think? Do you like what you see?" Peter tried to speak, but all that escaped was a whimper, his throat constricting as his brain short-circuited. Felicia giggled, strutting toward him with deliberate slowness, each sway of her hips practically weaponized. She stopped just in front of him and bent slightly, her gloved fingers curling against his cheek. Her gaze locked onto his, sharp yet playful. "What's the matter?" she purred. "Cat got your tongue." Peter could only nod rapidly, cheeks burning. Felicia laughed again, a melody of delight, before lightly booping his nose with a clawed fingertip. "You know, Tiger, you're unexpectedly cute when you look at me like this. So captivated. So helplessly docile in my hands." She leaned in close, her breath hot against his ear as her tongue traced along his earlobe. "It can really get a woman going," she whispered, her voice a dangerous mix of teasing and desire. Peter's face turned crimson, his lips pressing into a tight line as if he was holding back a flood of words. Felicia tilted his chin up with her hand, giggling at the heat radiating from his skin. "Your face is so warm," she teased. "Am I really exciting you this much?" A deep sigh tore from Peter's chest. His hands slid around her waist and down to her firm curves, pulling her closer. His gaze burned into hers, unflinching, his voice dropping low and husky. "Woman. I would worship the very ground you walk upon." Felicia's lips parted, her playful smirk softening into something hotter, needier. Her tail flicked with impatience behind her. "I love the sound of that," she whispered, her cheeks flushed and her body thrumming with heat. "Then why don't you show me, Tiger? Show me exactly how you'd worship me." With pleasure, Peter's grip tightened, his lips lowering to press reverent kisses along the smooth plane of her toned stomach. He looked up at her between each kiss, his eyes burning with devotion and hunger. Felicia arched, a soft sigh spilling from her lips as her hand slipped into his hair, guiding him closer. Her tail swished wildly, betraying her excitement. "Good boy," she breathed, her voice breaking into a purr, savoring the way he made her melt. Felicia's fingers tightened in Peter's hair as he trailed soft kisses along her stomach, each one leaving a subtle heat that spread through her body. His lips moved lower, tracing along the curve of her hip, his breath hot against her sensitive skin. The thin fabric of her micro-bikini grew damp beneath her, the need building inside her making her thighs tremble. "You call this worship, Tiger?" "This is more like praises," she murmured breathlessly, her tail flicking wildly behind her, betraying how much his touch affected her. Peter didn't answer with words, he responded by hooking his finger into the waistband of her bikini and slowly dragging it down. Felicia's breath caught as his fingers slipped beneath the fabric, his touch firm yet delicate as he peeled away the last barrier between them. The cool air hit her bare skin, raising goosebumps across her body, but the heat of his breath as he moved closer burned far hotter. His tongue flicked out, tracing a slow, deliberate path along the inside of her thigh, stopping just short of where she ached for him. His hands gripped her hips, holding her steady as he nuzzled against her thigh, inhaling deeply. "Your scent is intoxicating," he murmured, voice thick with want. She shuddered as his hot breath ghosted over her slick folds, the promise of his tongue sending tremors through her body. Then, finally, Peter dragged his tongue through her wetness in one slow, languid stroke. A choked gasp escaped her, her back arching instinctively as pleasure shot through her nerves. "Fuck. Tiger." Felicia's words cracked as he focused on her clit, circling it with deliberate precision. His hand slid up to grip her ass, pulling her closer against his mouth. The vibrations of his growl against her sensitive skin nearly pushed her over the edge already. "You taste even better than I remember," he rumbled, his words muffled against her. His tongue worked expertly, alternating between firm strokes and delicate flicks that had her body quivering in his grasp. Her thighs trembled as he lapped at her folds, his thick fingers kneading the soft flesh of her ass while he feasted on her. Her tail lashed wildly behind her, curling around his wrist in desperate need of something to hold onto as he drove her higher and higher. "Look at me," Felicia demanded, her voice raw with need. Peter obeyed immediately, lifting his gaze up her body. His lips glistened with her arousal, his eyes burning with intensity. She saw the way his pupils dilated, the primal hunger radiating from him as he watched her face contoured in pleasure. His hands tightened on her ass, pulling her flush against his mouth as his tongue plunged inside her in one smooth thrust. A broken cry tore from her throat as her walls clamped around him, her back arching violently. "Oh God. Peter." Her fingers twisted painfully in his hair, holding him right where she needed him. His nose nudged her clit as he fucked her with his tongue, his growls vibrating against her oversensitive flesh. The combined heat of his mouth and the rough texture of his tongue was overwhelming. The pressure built, coiling tighter and tighter in her core as Peter relentlessly worked his mouth against her. His hands gripped her ass with bruising force, holding her steady as he devoured her with single-minded intensity. Felicia's vision blurred at the edges as pleasure surged to an unbearable crescendo. His tongue thrust inside her, curling just right, while his lips sealed around her clit, sucking with just enough pressure to tip her over. She came with a shattered cry, her entire body locking up for one glorious second before convulsing against his mouth. Stars exploded behind her eyelids as waves of ecstasy crashed over her. Her fingers pulled at his hair as if anchoring herself through the storm of pleasure. The flood escaped her in a hot rush, her muscles contracting wildly as Peter lapped at her clit through the shockwaves of her orgasm. His growl rumbled against her oversensitive flesh, muffled but persistent as he drank her down with eager sucks. His grip on her ass turned possessive, holding her in place as he tongue-fucked her through the powerful release. She panted his name, the sounds raw and broken as pleasure racked her body. Her nails scraped against his scalp, digging in as her hips bucked helplessly against his mouth. Peter didn't let up, he drank every last drop, his tongue working circles around her throbbing entrance before dragging upward to swirl around her clit again. Felicia barely had time to catch her breath before Peter's hand slid beneath her waist, lifting her effortlessly. His strength sent a thrill through her as he flipped her onto the bed, her body bouncing slightly before settling against the sheets. The motion sent another wave of aftershocks through her oversensitive nerves, making her gasp as her back arched instinctively. Peter stood at the edge of the bed, his gaze locked onto hers as he reached behind his neck with one hand and in one fluid motion pulled his shirt over his head. The fabric landed forgotten on the floor as his bare torso came into view. His muscles rippled in the golden afternoon light streaming through the window, his broad chest rising and falling with each heavy breath. A thin sheen of sweat glistened between his pecs, his abdomen tight with restrained desire. Felicia's gaze traveled down the defined V leading to his waistband, and back up to meet his burning eyes. He watched her reaction carefully, saw her pupils dilate, her tongue dart out to wet her lips, the way her thighs pressed together in a futile attempt to ease the ache between them. She was still slick with arousal, her body still thrumming from what he had done to her. "Just so we're clear," Peter began, his expression serious, "you aren't leaving this house with what you just had on." "Hee, don't worry, Tiger. This is all for your eyes only," Felicia said with a grin. "It better be," Peter scoffed as he finished licking his lips, still tasting her on his tongue. Chapter 359, Worship, 2, R18. Third-person POV. Peter's body caged Felicia in as he leaned over the bed, his hands braced on either side of her head. The first touch of his lips against her neck sent fresh sparks through her oversensitive nerves. His mouth moved with deliberate slowness, first a soft brush of his lips below her ear, then a nibble at her collarbone that made her gasp. "You smell incredible," he murmured against her skin, his warm breath tickling her as he inhaled deeply. His nose traced the line of her throat, following the path of her rapid pulse, which made her squirm beneath him, her fingers clutching at the sheets. A low hum slipped from her lips as she tilted her head to give him better access. Peter took advantage immediately, kissing a slow trail down the column of her throat. His hands slid under her back, lifting her slightly as his mouth found the tender spot where her shoulder met her neck. He nipped at the skin there before soothing it with his tongue, the dual stimulation sending fresh tremors through her body. She could feel his erection pressing against her thigh through his pants, hot and insistent. Her hips arched up instinctively, seeking contact even as Peter continued his torturous exploration of her neck and shoulders with his mouth. He kissed his way down to her chest, his lips brushing over the swell of one breast before taking the peak into his mouth. A sharp moan escaped her as his tongue swirled around her nipple, the warm wetness contrasting deliciously with the cool air of the room. Peter sucked lightly at first, then harder when her fingers twisted in his hair. His hand kneaded her other breast, thumb circling the nipple through the thin fabric of her bra before slipping a finger under the lace to tease it directly. "Peter," Felicia gasped, her back arching off the bed as he lavished attention on her breasts. His name left her lips like a prayer as his mouth alternated between soft, sucking kisses and sharper, delicious bites. She could feel his teeth graze the sensitive peak just enough to send jolts of pleasure through her, always right on the edge of too much, but never crossing that line. Her bra disappeared in an instant, tossed aside with the same practiced ease he had used on his own shirt. Peter's hands were everywhere at once, caressing, squeezing, pinching in that perfect way that had her seeing stars. His mouth found her other breast, tongue flicking against her nipple before drawing it deep into his mouth. She cried out, her hips bucking upward as her body coiled tighter with need. He felt the way her body responded to him, how her back arched off the bed, pressing her breasts into his hands and mouth. He groaned against her skin, the vibrations traveling straight to her core. His hands slid down her sides, thumbs brushing over her ribs before coming to rest on her hips. With firm pressure, he guided her to roll onto her stomach. "Up on your knees for me," he commanded, his words rough with need. Felicia obeyed immediately, her body thrumming with anticipation as she positioned herself before him. The mattress dipped behind her as Peter moved closer, his hand smoothing over the curve of her ass. Her ass was flushed and pink where his teeth had left their mark, the skin already starting to darken with his claim. The view was intoxicating, her smooth back tapering to that perfect curve where her ass met her thighs, her golden skin glowing in the afternoon light. And the way her tail flicked impatiently, a mirror of the need coursing through both of them, made his cock twitch with anticipation. He ran the head of his length up and down her slick folds, coating himself in her arousal as he teased her clit on every pass. Felicia moaned, pushing back against him, trying to take him inside. He held her hips firmly, keeping her in place as he continued his deliberate torment. Her arousal permeated the space around them, musky and sweet, making his mouth water. He pressed the head of his cock against her entrance, not quite entering but letting her feel how hard he was, how much he wanted her. Felicia whimpered, squirming against his grip. "Please," she breathed, the single word hanging between them, heavy with need. She arched her back, presenting herself more fully, and the sight nearly undid him. Peter leaned forward, covering her back with his torso as his hand grabbed her tail. With one smooth pull, he sank into her tight heat. Felicia gasped, her fingers scrabbling at the sheets as her body accommodated him. He filled her completely, his cock twitching at how perfectly she fit around him. Felicia's walls clenched and released in rhythmic pulses, massaging him with each exhale. Her tail thrashed against his wrist, the fur soft against his skin as she tried to adjust to his size. "Fuck," he groaned, breathing in deeply through his nose. Her scent was overwhelming, sweat and arousal mixing together in an intoxicating cloud. He slowly withdrew, dragging his length through her slickness before snapping his hips forward, burying himself to the hilt. Felicia cried out, her back arching as he bottomed out inside her. "Yes," she gasped, pushing back against him. Just like that. The sounds Felicia made were unlike anything Peter had ever heard before, a low, continuous purr that rose and fell with every thrust of his hips. Her ears twitched independently of her tail now, rotating with the rhythm of his movement. When he shifted his angle slightly, she let out a high-pitched yowl that would have sounded alarming coming from any other woman. But with Felicia's feline features and the way her body writhed beneath him, it was pure music. "More," she demanded, her words almost slurred with pleasure. "Give me more, Peter." He gripped her tail and used it like a handle, pulling her back onto his cock as he drove forward. The sound that tore from her throat was primal, unrestrained, and completely without shame. Her claws shredded the sheets as she pushed back, meeting his thrusts with equal force. The sting of her nails digging into his thighs spurred him on, his rhythm becoming more erratic as the pleasure built. "Fuck, you feel so good," Peter groaned, his hand moving from her tail to grip her hip. He could feel her muscles tense and release, the way her body convulsed around him as pleasure overtook her again and again. She was so wet that the slap of skin against skin echoed through the room, mingling with her constant moans. "I'm gonna come." The warning spilled from her lips in a breathless rush, her entire body tensing beneath him. Her inner walls clenched around him like a vice, pulsing in sharp waves that sent shocks of pleasure through his cock. Peter didn't slow his pace, instead, he redoubled his efforts, driving into her with deep, measured strokes that ground his pelvis against her clit during every thrust. Felicia's back arched sharply, her hands fisting in the sheets as her orgasm ripped through her. Her cries became frantic, her whole body shuddering as the pleasure peaked. "Oh God. Peter." "Yes." Her words dissolved into high-pitched mewls as her climax crashed over her. His own release surged through him as Felicia's orgasm reached its crescendo. He drove into her with one final, brutal thrust, his cock pulsing as he filled her completely. The heat of his release mingled with her slickness, both of them shaking with the intensity of their shared climax. Felicia's walls milked him, drawing out every drop as she trembled beneath him. For several seconds, neither of them moved. The only sound was their gasping breaths, their bodies still joined as sweat dripped from his skin onto hers. Gradually, the aftershocks subsided, leaving them both dazed and hungry for more. They stumbled across the room together, hands groping and mouths claiming as they left a trail of their combined fluids on every surface. Peter stayed hard, never fully softening as he guided Felicia toward the wall. She turned to face him, her chest still heaving as he pressed her back against the cool stone. His hands slid up her thighs, lifting her as she wrapped her legs around his waist. He thrust back inside her with one smooth motion, her tight heat immediately enveloping him. She threw her head back against the wall, her claws scraping against the stone as she arched into his thrusts. The sound of their bodies slapping together filled the room, mingling with Felicia's constant moans. Her nails raked the wall as they climbed higher, her body arching against his with every powerful thrust. The world seemed to tilt and shift around them, the perspective twisting as he took her standing nearly vertical. Her claws found purchase in the wall's grooves, her powerful thighs holding her in place as he pounded into her. "Don't stop," she gasped, her ears flattening against her head as another orgasm built. "Please, don't stop, Peter." Her words cracked with need, the pitch rising as she reached the edge again. Her back pressed harder against the wall, her body tightening like a coiled spring. Peter didn't stop, he couldn't. His cock never softened as he took Felicia in every position imaginable, against the wall, bent over the desk, spread across the bed. Each surface became a canvas for their shared pleasure, the room gradually losing definition as they moved between them. His fingers dug into her hips, guiding her movements as she rode him, or pinning her wrists as he took control. Again, she demanded, her claws leaving fresh marks on his shoulders as he fucked her against the ceiling. The gravity-defying position made her even tighter around him, her walls fluttering as she struggled to hold on. Her tail lashed wildly behind her. They came together again, his release bursting inside her as she screamed his name, her body clamping down around him like a vice. But neither of them gave in to the exhaustion threatening to overtake them. Felicia pushed him back onto the bed, climbing atop him before he had even stopped pulsing. She rode him with abandon, her movements erratic and desperate as she chased another orgasm. Harder, she growled, her claws digging into his chest as she bounced on his cock. Give me everything, Peter. Her breasts swayed enticingly as she moved, her nipples hard and begging for attention. Peter reached up to palm her breasts, his thumbs brushing over her sensitive peaks as she threw her head back in ecstasy. The movement sent her hair cascading down her back, her ears twitching as another wave of pleasure washed over her. His hands slid down to grip her waist, helping her set a punishing pace as she ground against him. I can feel you throbbing inside me, she moaned, her walls fluttering around his cock in response to his movements. You're going to make me come again. Her claws scored his chest as she leaned forward, her lips finding his in a desperate, open-mouthed kiss. The kiss was messy and raw, their tongues clashing as Felicia continued to ride him with reckless abandon. Her hips rolled in tight circles, grinding her clit against his pelvis during every downward stroke. He could feel her getting closer by the second, her movements becoming more erratic, her breathing ragged against his mouth. Peter, she cried, breaking the kiss as her orgasm crashed over her. Her body tensed like a bowstring before collapsing forward, her breasts pressing against his chest as she shook with intense pleasure. Peter gripped her hips tightly, keeping her anchored as he thrust upward into her convulsing pussy, his own climax following moments later. Felicia's body went limp above him, her weight settling onto his chest as she gasped for air. His fingers traced idle patterns along her back, her skin still damp with sweat. The room reeked of sex and musk, their combined fluids cooling against their thighs. You're incredible, he murmured, brushing her hair back from her flushed face. She nuzzled into his neck, her breathing gradually slowing as she recovered. Her claws carefully retracted, tracing lazy circles against his sternum as she regained her strength. He could feel her heartbeat hammering against his, the shared rhythm gradually returning to normal. You're insatiable, she mumbled against his skin, nipping playfully at his collarbone. Chapter 360, Love. A/N, warning: this chapter may induce the following symptoms: depression, loneliness, suicidal thoughts, diabetes, etc. Read at your own discretion. Third-person POV. Felicia groaned softly as she lifted her head, silver locks tumbling around her face in a messy halo of bed hair. Still half asleep, she ruffled her hair with one lazy hand, blinking through the haze of lingering dreams. Beneath her, the warmth of the bed coaxed her to stay still. She became aware of the solid weight beneath her cheek, Peter's arm, stretched out beneath her like a makeshift pillow. Following the trail of his arm, her gaze softened when it landed on him. Peter lay sprawled across the mattress, chest rising and falling in an easy rhythm. Felicia's lips curved into a small, sleepy smile, she shifted closer, letting her head slide onto his chest. The steady beat of his heart pulsed softly against her ear, a rhythm she found comfort in every single time. She tucked herself into the curve of his body, wrapping his arm tighter around her waist as her fingers traced idle, teasing paths along the ridges of his abs. Why is it, she murmured, voice husky from sleep as she pressed a feather-light kiss to his chest, that we can never keep our hands off each other? Peter's eyes fluttered open, a crooked grin spreading across his face as he tightened his hold on her. You tell me, you little vixen, he said, his voice warm and teasing. He pulled her closer until their legs tangled naturally beneath the sheets, neither of them making any effort to untangle. I suppose we're just very sexually compatible. Felicia rolled her eyes, though the soft laugh that escaped her gave away her amusement. You're sexually compatible with everyone, Parker. Well, there are variations of sexual compatibility, Peter countered with mock seriousness, as if preparing a lecture. It's all about the dynamics. With Gwen, it's very animalistic and rough, Peter continued undeterred, his grin widening. Which is funny, considering how poised and serious she usually acts. It's like we're trying to devour each other. With MJ, it's this mix of tender and rough, a kind of emotional wrestling match where the feelings are as intense as the penetration. And with you. His voice softened, taking on an almost thoughtful quality. With you, it's about satisfaction. About making sure the person you love is happy. Every time. Felicia propped herself up on one elbow, a single brow arched in playful disbelief. Okay, sex guru, she drawled, I don't need to hear about your compatibility charts with the others when it's just the two of us in bed. Peter offering her a sheepish grin. sorry. Got a little carried away there. That's one way to put it. Before he could defend himself further, Felicia reached out and gently turned his face toward hers, her fingertips soft against his cheek. You know, she said, voice lowering, that last part almost sounded like a love confession. She rested her cheek against her palm, her eyes searching his as she continued to caress the sharp lines of his jaw. With her other hand, she swept a stray lock of hair off his forehead, the gesture slow and intimate. You got something to tell me, Tiger? Peter's eyes flicked briefly downward. For a fleeting second, he caught sight of her bare chest, the sheets slipping just enough to reveal tempting curves, but he forced himself to look back up, meeting her gaze instead. His smile was faint but earnest. You're really going to make me say it out loud? Yes, Felicia whispered, leaning closer until her hair fell like a curtain around them, isolating them from the rest of the world. I want to hear you say it. Unless. A teasing spark lit her eyes. Unless you're too ashamed to admit it. Peter reached up, brushing a few strands of silver from her face and holding her gently. As if I could ever be ashamed of my feelings for you. The warmth in his expression softened his features, making his already handsome face almost unfairly striking. He tilted his head slightly, eyes locked with hers, and spoke with quiet certainty. In case you didn't know, he said, each word deliberate, I love you, Felicia Hardy. Felicia froze for half a heartbeat, her breath catching as her cheeks flushed a sudden, heated pink. Okay, wait. She stammered, her composure cracking into a bashful laugh. Using my full name is cheating. Peter's grin turned sly. What? I had to make sure my message got to the right Felicia. Wouldn't want there to be any confusion. You are so unfair, Parker, she murmured, her nose scrunching in a way that was almost impossibly adorable. Lowering her head, Felicia brushed her nose against his in a soft nuzzle, their breaths mingling in the small space between them. You always know exactly what to say, she whispered, her voice a mix of frustration, fondness, and something far deeper. Peter chuckled low in his throat and pulled her even closer, his hand tracing gentle circles against her back. Their faces hovered only inches apart, breaths mingling in the quiet of the room. Felicia's silver hair formed a soft curtain around them as she looked into Peter's eyes and whispered, almost like a plea, I want to hear you say it again. I love you, Peter murmured, his voice low and secret, as if he were sharing something meant for her ears alone. Their lips met in a slow, lingering kiss. Felicia pulled back just enough to whisper against his mouth, again. I love you, he said once more, earning himself another tender kiss. Again, Felicia breathed, her voice trembling with a mix of need and delight. Peter smiled against her lips. I'll say it as many times as you need, he whispered, kissing her once more. Forever, if I have to. I like the sound of forever, Felicia murmured, melting against him as his strong arms wrapped securely around her. I love you, Felicia, Peter said again, his hand sliding gently to cradle the back of her head, holding her close. A quiet hum of happiness vibrated in Felicia's throat as their lips stayed locked in another deep kiss, the warmth of his embrace grounding her in the moment. Eventually she shifted, sliding gracefully until she was seated on his lap, the blanket still draped loosely around them. Propping her palms on his chest, she looked down at him with a dazzling grin. And I love you, Peter Benjamin Parker, she declared, pointing a playful finger at his face. Peter's eyes widened and a vivid blush swept from his ears across his cheeks and down his neck. He turned his head with a groan, trying, and failing, to hide the spreading color. Felicia's laughter bubbled out, light and unrestrained. She dove forward, wrapping her arms around his neck. Ah. You're driving me crazy, Parker. What are you doing to me? Their laughter filled the room as they tumbled back onto the mattress in a tangle of arms and legs, finally coming to rest with Peter braced above her. Felicia's arms looped around his shoulders as she gazed up at the ceiling, only to spot the telltale claw marks and thin strands of webbing scattered across her walls. Her eyes widened in sudden panic. Ah, you are going to help me fix my walls, right? If my mom sees this, I'm doomed. Peter chuckled, glancing around at the damage. Looks like someone needs to have her claws clipped. Felicia's cheeks flamed as she pouted. I couldn't help it. I was just a little overstimulated. They popped out on their own. Still laughing, Peter pressed a quick kiss to her cheek. Don't worry. I'll have the spider bots patch everything up before anyone notices. Felicia narrowed her eyes playfully. You mean you don't feel the slightest shame making your daughter clean up our mess? Ugh, don't word it like that, Peter groaned, rubbing the back of his neck. I like to think of them as independent workers for my own peace of mind. Felicia laughed again, the sound warm and infectious, as they finally disentangled and began gathering their clothes, the quiet intimacy of the morning lingering like a pleasant echo. Chapter 361, Area's Initiation. Third-person POV. Peter ran the back of his hand across his damp forehead and let out a long, tired breath as the spider bot scurried back through the glowing portal that hovered in the center of Felicia's room. Each tiny metallic creature clicked and chirped as it marched in formation, their eyes flickering like tiny fireflies. Felicia watched the process from the comfort of her bed, still wrapped in a thick blanket. Her silver hair spilled lazily over the pillow as she fixed Peter with a deadpan stare, the corner of her mouth twitching just enough to betray her amusement. "What?" Peter asked, his brow lifting as he stood in nothing but his black pants. Felicia rolled her eyes in mock exasperation, her voice dry and teasing. "Nothing. Just admiring how hard you're pretending to be tired when it was the spider bots that did literally all of the work." "Hey, I contributed." Peter shot back with mock indignation, planting his hands on his hips. "I opened the portal for them, didn't I? Someone had to do the heavy dimensional lifting." Felicia smirked, clearly unconvinced. Peter, unbothered, crouched down to salute the last of the marching bots. "Good work, everyone. Take 5, recharge your little batteries, take an oil break. You've earned it." In perfect synchronicity, the spiderbots paused and raised their tiny appendages in a salute of their own before disappearing into the gateway. Peter chuckled and straightened, turning back to Felicia with a grin. He leaned over the bed and planted a gentle kiss on her forehead, his voice softening. "Well, I better get going. We've got to get ready for Aria's big initiation ritual." Felicia stretched beneath the blanket, her eyes narrowing in sudden recollection. "Oh right, that's today." She arched her back like a cat before settling back into the pillows. "Guess that means I'll have to get ready too." "Don't keep me waiting," Peter teased as he scooped up his shirt from the floor. With a final wave, he followed the last spiderbot through the portal. The moment he stepped across the threshold, the gateway folded in on itself with a quiet hiss, leaving the room silent once more. Later that afternoon, high above the bustling city, the World Trade Center rooftop was crowned by a swirling vortex of light. One by one, figures emerged from the glowing rift, each dressed in their hero outfits. As the team stepped onto the rooftop, the portal remained open behind them, humming with restrained energy. Conversations quickly broke out as everyone began to loiter around the rooftop, waiting for the final arrival, the evening's main event. "I know Aria said she was going to take a minute, but how long is a minute exactly?" Lizzie asked, dramatically flopping down near the ledge. Her boots dangled over the edge as she peered down at the dizzying drop below. "She's definitely going to take a while," Peter replied, crossing his arms as he joined her along with the others. She mentioned making some last-minute alterations to her suit. Felicia scoffed, swinging her legs idly. "Oh please. I bet you she just wants to make a dramatic entrance." Harry leaned over with a sly grin and raised brow. And where could she possibly get that from?" He shot a pointed look at Peter, earning a round of laughter. "Oh, come on," Peter waved him off with a chuckle. "If anything, she gets it from her mother. She's a girl, takes forever to get ready, classic mom behavior." The laughter died instantly as every girl on the team slowly turned to give Peter a synchronized stare of death. Harry snorted nervously. "Dude, maybe don't say that when the majority of the team is, female." Peter's confident grin faltered into a sheepish smile as a bead of sweat trailed down his temple. "Fair point," he muttered quickly, raising his hands in surrender. Before anyone could tease him further, a series of rapid pitter-patters echoed from the still-open portal. A burst of excited energy followed, punctuated by a triumphant shout. "Is everyone ready?" The team exchanged knowing smirks, the air thick with anticipation. Because presenting the main event of this evening, the amazing. A flash of purple streaked across the portal as Aria slid into view, landing in a flawless spider crouch. The breeze from the rooftop caught her scarf, sending it billowing dramatically behind her as she threw her arms wide and declared with unmistakable pride. "Arachnid." When she finally looked up, a mischievous smirk spread across her masked face, and she let out a smug little scoff. Standing tall, she planted her hands on her hips and puffed out her chest, clearly savoring every second of admiration. Her suit was a masterpiece of design and flair. Black leggings hugged her legs like shadowed silk, overlaid by a sleek purple dress threaded with intricate black web patterns. Her arms were wrapped in shoulder-length black gloves, the fabric embroidered with tiny spiders crawled across the seams. Around her neck rested a long, flowing purple scarf that draped across her shoulders and covered the lower half of her face like a mysterious veil. The rest of her mask was a deep violet accented with delicate black webbing, her lenses glowing faintly with tiny amethyst dots that radiated outward like the eyes of a spider. At the center of her forehead gleamed a perfectly cut purple gem. And atop her head, 2 neatly tied purple hair buns peeked through. Aria planted one hand on her hip and extended the other outward in a playful peace sign, her violet lenses narrowing just enough to mimic a smiling expression. The subtle movement of her mask made it obvious she was grinning beneath the scarf. "Sukuuwut," the girls squealed in unison, their voices echoing across the rooftop as they rushed forward like an excited tide. Aria froze, her confident stance immediately breaking as the group surrounded her. The sudden wave of praise made her shoulders stiffen and her cheeks flush beneath the mask. "I love the buns. They're so adorable." Lizzie laughed as she reached out and gave the two purple hairballs a gentle squeeze, making them wobble like tiny springs. The scarf is a really good touch, Gwen added, running her fingertips across the smooth fabric. MJ tilted her head, her sharp eyes narrowing with curiosity. But are you really going to let everyone see your purple hair? It's pretty unique. Basically anyone who knows you could figure out your identity. Aria's lenses curved upward with a mischievous smile. I thought about that. It actually makes more sense to hide my purple hair when I'm in my civilian identity. Watch this. The amethyst gem on her forehead glowed faintly, pulsing like a heartbeat. In an instant her vibrant purple locks shifted, melting into the familiar chestnut brown of Peter's hair. Problem solved, Aria said with a triumphant little shrug. Once the last round of squeals and playful pokes died down, Aria turned toward Peter, her earlier bravado softening. So, can we begin? She asked quietly, her voice carrying a nervous edge that made Peter's grin widen. Sure, he said warmly. He glanced around at the team, his eyes gleaming with mischief. Everyone knows what to do, right? Felicia smirked and crossed her arms. Please. It's not like we've done this 1,000 times already. Actually. Aria raised her hand sheepishly, cutting in before anyone could move. Instead of everyone jumping one by one, why don't we all jump together? You know, like a proper team. Peter arched a brow but smiled. Your initiation, your rules. Without further debate, everyone began forming a line along the rooftop's edge. The city sprawled endlessly below them. Wind whipped around their suits and tugged at their hair as they looked down at the dizzying drop. The sight never gets old, Harry said with a warm, almost wistful smile. Every head nodded in agreement. No matter how many times they had stood at this height, the view still carried a rush that words couldn't capture. Peter cupped a hand around his mouth and shouted over the wind, "Are you ready, kids?" A chorus of mischievous grins spread across the group. "Aye aye, Captain," they all shouted back. Peter leaned forward dramatically, pressing a hand to his ear. "I can't hear you." "Aye, Captain," they roared even louder, their voices ringing across the rooftop and scattering a flock of nearby pigeons. Before the echoes faded, Aria launched herself back and wrapped her arms around Peter's neck, laughing as the momentum carried her forward. Their eyes met briefly behind their masks, sharing a grin. Then, as one, they all shouted, "Oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-oh-h." Gravity claimed them. They leaned forward and plunged into the open air, their stomachs flipping as the world dropped away in a blur of light and sound. Gwen twisted her body into a backflip, somersaulting through the rushing wind with effortless grace. Felicia planted her feet against the building's side and broke into a full sprint straight down the vertical wall, her hair streaming like silver fire. MJ dove as clean and straight as an arrow, her arms folded casually behind her back as if free-falling from a skyscraper was a Sunday stroll. Harry and Lizzie dove from opposite ends, limbs tight and streamlined. Their reflections flashed across the tower windows as Lizzie's chest ignited in a controlled burst of flame that soon consumed her entire body in a blazing comet. At the same moment, the familiar hum of Harry's glider unfolded beneath his feet, wings snapping into place with a metallic hiss. Laughter and whoops of excitement filled the sky as Peter tilted his head toward Arya, their bodies slicing through the air. "Ready to make your debut," he shouted over the roar of the wind. Arya's eyes sparkled, her voice ringing with pure exhilaration. "Ha ha ha. I was born for this." Below them a portal blossomed into existence, its swirling center reflecting the glittering city and skyscrapers. Without hesitation, Arya kicked off the air, twisting into a perfect dive straight through the glowing gateway. Towering skyscrapers stretched into a misty skyline. The momentum carried her forward, her purple scarf snapping behind her like a comet's tail. Arya extended her wrist and fired a perfect web line that anchored to the nearest building. The tension snapped tight, swinging her forward in a smooth, arcing glide. "Villains beware," she shouted, her voice echoing across the canyons of steel and glass. "Lady Arachnid is on the case." Chapter 362, Lydia and Felicia, 1. Third-person POV. Felicia stood amidst towering shipping containers stacked high along the docks. Around her, half a dozen thugs lay sprawled in awkward heaps, some slumped against containers, others face down on the cold concrete, their weapons scattered like discarded toys. She exhaled through her nose, brushing a stray lock of silver hair from her face as she placed her hands on her hips. "Come on, boys," she said with a playful sigh, her voice dripping with amusement. "You should know better than that. Seriously, shipping containers. That's your big master plan. Hiding inside metal boxes to run your little drug deals." Felicia crouched down in front of the one conscious thug, tilting her head to the side as her eyes gleamed mischievously. "Desperate times, huh? Gotta say, it's a little sad." The thug, a burly man with a split lip and sweat streaking down his temple, growled and raised his pistol with trembling hands. His jaw clenched, teeth grinding as he pulled the trigger. Click. Nothing. Felicia's smirk widened, sharp as a cat's grin. Ah, she cooed in mock pity, what's the matter? Having a little bad luck streak. She extended 2 fingers almost lazily and flicked him on the forehead. The motion was effortless, but the force sent the man flying backward into a metal wall with a clang before he slumped unconscious beside his friends. Before she could revel in her own handiwork, a soft buzz vibrated in her pocket. Felicia straightened with a faint frown, slipping a gloved hand behind her to retrieve her phone. The screen lit up with her customized wallpaper, a photo of her holding Peter's face while planting a kiss on his cheek, both of them framed by digital heart filters. Her playful smile faltered. The new message at the top of the screen was from her mother, and it contained only 2 words, home. Now. Felicia blinked, suddenly uneasy. That was never a good sign. She immediately typed back, I'm in the middle of something. Can it wait? Her boots clicked lightly on the damp concrete as she paced between the unconscious bodies, heart beating a little faster than she cared to admit. A second vibration nearly made her jump, you have 5 minutes. Felicia froze, staring at the glowing text. The hell, she muttered under her breath. Am I in trouble? I didn't even do anything. Her words sounded unconvincing even to herself. Clicking her tongue in irritation, she snapped her fingers and summoned a swirling portal of shimmering light. The distorted circle opened into a quiet alleyway only a block from her apartment. With a final glance at the fallen thugs, Felicia stepped through. As she emerged, her sleek black hero suit unraveled, melting away to reveal her civilian outfit, a faded jean jacket paired with matching denim, a crisp white blouse tucked beneath, and sturdy black boots. She reached up to undo her ponytail, letting her wavy platinum hair fall around her shoulders. A quick ruffle with her fingers gave it the perfect casual look. Despite the urgency of her mother's message, Felicia deliberately slowed her pace as she approached the apartment building. Arriving too quickly would only scream that she'd been up to something. When she finally stepped inside, the warm glow of the kitchen light revealed Lydia Hardy leaning over the counter, a half-full glass of wine in her hand. The air smelled faintly of oak and tension. Felicia arched an eyebrow and tried to defuse the heavy atmosphere with a teasing lilt. Isn't it a little early to be drinking, Mom? Lydia didn't answer right away. She simply stared at her daughter, eyes sharp but weary, and exhaled a long, heavy sigh. Her shoulders slumped as she tipped her head forward and drained the wine in one strong gulp. Felicia blinked, momentarily taken aback. Okay. My bad, she said, her tone softening. That wasn't the reaction she'd expected. Lydia set the empty glass aside, leaning back against the counter and crossing her arms. One hand rose to press against her temple as though warding off a headache. I honestly don't know what to do with you, Felicia, she said finally, her voice a mix of exasperation and exhaustion. A prickle of nervousness ran down Felicia's spine. Okay, seriously, what did I do? You're freaking me out, she said, glancing around the room. Lydia held up a single finger. Let's start small. Her tone sharpened as she reached across the counter for something Felicia hadn't noticed before. With deliberate calm, she placed a tiny scrap of fabric on the countertop. Want to explain to me what this is? Felicia's eyes widened. Her heart plummeted straight to her stomach as she recognized the offending item, a barely there micro-bikini she'd bought as a joke, and maybe as a private surprise for Peter. Her face ignited crimson. Wah. Don't go through my stuff, she blurted, practically vaulting over the back of the couch to snatch the bikini off the counter. I do your laundry. Lydia shot back, throwing her arms up. Do you think I had a choice? Felicia frantically stuffed the bikini into her jacket pocket, cheeks burning hotter by the second. Her voice cracked as she stammered, it's not what you think. I wasn't actually going to wear this outside or anything. Peter, Gwen, MJ, and we planned a beach trip, and we went swimsuit shopping, and I bought this as a joke. 4 laughs. I bought a normal one to actually wear. Right, Lydia replied dryly, arching a brow. Totally just a joke. Definitely not something you tried on for Peter, Felicia choked on air, eyes widening in horror. What the hell are you even talking about, she yelped, her voice climbing an octave. What does this have anything to do with Peter? Felicia, I'm a lawyer, Lydia scoffed, her voice sharp and biting. She crossed her arms tightly across her chest, staring her daughter down. I've seen my fair share of clients and partners caught in affairs. You're not fooling anyone by thinking you're good at hiding yours. She gestured vaguely toward the pocket where the bikini was stuffed. Honestly, isn't Peter dating one of those 2 girls he's always with, Gwen or MJ, right? I thought he was better than that. He seemed like a decent boy at first. She sighed heavily, disappointment dripping from every syllable. Felicia's mouth opened and closed before she managed to grumble out, it's not like that. She tugged at her jacket sleeve nervously, her voice losing its usual confidence. It's not what you think. Oh, really? Lydia arched a brow, her voice laced with suspicion. It's not like what I think. Then how is it, HM? He's not with either Gwen or MJ, and you're secretly his girlfriend. Is that the story? Felicia's lips curled into a scowl. Heat prickled her cheeks, not just from embarrassment now, but from irritation building in her chest. What I have going on in my private life isn't any of your concern. Mind your own business, Mom. The air in the kitchen froze. Lydia slammed her hand against the counter, making the glass clink dangerously. Not my concern. Not my business. Her eyes flashed as she leaned forward, glaring down her daughter with fiery indignation. I have stretch marks that say otherwise, young lady. And it became my business the second I started getting implicated in your little rendezvous. Felicia blinked, taken aback, her irritation giving way to confusion. What? Wordlessly, Lydia pulled her phone from her pocket. With a flick of her finger, she unlocked it and began scrolling, her mouth tightening as though she could barely contain her frustration. She held a finger up to silence Felicia before she could protest further. What I'm about to read, Lydia said coldly, are the messages I've been receiving since last night. I had my phone turned off, so I only saw them this morning. Felicia felt her stomach plummet. Her pulse quickened, her skin going cold even as her face burned with heat. Oh no. Lydia cleared her throat and began reading aloud, her voice flat and deliberate. Hey, can you keep your moans down? I have work in the morning. Her eyes flicked up with a sharp glare before continuing. Your moaning is waking up my kids, keep it down in there. Felicia's hands flew up to her face, palms pressed tightly as she trembled, muffling a choked whimper. Her blush crawled all the way down her neck. Lydia's tone only grew more pointed. Wow, girl, if it's just a one-night stand, give me his number. I want to moan like that too. Felicia let out a strangled squeak and crouched down, shoulders hunched as though trying to physically make herself smaller. Oh my God, please stop. She cried into her hands, her voice breaking. But Lydia was relentless, pacing now as she scrolled. It can't be good for you, stop exaggerating. Moan softer, please, I have work. Felicia shook her head rapidly, curls bouncing, as her muffled voice cracked again. Please, please stop. Her mother ignored her daughter's pleading, her voice climbing with every new message. For how many more hours will this go on? I have work. I'll have to report you to the superintendent. The phone slammed onto the counter with a loud thud. Lydia's face was flushed crimson now, half from rage, half from sheer humiliation. She jabbed a finger toward her daughter. Hours, Felicia. Hours. What kind of fuckfest were you having in here? Her voice broke into a half-screech, half-groan of disbelief. Felicia buried her face deeper in her palms, rocking slightly in place on the kitchen floor. Lydia wasn't finished. Her words tumbled out in a furious rush. Do you have any idea how many strange looks I've gotten since I came home? One lady actually asked me how I was still able to walk. I was so confused until I checked my messages this morning, and then it all made sense. Do you know how embarrassed I am right now? Felicia's muffled reply came out small and trembling, her voice cracking with shame. Faintly. She refused to look up, wishing more than ever that the ground would just open beneath her and swallow her whole. Chapter 363, Lydia and Felicia, 2. Third-person POV. I like to think of myself as a very tolerable person, Felicia, Lydia began, her voice sharp and brimming with exasperation. She raked her fingers through her already mussed hair. But there comes a point where it's just too much. You're 16, for Christ's sake. Her voice echoed off the apartment walls, sharp enough to make Felicia flinch even as she remained crouched on the hardwood floor. Lydia's wine glass clinked faintly against the counter as she set it down with more force than necessary. I understand that at some point you start getting curious about the opposite sex, but still, there are limits, and you need to take things slow. Felicia finally pushed herself upright, meeting Lydia's fiery glare with a disgruntled and annoyed look. I really don't want to have the sex talk with you. She muttered, crossing her arms as. Well, it certainly looks like you need it, Lydia snapped, pacing a short, sharp line across the kitchen tiles. If you're having sex loud enough to wake up the entire freaking neighborhood, God, just how loud were you moaning last night? Her voice cracked into a helpless whimper as she slapped a hand over her own face, unable to believe the words leaving her mouth. Felicia tilted her head and then gave a slow, unapologetic nod. Pretty loud. Her lips curved into a faint, almost dreamy smile, her gaze staring out reminiscent. Lydia lowered her hand just enough to fix Felicia with a look of pure disbelief, her eyes wide, her jaw slack. The expression screamed, "Are you serious right now?" Sorry, Felicia mumbled with mock meekness, shoving her hands deep into the pockets of her jacket and rocking slightly on her heels. She stared at the floor for a beat, but the small smirk tugging at her mouth betrayed her. She withdrew her hands just long enough to make a rough measurement in the air. But in my defense, it's kind of hard to keep my voice down when he's, about this big. She squinted, gauging the size with her fingers before casually tucking her hands back into her pockets. That's not the point, wait, seriously. Lydia's voice cracked halfway through her scolding as her eyes flicked to Felicia's estimate. Her face went pale. You're joking, right? I mean. Felicia lifted one hand again and pressed it against her own midsection, her tone turning matter-of-fact. That's about right. Maybe longer, since it doesn't go all the way inside. Her earlier embarrassment faded as she spoke, replaced by an almost clinical frankness that made Lydia's stomach flip. Jesus Christ. Lydia whispered, covering her mouth as if that could block the mental images now assaulting her. Felicia, noticing the way her mother's eyes narrowed, raised a warning finger. Don't get any funny ideas. Veins popped faintly at Lydia's temple as she grabbed the neck of her wine bottle with a white-knuckled grip. I will throw this at your freaking head. What do you take me for? Some kind of predator. Hey, I'm just saying, Felicia replied with a disarming shrug, palms raised in mock surrender. Lydia exhaled a long, weary sigh, the kind that carried both exhaustion and reluctant amusement. Without another word, she uncorked the bottle and poured herself another glass, the glug of wine punctuating the tense air. Girl, she muttered, shaking her head, you make me drink. I'm not making you do anything, you alcoholic, Felicia shot back, a teasing edge in her voice. Don't use me as an excuse because you can't control yourself. Lydia took a long swallow before setting her glass down with a sharp click. All right then, she said, leaning against the counter with arms crossed. Explain it to me. Your relationship with Peter, how it started, how it even works. Give me a chance to understand whatever this is before I completely lose my mind. Felicia sighed dramatically and rubbed at her temple, finally dragging herself toward one of the counter stools. She perched on it, legs swinging idly as if to buy herself time. God, this is so complicated. She waited until Lydia took another drink before blurting out, I'm part of Peter's harem. Lydia choked mid-sip, wine spraying from her mouth and splattering across the countertop. She doubled over coughing. Felicia burst into giggles as Lydia shoved the glass aside and grabbed for a paper towel, still hacking. Cough, fuck's sake, Felicia. Cough, are you insane? Although you think I'm joking, I'm being completely serious. Felicia's tone softened. Peter first started dating Gwen. They've known each other since childhood, basically best friends. Then there's MJ, who they invited into the relationship. And then, there's me. Her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze. The three of us came to an agreement to share him. Lydia paused mid-wipe, paper towel soaked in red wine, and let out a hoarse, incredulous sigh. I honestly don't know whether to be impressed or disgusted with him. She tossed the damp towels into the trash and leaned on the counter, narrowing her eyes. Tell me this, did you feel indebted to him after he rescued you? Is that why you're lowering yourself to be part of whatever this is? Felicia's expression hardened instantly, her playful smirk vanishing. No. And I'm not lowering myself to anything. Her voice carried a quiet steel that made Lydia's chest tighten. I'm not with him out of gratitude. Sure, I'll always be thankful for what he did for me that day, but that's not why I fell in love with him. Lydia froze for a moment, wine bottle in hand, the word love hanging heavy between them. Then she scoffed, shaking her head as if trying to dispel the thought. You're 16, Felicia. 16. What you feel isn't love, it's gratitude and lust, and you think that that is love. You don't get to tell me how I feel. Felicia snapped, her voice rising like a sudden crack of thunder. Her chair scraped loudly against the tile as she leaned forward, eyes flashing. It's not up to you to decide whether what I feel for Pete is love or isn't. Peter is different from anyone I've ever met. I didn't fall in love with his good looks, or his money. And it's not about his unbelievable genius, either. Her breath quickened, chest rising and falling with the force of her words. What I fell in love with was his sense of responsibility. He's a lovable, arrogant dumbass who honestly believes it's his duty to help people just because he powers to. He's reckless, stubborn, and infuriating, and he puts everyone else before himself without even thinking about it. That's what I love about him. Felicia slapped her palms against the countertop, the sharp smack ringing through the kitchen. I knew I loved him the moment I was able to shove aside all the greed and selfishness inside me and want to be better, for him. He makes me want to do better, to be better. And that's why I love him. Her shoulders trembled as the words left her. Slowly, she leaned back against her chair, crossing her arms, her voice dropping to a whisper. So no, Mom. What I feel for him isn't lust. It isn't gratitude. And yes, I do know what love is, because I feel it every single day. For him. Her gaze fell to the countertop, eyes unfocused, as though the confession had emptied her completely. Lydia stood frozen, wine glass dangling forgotten in her hand. For a long, silent heartbeat, she simply stared at her daughter, this fiery, passionate girl who suddenly seemed so much older. Slowly, a small smile broke across her face, softening her features. She closed her eyes and let out a slow breath. I see, Lydia said quietly. I'm grown enough to admit when I'm wrong. I didn't understand the depth of your feelings and jumped to the wrong conclusions, and for that, I'm sorry. Whatever, Felicia muttered, but the faint pink creeping into her cheeks betrayed the impact of the apology. Lydia chuckled, shaking her head. Seriously, I don't know whether to curse that boy or praise him. A laugh bubbled up, warm and incredulous. Ha! I think I'm starting to understand why you go out and help people every night instead of following in your father's footsteps. That kid did what I couldn't, he actually rehabilitated you by making you fall in love with him. Felicia froze mid-breath. The color drained from her face as a creeping sense of dread seized her chest. What? What do you mean? Her voice cracked, barely more than a squeak. Her stomach twisted painfully, every muscle tightening as her mind scrambled for an escape. Lydia turned back toward her, eyebrows raised. Seeing Felicia's stricken expression, she let out a soft chuckle. Oh, come on, Felicia. Really? Felicia stared, wide-eyed and motionless, like a deer caught in headlights. Spider-Cat. Lydia teased, a mischievous smile tugging at her lips. You could at least pick a more original alias. I don't know what you're talking about, Felicia stammered, too shocked to even blink, her voice barely coherent. Seriously? Lydia set her wine down and folded her arms, tilting her head in mock disbelief. You're really going to make me spell it out? Felicia stayed silent, eyes darting anywhere but her mother's. Fine, Lydia sighed dramatically. Let's start with the basics. You grew 3, maybe 4, inches practically overnight. You've got muscles now. You're barely home, always sneaking out at odd hours. And let's not forget the biggest clue of all, you dress in black, your hair is white, and you run around rooftops with a certain cat motif. Lydia arched an eyebrow and scoffed. Where have I seen that before? Oh right, hint hint, I was married to him. The words hit Felicia like a punch. She dropped her elbows to the counter and buried her face in her hands, dragging her fingers up through her hair in a long, slow motion. A deep, soul-weary sigh escaped her, heavy enough to carry every ounce of defeat. Chapter 364, Lydia and Felicia, 3. Third-person POV. Felicia laid her arms across the cool marble countertop and let her forehead sink against it, exhaling a long, muffled groan into the polished surface. She could practically feel her mother's eyes boring into her head, a silent pressure that screamed confrontation. Avoidance had become her only strategy. If she stayed perfectly still, maybe Lydia would run out of steam on her own. I mean seriously, come on, Lydia finally scoffed, her voice sharp enough to slice through the kitchen's quiet hum. And you aren't even the only one showing inconsistencies or weird behavior lately. Have you looked at Peter's uncle? He was at the hospital when you were admitted, so I know exactly how he looked before. Now. She gestured dramatically, her bracelets clinking against each other. He doesn't look like he used to, not even close. I swear it's like the man went and took a swan dive into the fountain of youth overnight. It's creepy. How did it even come to this? Felicia whined without lifting her head, her voice thick with exhaustion. She slouched lower, as if she was being drained of her strength. That's what I'm still wondering myself, Lydia shot back, folding her arms in exasperation. How did we get here? How the hell did you develop these powers, and what about everything that came afterward? She jabbed a finger toward Felicia like an accusing dagger. I get that you and Peter are a thing, but do you honestly expect me to believe the other girls in his little, harem would just welcome you with open arms? Is there even another word for that? For heaven's sake, I feel ridiculous even saying it. Lydia pinched the bridge of her nose and muttered a curse under her breath. Felicia finally lifted her head just enough to peek at her mother, a faint chuckle escaping at Lydia's obvious discomfort. She reached behind her, fished her phone from her back pocket, and started tapping away. Can't you put that thing down for 5 minutes? Lydia demanded, her tone half motherly scold and half growl. We're having an actual conversation here, not a texting session. God, teenagers and their technology. Rolling her eyes, Felicia replied without looking up, relax, I'm sending Pete an SOS. I'm not dealing with this ambush solo. Lydia's mouth fell open. An SOS? Really? Yep. Backup is on the way, Felicia said, hitting send with a satisfied tap. Then she turned her head slightly, her silver hair slipping over her shoulder. Do you mind if he comes over for a bit? Oh, now you ask for permission. Lydia's voice shot up an octave, dripping with sarcasm. Where was this sudden respect for authority last night when you snuck him inside? Felicia's cheeks burned crimson. Can he come over or not, she muttered, refusing to meet her mother's smug gaze. Lydia let out a long, theatrical sigh, the kind that carried the weight of a parent's eternal frustration. What does it even matter at this point? Clearly, I've lost control of this household. He's on his way, Felicia announced, setting her phone back on the counter with finality. Before Lydia could fire off another remark, a low hum filled the room. A shimmering blue portal spiraled open behind Felicia. Out stepped Peter, arms flung wide in mock celebration. Mother-in-law, he declared with exaggerated enthusiasm, grinning from ear to ear. Lydia yelped and instinctively snatched the neck of her wine bottle from the counter, hurling it at Peter with startling precision. Mother-in-law, my boot, you degenerate. Peter caught the bottle with one hand in a fluid motion, tilting his head to the side as the portal closed behind him. Ouch. That's a warm welcome if I've ever seen one, he said with a playful grin. Come on, I thought you liked me. Yeah, that was before I discovered your perverse little harem, Lydia snapped, glaring daggers at him. Whoa, Peter muttered, his eyebrows shooting up. She really does know everything. He casually handed the bottle back to her before sliding onto the stool beside Felicia, who was silently shaking with laughter. I could charge you for trespassing, you know, Lydia grumbled, snatching the bottle and slamming it back onto the counter. Next time, use the door like a normal human being. Peter pressed a hand dramatically to his chest. First things first. Greetings, Mother. How was your day? Horrible, from sunrise until this exact second. And stop calling me Mother, she barked. Fair enough. Let's rectify that, shall we? Peter leaned forward, tone suddenly formal. I am here today as a humble man, boyfriend, and hero, to ease your transition into understanding our relationship and unique origins. He placed a hand over his heart with mock sincerity. Lydia's eye twitched. You're seriously pissing me off. Felicia broke into open laughter, covering her mouth as Peter maintained a perfectly straight face. Then, almost seamlessly, his expression softened. In all seriousness, he said, voice lowering, we're sorry for not telling you sooner. Felicia wasn't sure how you'd react, given your history with her father, so we thought it best to wait. Please don't be too upset with her. Both Lydia and Felicia blinked in perfect unison, staring at him as though he'd just sprouted a second head. Felicia even glanced around the kitchen, half expecting a hidden camera crew to pop out. What are you doing? She asked, bewildered. Apologizing on your behalf, Peter replied calmly. You're not the type to apologize for something you don't see as wrong, and as your partner, it's my responsibility to handle the diplomatic side of things. What? Apologizing for what? I didn't do anything wrong, Felicia said, blinking in bewilderment. Her voice pitched slightly higher than usual, betraying the confusion swirling in her chest. And there's the point in case, Peter chuckled, his tone warm but unyielding. He leaned forward on the counter, elbows resting casually. This is a far more serious matter than you realize. Hiding a secret this big from your own mother. That alone deserves an apology. I'm someone who believes in honesty when it comes to family. It's why I've never hidden much of anything from Aunt May or Uncle Ben, well, not for long anyway. His brown eyes softened, steady and earnest. I get wanting privacy. We all deserve it. But this, he gestured between Felicia and Lydia, isn't the same as keeping a diary under your bed. We're putting our lives on the line every single time we put on the mask. The people who love us, the people who would mourn us if something happened, they deserve the truth, even when it's messy. Felicia grimaced and looked away, her silver hair sliding like a curtain to shield her face. Ugh. She muttered, stealing a quick glance at her mother before snapping her eyes back to the countertop. It's not like I was lying exactly. I just didn't mention anything. Peter gave a small, knowing smile. A lie of omission, he said gently, is still a lie. He reached over and took her hand, his thumb brushing soothing circles against her knuckles. But like I said, you don't have to apologize if you don't want to. That's what I'm here for. As your partner, it's my responsibility to make amends on your behalf, especially since I'm at least partially responsible for dragging you into this side of life in the first place. Lydia let out a loud, frustrated grunt and threw her head back. Stop being so likable and mature about this, she burst out. I'm trying to stay mad at you, and you're not making it easy. Peter flashed an unapologetic grin, squeezing Felicia's hand before releasing it. I'm sorry, but that's not something I can control. It's a God-given gift, I'm afraid. He struck a ridiculous hero's pose, chin tilted upward, as though basking in the imaginary glow of his own charm. Lydia rolled her eyes so hard it was a wonder they didn't get stuck. Ugh. Anyways, she snapped, waving her wine glass for emphasis. Explain everything to me from the very beginning, and don't you dare leave a single detail out. Peter exhaled a theatrical sigh, like a storyteller preparing for a long saga. He opened his mouth and began sharing about the time he held up Oscorp, a feat he was still proud of up to this day. Felicia groaned under her breath, though her lips twitched into a reluctant smile. Peter's eyes sparkled as he continued, his voice carrying the rhythm of a practiced narrator. Then one day, in class, this absolute brat shows up out of nowhere. He turned to Felicia, grinning from ear to ear. And he introduces himself as Felix Peterson. Felicia's own smile widened until it practically matched his. She rubbed the back of her neck, a faint blush coloring her cheeks. He was our son. From the future. Lydia had just lifted her wine glass when the words landed. She froze mid-sip. Wah, a strangled choke cut her off as the wine went down the wrong way. Cough, for fuck's sake, cough, not again. She slammed the glass down, clutching at her chest as she wheezed. You're doing this on purpose. Felicia burst into uncontrollable laughter, leaning back against the counter as she fumbled with her phone. Oh, you think we're joking? Hang on, here. She scrolled rapidly through her photo gallery, cackling like a madwoman. See. This is Felix. Before Felicia could offer the screen, Lydia lunged forward and snatched the phone with the reflexes of a hawk. She wiped her mouth with a dish towel, eyes narrowing as she inspected the photo. The image showed Felicia beaming, pulling a tall, awkward boy close with an arm hooked around his shoulders. Felix stood stiffly beside her, his strained smile looking like it was being held together by sheer willpower. Holy crap. Lydia whispered, her eyes darting back and forth between the boy's features and the two sitting in front of her. He looks like a perfect blend of the two of you. Her voice cracked with disbelief. Wait a minute, Felix. You named him after your father. Before either of them could answer, Lydia slammed the phone down on the counter and lunged across it, grabbing Felicia by the collar. Her grip was surprisingly strong for someone who'd just choked on wine. You're telling me my grandchild was here and you didn't let me meet him, she screeched, shaking her daughter back and forth like a rag doll. What the hell is the matter with you? Let go of me, you crazy woman. Felicia yelped, her arms flailing. Chapter 365, Lydia and Felicia, 4, unedited. Third-person POV. How could you do this to me? My own grandbaby was here and you didn't let me meet him. I should seriously ground you for life. Lydia shouted as Felicia had to pry her away. It's not that serious, you psycho. Felicia retorted as Peter was sitting beside her laughing, clearly enjoying himself. Lydia had to take a step back to calm down before turning over to look towards Peter and asked, what about your aunt and uncle? Did they get to see him? They did actually, Aunt May was very happy to see him, Peter chuckled with a warm grin holding the memory fondly. Lydia practically almost leapt over the counter as she grabbed Felicia again screeching, you ungrateful brat. I held you for 9 months and went into labor for over 39 hours and you couldn't do me the one single thing and allow me to see my grandbaby. What the hell is seriously the matter with you? Felicia shouted as he sat up from her seat pushing Lydia away from her. Lydia had to slid back from the counter and started catching her breath as she huffed and puffed glaring daggers at Felicia. I should honestly disown you and file a case against you with the basis of parental neglect. Felicia rolled her eyes and fixed her jacket as she grumbled, muttering, drama queen, underneath her breath. The funny thing is that Felix is actually the youngest child between Felicia and me. He has an older sister, who I don't think likes me very much. Peter said, rubbing the back of his head. Felicia grabbed her phone and showed her a picture that was taken from the cameras of the lab of when their daughter appeared from the portal with a cigarette hanging between her lips. Whoa, she's gorgeous. Lydia exclaimed as she stared at the image, she looks like me when I was younger. Felicia just stared at her mother with a deadpan stare, wow. Ego much. She scoffed as Peter snickered to himself. I'm not kidding, wait a minute you'll see, Lydia said as walked off and entered her room. Thanks to their enhanced senses they were able to hear the clutter of movement followed by, I know it's here somewhere since I never move it, aha. Here it is. Lydia returned with a large book in hand flipping through the pages, she walked back behind the counter, which Felicia took the liberty of cleaning with her magic, and set the book down towards them. She pointed at the picture of herself sitting at the back of a pickup truck with a cigarette between her hand looking similar to their daughter. Wow, Felicia said as she stared at the picture. Amazed at how beautiful your mother actually was? Lydia asked, pointing her nose towards the skies. No, I'm just surprised they had color cameras back in then. Felicia teased, with a mock-impressed look. You're seriously asking to get beat today, aren't you? Lydia said in a flat tone. Peter chuckled as his eyes suddenly grew hopeful as he asked, wait, do you have pictures of Felicia when she was little? Can you show me? Please. Wait, what? Felicia's face dropped. While Lydia's did the opposite and brightened up, of course, I have a ton. Felicia looked between Lydia and Peter in a panic as she asked her mother, what the hell are you doing? Since you've embarrassed me earlier today, I'm embarrassing you, Lydia said as she started flipping through the pages of the picture book. This was after I just finished giving birth, don't mind my appearance, Lydia said pointing to a picture of herself on a hospital holding a newborn Felicia swaddled in a pink blanket. Felicia buried her face in her hand as Lydia continued. Peter was leaning forwards with avid attention. This was when she first rolled onto her stomach by herself, Lydia said, showing a small baby girl with short platinum blonde hair on her stomach. She stopped for a moment as her expression softened as she stared at the picture and said, "This is when she began to crawl." The image was of the same little girl crawled towards a handsome man with dark hair that was crouched down with his arms out in front of him. "That's Felix, Felicia's father," Lydia said with a distant gaze as she stared at the picture as if remembering the events. To her it was as if the picture had come to life and she could hear Felix's voice as he patted his lap and Felicia crawling over. "That's it, sweetie, come on, you could do it." Felicia was leaning on her palm as she stared at her mother's reminiscent expression but chose not to say anything. Lydia then laughed as she flipped the page and showed Felicia completely entangled in the straps of purse, crying. "Since she was little, this brat always had grubby little hands and a tendency to start digging in my purse and through Felix's wallet," she said as she showed the next picture of Felicia leaned away from Felix's grasp as he was knocked out exhausted on the couch and her reaching over to his pockets pulling out his wallet with a look of deep concentration. Felicia's cheeks reddened as Peter burst out into laugh with a hand over his stomach. "Shut up, this isn't why I invited you over," Felicia grumbled, which only made Peter laugh even louder. "This one always had an obsession with money since she was little," Lydia teased, hiding her mouth as she chuckled. "There will be nights where she would go on and on crying in the middle of the nights. Felix one day got fed up. He tried to bribe to be quiet by giving her a wad of cash. Funnily enough it worked, and this is how we found her the next morning." Baby Felicia appeared a couple of months old by the time, lying spread on a crib covered in cash, some covering her face and torso, while a couple were balled up in her small fist, completely knocked out with a content smile on her sleeping face. Both Peter and Lydia had tears along streaming down their faces with how much they were laughing. "Please." Peter gasped, "Let me take a picture of this." "Gee, go right ahead, ahaha," Lydia said, having to step to the side in order to calm down. "I seriously hate you guys right now," Felicia grumbled as she stared at Peter with his phone out hovering over the picture. "I'm sorry, but that is so unbelievably funny. I'm totally saving that as your profile picture on my contact." Peter chuckled as he sat back up. Felicia merely held out hand and her claws shot up from her fingers, startling Peter as he cleared his throat. Not funny at all." Lydia scoffed as she went to showing them pictures. One was of baby Felicia being bathed, her first birthday, with cake smeared across her face. With each picture she grew older and older. The last picture Lydia showed Felicia appeared to be a toddler around 5 years old hugging her father's leg as she smiled widely, exposing her 2 missing front teeth, throwing up a peace sign as she looked ready to go to school. Lydia let out a sigh as she stared at the entry book with a soft expression. She looked up towards Peter and said almost pleadingly, "Please, don't do anything to hurt or mistreat Felicia. Although that brat is a pain my rear, that pain in the rear is still my little girl." Lydia reached over, pinching Felicia's cheeks. "Mom!" Felicia exclaimed, her flush spreading across her cheeks down to her neck. Peter held Lydia's look with a firm gaze as he placed a hand over her hand. "You can rest assured that I will do my very best to ensure Felicia has the life she deserves and so much more. Come on, seriously," Felicia said as she looked off to the side, unable to look as her lips pouted, her eyes turning as red as the rest of her face. Peter continued undeterred, "As you saw, we already got a glimpse of how our life will turn out since we even end up having children together. But that doesn't mean I'll take it easy just because our future is secure. I'll continue to strive for that future to come into fruition." Lydia could feel the love and conviction Peter held for Felicia and really couldn't dislike him no matter how much she tried. "All right, seeing how serious you are about my daughter, I suppose I really can't stop you from seeing each other. But understand this, I don't care how secure that future is. If you end up hurting my Felicia, I will do everything in my power as a lawyer to end you. You got that? Spider-Man," she said, poking at his chest. "Yes, mother," duly noted, Peter saluted. "Stop calling me that," Lydia glared. "Am I not your son?" Peter exclaimed passionately. Lydia froze as she muttered, "I always did want a boy." Peter double-tapped his chest, spreading his arms as if presenting himself, with his chin raised as if to say, "Well, here I am." Lydia giggled, while Felicia covered her eyes with her hand and shook her head. Chapter 366, Chapter 366, Lydia and Felicia, 5. Third-person POV. Peter leaned forward across the counter, resting one elbow on the polished surface like a salesman about to pitch a too-good-to-be-true deal. His eyes sparkled with mischief as he said, voice low and enticing, "Now that you're practically caught up, how would you like in?" Lydia blinked at him, taken aback. "What?" she asked, her brows drawing together as she gave him a weird look. Peter's posture didn't help. He was leaning in with the crooked grin of a man peddling something dangerous. "I could get you a quick fix," Peter continued smoothly, lifting his chin in a dramatic flourish. "Something that would completely change your life. Trust me, it's unlike anything you've ever experienced before. Absolute game changer." He shot her a sly look, eyebrows dancing suggestively. Lydia narrowed her eyes and let out a sharp scoff. "Are you selling me drugs or something? Because that's a pretty bold opening line, don't you think?" Before Peter could answer, Felicia reached over and unceremoniously shoved his face away, pressing her palm against his cheek until his words came out muffled. "Ignore this idiot," she said dryly, giving Lydia an exasperated glance. "He's just trying to be mysterious. He's talking about the same thing he gave his aunt and uncle, you know, the reason they look like they've suddenly turned back the clock 20 years. Lydia's eyes widened as she leaned in, lowering her voice to a conspiratorial whisper. "Okay, what exactly is that thing, really?" I noticed the change but didn't want to say anything. I mean, it would have been rude. But are we talking, like, virgin blood or something? Felicia let out a surprised laugh. What? No. What do you think we are, vampires? She shook her head with an amused snort. It's the super soldier serum. The same one that made Captain America into, well, Captain America. For a long second, Lydia just stared at them, her mouth opening and closing like a fish trying to form words. Wah, how, when, what are you talking about? She finally managed, shaking her head so hard her hair whipped around her face. That was all the invitation Peter and Felicia needed. They launched into the story, tag-teaming the explanation of how Gwen had managed to not only recreate but improve the original formula. They spoke about enhanced stability, reduced side effects, and the subtle, almost imperceptible upgrades that made it safer and stronger than the original. She rubbed her temples, still trying to process everything. Okay, she said finally, her voice weary. I need to sit down before my brain melts. Can we please take this to the couch? I don't think I can handle any more world-shattering revelations while standing. Peter and Felicia exchanged a knowing chuckle before moving to the living room. Felicia perched casually on the armrest, stretching her long legs across Peter's lap as though claiming her throne. Lydia followed more slowly, sinking into the couch cushions with a dazed expression. Unbelievable, she muttered, staring at the floor as if the answers might be hidden in the carpet. To think that a 15-year-old girl, who hasn't even finished high school, managed to solve and improve a scientific dilemma that stumped the greatest minds of the past half-century. She shook her head, a reluctant smile tugging at her lips. That's insane. Impressive, but insane. So, Felicia said, tilting her head curiously, are you going to take it? Lydia hesitated, her fingers fidgeting with the hem of her sleeve. I don't know. This is the serum that turned Captain America into a living legend. A national hero. Am I even worthy of something like that? She looked toward Felicia, uncertainty flickering in her eyes. What do you think? I think you're overthinking it, Felicia replied flatly, though there was a note of quiet concern beneath the dry tone. This isn't about heroism or glory. It's mostly about protection. If, God forbid, my identity ever gets leaked, you'd be one of the first targets. That's why Peter gave it to his aunt and uncle, so if the worst ever happened, they'd at least have a fighting chance. Lydia chewed on the inside of her cheek, considering that. Fair point. Don't forget the added bonus of looking young again, Felicia added with a teasing grin. So how does this even work? Do I need to pre-order it? Does it arrive in some discreet little package with a fake return address or something? Her expression was dead serious, immediately changing her tone, which only made Peter snort. Felicia rolled her eyes while Peter tried not to laugh outright. Not quite, he said, amusement creeping into his voice. But before we get that far, you should know there are two options, the standard version or the Koj version. For some reason, nobody's going for the Koj, even though it's objectively the superior formula. He gave a theatrical sigh, slumping slightly as though personally offended. I wonder why, Felicia said dryly, resting her head against the armrest. Maybe because most people aren't thrilled at the idea of mixing their DNA with that of a wild animal. Call me crazy, but that's not exactly an easy sell. Yeah, but Harry took it, Peter argued, absent-mindedly massaging Felicia's thigh as he spoke, and he looks and acts perfectly normal. No claws, no glowing eyes, nothing. Wait, he did. Lydia muttered, her brows lifting in surprise. I wouldn't have guessed. Yeah, Peter said with a small shrug, leaning back with a casual grin. That's basically the point. The whole idea is subtle. The serum works with your body, not against it. Lydia tilted her head, curiosity lighting her eyes. Okay, so, purely hypothetical, let's say I've always dreamed of flying. If I took this Koj thing with, like, bird DNA, what happens? Do my arms turn into wings, or do I grow an extra pair of wing appendages on my back? How would that even look? Felicia's eyebrows shot up, and then she burst out laughing before Lydia even finished her question. Hold on, what? You've always dreamed of flying. She clutched her stomach and doubled over in amusement. What kind of weird dream is that? Ha ha ha. Lydia's face went pink as she crossed her arms, glaring at Felicia. First of all, I said hypothetically. And don't act like you've never thought about it. I'm sure that at some point, when we were little kids, we all wondered what superpower we'd pick if we could have one. Flying just always seemed cool to me. Fun. Freeing. She turned her head away, lips pursed in embarrassment. Felicia laughed even harder at Lydia's defensive pout, nearly sliding off the couch. Oh, this is precious. Peter, however, nodded thoughtfully instead of teasing. Mine was super speed, he admitted with a faint smile. Felicia arched a perfectly shaped brow at him. Don't you already have that? Yup. Peter grinned, not the least bit apologetic. And it's just as cool as I imagined. Honestly. I love every second of it. I'm very thankful for these powers. His eyes softened briefly before turning back to Lydia, the scientist in him clearly already running calculations. As for your bird question, he continued, rubbing his chin, I'm not completely sure. Gwen would have to modify the serum to make sure the animal DNA blends seamlessly with the human genome. It'd be a bit of trial and error, but knowing her, she'd love the challenge. His lips curved into a smirk at the thought. Lydia's eyes flickered with polite confusion, trying to keep up. Peter chuckled and leaned forward, gesturing as he explained further. Okay, so, genomes are basically the instruction manuals inside every cell. Gwen's job would be to write the perfect set of instructions so the bird DNA functions exactly the way we want it to. Instead of your arms mutating into wings, the serum would create retractable wings on your back, wings you could summon when needed. All without permanent, freaky side effects. That's why I look normal and not like some half-spider monster. Lydia's shoulders slumped in half relief, half overload. That, honestly sounds like so much work. I don't want to be a bother. I'd probably be happier with the regular version. She forced a small smile, clearly intimidated by how casually he made it sound. Peter rolled his eyes dramatically. You wouldn't be bothering anyone. Trust me, Gwen treats this kind of thing like a Sunday crossword puzzle. She lives for difficult problems. All you'd need to do is tell me what animals you want. Animals? Lydia echoed, blinking. As in, more than one? Yup, Peter said with a grin. You can mix up to 3 traits. Like, say, the flight of a falcon with the strength of an elephant and one other. Triple combo package. Lydia's eyes lit up with a spark of childlike wonder. Oh, do that, she exclaimed, hands clasping together as her mind raced with possibilities. She immediately flushed, realizing how excited she sounded. I mean, hypothetically. Peter chuckled, enjoying her enthusiasm. All right, what would your third animal be? Lydia tapped her chin, pretending to think while her eyes darted upward. Good question. Oh, I know, Felicia interrupted with a teasing gleam in her eyes. How about a cougar? Peter snickered under his breath while Lydia turned an unimpressed stare on them both. That way we'd at least stay cat-related, Felicia added, her cheeks taking on the faintest rosy tint. Lydia raised both hands, curling her fingers like claws. Why stop there? Why not a lion? They're the king of the jungle for a reason. Peter and Felicia both froze, staring at her in silence as she held the claw pose with a perfectly straight face. Slowly, Lydia lowered her hands, her expression flattening into mock indifference. I think you have officially overstayed your welcome. Ah, they both yelped in unison, startled by the flicker of annoyance crossing her face. Chapter 367, Blood Sample. Third-person POV. Peter leaned casually against the edge of Gwen's desk, arms folded across his chest. Gwen sat in her rolling chair, one elbow propped against the armrest and a single finger resting thoughtfully against her temple. Her eyes, sharp and faintly amused, followed Peter as if studying a particularly fascinating specimen. So, Gwen began slowly, let me get this straight. She leaned a little closer, eyebrows raised, her tone dripping with mock disbelief. You want me to take time out of my very busy day so I can help your other girlfriend's mother learn how to fly, with wings? Peter winced. Okay, wow, when you say it like that, it sounds, I don't know, awful. Like, really awful. He scratched the back of his cheek and offered a strained, sheepish smile, shifting his weight from one foot to the other. Gwen tilted her head and smirked, clearly enjoying every second of his discomfort. That's because it is awful. She let the silence hang just long enough for Peter to squirm before she finally broke into a quiet chuckle. Relax, Pete. I'm messing with you. I just wanted you to hear how absurd your request actually sounds out loud. Peter exhaled in visible relief. So, you'll do it, he asked hopefully, his voice almost boyish in its eagerness. Gwen spun lazily from side to side in her chair, rolling her eyes with exaggerated flair. Obviously. Honestly, this sounds way too fun to pass up. I've never seriously considered the biomechanics of someone requesting the flight abilities of a bird. The genetic modifications alone are fascinating. But, Gwen continued with a teasing lilt, before I start, you have to tell me, what animal did Hawkgirl request? Peter froze mid-breath, his eyes widening in realization. His knees buckled dramatically and he collapsed onto all fours, clutching his head. I'm creating the entire freaking Justice League. He groaned. Took you long enough to notice, Gwen said with a musical chuckle, peeking over the edge of her chair to grin down at him. So what's next? Should we give her a giant spiked mace too? You know, just to really complete the aesthetic. At this point you're just making fun of me, Peter said pitifully. Glad you're catching up, Gwen replied smoothly. Pushing herself up from the chair, she stretched her arms overhead. Now, are you going to stay down there and mope, or are you actually going to help me out? Peter kicked himself back to his feet with a gymnast's grace, brushing imaginary dust from his jeans. What do you need? Before, we would have needed to make shady calls to the black market to get rare animal blood samples, Gwen said, strolling toward a row of metal drawers. She tugged one open and produced 3 empty syringes, their tips gleaming under the lab light. But now that we have portals, I need you to head out into the wilderness and collect the samples yourself. She handed him the syringes with a small, knowing smile. Peter accepted them reluctantly, holding the fragile tubes. Wait, can't we just send the spider bots? They love this kind of field trip. Gwen pivoted to face him, one eyebrow arched in mock severity. Are you disobeying my orders, Mr. Parker? Peter immediately straightened like a soldier at attention. No ma'am, he said crisply, voice cracking just slightly. Good boy. Gwen patted his cheek in an affectionate gesture that only deepened the foolish grin stretching across his face. Leaning forward, she pressed a quick kiss to his cheek, her voice softening to a playful murmur. Now hurry back, you doofus. And try not to get mauled by anything. Peter gave a sharp, overdramatic salute. Yes, ma'am. A shimmering blue portal opened behind him with a low humph, spilling jungle-scented air into the lab. Peter stepped backward into it, disappearing with a final wave. The humid air of the rainforest wrapped around him like a damp blanket the instant he emerged. Peter inhaled deeply, the earthy smell of wet leaves and moss filling his lungs. High above, shafts of sunlight pierced through the dense canopy, scattering golden light across the emerald landscape. All right, he muttered, crouching low before springing upward into the towering trees, time to play Pokemon Ranger. Spider-Man swung effortlessly from vine to vine, releasing exaggerated monkey calls as he soared through the dense jungle. Slapping a passing tree trunk for extra dramatic effect. He grabbed a thick vine and let out a full-throated Tarzan yell, the sound echoing wildly across the rainforest. High above the treetops, Spider-Man shot upward in a graceful arc, cupping his hands over his eyes like makeshift binoculars. He scanned the dense greenery below, spotted nothing, and plummeted back into the leaves with a theatrical groan. A few trees over, he sprang upward again, twisting midair as he searched. Where are you, you feathery speed demon? Then, through a break in the branches, he finally saw it, a sleek peregrine falcon gliding elegantly through the air, wings cutting the wind like sharpened blades. Peter's eyes lit up. Gotcha. With a flick of his wrist, a shimmering portal opened midair just ahead of the falcon. The startled bird shot through it, and directly into Peter's waiting arms. Hello, little birdie, he cooed triumphantly, tightening his grip. The falcon, however, had other plans. It exploded into a flurry of furious screeches, wings thrashing. Whoa, hey, easy there. Peter yelped, wrestling with the feathered missile. This would be so much easier if you'd just cooperate. The bird pecked at his face with pinpoint precision. Ah. Not the face, not the face. My eyes. My eyes. With one last desperate lunge, Peter managed to secure a blood sample before the bird wriggled free and vanished into the jungle with an indignant shriek. He collapsed onto the forest floor, panting hee, just kidding, buddy. Thanks for the donation, he called as he let the falcon dart back into the sky. Minutes later, Spider-Man burst through the sand, sprinting with exaggerated, cartoonish effort. His breath came in comically overdone pants as he clutched 2 tiny vials of precious blood in his gloved hands. Who? Ha-iya. Ha-iya, he cried, half to keep his rhythm and half because it felt appropriate. The ground beneath him began to quake. Leaves shivered violently. A low rumble swelled into a deafening roar as an ear-piercing trumpet echoed across the savannah. Peter risked a glance over his shoulder, and froze. An entire herd of elephants thundered through the undergrowth behind him, their colossal forms shaking the earth with every step. Peter was sprinting for his life, lungs burning and legs pumping as the ground trembled beneath him. A thunderous stampede of elephants roared across the floor behind him, their trumpeting bellows echoing through the trees like war horns. Birds scattered in terrified bursts, along with the call of other animals. It was only a blood sample. Peter shouted over his shoulder. There's no need to be stingy. You've got gallons upon gallons of blood to spare, what's a few missing drops? The elephants answered with an ear-splitting chorus of trumpets that rattled his eardrums. Okay, that's a no. Peter wheezed, vaulting over a boulder. Message received. Far from the chaos of the jungle, Spider-Man now found himself clinging to the sheer side of a towering mountain, every breath coming in ragged gasps. Cold wind whipped at his mask as he scaled upward, fingers trembling on jagged stones slick with mist. "Don't look down, don't look down, don't look down," he muttered like a mantra, sweat mixing with the mountain's chill. He reached for a protruding rock, only to feel it crumble under his weight. "Ah!" Peter screamed as his foot slipped and gravity yanked him downward. In a desperate blur, bone claws erupted from his knuckles with a sharp snick. And he slammed them into the cliffside, the impact jolting his shoulders. Pebbles rained down into the foggy abyss below. Dangling by one arm, he started mock-sobbing. "Why is this happening to me?" With another grunt he extended the claws from his other hand, stabbing them deep into the rock and climbing again, one agonizing stab at a time. By the time he reached a small ledge wide enough to rest on, he swung a leg over first, flopping onto the perch like a tired fish and rolled onto his back. "Phew, at least I'm safe and sound," he exhaled, chest heaving. A deep, low growl answered him. Peter froze. Slowly, ever so slowly, he tilted his head. A mountain lion stood barely a foot behind him, golden eyes locked on his every movement, tail flicking with predatory interest. Peter's throat tightened as he forced an awkward smile. "Gee good kitty," he said in a trembling voice. The lion's ears twitched. Its muscles coiled. Peter gulped audibly. "Right. Bad kitty." A burst of blue energy lit up Gwen's lab as Peter stumbled back inside. He was a wreck. Mud streaked his suit. Leaves clung to his shoulders at random angles. Twigs stuck out of his mask like improvised antennas. Thin claw marks scored his arms and face, and his shoulders sagged beneath the weight of pure exhaustion. "Honey, I'm home," Peter croaked, dragging his feet across the lab floor. Gwen barely managed to turn her head before collapsing against her desk, laughing so hard tears sprang to her eyes. "Oh my God," she gasped between wheezes. "Peter, just what the hell were you doing out there?" Peter held up the vials of precious animal blood like a war hero displaying hard-won trophies. Still giggling, Gwen strode over and plucked the samples from his muddy hands. "These are perfect," she said brightly, though her grin gave away her amusement. "Also, you're cleaning up this mess. You know I don't tolerate chaos in my lab, Pete." Peter groaned, slumping against the counter. After risking life and limb, surviving stampedes, mountain lions, and talons to the face, this is the thanks I get. So this is married life. Tragic. Gwen smirked, raising an eyebrow. Married life. I don't see a ring on my finger, Mr. Parker. Peter snapped his fingers, conjuring a small cleaning spell that whisked away mud and debris with a faint sparkle. His suit dissolved in a shimmer as he stepped forward and wrapped his arms around Gwen from behind. He rested his chin on her shoulder, pressing a warm kiss to her cheek. "Ring, ceremony, those are just decorations," he murmured softly. "In my heart, you're already my wife." Gwen's cheeks flushed crimson despite her best attempt to look unimpressed. She rolled her eyes, but the smile tugging at her lips betrayed her. "You are such a cornball," she said with a breathless laugh. "And you love it," Peter whispered, tightening his embrace. "Maybe," Gwen admitted, leaning back against him with a tiny, contented sigh. Chapter 368, Finished Product. Third-person POV. Peter and Gwen stood side by side in the soft glow of the lab's holographic projectors, their faces lit by shifting shades of blue and green. Before them floated two separate holograms, one a slowly rotating DNA helix, shimmering with tiny neon markers, and the other a translucent three-dimensional model of the human body. The second hologram pulsed faintly every time Gwen adjusted the twisting helix, the changes rippling through the figure's anatomy. Gwen's fingers danced over the hovering control panel, flicking through sequences of genetic code with practiced precision. "All right," she murmured under her breath, eyes narrowing in concentration as she dragged one glowing strand across the interface. "Let's try this adjustment," and she froze mid-sentence, her brow arching in confusion. The holographic figure's head flickered and reformed, sporting a long, unmistakably elephant-like trunk in place of a normal human nose. Peter tilted his head, crossing his arms as he regarded the mutant projection. "I don't know," he said with mock seriousness, tapping the side of his own nose as if comparing. "There's definitely something wrong with this one, but hey, I did tell you to follow your nose." Gwen bit back a laugh, but the corner of her mouth betrayed her with a twitch. "Shut up, Pete. Please, I really don't want to hear you making wisecracks every time I fail." "Come on," Peter pressed, unable to resist, his grin widening as he leaned a little closer. "Let me help you sniff out the problem. I've got a real nose for these things." That earned him an eye roll. Gwen giggled despite herself, throwing her head back with a small, exasperated groan before turning back to the interface. "You're so annoying," she muttered, fingers flicking across the display once again. The hologram shimmered, the elephant trunk collapsing inward as new data streamed into place. But instead of a clean correction, the figure's arms and legs elongated and reshaped, reforming into sleek feline limbs tipped with claws. Peter let out a low whistle. Nice work. If you ever need me to lend you a paw, just say the word. But I think we just scratched the surface of the problem. Gwen pressed her lips together, pulling the hem of her shirt up to cover the bridge of her nose as she inhaled slowly, a desperate attempt to smother the laughter bubbling in her chest. Another adjustment. The cat limbs dissolved with a ripple of light, feathers sprouting in their place as a pair of broad, white bird wings. Gwen sighed in partial relief. Okay, this is progress. Peter's shoulders shook with restrained amusement. Absolutely. Just don't let it ruffle your feathers if it takes a few more tries. Like you said, progress. Gwen turned her head ever so slightly, giving him a slow, dangerous look from the corner of her eye. Her lips twitched again, betraying the smile she was fighting to suppress, but she said nothing and returned to the controls. The projection flickered once more, and this time, the bird wings vanished entirely while a pair of enormous elephant ears flapped into existence on either side of the figure's head. Gwen's left eyebrow gave a violent twitch. She could feel Peter's gaze boring into the side of her skull. Tilting her head just enough to send a warning, she hissed through clenched teeth, "Don't. Just don't." Peter pressed his lips together, his cheeks puffing out as he struggled not to laugh. Okay, but just hear me out. That was as far as he got before Gwen spun on her heel and started playfully swatting his arm with quick, light slaps. I told you. To. Stop. She said between mock blows, her own laughter spilling through the cracks of her frustration. Peter raised his hands in surrender, laughing as he tried to block her harmless attacks. All right. Truce. But you've got to admit, jumbo ears are kind of adorable. The tension dissolved into shared laughter that echoed through the quiet lab. Their playful bickering gave way to focused collaboration as they refined the genetic code, testing sequence after sequence until the hologram finally stabilized. At last, Gwen exhaled a long, satisfied breath and stepped back from the console. Perfect, she said, her eyes gleaming with triumph. The final projection stood before them, a humanoid figure with sleek, retractable claws and elegant wings folded neatly against its back. The wings can regress into the spinal cavity and reform on command. I based the regeneration pattern off Lizzie's X gene. One thought is all it takes to trigger the mutation. So does that mean we're done here? Peter asked, rocking back on his heels with an expectant smile. His hands were stuffed casually in his pockets, but there was a telltale glint in his eyes that said he was already plotting something. Yes, Gwen replied with a satisfied nod, brushing a loose strand of hair from her face. I just need to run the production sequence based on the final modifications. A translucent digital keyboard flickered to life in midair, the keys glowing a soft blue as she began to type. Her fingers danced across the surface with practiced ease. Wait, before you start, Peter said suddenly, leaning toward her with exaggerated urgency. He lowered his voice, eyes bright with barely contained mischief. Can I ask for a small, tiny favor? You're really going to love this. It's nothing big, I swear. Gwen paused mid-keystroke and turned her head slowly, narrowing her eyes in playful suspicion. What is it? She asked, her tone a careful balance of curiosity and warning. Peter leaned closer until his breath brushed the edge of her ear and whispered a few quick words. Gwen's eyes went wide for a split second before she clapped a hand over her mouth and burst into uncontrollable laughter. You're ridiculous, she said through her giggles, swatting at his arm. Gwen continued to laugh within the back of her hand as she said, You know I don't normally ask for much, but could I be the one to do it? That might just be among one of the top 10 funniest thing we could do. Peter grinned triumphantly. Knock yourself out. Without wasting a second, Gwen pounced on the holographic keyboard like a woman possessed. Her fingers flew over the controls in a flurry of rapid clicks and glowing symbols, the display lighting up with a cascade of data streams. While that's brewing, she announced, smirking like a mischievous cat, I'm going to get ready. A short while later, the pair emerged from the lab and into the cool evening air. Peter had changed into a simple navy t-shirt and well-worn jeans. Gwen, by contrast, was effortlessly radiant in a soft pink sweater paired with a pleated skirt, her golden hair falling loose over her shoulders. The climb up the apartment stairs was filled with quiet anticipation. Peter kept glancing sideways at her, his lips twitching as if he were holding back a laugh, while Gwen maintained the serene composure of someone who was absolutely enjoying a private joke. When they reached Felicia's door, Gwen knocked lightly. A few seconds later, it opened to reveal Lydia, dressed in cozy home clothes and clutching a half-folded dish towel. She blinked in surprise, her eyebrows lifting. What are you two doing here so soon? Lydia asked, her tone a mixture of curiosity and mild suspicion. I mean, we didn't even finish talking until, 3 hours ago. And we just had dinner. Don't tell me you're already done. It was fairly simple, really, Gwen said with a polite, almost too innocent smile. Mind if we come inside? Of course, come right in, Lydia replied, stepping aside to let them through. The warm smell of soap and leftover pasta filled the small apartment. Peter and Gwen followed the soft clatter of running water to the kitchen, where Felicia stood at the sink, wearing a scowl that was equal parts annoyance and dramatic suffering. Her sleeves were rolled up to her elbows, and she was scrubbing a stubborn pan like it had personally insulted her. When she saw them, her silver eyes lit up with relief. "Oh, thank God, you too. I'm so glad to." "Don't you dare stop scrubbing," Lydia cut in sharply, pointing a warning finger without even looking. "This is your punishment, remember." Felicia froze mid-turn, then let out a dramatic whimper. "What did I even do to deserve this?" she cried, clutching the sponge to her chest like a tragic heroine. "This is cruel and unfair." Peter leaned casually against the counter while Gwen slid onto a nearby stool, both of them struggling not to laugh. Lydia, ever the gracious host, offered them drinks, which they politely declined, their eyes still flicking toward Felicia's theatrical dishwashing. Felicia shot them a pointed look over her shoulder, soap bubbles clinging to her wrist. "Would you two just give it to her already? She's been pacing around like a junkie waiting for her next fix. Checking her phone, peeking out the window every 5 minutes, seriously, it's embarrassing." "Felicia." Lydia gasped, cheeks coloring as she spun to glare at her. "Do you want me to bump your punishment from weeks to months?" Felicia shrank back with a sheepish grin, muttering something unintelligible as she went back to scrubbing. Peter and Gwen exchanged a quick glance before breaking into wide, conspiratorial grins. Gwen reached into the pocket of her sweater and slowly pulled out a sleek silver can, sliding it across the counter toward Lydia with a deliberate flick. Lydia frowned, curiosity knitting her brow as she picked up the chilled can. The metallic surface gleamed under the kitchen light, its blue and red markings unmistakable. She gave it a small shake, puzzled. "A Red Bull." Peter and Gwen's smiles stretched from ear to ear. In perfect unison, they announced, "Red Bull gives you wings." For a heartbeat, the room went silent. Then Felicia doubled over, clutching the sink for support as she howled with laughter, her shoulders shaking uncontrollably. Peter cracked up next, his laugh warm and infectious, while Gwen giggled so hard she had to steady herself against the counter. Lydia, however, simply stared at the can with the deadpan patience of someone used to dealing with idiots. She rolled her eyes and let out a soft chuckle. "All right," she said, holding the can up to the light. "Cute. Now for real, where is it?" Peter, still wiping tears of laughter from his eyes, pointed at the can over and over again. "Right there," he insisted between breaths. Lydia's eyebrows inched upward. "Wait. Are you telling me you put the serum inside the Red Bull can?" Gwen covered her mouth to hide a grin, her shoulders shaking. "Kinda," she said, barely suppressing another fit of laughter. "The Red Bull is the serum." "What?" Lydia asked in a flat baritone, staring at them like they'd both lost their minds. Chapter 369, Bottoms Up. Third-person POV. "It's best if you drink it before you go to sleep," Gwen advised after finally calming down from her fit of laughter, her breathing still a little uneven. "The effects take time to settle in, and they're not exactly pleasant to go through. We're talking about mutating your cells here. That's never going to feel like a warm bubble bath. It would be easier on your body if you were already in a deep sleep, your mind will be less aware of the strain, and your body will have time to adapt naturally." Lydia nodded slowly, her fingers brushing along the can as if it were more dangerous than it looked. "Do I need to keep this refrigerated in the meantime or?" Peter scoffed under his breath, a grin pulling at his lips. "Depends on how you want to drink it. Room temp, chilled, poured into a martini glass, doesn't really matter. It's still going to taste terrible." "Noted," Lydia muttered, rolling her eyes. She stood, crossed the kitchen, and slid the Red Bull-looking container inside the fridge with exaggerated care, as though locking away a grenade. When she returned, her posture was a little more tense, her shoulders drawn up. She glanced at Gwen, then Peter, before admitting, "I've been thinking about all of this, honestly I can't help but be uneasy. I mean, I'm going to drink something that'll literally change me forever. That's not exactly a light commitment." "That's completely normal," Gwen reassured, softening her tone as she offered a patient smile. "If you want, I can walk you through the process step by step, how the formula will trigger the changes, what symptoms you'll feel first, how your body will adapt and stabilize. Sometimes understanding the science makes it less scary." Lydia leaned against the counter, resting her head in her hand with a groan. "You're telling me I'm about to get a lesson on the changes of my body from a girl who hasn't even finished puberty yet? I can't help but feel like the roles are reversed here. What has my life come to?" Gwen reached her hand out dramatically, trying to keep her face serious even as her lips twitched with restrained amusement. "I understand this can all be confusing, but there comes a time in every adult's life." Her mock-serious voice was instantly drowned out by Peter and Felicia bursting into giggles. Even Lydia cracked a smile at the sight of the three of them so relaxed, the tension in her chest loosening. The heaviness of what she was about to do seemed, for the moment, a little easier to bear. By then, Felicia had finished drying the last dish and stacked it neatly in its place before joining the group. She leaned against the table just as Gwen wrapped up her long-winded explanation, her hands gesturing wildly as though she were giving a university lecture. Yeah, so. I'm not a biologist, Lydia admitted when Gwen finally paused for breath. She rubbed the back of her neck sheepishly. I only understood, like, 2/4 of what you just said. You could have just said half, Felicia deadpanned, smirking as she leaned closer to Lydia. What's with the 2/4 thing? Shut up, will you? Lydia scoffed, nudging her playfully. Speaking of quarters. Peter cut in like he'd been waiting for his chance to jump into the conversation. He turned toward Lydia with a grin. Are you going to be joining us tomorrow? You know, when I finally open FEAST. Felicia blinked and stared at him. How the hell did you go from quarters to feast? A quarter is another word for a room, Peter explained with patience. Which reminded me of all the rooms we'll get to see tomorrow in the new building. They're finished, decorated, polished, the whole deal. We're heading over early to take a look around before I have to give a speech and officially open it to the public. His enthusiasm was practically radiating as he spoke, his words quickening with each sentence. Lydia looked baffled, clearly missing some context. The three of them took a moment to explain Peter's long-time project, how much effort he'd poured into building FEAST, how it was meant to serve as a shelter, a community hub, and a lifeline for people who had nowhere else to go. When the explanation sank in, Lydia blinked in genuine surprise. Whoa, that's really sweet of you. Not a lot of people would go through the trouble of building something like that, let alone making it a nonprofit. I honestly forgot for a second that you're, you know, a billionaire/celebrity. She gave a wry little smile, then grew thoughtful, her voice quieter. Although, I'm not entirely sure I'll be able to attend. I mean, I will wake up tomorrow sprouting wings out of my back and everything. I don't think showing up in public would be the smoothest idea since I will need time to adjust. Actually, if you don't mind, Gwen interjected, raising her hand a little, I'd like you to drop by the lab tomorrow so I can give you an official checkup, just to make sure everything proceeds smoothly. Felicia can guide you there. Tomorrow sure sounds like a busy day, Felicia said with an exasperated grin, drying her hands on a dish towel before tossing it aside. First we'll check on your mom, Peter recounted, ticking off each point on his fingers, afterwards we'll explore the finished building, then I've got to give a public speech and announcement, and finally. He let out a long sigh, his lips curling into a tired smile just thinking about it, I officially cut the ribbon and open the place. Sounds like a blast, doesn't it? The group chuckled lightly at his sarcasm. They hung around the kitchen for a little while longer, chatting idly about small things until the night began to stretch too far. With morning looming over them and the promise of a long, hectic day ahead, Peter and Gwen finally called it a night. Lydia and Felicia walked them to the entrance, seeing them off as the couple exited the complex. Peter slipped an arm over Gwen's shoulders, pulling her in close as they descended the steps together. The street outside was calm, washed in soft yellow glow from the street lamps, the air carrying the faint chill of night. Gwen leaned comfortably against his shoulder, her hands tucked snugly inside her sweater pockets. Peter glanced at her out of the corner of his eye, lips twitching into a mischievous smile. So, wanna fuck? Her cheeks puffed as she stifled a laugh, tilting her head to glare at him playfully. Wow. Straightforward. You're really a poet, you know that, she said, dripping sarcasm. I sometimes forget how romantic you are. My bad, Peter said quickly, clearing his throat and adopting a mock suave tone. He straightened his posture and, with a ridiculous amount of fake charm, said, Hey beautiful, would you like to partake in some coitus with me? Wow. Gwen deadpanned, eyes narrowing in amusement. Break out the scientific terminology, huh? You sure know how to get a girl all riled up. Her lips curved into a smirk as she let out a soft laugh. She jabbed her elbow into his ribs lightly. And maybe don't ask me that while we're in public, you perv. Peter leaned down slightly, his voice dipping into a playful whisper near her ear. I've yet to hear a no. And you're not gonna, she murmured back, the sly grin on her face daring him to keep pushing. Peter turned his head slowly, blinking at her in shock. Gwen just gave him that fox-like grin and kept walking, refusing to elaborate. His lips parted like he wanted to say something clever, but for once, he found himself at a loss for words. Later that night, well after the city had gone quiet, Lydia padded into her room with the can of Red Bull clutched in her hand. The metal hissed with a crisp click as she popped the tab open. Using her hip, she nudged the door shut behind her and made her way to the bed. She raised the can in a mock toast to the empty room. Bottoms up, she muttered, her voice tinged with a mix of nervousness and determination, then tilted her head back. The liquid burned slightly on the way down, its sharp tang doing little to mask the weight of what it represented. Lydia chuckled dryly between gulps. Heh. Red Bull gives you wings, what a bunch of smart asses. She finished it all in one go, forcing her eyes shut until it was gone. The empty can clinked softly against the wood of her nightstand as she set it down. Crawling under the covers, she pulled the sheets up tight around herself, cocooning in the warmth of her bed. This honestly better be worth it, Lydia muttered into the quiet, her body sinking deeper into the mattress as the first hints of drowsiness crept in. She closed her eyes, steadying her breath, waiting for sleep to claim her. Chapter 370, Wake Up. Third-person POV. Felicia lay sprawled on her bed, tangled in the sheets with nothing but a loose tank top and her underwear. She was deep in that heavy half-conscious state of sleep when a sudden crash split the silence, followed by the clatter of things falling to the floor. Her eyes snapped open, unfocused at first, and she sat up slowly, blinking. She dragged a hand through her messy bed hair, yawning, but the noises in the distance kept her awake, loud thuds, something toppling over, and a muffled voice that sounded more frantic than anything. Felicia swung her legs off the bed, rubbing her eyes as she stood, and stepped cautiously into the hall. She turned instinctively toward her mother's room, the direction the noises were coming from. At first, she thought maybe something had just fallen or her mother had tripped over something, but as the muffled sound grew into a ruckus, Felicia's sleep fog lifted instantly. Her instinct screamed that something was wrong. She broke into a sprint, heart pounding, and burst through the bedroom door. Mom. The sight that greeted her was pure chaos. Lydia was in the middle of the room, hair wild, objects scattered everywhere. Her eyes were wide with disbelief as she twisted and turned, completely uncoordinated, while enormous wings stretched and flapped clumsily from her back, knocking into anything within range. Whoa, 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 Felicia. Lydia yelped, spinning too quickly. Mom, stop movie, Felicia rushed forward, but before she could finish, one of the wings smacked her square across the face, making her stumble back. Oh my God, I'm so sorry. Lydia gasped, though she bit back a laugh as she tried to reach for her daughter. The attempt only ended with another wing sweeping across the room, toppling over a lamp and scattering even more clutter. Felicia growled under her breath and charged forward, grabbing Lydia by the shoulders with firm hands. Her jaw clenched as she held her in place. Stop moving. And sit still, she hissed through gritted teeth. I can't help it, Lydia admitted sheepishly, her cheeks tinged pink as her wings gave another nervous flutter. They've got a mind of their own right now. Rolling her eyes, Felicia slowly guided her mother toward the bed like she was wrangling a wild animal. Eventually, Lydia sat down, tucking her hands neatly between her thighs as if that would somehow keep her wings from thrashing about. They still twitched and fluttered occasionally, but at least they weren't wreaking havoc anymore. Felicia pinched the bridge of her nose, sighing deeply. Okay. First of all, how are you feeling? Lydia smirked, her eyes sparkling. Sweaty. And like I can rule the entire world. She looked down at her hands in awe. I just feel so strong. So full of life. Is this how you've been feeling all this time? Kinda. Felicia replied, scratching the back of her head, her top rose with her movement slightly to reveal the firm muscle of her stomach. Lydia immediately pressed a hand to her own stomach, feeling the firm ridges that hadn't been there before. Holy hell, do I also have abs too? I do. I actually have abs. And I didn't even have to work for these. What a complete cheat. She practically squealed as she flexed her arms next, marveling at the definition in her biceps. Felicia rubbed her forehead, exasperated. Unbelievable. Wait, Lydia said suddenly, her playful giddiness shifting into a deadly serious tone. Don't tell me I have to work hard to maintain this figure now, do I? Not that I mind, but it would seriously be a hassle. Felicia arched a brow at the change in mood. No. You've got an enhanced metabolism now. Eat whatever you want, it won't ruin your figure. I mean, I've seen MJ shovel food like a black hole and still look like she's about to walk a runway. Lydia gasped, clutching her chest dramatically. This might be the greatest gift I've ever received. She reached up to touch her face, her expression softening as she noticed details for the first time. My wrinkles are gone. My skin's smooth again. My hair, look, it's silky. And, no bags under my eyes. Felicia, do you understand? I look 10 years younger. You're way too excited about this, Felicia muttered, rolling her eyes again. You're goddamn right I am. Lydia shot back with a scoff. You're still young. You don't know what it's like watching your body betray you. To get tired so quickly, to have your muscles ache from the smallest things, your bones creaking like old wood, it's terrifying, feeling yourself break down piece by piece. Growing weak. Helpless. All right, I get it, Felicia grumbled, throwing her hands up. No, you don't, Lydia said, shaking her head, though her giddy grin quickly returned. The joy of newfound strength was written all over her face. Felicia sighed again and turned toward the door. Whatever. Let's just get you ready for your checkup with Gwen. And for God's sake, put those damn wings away before you destroy the whole house. Meanwhile, Peter was lying comfortably on his back, hands folded behind his head like a pillow, his hair tousled against the sheets. Gwen straddled him, her body rising and falling in a steady rhythm, the blanket draped lazily across their hips. With every bounce, her breasts moved in sync, brushing against his chest as she braced herself against him, nails occasionally digging into his skin when the sensation became too much to contain. Peter pushed himself up from the pillows, meeting her halfway. Gwen instinctively wrapped her legs tighter around his waist, clinging to him as their movements grew slower, more deliberate, savoring instead of rushing. Their lips crashed together with a mix of urgency and tenderness, a messy clash of devotion and desire. Gwen threaded her fingers through his hair, clutching the back of his head as if letting go would shatter the moment entirely. The two of them began to tremble, shuddering with every breath, their groans muffled against each other's mouths. Their bodies locked tight until finally, the tension broke, leaving them stiff for only a heartbeat before melting into relief. They collapsed against one another, foreheads pressed together, their exhales ragged and mingling as they caught their breath in unison. "We really have to get going," Gwen whispered, her lips brushing against his between words. Peter chuckled softly, still holding her against his chest. "We really do," he admitted, though his arms refused to loosen. "Then let go so we can move," she teased, pressing her palms playfully against his chest as if to push him off. "You're asking the impossible of me here," Peter sighed dramatically, burying his face into the curve of her neck. He pressed a slow kiss there, inhaling her warmth. "Peter." Gwen groaned, though her tone was softened by a laugh. "We're going to be late." "But what about our pillow talk?" he said pitifully, tilting his head up just enough to look at her with mock despair. She raised a brow, smirking. "Our pillow talk?" "Yeah," he said with an exaggerated nod, arguably the best part of all of this. "I mean, how else am I supposed to convince you I'm madly in love with you if we skip it?" Gwen giggled, unable to help herself. She cupped his face and pulled him into a lingering kiss, her laughter breaking against his lips. "Trust me," she murmured with amusement, "I already know." She leaned close to his ear, her voice dropping into a whisper that made his cheeks burn. "I can feel all your love swimming deep inside me." Peter's face went scarlet, his composure crumbling instantly. His fluster only made Gwen laugh harder, the sound bubbling out of her as she patted his cheek affectionately. She kissed him once more, quick, mischievous, like a promise, before finally pulling back. "Come on," she said, stretching her arms over her head, the motion casual yet captivating. "We really need to get a move on. We've got quite a day ahead of us." They both sighed, reluctant but resigned, their bodies still humming from the closeness. Gwen slipped off the bed, the blanket sliding down around her legs, and with a casual flick of her wrist opened a shimmering portal. She stepped through to her room on the other side, pausing just long enough to catch his gaze. With a knowing smile, she winked before the portal closed, leaving the faint ripple of magic in the air. Peter leaned back against the mattress, still catching his breath. He exhaled heavily, shaking his head with a crooked grin. "What a dangerous girl," he muttered, before rolling out of bed and finally dragging himself off to get ready as well. Chapter 371, Punching Test. Third-person POV. Gwen leaned casually against her work desk, her arms folded as she watched Peter spin lazily around in her chair. The chair creaked in protest as he went around and around, blowing raspberries each time he passed her direction like a mischievous child seeking attention. "Having fun?" Gwen asked dryly, raising an eyebrow. "Immensely," Peter replied between spins, clearly unbothered by her unimpressed tone. Before Gwen could say more, the familiar whir of energy filled the lab. A swirling portal ignited into existence at the far end of the room. The glowing ring pulsed with silver energy. Both Gwen and Peter turned just in time to see Felicia step through, her trademark smirk firmly in place. Behind her, Lydia staggered out with far less grace, her eyes wide and posture instinctively crouched as to not touch the edge of the portal. The older woman blinked several times, adjusting to the bright, sterile light of Gwen's lab. "Yeah, that is still weird," Lydia said after a moment, straightening up. "It's definitely going to take me a while to get used to that." Once the portal shimmered and vanished behind them, Lydia finally had the chance to take in her surroundings. Her jaw slackened slightly as she scanned the expanse of the lab, sleek chrome walls, suspended monitors, holographic displays projecting molecular structures midair while spiderbots scuttled across the walls. "Wow," Lydia breathed, letting out a long whistle. "You weren't kidding, Felicia. This place looks like something straight out of the future. I feel like I just walked on the set of a sci-fi movie." Felicia smirked and brushed her hair over her shoulder. "Sorry we were late," she said nonchalantly. This one was having trouble finding clothes that fit her thick thunder thighs and that big bubble butt of hers. Lydia froze mid-step, her face instantly flushing red as she turned toward her daughter with wide eyes. "Felicia," she hissed, mortified. "Do you have to say that out loud?" Felicia simply shrugged, utterly unapologetic. "I'm just stating facts." Peter chuckled, unable to resist joining in. Cat, you were supposed to bring your mother, not your sister. What happened? Felicia turned to him slowly, her claws sliding out with an audible snikt. How about I claw off your dick, she said in a dangerously sweet tone. Would that be enough of an explanation for you? Peter raised both hands instantly in mock surrender, though the grin on his face didn't fade. Lydia couldn't help but laugh. He sure knows how to win brownie points, she teased, giving Felicia a playful nudge with her elbow as they walked. While the banter carried on, Gwen quietly activated her wristwatch. A soft hum filled the air as a thin beam of blue light projected outward, scanning Lydia from head to toe. The beam flickered methodically, tracing every inch of her body with precision. Whoa, what's that? Lydia asked, blinking rapidly. Relax, Gwen said calmly, eyes focused on the data scrolling across her watch's holographic display. Just a routine scan. I want to make sure everything's stable after the serum injection. How have you been feeling since this morning? Anything off, dizziness, nausea, pain? Lydia shook her head, still fascinated by the light weaving across her skin. Actually, no. Quite the opposite, really. I feel amazing. Better than I've felt in years, honestly. A little hungry, maybe, but that's probably because we didn't have time for breakfast. Feeling hungry is completely normal, Gwen assured her, tapping her watch again. A larger holographic screen appeared in front of her, displaying streams of vital data and biometric readings. All your vitals are within the expected range. The serum's performing exactly as intended, no adverse effects, no instability. That's excellent news. Lydia's eyes widened. You got all that from a single scan, she asked incredulously. Don't you need to, I don't know, draw blood or do an X-ray, maybe an MRI or something? Gwen chuckled softly. No need for any of that. Thanks to Peter's upgrades, our scanners are state-of-the-art. They can analyze everything to a cellular level in seconds. It's a huge step forward from traditional methods, and useful if we ever have to deal with someone who has, say, impenetrable skin. Peter grinned at the subtle praise, hopping off the chair. The group started toward the adjoining corridor that led to the training section of the lab. Lydia walked a few steps behind, her eyes darting from one piece of equipment to another in fascination. Every surface seemed alive with energy, displays flickering, servo arms moving with mechanical precision, and spider bots skittering across the ceiling. Suddenly, one of the bots hovered directly in front of her, its small robotic limbs clutching something. Lydia froze, unsure how to react until the bot extended a claw and offered her a wrapped protein bar. Ah, thanks, she said uncertainly, taking it from the bot's tiny grip. She glanced over at the others for explanation. Gwen started to explain with a knowing smile. Those bars are high-calorie protein supplements designed for enhanced metabolism. Peter and MJ usually need them the most, but they'll help you too. One should keep you full for several hours. I see, thank you, Lydia said, surprised at how good the bar tasted as she bit into it. The flavor was immediately comforting, like chocolate and toasted nuts with a hint of something citrusy. Enhanced taste bubs, Gwen said with a grin when she saw Lydia's reaction. We have to make things actually pleasant, otherwise we have problems eating them. They moved down the corridor and arrived at the training space. Felicia escorted Lydia into the changing room, then returned wearing an unstable molecule fiber suit that hugged her lithe frame. When Lydia stepped back out, the training area looked like a testing ground from a futuristic gladiator arena, reinforced targets, motion capture rigs, grappling posts, weighted dummies, and an array of machines specifically designed to measure force, speed, and endurance. All right, Peter said, leaning casually against a heavy punching machine. He tapped the thick padded faceplate with the heel of his hand. First test, strength. Don't hold back. This thing's basically indestructible, built to take literal tons of impact. Lydia studied the padded target. Her feet were planted a little too close together, her shoulders rose nervously. Okay, if you say so. She murmured, raising her fist in what could only be described as a girlish jab. Her stance looked uncertain and awkward, more polite than powerful. Stop. 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 Felicia barked, throwing her hands up as if shielding her eyes from a crime. Mom. What the hell are you doing? Lydia blinked, genuinely confused. What? What did I do wrong? Felicia's face scrunched with equal parts disbelief and horror. What is that punch? You're embarrassing me. Holy hell. What's wrong with the way I punch, huh? Lydia snapped defensively, she hated being put on the spot and hated being laughed at more. Jesus Christ, come here, Felicia ordered, stepping forward to correct Lydia's form. She grabbed Lydia's arm gently yet firmly, aligning her feet, dropping her shoulders, and turning her hips into the motion. I fear the day you get into a street fight and you embarrass our household by throwing a punch like that. I would disown you as my mother. She shook her head, a flash of exaggerated drama that made even Gwen snicker. You think that just because you're with your friends you can talk to me like that? It doesn't matter how I throw a punch, I'll still lay your ass out, superhero or not, Lydia retorted, but she allowed Felicia to reposition her without argument. Just throw the goddamn punch, Felicia muttered through gritted teeth, stalking back to lean beside Peter and Gwen, who were trying very hard not to laugh outright. Lydia squared her shoulders, planting her weight on her back foot. She twisted her hip, tightened her core, and launched her fist forward in a fast, precise strike. The impact rolled through her knuckles and into the padded face of the machine with a sound like a distant cannon blast. The padding took the shock, and the safety dampeners kept the room from shaking apart. Numbers on the machine's hollow display climbed like a rocket, a blur of digits leaving only afterimages in Lydia's vision. The counter pinged and settled. The machine stopped at 118,000 pounds, which was the equivalent of 59 tons. Lydia stared. Whoa. She breathed, astonishment plain on her face. Again, Peter instructed, as Gwen quickly jotted the reading on a tablet. Lydia grinned, surprised at how addictive seeing those numbers rise was. She pulled back, let out a controlled grunt, and snapped another punch. The display surged faster this time. 121,000 pounds, the machine reported, equivalent, 60.5 tons. Nice, Lydia said, watching the numbers as if they were personal trophies. Her chest felt warm with pride. One last time, Peter said. Gwen finished logging the second result and stepped a pace closer. Lydia's jaw locked. She squinted as if the pad was suddenly her enemy. Her cat-like eyes narrowed to thin slits, every muscle in her arm and core hummed with focused energy. She inhaled deep, feeling the air fill her lungs like fuel. Then she drove her whole body forward, channeling everything into that single decisive strike. The numbers climbed so fast they blurred at the edges. The display soared past her previous best and didn't stop until the machine emitted a joyful chime. 132,000 pounds, it read crystal clear. Equivalent, 66 tons. Lydia whooped, a triumphant, slightly roaring laugh that filled the room. Chapter 372, Out the Nest. Third-person POV. Okay, I can do this. I can do this. I got this, Lydia muttered under her breath like a mantra. Her fingers twitched nervously as she cracked her knuckles, then shook out her wrists as if trying to fling the anxiety right off her skin. Oh my god, just get on with it already. We have somewhere to be. Felicia groaned dramatically, throwing her head back and letting out an exaggerated sigh. Her foot tapped impatiently against the ground. At this rate, we'll grow old before you even flap those things. Will you shut it? Lydia snapped, glaring daggers at her. This is nerve-wracking. I've never flown before, and I'd rather not fall, break my neck, and die right there on the spot, thank you very much. Peter held up his hands in a calming gesture. Don't worry, I'm really fast. If you fall, I'll catch you before you hit the ground. You've got nothing to worry about. Lydia stared at him with a flat, unamused expression. That's not nearly as comforting as you think it is. Just beat those wings of yours already, Peter replied in a deadpan tone, earning a light chuckle from Gwen beside him. Okay. Just don't rush me, Lydia said defensively, holding her hands up as if to ward off their impatience. She closed her eyes and inhaled deeply, her shoulders rising and falling as she centered herself. A soft sound, like rustling silk, filled the air as she flexed her back. From between her shoulder blades, wings burst forth, unfurling in a graceful yet uncertain motion. Feathers, a warm shade of earthy brown, shimmered faintly in the sunlight. They trembled slightly, as if sharing her nerves. Gwen raised her wrist and projected a thin beam of light that danced across the feathers, scanning them with a soft hum. They're double her full body length, Gwen murmured, analyzing the readout on her watch. Almost 4 meters across. That's actually really impressive, Lydia. Yeah, impressive, Lydia muttered, craning her neck to glance over her shoulder. But also awkward. I've never had wings before, so I have no idea how to even make them move. Her brow furrowed in deep concentration, feathers twitching but refusing to cooperate. Just use your instincts, Peter said, his tone shifting into that of a mentor. When we swing through the city, part of it's calculations, sure, but the rest just comes naturally. You stop thinking and start feeling the movement. Trust it. Yeah, see, that's the thing, Lydia said, her voice tinged with frustration. I've never exactly had to follow my instincts before, so I don't know how to do it. Peter rubbed his chin thoughtfully, his eyes glinting with an idea that made Gwen immediately frown. Peter, she said, catching the look on his face, don't. He raised a finger. Hear me out. No. Whatever you're thinking, it's a terrible idea, Gwen said, crossing her arms. What other choice do we have? He countered with a helpless grin. We're short on time, and she's not going to learn by standing here. We could guide her slowly, Gwen offered, though even she sounded unsure. If this were any other day, maybe, Peter replied, shaking his head. But we've got a place to be, and slow isn't going to cut it. Lydia blinked, her concern rising. Okay, what exactly are you two talking about? She asked, voice wary. Felicia tilted her head, curious but clearly enjoying the show. Peter clasped his hands together as he stepped closer, wearing the kind of smile someone gives before doing something very stupid. You know how baby birds learn to fly, right? Their mom picks them up. Peter, no, Gwen said, already too late to stop him. Before Lydia could even form a protest, Peter scooped her up effortlessly by the waist. Eh? Lydia yelped, eyes widening in disbelief. Felicia's jaw dropped. With a flick of his wrist, a glowing portal tore open before them, its swirling light revealing a cliffside high above the clouds, the peak of a lonely mountain. And then throws them out of the nest so they figure it out on the way down. Peter grinned sheepishly. Sorry, Lydia. Mother Bird's orders. And with that, he hurled her straight through the portal. Lydia's scream echoed through the sky as she plummeted downwards, her voice fading into the distance. P-E-E-E-E-E-T-E-E-T rare. Silence followed for a long beat. Gwen and Felicia stood behind him, both wide-eyed and slack-jawed. Gwen's expression was frozen between horror and disbelief, while Felicia looked as though she was watching the world's most chaotic comedy unfold in real time. Peter rubbed the back of his neck awkwardly. I'm sure she'll figure it out before she hits anything. Gwen just sighed, pinching the bridge of her nose. Did you just throw my mother off the side of a cliff? Felicia asked, her voice trembling between shock and disbelief, her mouth hanging open as she stared at Peter. No. Peter said stiffly, his voice climbing a few octaves as he avoided her gaze. His hands were awkwardly tucked behind his back, like a child trying to hide something broken. Pete. Gwen muttered, rubbing the bridge of her nose in pure exasperation, I thought you were just going to toss her into the air, not to her inevitable death. Peter fumbled for words, nervously twiddling his thumbs. After a long, awkward pause, he reached out and patted Felicia's shoulder in what he clearly thought was a comforting gesture. His expression turned solemn. I'm really sorry for your loss, he said, biting his lip. Felicia's eye twitched violently. She stared at him for a long, heavy second before saying flatly, I'm going to literally kill you. Her voice was so calm it was terrifying. What is seriously the matter with you? Meanwhile, Lydia was still tumbling through the air, screaming at the top of her lungs. The wind roared past her ears as the world spun violently. Her limbs flailed, and her eyes watered from both the force of the wind and sheer panic. I'm going to die. I'm going to die. The thought echoed endlessly in her mind. The ground was racing up at her fast, far too fast. Her heartbeat thundered in her chest like a war drum. And then, something changed. A surge of raw, primal energy shot through her veins like fire. Her fear gave way to something fierce, something ancient and animalistic. Her screams turned into a guttural growl as her pupils slit, her fangs lengthened, and her nails sharpened into claws. Her wings burst open, feathers scattering into the wind. One powerful flap slowed her descent. Another kept her steady. And with each beat, she rose, suspended in the air by sheer fury and instinct. Her chest heaved, her breathing ragged. Adrenaline drowned out everything else, pain, fear, even logic. All that remained was rage. Hot, wild, unrestrained rage. She looked back up toward the cliff, her eyes glowing with feral light. Peter. She growled, her voice deep and animalistic. Count your days. She paused, her lips curling into a snarl. Actually, as a matter of fact, count your seconds. With an explosive flap of her wings, Lydia shot upward, feathers scattering behind her like embers. She tore through the air in a blur of motion, her body streaking toward the cliff at terrifying speed. Hey, look at the bright side, Peter said, forcing a weak laugh as both Gwen and Felicia glared daggers at him. No curfew, eh? Felicia blinked in disbelief. You're making jokes about killing my mother. She's not dead. Peter said quickly, waving his hands defensively. She'll live. Probably. Maybe. Hopefully. A bead of sweat rolled down his temple. Neither woman responded. Instead, they suddenly stiffened and slowly stepped backward, their expressions morphing from anger to unease as they looked toward the sky. Peter's spider sense started to buzz in his head like a siren. He froze. She's standing right behind me, isn't she? Both Gwen and Felicia shook their heads in perfect unison. Peter's shoulders slumped. Flying right behind me, he asked, already knowing the answer. They both nodded. Well, I'm cooked, he muttered. Clearing his throat, he spun on his heel with the fakest smile imaginable. Mother. Look at you. You're flying. Isn't that amazing? Lydia hovered there, looking every bit the avenging beast. Her hair was wild and unkempt, her chest rising and falling with heavy breaths, and saliva dripped from her lips as she glared down at him with glowing, cat-like eyes. "Any last words?" she growled, her voice low and vibrating with murderous intent. Peter raised his hands, clapping as he nervously began to sing, "What can I say except, you're welcome?" Before he could finish, Lydia lunged. She grabbed him by the neck so fast that the air cracked from the force. With one powerful flap of her wings, she carried him off the cliff, straight through the nearby portal, and slammed him into the wall of their base with an earth-shaking thud. Peter groaned as his vision blurred. Lydia leaned close, her eyes burning into his. "Listen here, you little brat," she snarled, her tone sharp enough to cut steel. "I'm a criminal defense attorney. I could kill you right now and run circles around the law. I'd make it look like you were mauled by some wild creature, and no one would ever trace it back to me. Got that?" Peter's eyes rolled slightly as he croaked out, "Harder." Lydia blinked. "What?" she said, momentarily thrown off her murderous intent. Peter blinked back innocently. "What?" he asked, dead serious, as if he hadn't said anything at all. Chapter 373, Suit and Tie. Third-person POV. As Peter stood in his room getting ready, he gave himself one last look in the mirror. The reflection staring back at him was a far cry from his usual self. He was dressed sharply in a sleek three-piece suit, hair neatly combed for once instead of sticking out everywhere. He adjusted his tie, straightened his jacket, and smiled faintly at his own reflection. Just as he reached for his cufflinks, there was a knock at the door. "Come in," he said, still tugging at the lapels to make sure everything sat perfectly. The door creaked open, and Uncle Ben peeked his head inside before letting out a sharp, approving whistle. "Well, look at you. Don't you clean up nice? You're looking pretty snazzy, young man." Peter smirked, turning toward him. "Not looking bad yourself, old man. You're quite the silver fox, you know that." Ben chuckled as he stepped into the room, smoothing out his own suit jacket. "You know, you didn't have to go all out like this," Peter continued, raising an eyebrow. "I'm the one who's supposed to stand up on a podium and give a speech. You could have just gone with the casual, supportive uncle look." Ben scoffed good-naturedly. "And let you hog all the attention? Not a chance. Besides, we're going to be right there beside you when you open it. It's a special occasion, Pete. It's been a long time since either May or I had a reason to dress up like this. We're just enjoying the moment." Peter rolled his eyes but smiled nonetheless. "Guess I can't argue with that logic." Ben motioned for Peter to come closer. "Anyway, I wanted to give you something before we head out. Something I think you'll appreciate." Peter tilted his head curiously as Uncle Ben reached into his pocket and pulled out a folded blue tie. "Wow," Peter said with mock enthusiasm. "A tie. Just what every guy dreams of getting before a big day." Ben rolled his eyes. "Don't get smart with me," he said, walking over and taking the tie Peter was wearing off without asking. "You'll like this one better. Trust me." Peter blinked as Ben began looping the new tie around his neck, expertly adjusting it. "It belonged to your father, you brat," Ben said quietly. The air shifted immediately. Peter froze, his mouth half open. "Ah, sorry," he said softly, his tone suddenly more sincere. His ears turned red as guilt settled in. Ben just chuckled, brushing it off. "Relax, kid. I know it isn't much, but I thought you should have it. I'm sure your father would have wanted that." Peter's gaze dropped to the tie, fingers brushing the soft fabric once Ben finished. It was a simple design, deep blue with faint silver threading. "Thanks," he murmured, his voice barely above a whisper. Ben patted him on the shoulders, giving one of them a firm squeeze. "I just know he'd be proud of the man you're becoming," he said warmly. "I know I sure am." Peter groaned and rubbed his face, trying to hide his growing embarrassment. "Please, can we not do this? You know I don't handle sentimental stuff well." "Too bad," Ben said cheerfully, gripping both of Peter's shoulders to stop him from escaping. "You're just gonna have to deal with it. I'm proud of you, son. And so is your aunt. What you're doing today, it matters more than you realize. You're going to make a real difference out there." Peter winced dramatically, half smiling. "You're really laying it on thick, huh?" Ben chuckled, undeterred. "Listen, you already help more people than anyone could count as Spider-Man. But what you're doing now, this is something different. You're helping those who don't have a voice. People who need someone to stand up for them even when there's no immediate danger, no villain to fight. Not every cry for help comes with sirens blaring. And I think you've always understood that better than most." Peter sighed in mock agony, his face twisted as though he were enduring great torture. "Man, you're honestly killing me here." Ben just laughed, shaking his head. "Oh, shut up and give me a hug." Before Peter could protest, Ben pulled him into a strong, fatherly embrace. For a moment, Peter hesitated, but then he relaxed, closing his eyes as he returned it. Neither said anything else, but the silence between them was filled with unspoken understanding, love, and pride that needed no words. There was a sudden snap of a camera shutter, and both Peter and Ben turned toward the doorway. Aunt May stood there, phone in hand, a smug little smile spreading across her face. She looked absolutely radiant, her hair pinned neatly, her eyes soft and glistening. She placed a hand over her chest as tears welled up, her voice trembling between laughter and emotion. "Look at my two strong men," she said, clearly holding back a sniffle. A girl couldn't be any happier. Peter blinked, his brows knitting in confusion as he looked between the two of them. "Okay," he said slowly, "what is going on with you two? Did you both eat something filled with sentimentality this morning or something?" He motioned toward Aunt May with a helpless gesture. "She's pregnant, so I completely understand what's going with her, but you, my good sir," he said, pointing dramatically at Uncle Ben and giving his shoulder a pat, "you have absolutely no excuse." Uncle Ben just laughed, thoroughly entertained by Peter's exasperation. "Oh hush," Aunt May said playfully, waving off Peter's teasing as she wiped at her eyes. "Actually, I have something to show you." Her lips curled into a grin. Peter sighed dramatically. "Is it another tie?" he deadpanned. Aunt May just giggled, shaking her head. "Not even close." She stepped aside, reaching behind her, and from around her legs peeked a small head of soft brown hair tied into two pigtails. The little girl who appeared had wide, shimmering amber eyes and a smile so bright it could have powered all of New York. She wore a frilly dress decorated with little daisies, and the way she beamed made the whole room feel warmer. "Hello," she chirped in a sweet, high-pitched voice. Peter gasped dramatically and clutched his chest. "Ugh, she's too precious. My heart, my poor heart, can't handle this level of cuteness." The little girl, Arya, let out a shy giggle and covered her mouth, her shoulders bouncing as she laughed. Without hesitation, Peter crouched down and opened his arms wide. "Come here, you little heartbreaker," he said, scooping her up effortlessly and spinning her around as she squealed in delight. Uncle Ben smiled warmly at the sight while Aunt May glanced at her watch. "All right, boys, playtime's over," she said gently. "We better get going, MJ and her mother are already waiting for us outside." Peter adjusted Arya on his arm and nodded. Right. Big day. Gotta make a good impression and all that." As they began heading out, Uncle Ben asked, "What about Gwen? Is she going to be coming with her dad?" "Yeah," Peter said with a grin, "I kinda hired George as a personal security detail for the event, so he'd have to show up." Ben arched a brow, intrigued. "Oh, really? Knowing him, I bet he loved that." Peter snorted. "Oh, you have no idea. I had to go through hoops to make it happen. I had to talk to someone higher up the chain, make a generous, charitable donation, pay the man's security fee. It cost me close to $500,000 when it was all said and done," he said with a wicked smirk spreading across his face. "But it's going to be so worth it when I see his face and make him call me boss." Ben shook his head, chuckling under his breath. "I honestly pity George for having a son-in-law like you." "Please," Peter said with a grin, "I'm the best thing that ever happened to that man. He just doesn't know it yet." As they stepped outside, the morning air greeted them, bright, crisp, and full of that early buzz of city life. Parked near the curb was a sleek car, and beside it stood MJ and her mother. MJ was radiant as ever, wearing a flowing red dress that shimmered faintly in the sunlight. The moment her eyes landed on Peter, her grin widened mischievously. She made a little catcall before pretending to pull an invisible slot machine lever, adding sound effects under her breath, ching, ching, ching. Then she threw her fist up and shouted, "Jackpot." Peter burst out laughing, shaking his head in disbelief. "You are such a dork," he said affectionately. MJ's mother pinched the bridge of her nose, muttering something about theatrics, while Aunt May just looked utterly delighted. Chapter 374, FEAST, 1. Third-person POV. "I'm driving," Peter called out, raising a hand. Uncle Ben let out a booming laugh, his head thrown back as he opened the passenger door for Aunt May. She stepped in with a soft chuckle of her own, shaking her head at her husband's antics. "But it's my car," Peter said flatly, his brows furrowing as his declaration went completely ignored. Uncle Ben only laughed harder, clutching his chest as he circled around to the driver's side and slid into the seat with smug confidence. MJ and Madeline, standing beside Peter, couldn't hold back their giggles at the exchange. The sound made Peter's left eye twitch as he glared daggers at Uncle Ben through the windshield. Uncle Ben closed the door, still grinning like a kid, then rolled down the window just to point dramatically at Peter between laughs. Aunt May, trying not to smile, gave his arm a light swat. "Stop being childish, Benjamin," she scolded. Ben raised his hands in mock surrender. All right, he said meekly, still chuckling under his breath. Peter scoffed in amusement. Then as he noticed MJ's hand reaching for the door handle, he swatted it away without missing a beat. "Ow!" she yelped, clutching her hand and giving him a glare. Ignoring her protest, Peter opened the door himself and gestured with an exaggerated bow. "Ladies," he said with mock elegance. Madeline stifled a laugh. "What a gentleman," she teased as she climbed inside. MJ followed, still pouting and rubbing the back of her hand. To get even, she reached over, grabbed baby Arya from Peter's arms, and settled the girl on her lap with a smug smirk. Peter sighed dramatically but let it slide as he took his seat beside them. Once everyone was buckled in, Uncle Ben started the car, and they rolled off down the street. Almost immediately, the car filled with Aunt May and Madeline chatting about everything under the sun, mostly Arya's supposed family connection. They'd agreed earlier that she was a distant cousin from May's side, a story simple enough to pass without suspicion. Music hummed softly from the radio, the low buzz of conversation mingling with the hum of the tires against the road. Peter leaned back in his seat, closing his eyes, when MJ's voice echoed through his mind. "So is my mother the only one who doesn't know?" she asked through their psychic link, her mental tone awkward but curious. "No," Peter replied, resting his head against the window. "Harry and Lizzie's families don't know either." MJ hesitated, then added softly, "I'm not just talking about our identities. I meant our relationship." Her hand brushed against his, and she let it rest there, a quiet, intimate gesture hidden beneath the hum of the ride. Peter's hand turned over, fingers threading through hers naturally. "Babes," he said in a teasing tone, "I'm 1000% sure your mother already knows what kind of relationship we've got. You're not exactly a quiet moaner." MJ's cheeks flared crimson. She squeezed his hand in warning, sending him a sharp look. Even though their words were private, the mere topic was enough to make her mortified sitting next to her mother. "For your information," she said pointedly, "my mom thinks you're cheating on Gwen with me." Peter's eyes snapped open. "What? But she likes me. She doesn't act like she hates me, are you sure about that?" MJ sighed, staring straight ahead. "Oh, she likes you all right. She's just rooting for you and Gwen to break up so you can be with me instead." Peter almost choked on his own breath. Wait, what? She could practically feel his confusion bubbling through the link, so she continued before he could spiral further. "She knows about all those times I came over to your place when I was scared to stay home because of my dad. She knows I'd sneak into your room and fall asleep next to you." Her mental voice softened, heavy with memories. "She's always known how much you mean to me, Pete. She sees how kind you are, how you protect me, how happy I am with you. She believes you'll give me a good life, once you stop being a scoundrel, that is." Peter bit his lip, struggling not to laugh out loud in the back seat. "So your mom's basically our #1 shipper?" MJ groaned. "Don't make it sound weird." After a quiet moment, Peter asked gently, "So, are you planning on telling her?" MJ hesitated, her thumb tracing idle circles on the back of his hand. "That's the thing. I don't know. George knows, Lydia knows now too. It feels wrong to keep my mom in the dark. But..." She exhaled softly. "I'm scared. I don't know how she'll react once she hears it from me." Peter didn't say anything, instead, he just squeezed her hand, his thumb brushing over her knuckles in silent reassurance. She looked down at their joined hands and smiled faintly. "Whatever you decide," Peter said softly, his voice carrying into her thoughts like a gentle whisper, "just know you won't have to do it alone. We're partners, remember? We face things together. Don't feel pressured to do something you're not ready for just because everyone else is doing it. This isn't some trend you have to follow. Take your time, do it when it feels right. Do it because you want to, not because you feel you have to." His tone was calm, sincere. MJ exhaled slowly, a small, genuine smile forming on her lips. She leaned her head against his shoulder, the corner of her mouth brushing the fabric of his jack. "Tiger." She murmured softly, "I really did hit the jackpot with you. I love you in ways words can't even begin to express." Peter didn't respond at first. His ears glowed faintly red. He shifted his posture, resting his elbow against the car door and his chin over his knuckles as he stared out the window, the corners of his lips twitching in embarrassment. "Just feel it," he said finally, his words quiet but firm. "With your powers, you should be able to sense how much I love you too. I don't need words for that." MJ tilted her head up to look at him, her smirk tugging at the edge of a smile. His composure, his calm confidence, it always made her heart flutter. She didn't say anything back, just let her head return to his shoulder, content in the quiet warmth between them. Arya, perched on MJ's lap with the straightest face imaginable, blinked slowly before sighing inwardly. "What did I do to deserve being punished like this?" she thought to herself, looking up at the ceiling. When the car finally pulled to a stop, Peter stepped out first, stretching his legs and glancing up at the massive building before them. He opened the doors for the others one by one, guiding MJ, Aunt May, Madeline, and the still pouting aria out. They stood in awe before the sprawling structure that dominated nearly the entire block. Feast, the letters gleamed boldly across the front of the building. A red ribbon stretched across the entrance, flanked by security personnel on either side. A podium stood waiting nearby, microphones lined neatly in a row, though the press hadn't yet gathered. "Whoa," Madeline breathed, her eyes wide as she took it all in. Aunt May nodded in quiet admiration, her expression soft but full of pride. "It's beautiful," she whispered. Peter found himself smiling faintly as he gazed at the building. There was pride in his chest, not just for the accomplishment, but for what the place stood for. Feast wasn't just another foundation, it was a promise to help others, the kind of promise his Uncle Ben had always believed in. As his gaze drifted lower, movement caught his attention. Two women were approaching from across the lot, walking with purpose. Peter immediately recognized them. One was Natasha, or rather Natalia, given the alias she used with them. Beside her was Janice, his personal secretary, looking surprisingly lively for someone who should have been on medical leave. "Boss," Janice greeted with a polite nod, her tone professional yet warm. Natalia, on the other hand, looked like she was seconds away from pinching the bridge of her nose. Peter's eyes narrowed. "Don't boss me like everything's normal." "The hell are you doing here?" he demanded, glaring at Janice. "Peter," Aunt May warned, giving him that look. Peter sighed, waving a dismissive hand. "It's fine, Aunt May. She's my personal secretary, who, last I checked, was supposed to be at home resting. You had an accident at work, remember? As far as I'm aware, your paid leave isn't over yet." Natalia rubbed her temple and muttered, "I'm sorry, sir, I tried to stop her, but she's stubborn." Janice gave a nervous chuckle and straightened her blazer. "I'm sorry, sir, but I couldn't just sit at home while something this important was happening. I know how much this project means to you. I wouldn't have forgiven myself if I missed the grand opening." Peter exhaled heavily, massaging the bridge of his nose. "Jesus Christ, this is what I get for hiring competent people." That made Janice grin proudly to herself, clearly taking it as a compliment rather than the scolding it was meant to be. Uncle Ben chuckled quietly beside Aunt May, who smiled knowingly. They could tell, from the exchange alone, that Peter treated his people like family, a reflection of his character and heart. "All right, fine," Peter said at last, lowering his hand. "Since you're both here, Janice, Natalia, come on. Let me introduce you to my family." He motioned toward the group behind him. Aunt May stepped forward with a welcoming smile as the two women approached, and the faint hum of conversation began to rise once more. Chapter 375, FEAST, 2. Third-person POV. After handshakes and greetings were passed around between everyone present, Peter's attention drifted away from the crowd. He wasn't really focused on the conversations happening around him, his eyes were searching for someone in particular. At a distance, he finally spotted them, Gwen and her father, Captain George Stacy. The two were standing near a patrol car, engaged in what looked like idle chatter while a few other officers loitered nearby, sipping coffee and glancing toward the gathering. For a few seconds, Peter couldn't help but just stare. Gwen looked almost like she had stepped right out of a book. She wore a light green raincoat that contrasted perfectly with her platinum blonde hair, a black headband tucked neatly in place, a dark turtleneck beneath, and a deep purple skirt that swayed slightly in the breeze. The resemblance was uncanny, comic accurate, as Peter would call it. He chuckled quietly to himself, half in admiration, half in disbelief. "No way she planned that," he muttered before raising his hand and waving them over with an easy grin. George noticed first, his expression immediately souring as if Peter's mere existence gave him a migraine. Still, out of politeness, and probably because Gwen nudged him, he started walking over. When they reached the group, George went straight for Uncle Ben, exchanging a firm handshake and a polite greeting, all while completely ignoring Peter standing right beside him. Peter, of course, didn't let that slide. He grinned mischievously, tilting his head. "Come on, where's my greeting?" he asked in a sing-song, teasing tone. "I don't even want to look at you," George scoffed, turning the other way with a grunt of annoyance. "Oh, don't be like that," Peter said, clasping his hands together with exaggerated eagerness. "It's just a greeting. Be a good sport, greet your boss." That last word made George visibly twitch. A vein throbbed along his temple, and he had to take a slow, steady breath just to keep himself from snapping. "Come on, George, it's just a greeting. What's so wrong with that?" Uncle Ben chimed in, clearly amused by the exchange. He wore that trademark smile of his, half warm, half entertained by the chaos unfolding. "Not you too, Benjamin," George grumbled, glaring sideways. "One Parker getting on my nerves is already enough to drive me up the wall. I don't need two." Ben just laughed and gave him a friendly pat on the shoulder. "Oh, relax. You'll live." Peter crossed his arms, leaning slightly to the side as his grin widened. "Greet your boss. I didn't pay $500,000 for nothing, you know." George's head snapped toward him, eyes narrowing dangerously. He leaned in until his voice dropped to a sharp whisper. I would rather slit my own wrist. Gwen, clearly used to her father's dramatics, rolled her eyes. Come on, Dad. What's so hard about calling Pete boss? I mean, technically, he is your boss. Didn't you always tell me to respect my superiors? George stared at her in disbelief. His eyebrows twitched. Whose side are you on? Pete's, Gwen replied instantly without a shred of hesitation. Peter laughed under his breath while George exhaled heavily, muttering something unintelligible before turning around as if preparing to walk off. Janice, Peter called casually, if he walks away, prepare to withdraw all funding and donations I've given to the NYPD. Janice, barely suppressing her amusement, gave Peter a knowing smirk and nodded. Of course, boss. We can't have people around who don't respect authority, after all. Peter held out his hand low for a quick low five, which Janice returned with a small chuckle. George froze mid-step, shoulders stiff. Slowly, he turned back around and fixed Peter with a look that could have cut through steel. That is low, he said through clenched teeth. Even for you. Do you have any sense of shame? Peter's smirk widened. Shame? As far as I remember, shame doesn't pay my bills. And if you're worried about my reputation, you should know by now that's never really been my concern. He tilted his chin up slightly, his grin positively insufferable. Now you, on the other hand, I wonder how your team would feel knowing you cost them major funding because you wouldn't call me boss. From the sidelines, Natalie leaned closer to Janice, whispering behind her hand, is he seriously blackmailing the captain of a police department? Janice leaned in as well, whispering back with a small smirk, from what I understand, they're actually pretty close. You're despicable. George growled, his face flushed red from a mix of frustration and embarrassment. This despicable person, Peter said, leaning in with a smug grin, is the one putting money in your wallet. He cupped a hand beside his ear, feigning difficulty hearing. Now come on, let me hear it, loud and clear. Greetings, boss, I hope you're having a good morning. George's jaw tightened. Every muscle in his face twitched as he stared at Peter's smirking expression. His fists clenched so tightly that his knuckles turned white. Gee, greeting, boss. George forced out between his teeth, his tone dripping with restrained rage. I hope. The hell is that? Peter cut in, pretending to wince. I can barely hear you. Say it with your chest. Or are those pectoral muscles just for decoration? A long, exhausted sigh escaped George. He dropped his head in utter defeat, muttering a silent prayer for patience before speaking again, this time louder, with the tone of a man who had truly given up. Greetings, boss. I hope you're having a good morning. Yes. Peter cheered, pumping his fist like he'd just won the lottery. At ease, Captain. I'm having a fantastic morning. All that money was so goddamn worth it. Asshole, George muttered under his breath, turning around to walk away before Peter could find another reason to humiliate him further. But before he could take 3 steps, he froze. Greetings, boss, I hope you're having a good morning. George turned slowly, painfully slowly, to see Peter holding up his phone with a recording app open, pressing play over and over again as George's own reluctant voice echoed mockingly. Greetings, boss, I hope you're having a good morning. Peter pressed it again, grinning ear to ear. Okay, Pete, please stop teasing my dad, Gwen said, reaching up to gently lower his hand before he could replay it again. I think you've tormented him enough for one day. As you wish, mademoiselle, Peter said with a playful bow, slipping his phone back into his pocket. The smug satisfaction on his face said it all, he'd already won. As Gwen shook her head in amusement, Peter leaned a little closer, his tone softening. By the way, you look spectacular today. Gwen's lips curled into a knowing grin. Oh, I could tell. I felt your gaze on me earlier, she teased. You like what I'm wearing that much? Peter nodded without hesitation. It suits you, perfectly. Her smile deepened, clearly pleased by the compliment, but before she could respond, a new voice called out from across the lot. Hope you guys don't mind if we join you. They both turned to see Felicia strutting over with her usual confidence, Lydia walking just behind her, 2 other figures were beside them, Harry and Lizzie, casually chatting as they approached. Hope we're not late to the party, Harry said, stepping forward to dap Peter up. They exchanged a quick handshake and pat on the back. You're right on time, Peter said with a grin. We were just about to head inside. Peter, Lydia greeted flatly, her voice carrying a sharp edge. Her narrowed eyes made it obvious she was still upset about whatever had gone down earlier. Peter rubbed the back of his neck with a sheepish chuckle. Would you look at the time? We better get moving. No time to waste, haha. He started power walking toward the entrance with all the nervous energy of someone desperate to avoid another argument. Everyone else exchanged confused glances, though Gwen and Felicia couldn't help but chuckle, both shaking their heads knowingly. Madeline leaned toward Lydia as they followed behind. You seem different today, she observed curiously. Tons of makeup, Lydia replied flatly, not even blinking. As the group began moving toward the entrance, Natasha lingered behind for a moment, her sharp eyes scanning over each of them. Her expression was thoughtful, guarded. Strange, very strange, she thought silently. I'll need to keep a closer eye on these people. They're all far from normal. At the doorway, Peter stopped and lifted the ceremonial ribbon that had been tied across the entrance. Careful, don't snag your clothes, he said as he held it up, letting everyone duck beneath one by one. The moment they stepped inside, a collective murmur of amazement spread through the group. The interior was stunning, spacious and filled with light. The tall ceiling gave the place a welcoming, cathedral-like openness. Hanging from the rafters was a large banner that read, "Welcome to FEAST." On each side of the main hall were open doorways leading to various sections of the community center. At the far end stood two massive metal doors that opened into what looked like a cafeteria or event space. On either side of those doors, twin staircases curved upward toward the second floor, adding to the grand design. Peter stepped forward, spreading his arms wide with a proud grin. Bienvenido to FEAST, he declared in his best dramatic tone. Chapter 376, Chapter 376, FEAST, 3. Third-person POV. Peter guided the group toward the room on the left, his steps echoing faintly against the polished floor. As soon as they entered, everyone immediately understood what kind of space it was just by the assortment of items decorating the area. The smell of antiseptic lingered faintly in the air. This, Peter began, spreading his arms wide with a small smile, is the medical center, for anyone who's either sick, injured, or just needs quick and attentive care. His tone carried a sense of pride as he motioned around him. Aunt May and Uncle Ben immediately began inspecting the room with surprising enthusiasm, almost as if they were trained professionals. Painkillers, disinfectants, antibiotics. Aunt May murmured, carefully taking out items from one of the cabinets and displaying them like rare treasures to Uncle Ben. Tweezers, surgical knives, stethoscopes, this place seriously has everything. Nice, Uncle Ben said with an impressed whistle as he pulled out a box of surgical masks and gloves, holding them up for everyone to see. The others looked on, amused by their childlike curiosity. The space was surprisingly spacious, large enough to hold several medical beds separated by light blue curtains for privacy. To the side, a small doorway led into an adjoining storage room packed with extra supplies, bandages, 4 kits, spare uniforms, and other equipment neatly labeled on shelves. Everything about the place screamed preparation and care. They spent several minutes exploring the area, opening drawers, examining labels, and chatting before finally stepping out into the hall once more. Peter led them toward the room across the corridor, continuing the tour with the same warm enthusiasm. This room here, he said as he pushed the door open, is where the majority of donations will be stored, food items, clothing, utilities, hygiene products, you name it. It's basically one big storage space. Madeline's eyes widened as she took in the shelf stacked with boxes and bags. This place is already nearly full. Have people already started donating? She asked, genuinely surprised. More or less, Janice replied with a faint smirk, crossing her arms proudly. These are courtesy of Parker Industries. She gestured toward the labeled boxes and continued, what you see here are only the physical donations. Many of our employees who know about this project have also chipped in through monetary contributions. She paused, raising her hands in mock defense with a teasing smile. And before anyone assumes otherwise, it was all voluntary. No one was forced or guilted into it. Everyone laughed softly at her tone, clearly amused by her need to clarify. Lydia tilted her head curiously. And how much, approximately, have you managed to collect in monetary donations? If you don't mind sharing, that is. Janice glanced toward Peter, who gave a reassuring nod. Go ahead, he said. Everyone here's practically family. You can be honest about these things. Janice nodded thoughtfully. In that case, she said, tapping her chin as if calculating, last I checked, we'd accumulated roughly $100,000. Give or take a few. Lydia let out a low whistle of admiration. That's impressive. For an organization that hasn't even officially opened yet, that's quite the head start. The others nodded in agreement, clearly impressed by the accomplishment. Madeline turned toward MJ, smiling softly. You know, I still have some of your old clothes, and your sister's too, the ones you both outgrew. Maybe we could donate them. MJ shrugged casually. I mean, I don't wear them anymore. Do what you want with them. And Gail already took whatever she wanted when she got married and moved out. Lydia perked up at the idea. That's actually a great suggestion. I still have some of Felicia's baby clothes stored away. Might as well give them a second life since I'm definitely not planning on getting pregnant again. She motioned playfully toward her daughter. This one is enough trouble as it is. Was that last part seriously necessary? Felicia asked, feigning offense as she crossed her arms, though her smirk betrayed her amusement. Anyway, Peter interjected, clapping his hands together, come on, let's keep moving, this place is big, and we've still got a lot to cover. He marched ahead proudly, the group following behind him as they exited the vault-like room and entered through a set of wide, double doors that opened into a vast, airy space. Rows of tables and chairs were neatly arranged across the polished floor, sunlight spilling in through high windows. This, Peter announced, turning dramatically toward them, is the heart of the Feast Foundation, kind of a mix between a living room and a dining hall. Here, people will be able to line up, get served food, and relax for a while. He pointed toward the counter along the far wall. Behind that is the kitchen and freezer area. Follow me. And with an acrobatic flourish, Peter vaulted effortlessly over the counter, landing lightly on his feet. Peter, Aunt May started, ready to scold, but she never finished. The others were already following his lead before the reprimand could land. Harry flipped over the counter with practiced ease, Gwen and MJ vaulted with a single hand each. Felicia used both hands the way Peter did, and Lizzie copied Harry's somersault, landing with a little embarrassed grin. The adults simply stood there, faces flattened into a mixture of resignation and exasperation. Can't you kids be normal for once? George asked, pinching the bridge of his nose. Peter leaned against the counter, arms crossed, offering a theatrically innocent smile while the rest of the group stifled snickers behind him. This is us being normal, he said smoothly, then cocked an eyebrow. Now, what can I get you ladies? It's on the house. He finished with a wink that made Aunt May roll her eyes but softened the tension. The women shook their heads and smiled despite themselves, then walked through the doorway like perfectly sane patrons. Once inside, the kitchen revealed itself to be far more spacious than the exterior suggested. A long island dominated the center, and cabinets stretched along two walls. Wow, a modern kitchen. Every woman's dream, Aunt May teased, already opening a cabinet and rifling through pots and pans as if inspecting a museum. They performed a thorough survey, exploring cupboards and pantry shelves, peeking into the freezer and discovering rows of neatly labeled containers and a stash of emergency rations. Peter drifted along the edge of the group and noticed Arya walking a little boredly beside them as they exited the kitchen. With a soft, conspiratorial smile he scooped her up into his arms, she draped her small arms around his neck and rested her head on his shoulder, content to be carried. Peter pointed toward two sets of doors on opposite sides of the main quarters. There's more space over to the left if this spot ever gets too full, he said, gesturing. And to the right is a room that leads down to an underground bunker. Madeline repeated, eyes wide. An underground bunker? Yup, Peter said, and his voice hardened with an edge that cut through the lightness of the moment. In case of an emergency. You never know what might happen, especially now, with those superpowered freaks swinging around. The venom in his tone was small but unmistakable. Those who already knew his secret exchanged glances, most of the room, in fact, nearly everyone present, stared at him with equal parts surprise and confusion. Peter's words sounded unexpectedly bitter coming from the usually easygoing men they thought they knew. Boss, do you have something against Spider-Man and the others? Janice asked, genuinely puzzled. Of course I do, Peter snapped, passion rising. They invite trouble. They attract enemies who'll come after them, and when that happens, it's the civilians who pay. It won't be long before some major villain shows up and destroys half the city trying to take them out. I won't stand for it. His hands clenched at his sides, even the skeptics in the room felt the sincerity, or the fury, behind his words. That's exactly why I built this place, he continued, calmer now but no less intense. This base is supposed to function as a safe house, somewhere people can find refuge during natural disasters or supernatural ones. Janice's expression shifted from confusion to solemn respect. I see. That's very noble, boss, she said, voice softening as she adopted a suddenly serious, contemplative air. Peter watched her for a beat, puzzled at how quickly she could switch moods. What are you doing? He asked. She puffed out her cheeks and adopted a ridiculous, determined look. I'm psyching myself into disliking Spider-Man too. If the boss doesn't like him, I don't like him either. Wait, there's no need to go that far, Peter said, a little panicked. You can have your own opinion, Janice. Too late, she declared cheerfully. At that moment MJ created a psychic link that connected Peter to mainly their hero group. Tiger, what the hell are you doing? Came the amused question from the other end. Peter spluttered. I was making myself look like I don't like Spider-Man. A disguise, to throw Natasha off. It was supposed to be perfect. His explanation tumbled out over the link, ridiculous and earnest all at once. A ripple of suppressed laughter passed through the room. A few mouths twitched, shoulders shook. Chapter 377, Chapter 377, FEAST, 4. Third-person POV. Peter soon cleared his throat, trying to get everyone's attention and bring the conversation back on track. He gave a small smile and said, so, shall we explore the upstairs? The question was clearly rhetorical, because he didn't wait for a response before turning on his heel and starting toward the stairwell. The others exchanged amused looks but followed along quietly, their footsteps echoing softly as they made their way up toward the second floor. This floor, Peter began, gesturing toward the hallway, is mostly where all the meetings are held and where the personal offices are located. Nothing too exciting, but it's important. He stopped at the first door in front of them, resting his hand on the knob before glancing back at Aunt May with a warm grin. By the way, this one's yours, your own personal office. The reason it's not heavily decorated yet is because I wanted to leave that part to you. Aunt May gasped, one hand flying to her chest. My own personal office. Oh my, I don't even know what to say. I've never had one before. The others chuckled at her enthusiasm as she stepped into the room, taking in the neatly arranged desk, the soft carpet, and the computer waiting for her. The walls were still bare, but the potential made her eyes light up. Oh, this is just lovely, she murmured, walking up to the burgundy desk. Her gaze landed on the shiny nameplate sitting neatly in front of the keyboard. She froze for a moment before carefully picking it up and reading it aloud in disbelief. The nameplate says, Aunt May. Peter tilted his head, genuinely confused. Yeah, of course it does. That's your name, isn't it? Aunt May gave him a funny look. Well, yes, my name is May, but it's not Aunt May. The aunt part is just what you call me, Peter. Peter shrugged, crossing his arms with a grin. I mean, I've never called you anything else. It's basically part of your name at this point. Anything else would just sound wrong. Pete's got a point, Harry chimed in with a nod, crossing his arms in agreement. You've always been Aunt May. Whenever we talked about you growing up, it was always Aunt May this or Aunt May that. I don't think any of us have ever heard you called anything else. Gwen and MJ nodded in sync, mimicking Harry's stance with mock seriousness. To call you just May feels weird, almost disrespectful, Gwen said with an amused grin. You've been Aunt May to all of us since, well, forever. I mean, MJ added with a small snicker, you're basically everyone's aunt at this point. You're more of an aunt than any of our actual aunts. Aunt May let out a laugh and covered her mouth with her hand, her eyes misting slightly. Oh, you kids sure know how to bring an old woman to tears. She sniffed and threw out her arms dramatically. Now come here, all of you. Before anyone could protest, she pulled them all into a massive group hug. They'd completely forgotten about Aunt May's super soldier strength until it was too late. She wrapped them all up with surprising force, nearly lifting half the group off their feet. Lizzie and Felicia stood a few steps back, giggling at the sight of the tangled, squished group of heroes trapped in Aunt May's motherly embrace. What are you two staring at? Aunt May called, catching sight of them with a playful glare. You're part of this family too. Get in here. Wah. Felicia yelped as she was suddenly pulled into the hug, nearly losing her balance. Us too. Whoa. Lizzie squealed, delighted as she was swept in as well. Yay. A group hug. I always wanted to be part of one. The group burst out laughing as they were all crushed together in the tight embrace, shoulders bumping and laughter filling the room. Even the adults watching from the hallway couldn't help but smile warmly at the heartwarming scene. Lydia's gaze lingered on Felicia, who was laughing freely among the others. Her expression softened, and she thought fondly, I'm glad to see her being so welcomed and accepted. Natasha, standing beside her, let out a quiet sigh and whispered under her breath, what an affectionate woman. Her eyes softened with a wistful smile. From what I can tell, most of them aren't even related to her, and yet. What a beautiful family. Just then, Aria's muffled voice rose from the middle of the pile. As nice as this is, I'm dying. I'm being suffocated, she cried dramatically. Oops, he, sorry about that, Aria. Aunt May laughed, loosening her grip slightly as Aria stumbled free and inhaled an exaggerated gasp of air. Clinging to Peter's arm for support, Aria exhaled heavily and declared, I thought I was a goner, placing a hand over her heart in mock distress. The room erupted into laughter once more. So, Peter said, straightening up and brushing imaginary dust off his jacket, let's continue with the tour. Actually, this room is right next to Uncle Ben's office. The two are connected. He gestured toward a door along the right-hand wall and walked over to open it. The hinges gave a faint creak as the door swung wide, revealing a second office almost identical to Aunt May's, same polished burgundy desk, same soft lighting, same large window that overlooked the city skyline. The only real difference was the color of the rug and the slightly messy arrangement of the bookshelves, which already seemed to suit Uncle Ben's personality. Uncle Ben stepped inside and immediately let out an exaggerated gasp, clutching his chest in mock awe. My own personal office, he said dramatically, mimicking Aunt May's earlier tone. I don't know what to say. I've never had my own personal office before. Aunt May froze mid-step and turned toward him with a stone-cold expression that could have made even hardened criminals rethink their life choices. You think you're real funny, huh? She asked flatly. Uncle Ben didn't miss a beat. They seem to think so, he said, pointing over his shoulder. Peter, Harry, and the others had quickly turned their faces away, shoulders trembling as they tried, and failed, to stifle their laughter. You're walking on thin ice, Benjamin. Watch it, Aunt May warned with mock severity, narrowing her eyes. Benjamin. Who's Benjamin? Ben exclaimed with playful outrage. He lifted the gleaming nameplate from his new desk and held it up proudly. Don't you mean Uncle Ben? The words were boldly engraved across the polished metal, and he made a show of polishing it against his sleeve like a prized trophy. Uncle Ben placed a hand dramatically over his heart, mirroring Aunt May's earlier gesture perfectly. Ugh, you kids sure know how to bring an old man to tears, he said in an exaggerated voice. Oh, come here, all of you. He spread his arms wide, pretending to tear up, his grin betraying him completely. Peter and Harry groaned in unison. Oh no, not again. I see now where Peter gets that personality of his, George said dryly, crossing his arms. Yes, I see it too, Lydia added with an exasperated sigh, though a smirk tugged at her lips. That's where you're both wrong, Aunt May said, her brows twitching in mock irritation. He doesn't get it from Ben. Ben got it from Peter. He used to be a serious man before that boy came along and infected him with his sense of humor. Though her words were teasing, the fond smile she gave her husband betrayed her affection. Uncle Ben was currently laughing uproariously as he had both Peter and Harry locked in a playful double headlock. The two younger men flailed helplessly, tapping at his arms in surrender as everyone else laughed. All right, I give up. Peter managed to choke out, laughing between breaths. Janice, who had been standing a bit to the side, looked down at her phone as it buzzed repeatedly. Her fingers moved quickly across the screen as she typed, her expression tightening. She hesitated for a moment before clearing her throat softly. Boss, she said carefully. I don't mean to interrupt, but we might have to cut this tour short. Peter blinked, still halfway between laughter and catching his breath. What's wrong? He asked, curiosity flickering across his face. Janice turned the phone around for everyone to see. The press has arrived. They're outside waiting for you to make your speech. The room fell silent. Peter froze, then instantly straightened his posture, tugging nervously at his tie and running a hand through his hair. I see, right, the press, he said awkwardly, his voice suddenly much smaller. We better not keep them waiting, then. Aunt May tilted her head, confused by his sudden shift. Pete, she asked softly, taking little Arya from his arms as he fidgeted. MJ stepped closer, raising an eyebrow. Tiger, are you scared right now? Her tone hovered between amusement and genuine surprise as she could feel his emotions clearly. Peter hesitated. His eyes darted around the room before he exhaled, his shoulders slumping slightly. Yeah, he admitted quietly. His cheeks flushed pink as he looked down at the floor. I've never spoken publicly like this before. Not in front of so many cameras. The idea of hundreds of people staring at me, he grimaced. It's a lot. A deep, stunned silence filled the room. The group just stared at him in disbelief. Peter Parker, the men who had faced gun men, supervillains, jumped off tall buildings and battled multiversal threat, was afraid of public speaking. You're the owner of a billion-dollar company, Lydia finally said, her voice breaking the silence. How have you never done this before? Peter rubbed the back of his neck, looking both sheepish and anxious. Because Janice is the best, he said, gesturing toward her. She usually finds ways around these things so I never have to do them myself. Chapter 378, FEAST, 5. Third-person POV. Oh my god, I just remembered. Aunt May said suddenly, pinching the bridge of her nose with a long, tired sigh as the memory came flooding back. Remembered what? Uncle Ben asked curiously, leaning forward as if preparing himself for a story. Aunt May, still holding the bridge of her nose as if bracing for impact, lifted 4 fingers and said gravely, 4 words. 4th grade. School. Play. Ah. Harry, Gwen, and MJ all exclaimed in unison, the same look of dawning realization spreading across their faces. Madeline and George exchanged a glance before snickering under their breath. Uncle Ben gave Peter a sympathetic pat on the back as his nephew's face turned bright red. Felicia tilted her head, her curiosity piqued. Okay, I feel like I'm missing something here. What happened during his 4th grade school play? Well. Aunt May began, her lips twitching as she tried to keep a straight face. Let's just say it was a little too early for him to fit into his big boy pants. The rest of the room broke into muffled laughter. Gwen was already covering her mouth, Harry had to look away, and even MJ was trying to hide a smile. Peter glared daggers at Aunt May, his jaw tightening. Pete here, Gwen began, her voice trembling with laughter, was chosen as the main character for the school play. Flash, of course, got jealous since he wanted the spotlight. So when it came time to perform in front of everyone, parents, teachers, students, Flash decided to. Well. She took a breath and could barely finish through her giggles. He pulled down Pete's pants. Right there. In front of the entire audience, who were all recording by the way. Puffed. Felicia and Lizzie both snorted at once, barely holding it together, while Peter clenched his jaw and ran his tongue across his teeth. It wasn't funny then, MJ said, struggling not to smile but failing miserably. But I can't lie, it's kind of hilarious now. Oh, that's not even the best part, Harry chimed in, his grin widening. Pete here was so mortified and furious that he started beating the crap out of Flash, pants still down and everything. Arya was now covering her mouth with both hands, trying to stifle her laughter, but the mental image had already done her in. George leaned back, clearly enjoying Peter's torment. Ben and I had to sprint onto the stage, George said between chuckles, and physically pull him off before he could throttle the poor kid to death. Peter's expression went completely flat as he stared at George, who looked entirely too pleased with himself, clearly savoring the poetic justice after the earlier teasing. Well, Lydia said with a soft chuckle, that would certainly explain his fear of public speaking. Felicia reached out and patted Peter's shoulder, her grin playful. Don't worry, Tiger, she said between giggles, when you go out in front of everyone, we'll make sure Flash is nowhere in sight. Promise. Peter gave her a deadpan stare. I'm leaving. You guys are assholes. He shrugged her hand off and started walking toward the door. That, of course, only made everyone laugh harder. I'd rather be outside with them, Peter said in a monotone voice as he left the room, than stuck in here with you animals. As he walked down the hall, Janice quietly followed behind, snickering under her breath. Peter whipped his head around instantly, and she froze like a statue, expression suddenly blank and professional. He resumed walking, only to hear her stifled giggle again. He turned once more, catching her mid-smirk. She instantly straightened, her expression once again composed and unreadable. Peter stopped beside her, stepping a little too close. His eyes narrowed. A bead of sweat trickled down her temple as she tried to maintain her composure. Laugh. I dare you. He warned, his tone low and dangerous. I don't know what you mean, boss, Janice said coolly, without an ounce of amusement present. Is something supposed to be funny? Peter studied her for a moment, then scoffed. You're good, but I've got my eye on you. He turned and started down the stairs. Janice remained at the top, perfectly still until he disappeared from view, then exhaled a long, shaky sigh of relief before finally letting out the laugh she'd been holding in. As Peter stepped outside, he was immediately assaulted by the sound of camera shutters snapping in rapid succession and the blinding strobe of flash photography. The lights flickered across his vision, each one stabbing at his oversensitive senses and making him instinctively squint. He inhaled through his nose, steadying himself, trying not to flinch at the chaos of sound and movement around him. Behind him, the doors opened again and his friends and family filtered out, forming a loose semicircle of moral support. They exchanged worried glances, some whispering under their breath as they watched Peter walk toward the podium at the center of the stage. Even from a distance, they could tell he was tense, the stiff shoulders, the shallow breaths, but he moved with a calm purpose that surprised them all. Peter tapped the microphone once, twice, causing a sharp echo to ripple across the plaza. Testing, 1, 2, 3. Can everyone hear me? A murmur of acknowledgement rose from the crowd as heads nodded and cameras continued to click. Peter adjusted the microphone a little higher, cleared his throat, and offered a small, almost bashful smile. I'm sure many of you already know who I am, he began, his voice carrying with surprising steadiness, but for those who don't, allow me to officially introduce myself. My name is Peter Benjamin Parker, owner and CEO of Parker Industries. A few more flashes went off as he spoke. Peter leaned forward slightly against the podium, his smile softening into something more natural and playful. Now, I'm not exactly the kind of guy who enjoys being in front of cameras, he admitted with a light chuckle. Public appearances like this aren't really my thing, so I'll be honest, I'm a little nervous up here. So with that I'll only say this, you all look fantastic in your underwear. The crowd erupted into laughter. The tension broke. Even the more stoic reporters cracked smiles, their pens pausing mid-note. Peter's charm, casual posture, and boyish grin did the rest. Behind him, his friends and family exchanged looks of disbelief. Wait, this is him being nervous. Lydia thought, eyebrows twitching. He's a natural. Felicia added silently, lips curling upward in pride and irritation. Meanwhile, Peter's internal monologue told a very different story. God, I can't feel my legs. Did my knees just give out? Okay, cool, just lean casually, no one please notice. He took a steadying breath before continuing, his tone shifting slightly, from light-hearted to earnest. The reason I decided to make this rare exception, to step out and personally present this project, is because of how deeply it means to me, Peter said. FEAST isn't just a project or an initiative. It's something personal. It's a way for me to give back to the community that gave me everything, the one I grew up in. He paused and smiled toward the crowd. It's no secret where I'm from. I'm just a kid from Midtown Queens. That's where I was raised, and it's still where I go to school. I come from humble beginnings, raised by none other than my Aunt May and Uncle Ben, who worked themselves to the bone to make sure I had the chance to become who I am today. Peter gestured toward the pair standing proudly behind him. Aunt May gave a small, graceful wave while Uncle Ben smiled warmly beside her. The crowd's attention briefly turned their way as more cameras flashed. When we're kids, Peter continued, we all tell ourselves the same thing at some point: when I grow up and have money, I'm going to help people. I'll give to charity, I'll help the homeless man I walk by every day. We make those promises with our hearts wide open, with that pure belief that we can change the world. He paused, his tone softening. But as we grow older, reality sets in. Life gets complicated. You have bills to pay, families to take care of. Time becomes a luxury, and money feels like it's never enough. You start to believe that helping everyone, or even helping anyone, is a fantasy. You tell yourself that's just part of growing up, of becoming an adult. Peter's lips curved into a faint, knowing smirk. He gave a short, amused breath through his nose before continuing. But here's the thing. He said, his voice steadying again. I'm still young. I'm still naive. I still have a lot of growing up to do. And maybe, just maybe, that's a good thing. He leaned forward slightly, eyes sweeping across the audience. People say being naive, or being young, are weaknesses. But I think they're the exact opposite. I think they're strengths. Because it means I can still believe in impossible things. It means I can still dream, and still act on those dreams before the world tells me not to. Peter smiled again, the faintest glimmer of emotion flickering behind his eyes. And that's what FEAST represents. It's the dream of a kid from Queens who still believes he can make a difference, no matter how unrealistic it sounds. The crowd fell silent for a brief moment, the weight of his sincerity hanging in the air before the applause began, hesitant at first, then growing in warmth and volume. Chapter 379, FEAST, 6. Third-person POV. Peter smiled faintly as the applause softened. He let it die down before resting his hands gently on the podium again. Now, he said, his tone steady but warm, I want to take a moment to talk about what FEAST really is, and what it stands for. He turned toward the large banner hanging behind him, its bold letters catching the morning light. FEAST stands for Food, Emergency Aid, Shelter, and Training. It's a non-profit charity organization created to serve as a refuge, a safe house for anyone who finds themselves with nowhere else to go. Peter paused, his eyes sweeping over the crowd as he continued. Our doors will always be open. Whether you've lost your job, your home, or even just your sense of direction, there will be a place for you here. A place where no one will ask for anything in return. A place where dignity isn't a privilege, it's a given. There should be no shame in needing assistance, it is only natural, we're all humans after all, there is only so much we can do on our own. There was a quiet murmur from the crowd, small nods, pens halting mid-note. Even the most seasoned reporters were listening, not just hearing. FEAST isn't about charity, Peter continued, his voice gaining more strength and conviction. It's about community. It's about rebuilding lives, not just patching them together. We'll provide food for those who are hungry, medical assistance for those who can't afford it, shelter for those without a roof, and training for those who want to start again, to get back on their feet and rebuild their independence. He gestured toward the building beside him, a gleaming, newly renovated structure. Every wall you see behind me was built with one purpose, to remind people that they're not invisible. That they matter. That they're seen, heard, and cared for. He smiled faintly toward May and Ben again before looking back at the audience. And I know that many share the same feeling out there, of wanting to help, of wanting to make a difference but not knowing how. There are people out there who just need one chance, one helping hand, one reminder that they're not alone. That's what FEAST is to me. It's not a corporate venture. It's not about profit or publicity. It's about people helping people, the way it should be. The crowd had grown silent again, not out of disinterest but reverence. His words hung in the air with genuine weight, unpolished, unpretentious, and heartfelt. I know I can't change the entire world, Peter continued after a pause, his tone soft but resolute. But if I can help one person, if even one person walks through those doors and leaves with hope, then that's enough for me. Because change doesn't start with nations or governments, it starts with individuals. It starts with us. He looked out at the audience, hundreds of faces, bright flashes still going off, and smiled. So today, I'm not just asking for donations or headlines. I'm asking for partnership. For anyone out there who believes in compassion, in second chances, in the idea that no one should be left behind, this is your invitation. Whether you want to volunteer, contribute, or simply spread the word, help us make FEAST not just a building, but a beacon. Peter straightened up, the feeling of weakness leaving his legs. Because as long as there's someone out there who's hungry, hurting, or homeless, we'll keep our doors open. He gave a small nod, then smiled again, that same earnest, nervous grin that made him seem both confident and humble at once. Thank you for your time, and thank you for believing in what we're trying to build here. The crowd erupted into applause, louder and more heartfelt than before. The sound rolled like thunder across the plaza. Behind Peter, his family and friends smiled proudly, Aunt May wiping away another tear, Uncle Ben's eyes shining with quiet pride. As the applause gradually faded into a respectful silence, Peter stepped forward toward the microphone once more. Before we cut the ribbon, he began, his voice steady yet heartfelt, I want to first express my deepest gratitude to those who have made all of this possible. First and foremost, to my friends and family, those who have stood by me unconditionally through every failure and success. I wouldn't have made it this far, nor become the person I am today, without your unwavering support. He turned his head toward where Aunt May, Uncle Ben, and the rest of his friends stood. Peter shot them a quick wink, and in response, they smiled warmly while Aunt May continued dabbed her eyes, proud tears forming. The crowd, sensing the sincerity of the moment, began clapping again. Peter laughed softly and joined in, clapping along with them before raising a hand for calm and leaning back toward the microphone. Next, he continued, I want to personally thank each and every one of my incredible employees over at Parker Industries. You're the backbone of this project. Each of you worked tirelessly to bring this vision to life. And to those who went the extra mile and donated out of their own pockets to help fund this initiative, you guys rock. He flashed a grin and threw up a playful rock and roll hand sign. The clapping resumed, louder and more enthusiastic. Peter waited for it to die down before speaking again, his tone softening. As I said before, change doesn't start with someone else, it starts with us. With those who choose to make a difference. Which is why. He paused for effect, I'll be personally donating $50 million from my own personal fund to FEAST. Gasps erupted across the audience, followed by astonished chatter. Photographers scrambled for better angles while news reporters whispered rapidly into their mics. Even some of the FEAST volunteers stared at him wide-eyed, unable to believe what they'd just heard. As the applause began again, this time mixed with cheers, Janice appeared from the side of the stage carrying a small velvet pillow. Resting atop it was an oversized ceremonial pair of golden scissors. She approached Peter carefully, the light catching the blades as the crowd hushed once more. Peter smiled and reached out to grasp the scissors. But the roar of an approaching engine shattered the moment. Everyone turned, as a bright red convertible came screeching to a halt at the edge of the plaza. The crowd gasped as soon as the driver stepped out. The flashes intensified, photographers shouting over one another as the familiar face emerged from behind the wheel, none other than Tony Stark himself. Tony straightened his suit jacket, brushed a bit of dust off his sleeve, and removed his sunglasses with a practiced smirk. The man practically radiated confidence. Reporters surged toward him like a wave, bombarding him with questions while cameras clicked in rapid succession. Mr. Stark. Are you here because of the partnership between Stark Industries and Parker Industries? One female reporter managed to shout above the noise. Tony turned her way, his trademark charm on full display. It's more than just business, sweetheart, he said with a grin. I'm here to show my support for a friend, well, a partner really. And to show just how much I believe in what he's doing, Stark Industries will be donating an additional $100 million to the FEAST organization. The crowd exploded. Gasps, cheers, and camera flashes filled the air like fireworks. Reporters shouted questions, trying to confirm the staggering donation. Peter stood frozen, blinking in disbelief as Tony casually made his way up the stage stairs, waving as if he owned the place. Peter, my good friend. Tony called out, spreading his arms wide. How are you doing, buddy? Peter forced a smile, extending a hand. Tony, glad you could join us. Thank you for both the generous support and donation, he said, his words polite but strained. The two men embraced for the cameras, the perfect image of mutual respect and friendship, at least on the surface. While smiling for the flashing lights, Peter muttered under his breath, aren't you a little too old to be this petty? Without missing a beat, Tony whispered back with a smirk, and you're a little too young to be messing with me, kid. You shouldn't have touched my company. The two pulled apart, still smiling for the photographers as if nothing had been said. Tony clapped Peter on the shoulder and raised his hand, waving to the cheering crowd. Peter, his grin still plastered on his face, replied through gritted teeth, his lips barely moving. If messing with your company gets you to cough up $100 million just to one-up me, then maybe I'll keep at it, human child. The crowd, none the wiser, roared in approval as the two friends stood side by side for the press, two geniuses, two rivals, and two men whose egos were as bright as the camera flashes that surrounded them. Chapter 380, Chapter 380, FEAST, 7. Third-person POV. Tony turned towards the ceremonial scissors resting neatly upon the crimson velvet pillow and raised an eyebrow with a playful smirk. "So, shall we cut the ribbon?" he asked, voice carrying that usual air of confidence and showmanship that made everyone around him chuckle. "You're not cutting anything," Peter scoffed good-naturedly, stepping forward and snatching the pillow from Janice's hands. Tony raised his hands in mock surrender, grinning as Peter turned away and approached Aunt May and Uncle Ben, who were standing together at the front of the crowd, their expressions soft and proud. "Would you guys like to do the honors?" Peter asked, his voice gentler now, carrying a faint smile as he extended the pillow toward them. "Are you sure you want us to do it?" Uncle Ben asked, clearly caught off guard. Aunt May's eyes widened slightly, a mix of surprise and emotion flashing across her face. "Of course," Peter said earnestly. "This place was built with you both in mind more than anyone else. You're going to be the ones running things from now on. This shelter, this center, it belongs to you as much as it does to me. So, I want you two to be the ones who officially open it." For a moment, neither spoke. Aunt May turned to look at her husband, and in that brief silence, they seemed to share an entire lifetime of understanding through a single glance. Then, smiling warmly, they both reached out and took hold of the scissors together, their hands trembling slightly, not from fear, but from the weight of the moment. They stood before the ribbon, poised to cut it. Cameras began flashing around them as reporters and bystanders raised their phones, the bright bursts of light illuminating their faces. They looked back toward Peter one last time for reassurance. He nodded, eyes shining with pride. Together, they snipped through the red ribbon. The clean sound of the cut echoed softly in the air before being drowned out by the eruption of cheers and applause. The crowd clapped and cheered as confetti burst from the sides, raining down in shimmering waves of red and gold. Peter joined in the applause, smiling from ear to ear, but the warmth of the moment quickly shifted as an unmistakable prickle danced along the back of his neck. His spidey sense flared, sharp, electric, and insistent. All around him, the other spider heroes, MJ, Gwen, Felicia, and even Arya, reacted subtly, each of them stiffening or glancing about as that same instinct rippled through their senses. None of them looked alarmed, but their eyes grew sharper, scanning the surroundings. Peter's gaze drifted upward, meeting MJ's, she noticed it too. Instead of panic, however, she simply smirked and gave him a small, knowing wink. High above the celebration, perched on the edge of a neighboring rooftop, a man lay prone behind the sleek barrel of a high-tech sniper rifle. His suit, bright yellow with a glossy polymer sheen, glinted under the afternoon sun. His mask's visor flickered with readouts and digital locks as his breathing echoed faintly within the hazmat helmet. "I've got eyes on the target," the man said in a low, calm tone, tapping the comm device inside his helmet before placing his finger gently on the trigger. Through the scope, Peter Parker's figure came into perfect focus. "Take the shot," a cold voice replied through his earpiece. The sniper inhaled deeply, his gloved finger tightening over the trigger. But as he tried to squeeze, his hand refused to move. His muscles locked up, as if something were physically restraining him. Confusion flashed across his face beneath the mask. "What the?" he muttered, looking down. His heart skipped. A thin line of spiders, dozens of them, were swarming over his gloved hand, their combined weight pulling his finger back from the trigger. He scrambled backward, yelping as he tried to shake them off, only for a wave of spiders to pour out from beneath his gear and across the rooftop. He fell onto his back, eyes wide behind his visor. "Oh. Get away. Get off of me," he shouted, flailing and kicking as hundreds of tiny legs crawled over his arms, chest, and helmet. The voice in his earpiece barked sharply, "What's happening? Report back. I repeat, report your status." But the sniper couldn't answer. His voice was muffled by the sound of frantic breathing and the skittering swarm. He tried to shout, but then stiffened as the spiders began crawling beneath his suit, filling it from within. His screams turned to choked gasps as the black wave consumed him completely. Moments later, there was silence. The swarm writhed and pulsed before slowly dispersing, scattering across the rooftop until nothing remained but an empty hazmat suit crumpled against the concrete and a small earpiece blinking weakly beside it. The radio crackled with static. "Hello. Report back. Can you hear me? Hello. What's going on up there?" the voice demanded, growing more frantic with every unanswered call. The only reply came from the swarm as they crawled away, their chittering voices merging into one eerie chorus. "Another day we live is another day we serve the Queen. Long live the Queen. What a wonderful day." As the last snip of the ribbon fluttered to the ground and the crowd burst into another wave of applause, Aunt May and Uncle Ben stood smiling proudly beneath the banner that read Feast Community Center, Grand Opening. The air was buzzing with excitement, flashes from cameras still going off, the sound of chatter echoing throughout the courtyard as guests began filing toward the entrance. Tony, never one to miss an opportunity to make an impression, strode confidently toward the pair, his tailored suit catching the light. His trademark grin was already in place by the time he extended his hand. "Tony Stark," he announced with his usual flourish, giving Uncle Ben's hand a firm shake. "I'm sure you've heard of me." Before either of them could respond, Tony turned toward Aunt May, caught her hand delicately, and brushed his lips against her knuckles. "And you must be Peter's gorgeous sister," he said, eyes gleaming with playful mischief. Uncle Ben's eyebrow twitched as Aunt May covered her mouth to hide a small giggle. "No, you silly man," she said through a smile, "I'm his aunt. But you can call me May." "And I'm her husband," Ben interjected, his tone polite but edged with a protective firmness. "Peter's uncle." "Ben." Tony blinked, looked between them, and chuckled. "Ah, right, of course. My mistake." He crossed his arms, leaning back slightly with that practiced Stark charm. "Forgive me, I didn't expect his aunt and uncle to look so young and good-looking. He's told me a lot about you too." Ben and May both glanced past Tony just in time to see Peter standing off to the side, shaking his head while mouthing, "No, I haven't." Tony, oblivious, or pretending to be, just kept smiling. "Weren't you the guy who was kidnapped and just recently rescued?" Ben asked, his tone half-teasing but. Tony waved a dismissive hand. "Buffed, details. No need to dwell on that. The important thing is, me and the kid go way back." Peter groaned and gestured with his hands, mouthing again for emphasis, "No we don't. I literally met this guy in my office like 3 days ago." A few nearby guests snickered as they noticed the silent exchange. Ben tilted his head, smirking. Should we be concerned, then? Because Peter only just turned 16. How long exactly have you known him, Mr. Stark?" Tony froze for a fraction of a second, realizing how suspicious that sounded out loud. The corner of Peter's mouth twitched upward into a grin. "Officer," Peter called, turning to George Stacy who was standing nearby. "Arrest this man right here." Tony straightened his jacket with a deadpan expression. "Okay, fine, you caught me. I was lying. I just met your nephew." Ben chuckled under his breath. "We know." Tony shrugged, completely unbothered. Can't blame a guy for trying to establish rapport. The crowd began filtering inside, exploring the freshly opened building. Voices echoed through the new halls of feast, children, people calling greetings, volunteers showing guests around. But amid the lively chatter, Madeline looked around, frowning slightly. Where did Mary Jane disappear to? I swear she was standing right beside me a minute ago." Gwen, standing next to her with her arms crossed, hid a small smirk. "She said she had to use the bathroom," she replied casually, though the glint in her eye said otherwise. Meanwhile, far from the bright lights of the ceremony, the air hung heavy over a narrow alleyway a few blocks away. A naked man was hanging upside down, wrapped tightly in layers of webbing from his ankles to his mouth. The silk shimmered faintly under the flickering streetlight, the faint drip-drip of water echoing off the damp bricks. His muffled cries came out weak and panicked as he swung gently back and forth, the blood rushing to his head, his face flushed red and soaked in sweat. His terrified eyes darted around desperately, searching for anyone, anything, to help him. Then a shadow shifted above him. From the darkness of the fire escape above, a pink-hued web descended, silky, glistening, and strangely vibrant. Hanging upside down from it, descending with predatory grace, was the scarlet spider. Her crimson hair shimmered faintly and small black spiders crawled lazily across her shoulders and along her cheek, alive and loyal. MJ smiled behind her mask, her eyes gleaming faintly with a dangerous light. "A little spider told me you were naughty," she purred, her voice dripping with playful menace. "So I came to see for myself." The man tried to scream, his voice muffled by the webbing over his mouth. His whole body trembled, the sound of his rapid breathing echoing faintly in the tight alley. MJ tilted her head, watching him with interest. "You know," she continued softly, dragging a fingertip along his chest where the webbing tightened. "I've never actually interrogated someone before. I don't really know where the line is, or when I've taken it too far." Her lips curved into a grin, fangs glinting slightly as her voice dropped to a whisper. "Let's find out, shall we?" Her eyes lit with an eerie pink glow, and a hum of power filled the alley. The next sounds that broke the stillness were not words, but muffled screams, sobs, and the skittering of countless tiny legs echoing faintly through the darkness. Chapter 381, FEAST, End. Third-person POV. I'm planning on taking everyone to dinner to celebrate the grand opening. You want to join us? Peter asked as he and Tony stood a few feet away from the bustling crowd. Tony crossed his arms and gave a half-smirk, his gaze sweeping lazily across the crowd before landing back on Peter. "No," he said matter-of-factly. "I appreciate the invitation, but I only came here because I knew it would annoy you somehow. I'll be leaving in a few seconds anyway, I've got things to do." The corner of his lips curved upward into that familiar teasing grin. Peter's expression stayed flat. "I'm honestly starting to dislike you," he said dryly. Tony chuckled, reaching out to pat Peter's back in mock sympathy. "Get in line, kid. Everyone does eventually." He started to turn away, then added with a mischievous glint in his eyes, "By the way, it was nice meeting your very attractive aunt." Peter's head snapped toward him, his tone sharp. "You're lucky we're in public, or I'd lay you out for that comment." Tony's laughter echoed as he started walking off, clearly entertained by the reaction. But before he went too far, he paused mid-step, glancing back over his shoulder. "Wait. Before I go, I gotta ask, what's your real reason for building this place?" Peter blinked, caught off guard. "What?" Tony gestured around them, motioning to the impressive facility filled with people, banners, and displays. "Come on, you can tell me. Surely you've got a secret motive, right? You don't have to play the saint here. Between us partners, what's the catch? PR stunt? Maybe a publicity grab? Or, perhaps it's a diversion for some elaborate criminal activity." His tone turned theatrically suspicious. "Or maybe, and this one's my favorite, you buried your competitors under the foundation, and now you're building over the evidence." Peter exhaled through his nose, shaking his head with a faint grin. "You watch way too many movies, Stark." Tony raised an eyebrow but didn't reply, clearly waiting for an answer. Peter finally looked at him fully, his expression softening. "I built this place for my aunt and uncle," he said simply. "They're stubborn people, always have been. Even when I was practically a millionaire and could have taken care of them easily, they refused to quit their jobs. Said they still had something to give." Tony's teasing smirk faded slightly, replaced by something more neutral, curiosity. "They didn't want to spend the rest of their lives doing nothing," Peter continued, his voice low, reflective. "So I built this place to make it easier for them. They don't have to work long hours anymore. They get to be their own bosses, doing something meaningful, helping people, making a difference, just being who they are." He turned slightly, hands sliding into his pockets as he began to walk away. "Not everyone needs some ulterior motive or sinister plot to do good by others," he said over his shoulder. "Sometimes, doing the right thing just comes down to understanding what matters, to your values, your principles, and the people you care about." Peter raised a hand and waved lazily without looking back. "Anyway, I'll be seeing you, Stark. Despite your questionable motives and personality, thanks for dropping by." Tony stood there for a moment, watching him go. His teasing grin softened into something subtler, a faint, knowing smile. As he turned to leave, he muttered under his breath, "He's a good kid. Still a brat in my opinion, but not bad." With that, he slipped his sunglasses back on and walked toward his car, disappearing into the soft glow of evening lights. As the day wound down and the crowd began to thin, the once lively atmosphere quieted to a calm hum. Peter leaned against a nearby wall, arms folded as he watched Aunt May and Uncle Ben laughing and chatting with volunteers, collecting signatures from those signing up for future programs. Their faces radiated pride and contentment, and Peter couldn't help the small, fond smile tugging at his lips. A familiar voice broke his thoughts. "You look like a man deep in thought," MJ said as she approached, tying her hair up into a ponytail as she leaned beside him against the wall. Her shoulder brushed his lightly as she propped her hands behind her. Peter didn't look at her. "So," he asked, his tone calm and even, "what did you learn?" MJ's expression shifted, her gaze growing more serious. Without a word, she connected their minds, a silent pulse of thought linking them as her voice echoed gently in his head. "They're threatened," she said mentally, her tone clipped and focused. "The higher-ups see Parker Industries as a rising tech giant, too fast, too capable. They think you're becoming a potential obstacle to their expansion. They've already started making plans to move against you before you grow any more influential." Peter's expression didn't change. His eyes remained half-lidded, his tone devoid of emotion as he replied through the link, "Too late for that." He exhaled quietly, his mind calm, almost detached as he continued, "Have Arya eliminate some of their board members from the equation. Have her dig up everything they've ever done, evidence, scandals, crimes, anything that'll stick. Leak it all. Get them arrested, detained, prosecuted. Make it so they can't show their faces in public again. And make sure it's deliberate so they know it's a warning from me. Are you sure it's a good idea to antagonize them? Won't that just make them come after you harder? It could get dangerous, you know," MJ said, her brows furrowing as she leaned forwards. Her tone carried a mix of concern and disbelief, her eyes flickered toward Peter, who seemed far too calm for someone talking about provoking dangerous people as simply Peter Parker. "It's fine," Peter said casually, exhaling through his nose as if he'd already thought it through 100 times. "They'll be too scared and paranoid to act out. That's why I said to make it deliberate. If we make them feel cornered, they'll start wondering if I've got something on them, something that could take them down completely. Fear is a powerful leash, Red. It'll make them think twice before doing anything stupid." MJ tilted her head slightly, her lips pressing together as she processed his logic. You know, if you're capable of taking them all out, why don't you just do it? Wouldn't it be safer? Less risk of them regrouping or coming after us later, she asked, genuine confusion coloring her tone. Peter scratched the front of his head, clearly frustrated but not at her, at the situation. No, you have to understand something, Red, he said with a sigh, his voice dipping into a quieter, heavier tone. The most dangerous enemy you can ever face is someone who has absolutely nothing left to lose. If we go after all of them at once, if we expose everything, they'll lose their restraint. The only reason they're not unleashing hell right now is because they still have something to protect, some image to maintain, some shadow to hide behind. Take that away, and what do you think happens next? Chaos. That's why I said we can't push them too far too fast. He leaned back against the wall, folding his arms as his gaze hardened. You have to remember, right now, we're at war, he said quietly, his tone carrying weight, serious and resolute. MJ was silent for a few seconds, she let him continue, knowing this wasn't just paranoia. To really take them out, he went on, we'd have to be patient. Pick them off one by one. Even if it takes months, years, or decades. Because this isn't a fight, it's a slow war. And in a war, if you rush in without thinking, people get hurt. Innocent people. So, to prevent that, we can't be reckless with our moves. We have to be strategic. A brief silence filled the space between them. The tension that had built up from his words hung in the air until MJ suddenly lowered her head and began to chuckle softly. Peter blinked in confusion. What's so funny? MJ waved him off, her shoulders shaking slightly as she tried to hold back her laughter. I'm sorry, she said between chuckles. I didn't mean to laugh, but I just couldn't help it. I suddenly felt like I was in the middle of some secret spy thriller. You know, covert ops, code names, shadow wars. Peter raised a brow, the corner of his mouth twitching before a small laugh escaped him. I mean seriously, MJ said, straightening up and theatrically clearing her throat. Everything we just said could be straight out of a spy movie. Watch, she stood up and began reenacting their entire exchange, alternating between dramatic voices. Boss, I came bearing information, she said in a deep, exaggerated tone. I see, she continued, now mimicking Peter's voice, this leaves us with no choice but to take them out one by one. Make it deliberate so they know it's a warning from me. Peter rolled his eyes but couldn't help grinning as she kept going. But boss, she said dramatically, clutching her chest as if she were in an old black and white film, isn't it too dangerous? We have no time to worry about danger, she bellowed in mock seriousness. For we are at war, and war means casualties. MJ threw a hand to her forehead and stumbled back, then brought her hand down over her face and declared with exaggerated flair, end scene. Peter burst into laughter, clapping his hands. Wow. Bravo. Have you ever considered acting? Because that was phenomenal. Thank you, MJ said, bowing dramatically with mock pride. Peter then flicked her forehead, causing her to yelp and stumble back. Ouchie, she exclaimed, rubbing her forehead with watery eyes. What was that for? For mocking me, Peter said with mock sternness, a teasing smirk tugging at his lips. Now come on, they look about done over there. And honestly, public speaking has made me hungry. MJ pouted as she followed him, still rubbing her forehead. You know, I don't think I'm liking the abuse I've been getting recently, she muttered under her breath. I hit you because I love you, Peter said deadpan. Whoa. MJ said as she couldn't believe Peter said that to her of all people. Sorry. Peter said, growing embarrassed. MJ just giggled, after all Peter's dark humor has never failed to amuse her and has been her source of comfort many times in the past. Chapter 382, Delivery. Third-person POV. The next morning, the time had finally come to hand over their prisoners to none other than Nicholas Fury. Peter, Gwen, Bruce, and Betty made their way down to the lower level where the holding cells were located. The corridor was dimly lit, lined with reinforced glass and humming containment fields that buzzed faintly in the background. Inside one of the cells sat Samuel Stearns, better known as the leader, slouched against the metallic wall. In the cell beside him, General Thaddeus Thunderbolt Ross stood stiff and silent. Peter, dressed in his Spider-Man suit, clapped his hands together to get everyone's attention. All right, everyone. Today's the big day, moving day, he announced with mock enthusiasm. Aren't we all just thrilled? Just let me out, please. I'm innocent. Samuel's voice cracked with desperation. I don't even remember doing anything wrong. 1 minute I was thrown back by that monster, and the next thing I know, I wake up in this cell. He pressed his palms against the barrier, trying to look pitiful. Peter made a fake spitting sound to the side. That's what they all say, criminal scum, ow. He flinched as Gwen smacked his shoulder hard enough to make him stumble slightly. Was just kidding. Peter muttered, rubbing the sore spot under his suit. Look, Gwen said, stepping forward with her arms crossed, I'm sure there's some truth to what you're saying, but that doesn't change what you've done. You're too dangerous to be released. And someone has to answer for the soldiers who died because of you. Her voice was firm, carrying the quiet authority. Samuel turned his attention to Bruce, eyes softening as he tried a different tactic. Come on, Bruce, he said pleadingly, surely you of all people understand what it's like, waking up to find yourself accused of things you can't remember, watching your life fall apart because of something you can't control. You and I, we're not so different. Bruce's expression darkened. He stared at Samuel for a long, heavy moment before sighing and lowering his gaze. Trust me, he said quietly, I understand better than anyone. But our situations couldn't be more different. It took time, but I learned that what's inside us, the monster, the rage, it's not just something to hate or deny. It's a part of us. The Hulk might be destructive, but he never wanted to rule the world or hurt people for power. He just wanted peace. You, on the other hand. Bruce shook his head slowly. I once trusted you. I shared my blood with you because I believed you could help me find a cure. But instead, you used it, you mass-produced it. You turned it into a weapon. Samuel's expression twisted from desperation to fury. So that's what this is about. Revenge, huh? You want payback because I saw the true potential of your blood, because I wanted to share it with the world. You were too selfish to accept that you weren't unique anymore. You wanted to keep your BZZZZTTT. The sound of electricity filled the air as Samuel's body convulsed violently. He dropped to the ground, writhing and screaming as sparks flickered from the collar around his neck. All eyes turned toward Peter, who was standing a few feet away holding a small control device, thumb pressed firmly on the activation button. What? Peter said innocently, glancing around as everyone stared at him in disbelief. Don't tell me you actually wanted to hear the rest of his villain monologue. Bruce sighed deeply while Gwen pinched the bridge of her nose. Betty just shook her head, muttering something under her breath. Am I wrong? Peter continued, gesturing at the still-twitching Samuel. Come on, it was obviously going to be another load of self-justifying nonsense. I mean, I don't know about you guys, but I don't have the time or the patience to sit through that speech. He scoffed and tucked the controller back into his belt pouch. Betty raised an eyebrow, then shrugged. You know what? Honestly, fair, she admitted, nodding slightly. Yeah, he kind of has a point, Gwen said, though her tone was half amusement, half reluctance. Bruce, however, was still shaking his head, muttering something about ethics and unnecessary force. With a soft hum, the containment field flickered and then dissolved. Peter stepped forward, pressing the panel to open the adjacent cell. The door slid open with a hiss, revealing General Ross, who stepped out slowly, straightening his posture with all the pride he could muster despite the restraints around his wrists. Ross's steely eyes met Betty's, and for a long, tense moment, neither said a word. A complicated mix of guilt, resentment, and longing passed between them. Meanwhile, Peter strode casually into the other cell, crouched beside the still groaning Samuel, and grabbed him by the back of his shirt. All right, sleepyhead, up you go, he muttered, effortlessly hoisting the man over his shoulder with one arm like he weighed nothing at all. Peter stepped out of the holding area. The air in the room felt heavy, thick with a kind of awkward silence that could only come from unresolved family tension. His head tilted slightly as his mask lenses narrowed. Whoa, he said, waving a hand between Betty and Ross. Okay, what's going on here? My spidey sense is tingling. Didn't you guys have a heart-to-heart already? Don't tell me it didn't go well. Betty let out a tired sigh, placing a hand on her hip. It went fine, she admitted. But not everything can be fixed with a single conversation. Years of damage don't just disappear because we had a nice talk. Ross gave a slow nod, his tone gruff but honest. We agreed to start over, he said. To rebuild from scratch. I know I haven't exactly been a model father, but I intend to change that. I owe her that much. Betty's eyes softened briefly before she looked away with a faint, almost bittersweet smile. We'll see, she said quietly. Let's just take it one step at a time. Peter raised his hands defensively. Hey, that's still progress. Way better than the shouting match I was half expecting. He gave Ross a pat on the arm, or at least tried to, since the man's bicep felt like solid rock under his jacket. Anyway, General TR, I don't think you'll be needing this anymore. With a quick motion, Peter tapped a control device. The inhibitor collar around Ross's neck beeped twice before deactivating with a soft click. He carefully removed it, tossing it into a containment case at his side. Almost immediately, Ross began to change. His muscles expanded, veins glowing faintly red as his skin shifted tone, darkening into a molten crimson hue. The Red Hulk stood tall once again, his immense frame dwarfing the others in the room. The floor vibrated slightly under his weight. Betty took a deep breath and did the same, transforming into her red She-Hulk form, her fiery aura flaring for a moment before settling. The two towering figures faced each other, a silent mirror of both strength and regret. Ross exhaled, the air leaving him in a low rumble as his body began to shrink, his features softening back into his human form. He rolled his shoulders with a grunt, glancing briefly at Betty. "I'm ready to go," he said simply. Peter gave a satisfied nod. "All right then. Family Reunion Part 2, Success-ish." A shimmering golden portal opened near the shipment yard by the docks, swirling like liquid before expanding into a full gateway. Peter stepped through first, followed by Gwen, Harry, and the rest of the Spider family, with Bruce and Betty bringing up the rear. Samuel Stearns, still unconscious and restrained, was slung over Peter's shoulder like a sack of potatoes. The group emerged to find Nick Fury waiting for them, long coat flapping slightly in the sea breeze, flanked by Natasha Romanoff and Clint Barton. Behind them, the Quinjet's loading ramp was open, its engines humming softly. "Yo. What's up, guys? Long time no see." Peter greeted, raising a hand cheerfully. Hawkeye blinked in confusion. "What are you talking about? It's been, like, 5 days. You literally dropped by to see Stark's press conference." Peter froze mid-wave. "Wait, that was this week." He rubbed his chin thoughtfully. "Man, I swear, so much stuff's happened since then, it feels like a month ago." Meanwhile, General Ross was escorted toward Fury. The two men exchanged nods, military sharp and mutual. General Ross, Fury greeted evenly. "Agent Nicholas Fury," Ross replied in kind. Peter dropped Samuel to the ground beside Natasha and Clint. "Here you go, one science-obsessed megalomaniac, freshly delivered. Please, feel free to never give him access to a computer again." "Good riddance," Betty muttered under her breath, crossing her arms. Natasha smirked faintly while she and Hawkeye began leading both Ross and Stearns toward the Quinjet's ramp. Fury, however, lingered behind, his one eye on Peter. "So," Peter said with a grin, tilting his head. "Is he out yet?" Fury's expression softened slightly, a rare sight. "Not yet," he said. "We're close. The team's working carefully to thaw him out. Everyone's worried they'll damage him if they rush." Harry crossed his arms beside Peter. "You being in such a good mood is really, really unsettling," he said suspiciously. "Are you sure you're the real Nick Fury?" "Shut up, will you?" Fury deadpanned, glaring at him. "There it is," Harry said with a grin, pointing dramatically. "That's the Fury I know." The others chuckled as Fury groaned, rubbing the bridge of his nose before turning toward the Quinjet. "Whatever. If another mess like this happens, you know how to reach me." "Yeah, sure thing," Peter said, waving lazily. "Just let me know when you finally unfreeze Cap, all right?" Fury raised a hand without looking back, a casual "okay" sign, before disappearing up the ramp. The Quinjet's doors sealed shut with a hiss, and moments later, the engines roared to life as it lifted into the air and sped off into the horizon. Peter watched it go, hands on his hips. "You know," he said, "Nightwing's right. Something feels off. I'm starting to miss the old Nick, the one who'd call us motherfuckers." Harry laughed. "We should still check if he's an imposter though," he said half seriously. "Agreed," Peter said, nodding solemnly, before both of them burst out laughing. Peter cleared his throat and turned to face the rest of the team, clapping his hands together. "All right, everyone. Prisoners delivered, no explosions, no broken bones, and only one minor electrocution incident. You know what that means, right?" The group grinned, energy already buzzing through them. "Beach Day," they shouted in unison, throwing their fists into the air as the portal shimmered open once more, leading them toward a much-needed break from chaos. Chapter 383, Beach Trip, 1. Third-person POV. Everyone was inside the base, bustling with energy as they moved around the car parked and prepped for the long-awaited trip. Laughter and chatter echoed against the metal walls. Bags, coolers, and beach accessories of all shapes and colors were being stacked and organized with varying degrees of success. Arya strutted across the garage proudly, an inflatable donut floaty around her waist. She wore oversized purple sunglasses that nearly covered half her face and a floppy straw hat tilted at a dramatic angle. "I'm ready," she declared in an overly serious tone. Gwen walked over, chuckling softly. She had opted for something far more modest, a light sweater and a short skirt, and shook her head at Arya's full summer get-up. "Arya, honey," she said with affectionate amusement, "love the enthusiasm, but we're not even at the beach yet. And if that thing's going in the car, it's going to need to be deflated first." "Boo." Arya groaned, her shoulders slumping as she pouted dramatically. Gwen laughed again and reached forward, carefully slipping the inflatable donut over Arya's head. "Tell you what, you can keep the hat and the glasses as a compromise. Just, maybe lose the donut until we actually see sand." Peter strolled by during the exchange, wearing nothing but an open hoodie, a backward baseball cap, and a pair of swim shorts. The casual breeze of someone who'd clearly decided that beach mode started the second he got dressed. Everyone else was dressed in equally relaxed summer clothes, tank tops, shorts, sundresses, sandals, the full pre-vacation ensemble. Dibs on driving. Arya suddenly shouted, raising a hand high into the air just as Peter and Harry finished closing the car's trunk. Everyone froze mid-action and turned to stare at her. Arya blinked, looking around at all the unimpressed stares. What? I'm obviously kidding. Geez, tough crowd. She rolled her eyes. I'll drive, Harry volunteered with a small grin, raising a brow in amusement. As long as I get to be your passenger princess, Peter teased, fluttering his eyelashes dramatically as he tossed the keys. Harry caught them with one hand, shaking his head with a chuckle. All right, everyone ready to go. Harry shouted over the ambient noise. A chorus of confirmations rang out. Gwen scooped up Arya, who still refused to let go of her sun hat, and the group began piling into the car. Doors opened with a series of clunks before slamming shut, echoing across the garage. The engine roared to life, rumbling beneath them as the lights of the base flickered off the hood. Harry glanced back toward the others seated behind him. Everyone got everything they needed. No one needs to use the bathroom before we leave. No, Dad, we're good, Felicia said, rolling her eyes with a smirk. Peter turned in his seat, adding in a mock-serious tone, be respectful, young lady, or we will turn this car around. MJ laughed softly, resting an elbow on the window. We haven't even left the base yet, she pointed out, and besides, if we really forgot something, we could always just teleport it over. True, Peter admitted with a shrug, but still, I had to do the responsible adult line at least once. All right then, Harry said with a grin, tightening his grip on the wheel. Everyone's ready. Let's get this trip started. Without warning, the tires screeched, and the car shot forward. The sudden burst of speed made everyone jolt in their seats, glaring at Harry as the sound of laughter filled the air. They sped through the underground subway tunnels, headlights illuminating the dim concrete ahead. Thanks to the vehicle's suspension, the ride wasn't nearly as rough as it should have been bouncing along old train tracks. Moments later, the car phased through a wall, emerging onto the city streets as sunlight burst through the windshield. The transition from underground steel to open New York chaos was smooth, almost cinematic, as they merged into morning traffic with practiced ease. Now then, Peter said, leaning back in his seat and stretching, should I put on some music to liven things up? Ooh. Me. Let me pick the song. Felicia said, already digging into her pocket for her phone. Everyone exchanged wary glances as she connected to the car's system. A moment later, the speakers blared to life with I Was Made for Lovin' You by Kiss. Felicia smirked, tossing her hair. What? I love the band, and it's a good song. Bite me. Peter blinked, half surprised, half impressed. Huh, never pegged you for a Kiss fan. I learn something new about you every day. Felicia winked. Oh, there's plenty you don't know about me, Tiger. Peter chuckled, shaking his head as the music blasted louder and the car sped down the street. Windows rolled down, wind rushing through their hair, the group sang along passionately to every chorus and verse. Harry drummed his hand against the car door in rhythm with the beat, the sunlight reflecting off his shades as they cruised toward their destination. Peter suddenly leaned forward from the passenger seat and twisted the volume knob, turning the music down to a near whisper as they were driving through a highway. Instantly, protests filled the car. Hey! What was that for? Lizzie exclaimed, leaning between the front seats with a frown. Yeah, it was just getting good. Gwen added, crossing her arms, clearly displeased. The only one who didn't complain was Harry, who simply sighed and adjusted his grip on the steering wheel. Sorry, ladies, Peter said, his tone shifting from playful to serious as he nodded toward the road ahead. But duty calls. The group followed his gaze. Up ahead, rumbling in the middle lane, was a large prison transport bus. The Department of Corrections insignia on the side made it immediately clear what it was. Through the windshield, figures could be seen moving chaotically. Before anyone could comment, a faint glow appeared between Arya's brows, her gem pulsing like a heartbeat. Her eyes glazed momentarily as she focused. The bus driver's dead, she announced grimly. The inmates hijacked the vehicle and are trying to make a run for it. A heavy silence fell over the car for a moment. Felicia whistled lowly. Well, that's one way to kick off a relaxing beach day, she muttered, shaking her head. Her lips curled into a smirk as she glanced around the car. So, she drawled, who's going to take this one? Oh, me. Me. Arya shouted, bouncing in her seat. I just made my debut, let me have at it. Everyone exchanged a quick look before shrugging in unison. Hit them where it hurts, baby girl, Peter said, giving her a grin. Yes, sir. Arya saluted with mock seriousness, determination glowing in her eyes. "All right everyone, tinted windows," Peter ordered. In a synchronized move, they all rolled up their darkened windows until the interior of the car dimmed. Once sealed from outside view, a shimmer of light engulfed Arya. Her casual clothes dissolved like mist, replaced by her hero outfit, sleek, black and purple, accented with glowing lines that pulsed faintly with energy. Her hair shifted, her stature changed, she looked taller, older, more confident. "Be back in a bit," she chirped. Before anyone could respond, she began to phase, her body sinking straight through Gwen's lap and the floor of the car, disappearing completely. Beneath the street, Arya zipped through the underground like a phantom. She passed through layers of asphalt and concrete until she was directly beneath the moving prison bus. She phased upward through the metal floor, emerging inside the chaos. The interior reeked of sweat and diesel. The prisoners were yelling, celebrating, and cheering. One man's lifeless body now slumped against the window, seated by himself. "Man, my heart's racing," one prisoner laughed wildly as he stood in front next to the driver. "They won't even know we're gone until we're halfway to Jersey." "I know," the man began, but froze mid-sentence when he caught sight of movement in the rearview mirror. A hand was raised, accompanied by a cheerful voice. "Excuse me," Arya said, smiling sweetly. "I was supposed to get off at the last stop." Every head in the bus turned toward her. She sat casually in one of the seats, legs crossed, looking completely out of place, a teenager in bright hero attire surrounded by hardened criminals. How did you?" the man at the front stammered, words falling apart in disbelief. "I hope you don't mind," Arya continued breezily, "but I kind of forgot my bus pass." A tense pause. Then the bus erupted into chaos. Back in Peter's car, everyone saw the transport start to swerve erratically across lanes, rocking from side to side. Shouts and crashes echoed from within as shadows tumbled behind the windows. Inside, Arya was already in motion, phasing through punches and lunges as if she were made of smoke. A prisoner swung a metal chain straight through her chest, his eyes widening as it passed harmlessly through her. "Oh, that's not going to work," she teased before delivering a glowing kick to his jaw. She phased again, materializing behind another man and flipping him over a seat. A web shot forward from her palm, whip, pinning a third man to the wall. Outside, Peter and the others winced as the bus jerked sharply. A body slammed against a window before being pulled back in, followed by a loud metallic crash. "Yup," Felicia said, watching with mild amusement. "That's definitely our girl." Moments later, Arya burst through the side window, hovering in midair while holding one of the thugs by his shirt through the glass. She smirked before pulling him and slamming his face against the glass, crash, and kicked him back inside. The fight ended as quickly as it began. Inside the bus, every prisoner was either unconscious or webbed in place, including the one who'd been driving. Arya phased back through the windshield in front and gripped the massive engine block, wrenching it out with supernatural strength. The bus sputtered and came to a grinding halt, smoke billowing from beneath the hood. Harry reacted instantly, swerving to avoid the now-dead vehicle. Tires screeched as he narrowly missed clipping the side of it. Floating ahead of them, Arya held the engine over her head with a proud grin. "Looks like the wheels on this bus won't be going round and round no more," she said cheekily. "But don't worry, there's one last stop, and it's a special place called prison." With the situation handled, she contacted the authorities through her comms. Satisfied that the captured criminals wouldn't be going anywhere, she tossed the engine inside and dusted her hands clean. Then, with a playful two-finger salute, Arya phased downward, vanishing beneath the pavement. Seconds later, she rose right back through the car floor, reappearing in Gwen's lap like she'd never left. Her form shimmered, and she returned to her childlike self, hair tousled, head slightly crooked, a triumphant grin on her face. Everyone immediately burst into applause and cheers. Gwen hugged her affectionately, Felicia ruffled her hair, and even Harry gave a proud nod from the driver's seat. Arya giggled, puffing out her chest as she smugly adjusted her hat and slid her purple sunglasses back on. Chapter 384, Beach Trip, 2. Third-person POV. When they finally arrived at the beach, the sound of crashing waves and the smell of salt in the air greeted them. Gwen and the rest of the girls headed straight toward the row of pastel-colored dressing rooms stationed along the boardwalk to change into their swimsuits. The sunlight shimmered off the ocean, and the faint laughter of other beachgoers blended with the cry of distant seagulls. Peter and Harry had already changed. Unsurprisingly, they were the first ones done, and were now leaning casually against the hood of Peter's sleek car, both wearing sunglasses as they waited. "The girls sure are taking their time," Peter finally said, stretching his arms over his head before smirking. "Maybe I should go check on them, see if they need any help." Harry gave him a flat look. "You better not," he warned, pushing his shades up his nose. "My girl's in there too. And knowing your luck, you'll get spotted, someone will scream, and the next thing you know, bam, your face is plastered on TV with the headline, 'Local billionaire caught peeping.' Darn. Peter muttered, snapping his fingers dramatically as if his evil scheme had just been foiled. Harry couldn't help but chuckle and shake his head. Relax, Harry said, nudging Peter's shoulder. They'll be out any second now, see? He pointed toward the dressing rooms. The door swung open, and the girls stepped out one by one, sunlight catching them in a near-cinematic moment. Felicia emerged first, confidently striding forward in a sleek black one-piece that accentuated her curves. Her hair was tied up into a high ponytail with two loose strands framing her face, and a pair of white-framed sunglasses rested stylishly atop her head. MJ followed, wearing a dark red velvet two-piece with a translucent, flowy cloth draped around her hips that fluttered in the sea breeze. A wide straw hat shaded her eyes, tilted forward at a teasing angle. Gwen came next, her look softer, a frilly white two-piece paired with twin braids that hung neatly over her chest. She was holding Aria's hand, the little girl smiling brightly as they walked side by side. Finally, Lizzie appeared, her confidence practically glowing. She wore a yellow string bikini, the top tied neatly behind her neck, while the bottom featured cutouts that revealed glimpses of her toned midriff. Her blonde hair was woven into a thick braid that fell over her shoulder, secured with a delicate hair clip that shimmered faintly in the light. Peter, of course, couldn't resist. He brought his fingers to his mouth and whistled loudly before breaking into applause and mock cheering. Woo! The beach just got 10 times brighter. Harry just shook his head with a grin as Lizzie approached. Oh lala, he said with a teasing smirk. You like, she asked, tilting her hips slightly and striking a playful pose. Harry lifted his sunglasses slowly, meeting her eyes. I love, he said with a grin that made her giggle before leaning in to give him a quick kiss. Peter looked between the girls, dramatically holding his head as if overwhelmed. I don't even know where to look, you all look amazing, he exclaimed. Felicia placed a hand on her hip, smirking. All right, Parker, quick round. Don't think, just answer, which one of us looks the cutest? Yeah, Pete, pick, Gwen added, crossing her arms under her chest and giving him a challenging grin. MJ leaned forward slightly, lifting her hat to meet his gaze. And you can't say all of us. Peter pretended to ponder the question deeply, rubbing his chin with exaggerated thoughtfulness. You're all making this really tough for me, he said, glancing between them with mock seriousness. But if I have to pick, the cutest one here has to be her. Before anyone could react, Peter swooped down and scooped up Arya into his arms, spinning her around. The little girl giggled and squealed as Peter nuzzled her cheek affectionately. Boo. That's cheating. Felicia said with a playful scoff, crossing her arms. MJ chuckled and reached over to pinch Arya's cheek. As much as I hate to admit it, he's got a point. Arya's definitely the cutest. Gwen pouted, shaking her head. What a total cop-out answer, she muttered, though the corner of her mouth betrayed a faint smile. Harry and Lizzie both laughed, shaking their heads as Peter set Arya back down. Okay, Peter said, lifting his hands defensively. Let's just get our spot on the beach before I dig myself into a hole. The last thing I need is getting on any of your bad sides this early in the day. Once the group had claimed their spot on the beach, a nice patch of soft golden sand beneath a big striped umbrella, Peter dropped their bags and began helping Arya settle down. The little girl was already bouncing with excitement, her eyes fixed on the waves as if she was about to sprint toward them at any second. Hold it right there, young lady, Peter said, catching her by the shoulder just as she was about to dash off. You're not going anywhere without sunscreen. Arya groaned dramatically, folding her arms. What? I'm like, part android. I don't need sunscreen. Her tone was flat and matter-of-fact. Peter arched an eyebrow. Yeah, part of you. The other part is still very much human. Before she could protest, he squirted a generous blob of sunscreen into his hands and started roughly rubbing it over her arms and face. Arya squirmed and grumbled the whole time, flinching every few seconds as he worked too quickly to be gentle. When he was done, Arya stood there with her hair slightly disheveled, her skin gleaming from the thick coat of lotion, and a betrayed expression fixed on her face. Was that really necessary, she asked, her glare sharp enough to cut glass. Extremely, Peter said, grinning as he wiped his hands with a towel. Now, go on, twerp. You're cleared for takeoff. Arya rolled her eyes, muttering something under her breath before finally running off toward the shore, her laughter soon swallowed by the sound of crashing waves. As Peter leaned back with a satisfied sigh, Felicia stretched on her towel nearby, propping herself up on one elbow. Hey, Tiger, she called out, her voice dripping with mischief. Why don't you put some sunscreen on us too? Peter looked over, eyes glinting mischievously as he picked up the bottle and started shaking it. Oh, I'd love to help. Just tell me where you want it, baby. Felicia giggled, arching her back slightly and puffing out her chest as she pointed toward the neckline of her swimsuit. Right here, she said playfully. Spray it on me, Tiger. You got it. Peter said with mock intensity. He popped open the cap, made a few exaggerated grunting noises, and even thrust his hips for comedic effect as he sprayed a stream of sunscreen across her chest. The two of them burst into laughter, until they noticed a group of passing girls who had stopped dead in their tracks, staring wide-eyed at the scene. The girls exchanged bewildered glances, their jaws slightly agape. Gwen, sitting a few feet away, didn't even look up from adjusting her towel. "We don't know them," she said flatly. "She's right," MJ added without missing a beat, her expression perfectly deadpan. "Total strangers." That broke the tension. The group of onlookers started giggling, shaking their heads as they walked off. Lizzie, who had been watching the entire thing unfold with visible disbelief, finally asked, "What is seriously wrong with you two?" Neither Peter nor Felicia responded. They were too busy laughing, both rolling across their towels, clutching their stomachs as tears formed at the corners of their eyes. Harry, shaking his head, sighed, already used to their antics. "Unbelievable," he muttered, then smirked. In one swift motion, he scooped Lizzie off her feet and slung her over his shoulder. "Harry. What are you?" she yelped, bursting into laughter as he started sprinting toward the water. "Come on, let's leave those lunatics to their comedy act," he called out, ignoring her playful kicks. "Time for a swim." Peter lay face down on his towel, he panted mockingly as if he'd just done a laborious task. He turned his head toward Felicia, who was still chuckling as she rubbed the sunscreen more evenly over her neck and shoulders. "So?" he asked between breaths, "How'd I do?" Felicia leaned over him, her eyes sparkling with amusement. She brushed a strand of hair from his face before pressing a light kiss to his forehead. "Spectacular," she murmured. Chapter 385, Beach Trip, 3, Semi-R. Third-person POV. Arya came running ahead of Peter, her bare feet kicking up sand as she held a deflated donut float above her head like. Her hair, dark and damp from the ocean, clung to her cheeks and neck in messy strands. She stopped right in front of him and held the floppy ring out toward him with both hands. "Blow," she demanded. Peter blinked, then raised a brow. "Excuse me." Arya gave him a bashful look, her big eyes softening. "Please," she murmured, drawing out the word until it melted into a shy smile. Peter scoffed. "You're lucky you're cute," he said, taking the inflatable donut from her. He pressed his lips to the valve and began to blow, his chest expanding with each breath. His cheeks puffed and turned faintly red as the ring slowly regained its round, colorful shape. When it was finally firm and bouncy again, he sealed the valve and slipped it over Arya's head. "There. Have fun," he said with a grin. "We'll be joining you in a minute." "Thanks." Arya chirped before leaning in to plant a quick, salty kiss on his cheek. Then she was off again, dashing back toward the water. Peter chuckled, wiping the wet spot she'd left on his face. When he turned around, he realized he had an audience. Felicia was lying on her stomach on the beach towel, chin propped on her hand, her white hair gleaming in the sunlight as she looked at him with a mischievous smirk. Her legs kicked lazily in the air behind her. Gwen and MJ weren't far away, each of them watching with matching grins. "What?" Peter asked, squinting suspiciously at them. Felicia's smirk widened. "Nothing. It's just, you being all dad-like is very attractive," she said in a sing-song tone. Gwen and MJ nodded in unison, barely hiding their amusement. "It's true," Gwen said, laughing softly. "You actually look mature. It's a nice contrast. If you told me last year you'd be acting like someone's dad, I wouldn't have believed it." MJ smiled, propping herself up on her elbows. "If this is how you're going to be when we have our own kids one day, I think our future is looking very bright." Peter's face went red instantly. "Oh, okay, let's not start planning about that when we're still in high school." Felicia cut in, clearly enjoying his embarrassment. "Oh, don't be modest. From what Felix told me, you were apparently a great dad in his timeline. Guess you're just a natural-born daddy. Peter groaned as the three of them burst into giggles. After a few moments of laughter, Felicia reached toward him with the sunscreen bottle. "Anyway, since you're already in a dad mood, how about finishing the job? You only got my chest earlier. These legs aren't going to butter themselves." Yeah, come here, slave driver," Peter muttered as he knelt beside her, rubbing lotion between his palms. Felicia smirked. "Please. Like you're not going to be enjoying this." She stretched her legs out in front of her, toes wiggling. Peter grinned and began to massage the lotion into her calves, his thumbs pressing into the muscle with deliberate care. "Damn right I am," he said, his voice low and teasing. Felicia's breath caught as he worked his hands up her thighs, her tone shifting into a stifled noise between a moan and a sigh. Gwen and MJ exchanged glances, eyebrows raised. Felicia noticed and flushed, quickly snapping her fingers. A faint glow of silver magic spread from her palm and rippled across the sand when she slammed her hand down, forming a ring around them. Peter looked around in confusion. What was that?" Felicia buried her face into her crossed arms, mumbling, I just made it so the chances of us being spotted and heard are practically zero. Peter tilted his head. You're saying we could do anything, Anne? Exactly, Felicia interrupted, peeking up at him with a sly grin. Now we can be as loud and weird as I want without getting kicked off the beach. MJ frowned slightly. Did you have to include us in the bubble? Felicia shrugged. We've all done weirder things together. Don't act shy now. Peter rolled his eyes, deciding not to argue. He returned to his task, kneading lotion into her thighs. But then, with a spark of mischief, he let a faint current of his bioelectricity flicker across his fingers. Felicia yelped, jerking in surprise. What the hell, Peter, she squeaked, cheeks flaring red. He gave her a devilish grin, electricity crackling faintly between his fingertips. Electroshock massage, he said in a sing-song voice. Second-person POV. Your hands move with deliberate slowness, kneading the firm muscle beneath the smooth skin. The faint static charge from your bioelectricity crackles against her nerves, making her toes curl into the towel beneath her. Felicia tenses at first, but gradually relaxes into your touch as you work your way up her calves. Felicia's breathing steadies as the tingling sensations fade into something deeper. She lets out a soft hum of approval, her eyes half closed. That's actually not terrible, she admits, her voice carrying a grudging tone that doesn't quite mask the relaxation seeping into her muscles. You pause at the back of her knee, feeling the delicate tendons and watching as goosebumps appear along her inner thigh. Careful, Peter, she warns, though there's no real bite to her words. That tickles. She moans softly from your touch. The charged pulse in your fingertips intensifies slightly, sending tiny sparks dancing across her skin as you work your way higher. Felicia gasps when the current jumps to a particularly sensitive spot behind her knee, her whole body twitching before settling back into the towel. TCH, you're enjoying this too much, she accuses, though her lips curl into a faint smile. Her fingers dig into the towel as you press against the junction of her thigh and hip, the bioelectricity making her muscles spasm deliciously. The sound she makes is half protest, half moan deep and throaty in a way that sends heat straight to your groin. You're right, I am. A slow smirk spreads across your face as you increase the intensity just enough to make her squirm. The sunscreen provides perfect conductivity, allowing the current to flow more efficiently across her skin. Felicia's breathing hitches as the electricity hits a particularly sensitive nerve cluster near her inner thigh, her back arching slightly off the towel. What are you? She starts to protest, but her words dissolve into a quiet whimper as your fingers dig deeper, pressing the bioelectricity into the muscle fibers. Her fingers claw at the towel beneath her, knuckles whitening as she tries to maintain some semblance of control. The sunscreen creates a slick barrier that your fingers glide across effortlessly as you work, the bioelectricity coursing through her skin in unpredictable patterns. Felicia arches her back, her breath coming in shallow gasps as the dual assault overwhelms her nervous system. Her moans grow louder despite her efforts to stifle them, her thighs squeezing together as you press your thumbs into the tight muscles of her inner legs. The current surges stronger when you detect her wetness through the fabric of her bikini. You're, NNGH, really pushing your luck, Peter, she manages between gasps, though her hips tilt slightly toward your hands in silent invitation. You lean closer, your breath hot against her ear as you whisper, am I? Your fingers press harder, working the sunscreen and bioelectricity deeper into her skin, the charge making her muscles twitch involuntarily. Felicia bites her lower lip, her hips lifting slightly off the towel as the dual stimulation overwhelms her senses. The charged contact between your fingertips and her inner thigh sends jolts straight to her core, making her clench around nothing. Her nipples harden beneath the fabric of her one piece, demanding attention. Not here, she hisses, though the way her body responds tells a different story. Your hand slips beneath the damp fabric with practiced ease, the sunscreen already coating your fingertips providing perfect lubrication. Felicia sucks in a sharp breath when your hand makes contact with her bare skin, her muscles tensing immediately. The bioelectricity you've been channeling through your fingertips pulses stronger, sending tiny sparks dancing across her cheeks as you spread the sunscreen with slow, methodical strokes. Peter, she hisses, her voice carrying equal parts outrage and arousal as you work the sunscreen into her skin. The charged current makes her entire body quiver, her hips grinding helplessly against the towel beneath her. Your hands grow rougher by the second, fingers digging into the plush flesh of her ass as you work the sunscreen deeper. The bioelectricity crackles wildly now, each pulse sending visible arcs of blue-white energy between your fingertips and her skin. Felicia's moans become more desperate, her body writhing beneath your touch as the dual stimulation overwhelms her senses. She tries to maintain some semblance of control, biting her lip until it's nearly bloodless, but her hips keep bucking involuntarily. Too much, she gasps, her words cracking as another surge of electricity hits her directly in the tailbone. The charged sunscreen makes her skin tingle and burn in all the right ways, the heat intensifying as her blood rushes to the surface. Her pussy clenches desperately, soaking through the fabric of her swimsuit. I am gonna. Felicia's protest dies in her throat as her orgasm rips through her, her entire body arching off the towel as she comes hard against your hands. Her back curves beautifully as her muscles spasm, a strangled cry escaping her throat as the bioelectricity peaks in time with her climax. The orgasm tears through her body like a live wire, your charged fingers still pressed against her skin as she shakes uncontrollably. You maintain the pressure, feeling the intense contractions of her inner muscles through the fabric of her bikini. Felicia's breath comes in ragged gasps, her nails digging into the towel as the pleasure crests. "Oh God," she whimpers, her thighs squeezing around your wrist as aftershocks ripple through her. The bioelectricity still hums beneath your fingertips, making the afterglow pulse through her nerves long after the initial wave has passed. She is left panting and gasping, her skin flushed dark pink, sweat glistening along her collarbones and in the shallow dip between her breasts. When she finally opens her eyes, they're heavy-lidded and brimming with something between frustration and overwhelming satisfaction. You absolute bastard," she breathes, though there's no real venom in it, just the husky echo of her recent climax. Her body still trembles slightly as she tries to collect herself, her chest rising and falling rapidly. Once you are done with her, you dust your hands off and turn towards both Gwen and MJ, both were blushing, staring with mouth agape as they trembled. You smiled pleasantly as you asked, "So who's next?" Both Gwen and MJ look at the drooling and satisfied Felicia before turning towards each other and audibly gulping. Chapter 386, Beach Trip, 4, R18. Third-person POV. Peter stood between Gwen and MJ, wiping the sweat from his forehead with the back of his hand. Phew, he exhaled with a grin, all in a day's work. Both Gwen and MJ were glistening under the sun, their skin sheened with sunscreen and sweat. Their bodies twitched with little aftershocks of pleasure, muscles still trembling from the intensity of what had just happened. "Phew-uck," Gwen whimpered, her voice barely above a whisper. She rested a hand over her pelvis, trying to steady her breathing. "That's totally unfair. I can't even feel my legs right now." MJ had an arm draped across her forehead, her chest rising and falling in uneven rhythm. "I feel like every nerve in my body's been fried," she said between panting breaths, a weak smile tugging at her lips. Peter rubbed the back of his neck, trying, and failing, to suppress his smug expression. "Ah, shucks, guys," he said, grinning ear to ear. "If you keep praising me like that, even I might start blushing." Both girls shot him a glare. He took it with pride, chuckling as he clapped his hands together. "So, who's ready to go swimming?" Felicia, the first to recover, groaned and pushed herself upright, her hair a wild silver mess. "Didn't you already go for a swim? With how much pussy juice we let out, it's a miracle you didn't drown." "Jesus Christ, Felicia," Peter said, being left completely flabbergasted. He knew he was brazen but still. She only giggled at his reaction, brushing a lock of hair behind her ear. "What?" she teased innocently, then leaned in to give him a quick kiss on the cheek before sauntering off toward the shoreline. "Anyway, thanks to you, I'm all hot and bothered. I'm going to cool off." "Same," Gwen muttered, raising her arms toward him like a sleepy child. "Pick me up." Peter couldn't help but laugh. He bent down and scooped her up effortlessly in a princess carry, earning a delighted squeak from her. Then, with a mischievous grin, he reached down with one arm, taking a hold of her hand, and hoisted her onto his back. She giggled, wrapping her arms around his shoulders as he lifted them both off the sand. The three of them made their way toward the ocean, joining Harry and the others who were already waiting in the shallows. The cool waves lapped at their feet as the sound of laughter and splashing filled the air. Their long-awaited beach day had officially begun. Peter guided little Arya by the hand through the water, her cheeks puffed with determination as she kicked her legs rapidly. Lizzie soon returned from the shore with a bright beach ball, tossing it into the group. The game began in earnest. They dove and splashed, laughing as the ball bounced between them, each one diving after it as if it was life or death. Each successful hit sent someone sputtering or slipping under a wave. "I got it. I got it," Felicia called out, diving dramatically, only to miss the ball by a hair's breadth. She surfaced with a frustrated groan, slamming her hand against the water. "Darn it." Everyone burst into laughter. Soon, they escalated to a shoulder riding competition. Gwen perched triumphantly on Peter's shoulders, while MJ and Felicia took turns balancing on one another. Arya floated nearby in her donut ring, spinning lazily with sunglasses on, looking smug as a tiny queen overseeing her court. Their laughter carried over the water until Lizzie emerged, carrying Harry over her shoulders. "You know," Harry muttered, cheeks red, "this is kinda embarrassing." "Man up," Lizzie teased, grinning wickedly. "I'm tired of losing. You're gonna help me reclaim my honor." "Right," he sighed, resigned to his fate as everyone burst into another fit of laughter. MJ was diving low beneath the water, conjuring the construct of a snorkel. She was exploring the ocean floor where she found a shell she really liked and rose with it on her hand. The snorkel dispersed before she broke the surface and she swam over to Peter to show him. "Look, isn't it pretty?" she said, showing him. "I think I'm going to take this home as a souvenir." She looked up at Peter as he chuckled, Her eyes sparkled as she asked, "Do you think we'll be able to find some real treasure here if we look hard enough?" Peter grinned as he swam closer and wrapped his arm around her waist. "I don't need to look too hard to find treasure, I already found one right here." MJ's cheek turned red as she pursed her lips. "Okay, that was so cheesy, I totally set you up for that one." "Come on, don't pretend you didn't like it," Peter said as he leaned his head down. MJ was just giggling within in his arms. "No comment, but you were being pretty corny, Tiger," MJ muttered softly against Peter's mouth as she held her arms over his shoulders. They both kissed as they were surrounded by the clear blue ocean. When they both broke the kiss, they both made a face as they winced and simultaneously said, "Salty." They chuckled as they resumed back to kissing. Peter was simply unable to keep his hands off of her. His hands slid down her waist, grabbing a fistful of cheeks, which almost spilled out from his hands. MJ looked up at him with pout and pulled at his cheeks in a chastising manner. "Don't be so rough grabbing my butt." "Sorry, I can't help myself," Peter said with an apologetic grin. MJ sighed as she dropped her shell. "What am I going to do with you, Tiger?" She placed a hand over Peter's as it was still over her butt. Gently, she breathed as she made him cup her right cheek. "I'm not going anywhere." "Fuck. Come here," Peter said as he carried her behind a formation of rocks, where they would be hidden from view. MJ had her back braced against the rock wall and was looking up towards Peter without tilting her head. She smirked seductively as she said, "Bringing me to a secluded location where no one could see us, I can't help but wonder what you're planning to do with me." Peter groaned as she looked at him with "fuck me" eyes. "You know exactly what you're doing to me when you give me that look," he said, leaning over her, one arm above her head, trapping her with him. MJ giggled. She had a hand braced over his glistening peck before biting her lower lip sensually. "Maybe." Peter ran one hand down her thigh and lifted her leg as he kissed. Their kissing became rougher, more passionate with each second that passed. Peter was raining kisses down her salty skin, his mouth and tongue lingered around her neck as she moaned and arched her body more onto him. "Don't hold back, Tiger." MJ moaned softly against his ear, her breath warm making his spine tingle. "I want this just as much as you do." Peter's fingers dig into MJ's thigh as she wraps it around his waist, the heat between them intensifying with every ragged breath. His lips leave a trail of fire down her neck, tasting the salt from the humid air mixed with her skin's natural sweetness. When he nips at the sensitive spot below her ear, she gasps sharply, her free hand clutching at the back of his shirt. "Fuck, you have no idea what you do to me." Peter growls, the words rumbling deep in his chest as he grinds against her. The thick wall of muscle presses her back harder against the rough stone, the friction making her skin prickle with sensation. MJ's fingers make quick work of Peter's trunks, sliding them down just enough for his cock to spring free, thick and heavy against her stomach. She lets out a low moan as she wraps her hand around him, her thumb swiping over the slick tip. "God, I love how you feel," she breathes, her other hand still clutching at his back for balance as he grinds against her. The friction of his skin against hers sends shivers through her body. His breath comes in ragged bursts against her neck as she works him with her hand, slow at first, then picking up speed when she feels him twitch in her grip. Peter's fingers hook into MJ's bikini bottoms, pulling them aside with practiced ease. He groans as his tip drags through her wetness, the heat between her thighs making his cock throb. He teases her entrance with slow circles, relishing the way she arches into him, her breath catching as he rubs against her clit. "You feel incredible," he murmurs against her neck, his lips brushing her skin as he speaks. His free hand grips her hip possessively, holding her steady as he teases her mercilessly. MJ moans, her fingers digging into his back. "Stop teasing," she pants, rocking her hips to try and take him inside her. His hands tighten on her hips as he finally pushes inside, just an inch at first, drawing out the stretch and the slow burn of penetration. MJ's head falls back against the rock wall with a gasp, her nails scraping down his back as he fills her. "Fuck. Pete," she breathes, her body adjusting to his size. The sting fades quickly into pleasure as he bottoms out inside her, his pelvis pressing flush against hers. She can feel every inch of him inside her, hot and thick and perfect. He gives her a moment to adjust before starting to move, shallow thrusts at first that make her whimper. Peter's thrusts start slow and deep, each one pressing MJ harder against the rough stone wall. The scrape of the rock against her back is nothing compared to the way his cock fills her completely, stretching her in the best possible way. Her slickness makes each movement slick and easy, her inner walls clamping around him as he drags himself out before slamming back in. "Oh God," she moans, her head thrashing against the wall as he fucks her in earnest now. Every stroke sends intense pleasure coiling through her body, building and tightening with every second. Her fingers clutch at his shoulders, her nails digging in as he picks up speed, his hips snapping forward with more force each time. Her body moves with him, meeting his thrusts with little upward jerks of her own hips, taking him even deeper. The sounds of their bodies coming together echo through the small alcove, wet, rhythmic slaps mingled with MJ's breathy moans and Peter's growls. Sweat glistens on his chest, mixing with the salt from the air as he braces one hand above her head on the rock wall, the other gripping her hip to pull her onto him during every powerful thrust. "You feel so good," he groans, his words rough as he fucks her. His eyes burn into hers, dark with desire as he watches her face contort with pleasure. MJ's body trembles as Peter drives into her, her muscles quivering around his cock as she climbs closer to the edge. The hot friction between them intensifies with every thrust, her juices coating his shaft and dripping down her thighs. Her breathing comes in short, ragged gasps as he hits that perfect spot inside her, making her vision blur with pleasure. "I'm so close," she whimpers, her back arching off the wall as he pistons into her. The rough stone scrapes against her sensitive skin, but the discomfort only adds to the overwhelming bliss consuming her body. Her fingernails leave red marks on his shoulders as she grips him tighter, her body begging for release. Peter can feel MJ tightening around him, her inner walls fluttering in the first signs of her climax. He grits his teeth as the pulses against his cock threaten to send him over the edge too soon. "Come for me," he growls, dropping his mouth to her shoulder and biting down gently. The sting combined with his relentless thrust pushes MJ past the point of no return. She cries out as her orgasm crashes over her, her body convulsing as waves of intense pleasure radiate through her. Her walls clench around him rhythmically, milking his cock as he fucks her through it. Peter groans loudly, the feel of her squeezing him almost too much to bear. "Fuck, MJ." Her tight walls squeezing his cock send him over the edge in an instant. He thrusts deep and holds himself inside her as he comes, his entire body tensing as pleasure rips through him. MJ moans his name as she feels him pulsing inside her, his release hot and thick filling her up as he rides out his climax. His breathing comes in ragged bursts against her neck as he slowly stills, his weight pressing her against the rock wall. She can feel him twitching inside her, feel the last few pulses of his orgasm as he kisses along her damp shoulder. For a long moment, they just stay like that connected, catching their breaths. They look at each other with love before their lips clash in a heated embrace. Chapter 387, Beach Trip, 5. Third-person POV. Harry and Peter sprinted barefoot across the hot golden sand, their laughter echoing with the rush of the waves. Both carried surfboards over their heads, each shouting at the top of their lungs, "Cowabunga, dude." The moment their feet hit the foamy edge of the tide, they threw their boards into the water and dove forward. The ocean greeted them with cool resistance, salt splashing against their faces as they paddled out, muscles flexing and boards gliding over rippling crests. Felicia stood a few meters away, her expression half amused, half exasperated. "Can't believe those fuckers made me the designated wave maker," she muttered, folding her arms. Lizzie, lounging nearby with sunglasses perched on her head, tilted her face toward her friend and whispered with a grin, "I mean, can you really blame them? Your magic is basically a cheat code." Felicia sighed and rolled her eyes. Around them, the beach was alive, children building sandcastles, couples lying on towels, the distant echo of music carried on the wind. She glanced around, making sure no one was paying too much attention before lowering her hands beneath the water. A faint silver glow shimmered beneath the surface, tracing along her fingers like liquid mercury. The water began to ripple in response, the soft hum of magic vibrating through it. Small waves rose, broke, and rose again, each one slightly stronger than the last. The tide began to stir as if awakening from a nap, and before long, the ocean was dancing to Felicia's rhythm. Out in the distance, Peter and Harry were in their element, cutting through the waves with perfect balance, their movements synchronized, laughter echoing over the surf. They looked like pros, weaving across the swelling crests and leaving long trails of glittering water behind them. "Woohoo!" Harry shouted, twisting his board into a spin while Peter followed close behind, mimicking the move with a grin. Their fun didn't last long though, a massive wave swelled higher than either expected. It rolled over them like a moving wall of glass, crashing down and swallowing both whole. The ocean erupted in froth and spray, and a moment later, the two emerged laughing hysterically, floating side by side on their boards. "That was awesome," Peter whooped, raising his hand. "Hell yeah it was," Harry responded, slapping it in a triumphant high five. As the laughter settled, Harry paddled back toward the girls, a playful smirk plastered across his face. "Come on, you have to try it," he urged. Lizzie tried to refuse between fits of giggles, but Harry was persistent. With one swift motion, he grabbed her by the waist and lifted her onto the board. "Harry, I haven't even done this before," she protested, laughing harder as he steadied the board beneath them. Not to be outdone, Peter turned his gaze toward Gwen, mischief flickering in his eyes. "Guess it's our turn," he said with a grin, pulling her closer. Gwen raised an eyebrow, already knowing where this was going. "Peter Parker, if you say something." "Ready to ride something that isn't me," he teased before she could finish. She rolled her eyes. "Do you have to make everything sexual?" Peter chuckled, positioning himself behind her on the board. "When I've got a girl as beautiful as you sitting in front of me, yeah, I kinda do." Gwen huffed, but the faint blush on her cheeks betrayed her amusement. She lifted her chin and puffed her chest out, clearly proud of his comment as the board wobbled under their weight. Meanwhile, a little farther off, Arya floated lazily beside MJ and Felicia, watching the couples with mild curiosity. You guys don't seem that bothered that Pop's over there picked Gwen first, she said, pointing toward the water. Felicia let out an exaggerated sigh and draped a hand across her forehead. The woes of being in a harem, she said with mock despair. MJ giggled, brushing wet strands of hair from her face. Let me tell you a secret, she said, leaning in conspiratorially. Even though Pete tries really hard to treat us all equally, you know, balancing affection and all that, he definitely has a favorite. And without a doubt, it's Gwen. Felicia smirked, folding her arms. Can't even argue that one. Arya blinked in confusion, tilting her head. Doesn't that bother you? She asked, genuinely puzzled. Felicia shrugged. Not as much as I would have thought. I think it's because we don't really see each other as competition. We've been through too much together. It's less like rivals and more like family. MJ nodded as she floated beside Felicia, her red hair glimmering under the sunlight. Pete does such a good job at loving us that we don't really feel neglected, she said, her tone warm and thoughtful. He somehow manages to make each of us feel important in our own way. It's not about fighting for his love anymore. Plus, let's be real, Peter and Gwen have way more history together. It's obvious she's the one at the top. Felicia laughed softly, brushing back her damp hair. Yeah, I joined this weird-ass relationship fully aware that I wasn't going to be number one. I mean, it's Gwen. She and Pete go way back. She gave a small shrug, water rippling around her arms. But honestly, this whole thing's going way better than I ever thought it would. I was ready for drama, but turns out it's kind of nice. Comfortable, even. Arya, still floating on her back nearby, rotated lazily in the water, her sunglasses reflecting the bright sky. You guys are honestly so weird. She muttered, voice dripping with disbelief. Felicia raised an unimpressed brow. Says the half-android daughter of our 16-year-old boyfriend who's literally wearing an aspect of reality on her forehead. Arya paused, lifting her sunglasses up just enough to give Felicia a long, deadpan stare before lowering them again. Touché, she said, continuing to drift in slow circles. The conversation faded into soft laughter and splashing, the warm hum of the ocean surrounding them. Meanwhile, farther out on the rolling waves, Gwen stood confidently on her surfboard, her stance perfect, knees bent, arms outstretched, hair streaming behind her in the salty breeze. She cut through the swell with ease, her movements graceful and deliberate, every shift of her balance met with the board gliding in rhythm beneath her. Behind her, Peter stood on the same board, watching with clear amusement. Gwen glanced back over her shoulder, sunlight sparkling off droplets of water that clung to her lashes. Her lips curled into a confident smirk. Falling in love all over again, she teased, tilting her head playfully. Peter pressed a hand dramatically against his chest. I am honestly swooning. Gwen giggled, turning back toward the wave with a mock-haughty scoff. Thought so, she said, pretending to toss her hair, though her grin betrayed her pride. Peter couldn't help but smile. The sight of her, laughing, her haughty attitude, glowing with joy under the sunlight, was enough to make his heart ache. He leaned forward and pressed a kiss against her cheek. Hey. Gwen started, cheeks instantly coloring as the board tilted slightly beneath them. Before she could scold him, the wave beneath them began to crest. The wall of water curled overhead and came crashing down, swallowing them both in a foamy rush. They disappeared beneath the surface, enveloped by the muffled roar of the ocean. When Peter opened his eyes underwater, everything shimmered blue and endless. He spotted Gwen a few feet away, her hair fanning out around her like a golden halo as her braids came undone. She was pouting slightly, her expression equal parts annoyance and amusement. He swam toward her with a mischievous grin, wrapping his arms around her waist and spinning her playfully through the water. Gwen squealed soundlessly, bubbles escaping her mouth in bursts of laughter. Then, puffing his cheeks, Peter exhaled a bubble in the shape of a heart. It floated upward slowly between them, wobbling before drifting apart. Gwen had to slap her hand over her mouth to keep from laughing too hard, her shoulders shaking as more bubbles slipped past her fingers. Gwen shook her head, her eyes sparkled with affection and love. She slid her arms around his neck and kissed him softly, the water around them swirling as they floated in their own quiet world beneath the waves. When they pulled apart, Gwen placed a finger gently over his lips. She backed up slightly, hands shifting in front of her as she pressed her index fingers and thumbs together to form a heart shape. Concentrating, she let a soft glow of frost shimmer between her palms. The water within the heart began to crystallize, forming delicate frost patterns that solidified into a small, perfectly shaped ice heart. It floated between them like a glass ornament, catching the light that filtered through the water. Gwen pushed it toward him with a proud smile, her expression saying, "Beat that." Peter blinked, then started clapping underwater, bubbles escaping his mouth with each motion. Gwen bowed repeatedly, grinning from ear to ear. Finally, they both kicked upward toward the surface, breaking through the waves in unison. Laughter erupted from them both as they wiped the salt water and hair from their faces, their smiles wide and hearts light. Chapter 388, Chapter 388, Beach Trip, 6. Third-person POV. Peter was buried deep in the sand up to his neck, Arya and the other girls were around him helping cover him up. "I hope those two hurry with the food, I'm getting quite hungry," MJ said as she placed her hat over Peter's head to protect him from the sun. "Unlikely." "Jinx," both Peter and Felicia said simultaneously as Felicia grabbed her glasses and placed them over Peter's face. "Huh?" MJ asked, looking lost. "What's that supposed to mean?" "It means you're not getting your food anytime soon," Gwen said as she was tapping a toy shovel onto the bottom of a pail. She lifted up the pane revealing a small sand structure. "And why not?" MJ asked, appearing aggrieved to hear such devastating news. "Because they're fucking," Peter and Felicia said together once again before looking at each other and exclaiming, "Double jinx." MJ's face dropped as she asked, "You're kidding, right?" "Like you have any place to talk," Gwen scoffed, which caused MJ's face to become flustered as she turned away and poured her lips. Meanwhile, inside a beachside food court there was a bathroom, and within the bathroom there was a 5-stall lined up and a large sink lining the walls. Inside one of the bathroom stalls, Harry was sitting on top of the lid while Lizzie was sitting on top of him panting, gasping for air as she rode him. He was holding her thighs at his side, while Lizzie's bikini bottom was shifted off to the side where their connection could be visible. Her top was above her chest where her breasts were spilled out. Harry's grip tightened on Lizzie's thighs as she continued moving above him, the heat building between them intensifying with every thrust. She threw her head back, blonde braid swaying down her shoulder as a moan escaped her lips, her hands clutching at his shoulders for balance. I can't believe we're doing this here," Lizzie gasped between ragged breaths, her voice carrying a mix of excitement and nervous energy. Her hips rolled against his, her movements becoming more urgent as the sensations consumed her. Harry pulled her closer, his mouth finding the exposed curve of her neck, his teeth grazing lightly along her skin. "I know, that's what makes it so much fun." Lizzie's fingernails dug into Harry's shoulders as another sharp gasp tore from her throat, her body tensing around him. The dim overhead light flickered through the small gap between the stall door and frame, casting shifting shadows across her flushed skin. She could hear the distant murmur of voices and the steady drip of water from a nearby faucet, reminding her of how exposed they were in the crowded venue. "Oh God, Harry," she whispered, her voice hoarse with need as she began moving faster, her hips grinding down with deliberate pressure. The thrill of possible discovery added an edge to the overwhelming pleasure building in her sea. Harry's fingers slipped from Lizzie's thighs to her ass, pulling her body flush against his as he deepened their connection. The wet heat between them grew more intense, her movements becoming more erratic as she neared the edge. She bit her lower lip hard to stifle a moan, her eyes wide with the knowledge that someone could walk in at any moment. "Shoo," Harry murmured against her neck, his own breathing heavy. "You don't want to draw attention." He shifted his grip to her hips, guiding her movements in smooth, measured strokes. The rhythm between them created a delicious friction that sent electricity through both their bodies. Her fingers tangle in Harry's hair as she pulls him closer, her mouth seeking his in desperate hunger. The kiss is messy and urgent, lips crushing together with the force of suppressed passion. Her teeth catch on his bottom lip for a second before he opens for her, allowing her tongue to explore the heat of his mouth. She grinds down harder, feeling him fill her completely as her hips circle in small, needy movements. The wet sounds of their coupling echo softly in the confined space of the stall, mixing with their ragged breathing. Lizzie's body tightens like a bowstring, her nails digging into Harry's shoulders as the orgasm rips through her. Her back arches, pressing her breasts against his chest as she throws her head back with a silent scream. Her walls clamp down around him rhythmically, pulsing in time with the hammering of her heart. Harry groans into her neck, his grip on her hips becoming almost bruising as he holds her still for his own release. Hot seed floods inside her, each pulse coinciding with a sharp thrust upward that presses her body even tighter against his. For several seconds, they remain locked together, Lizzie quivering against him as the aftershocks ripple through her. Lizzie collapses against Harry's chest, her forehead pressing into the crook of his neck as she struggles to catch her breath. His arms wrap around her, pulling her flush against him as the last tremors of climax work through both their bodies. His cheek rests against the top of her head, feeling the damp strands of her braid sticking to his skin. Neither of them speaks. The only sounds are Lizzie's uneven breathing and the distant hum of the crowd outside. The air feels thick with heat and sweat, mixing with the musky evidence of their passion. Slowly, deliberately, Harry reaches up to brush a strand of hair from Lizzie's face, his thumb grazing the flushed skin of her cheek. As Lizzie carefully detaches herself from Harry, a warm trickle runs down her inner thigh. She bites her lip at the intimacy of it, her fingers brushing the evidence away as she looks down at his semi-hard length still glistening with their combined fluids. Her stomach flutters with fresh arousal despite just having climaxed. She kneels on the sticky floor of the stall, her movements slow and deliberate as she leans forward. Her hands wrap around his cock, one sliding up to the base while the other gently cups his balls. She flicks her tongue out, lapping at the tip in broad strokes, gathering the taste of both of them mixed together. The flavor is salter than she expected, tinged with her own arousal and the musk of his skin. She swirls her tongue around the head, her mouth enveloping him as she starts to bob her head in slow, measured movements. One hand continues massaging his sack while the other pumps the base of his shaft, her fingers pressing against the thick vein running along the underside. Harry's breathing deepens as she works him with her mouth, his hands coming to rest on her head. His fingers weave through her hair, not guiding but simply feeling the texture against his skin. His hips shift slightly, his body responding to the attention she's giving him even as he remains still to avoid making noise. "Fuck," he whispers, the sound rough and quiet. His grip in her hair tightens just slightly, his body tensing as she continues working him over. The overhead light flickers again, casting shifting shadows across the stall, highlighting the damp strands of her braid clinging to her sweat-slicked back. Lizzie hums around his cock, the vibration rippling along his shaft as she increases the pressure of her suction. Her free hand reaches up to squeeze his thigh, feeling the muscles flex beneath her palm. She can taste more of him now, salter as his arousal builds again. His fingers curl against her scalp, not pulling but staying just at the edge of movement. It didn't take long as he was still sensitive from his recent climax. "Lizzie," he breathes, his voice a warning and a plea all at once. She feels him growing thicker in her mouth, his cock pulsing as he nears the edge. His grip on her hair tightens, pulling her head back just enough to stop her movements as he struggles to control himself. She looks up at him through her lashes, his flushed face in the dim light as she continues to stroke him with her hands. "I want to taste you," she whispers, her voice rough with desire. She swipes her tongue across her lips, leaving them glistening in the flickering light. Harry exhales sharply through his nose, his hips giving an involuntary jerk at her words. "Christ," he mutters, his pupils blown wide as he watches her. His grip shifts from restraining to cradling, his thumbs brushing along her temples as he nods his permission. Lizzie doesn't hesitate, taking him deep again as her hands work his length in tandem with her mouth. The wet sounds echo louder in the confined space, her tongue swirling along the underside during her ascent. His hips rock subtly, unable to stay still as she worships him with her mouth. His breathing grows ragged, his fingers flexing against her scalp. When she moans around him purposely this time, the vibration traveling straight to his core, Harry's control snaps. A guttural groan escapes his lips as he spills into her mouth, thick ropes of cum flooding over her tongue. Lizzie swallows instinctively, her throat working as she accepts everything he gives her. Her hands continue their motions, stroking him through his release until the last drops seep from the tip. Only then does she pull back, her tongue darting out to catch what escaped the corners of her mouth. She looks up at him with half-lidded eyes, her lips swollen from their use and still glistening. Harry is breathing hard, his chest rising and falling rapidly as he stares down at her. One hand moves from her hair to cup her cheek, his thumb brushing over her damp bottom lip. The taste of him remains on her tongue as she nuzzles into his touch, her expression still clouded with residual arousal. His thumb strokes across her face with the gentlest of touches, his breathing gradually slowing as he admires her. "How was that?" she asks softly, breaking the silence. Her words come out hoarse from exertion, and she has to swallow again as the last traces of his release catch in the back of her throat. Harry's lips twitch into something between a smirk and a dazed smile. "Fucking incredible," he murmurs, his thumb still tracing along her cheekbone. "Good, because we're not done," Lizzie says as she pushes herself back up to her feet. She braces herself against the door, looks back at him, and spreads her cheeks with one hand, exposing her used cunt to him. The swollen pink flesh glistens with moisture, his seed leaking from her entrance. Harry's eyes darken at the sight, his cock twitching with renewed interest even as he just came down her throat. He steps closer, pressing his front against her back, his hands sliding around to splay across her stomach. Lizzie moans as she feels his erection pressing against her lower back, the evidence of his arousal already growing again. "If those motherfuckers don't hurry with my food, I'm stabbing them both," MJ grumbled, clearly irritated as tick marks appeared over her head. Chapter 389, Beach Trip, 7, 1/4R18. Third-person POV. As everyone dug into their meals, MJ made no attempt to hide the sharp, simmering glare she kept shooting toward Harry and Lizzie. The pair sat stiffly across the table, both of them red-faced and doing everything in their power to avoid making eye contact with anyone, especially her. "Pete, please tell her to stop glaring at us," Harry finally begged, leaning toward Peter with the desperate look of a man awaiting execution. "We already apologized like 1,000 times." They were seated at a long wooden table positioned on the open deck of a seaside restaurant, the vast stretch of beach lying below them in a sun-drenched sprawl. Waves crashed rhythmically in the background, the scent of salt mixing with the aroma of grilled seafood and fresh tortillas. Peter, seated across from Harry, lifted his shoulders in a helpless shrug. "Sorry, dude. But you did take an obnoxiously long time." Harry groaned and stabbed half-heartedly at the massive burrito on his plate. "We merely lost track of time, all right? I mean, it's not like you guys don't sneak off to handle your own business." "Yeah," MJ shot back with a low growl, "but when we sneak off, we don't derail everyone else's plans or leave us starving for an hour and a half. If you two want to disappear next time, do it when you're not in charge of the food." Lizzie winced and looked around for backup. We didn't take that long, right? Felicia dabbed her lips delicately with a napkin before answering in the most nonchalant tone imaginable. You guys took so long. Pete went out of his way to rent us jet skis. Harry paused mid-bite, staring at Peter. Wait, seriously? Don't you need a special license for that or something? Not when you have money to burn, Peter replied with a smug grin that absolutely did not help Harry feel better. Gwen gave him a flat, unimpressed stare. Pete bribed the guy. I wouldn't exactly call it bribing, Peter said casually, lifting his soda for a sip. It was more like paying a higher price for a luxury service. That was absolutely a bribe, Felicia and MJ said in perfect, unimpressed harmony. Peter only leaned back in his chair, completely shameless. Money well spent. The whole table broke into chuckle and laughter, the tension finally loosening. A short while later. Whoa-yeah. Their collective scream of exhilaration echoed across the ocean as the group tore across the open water on their rented jet skis. The sun reflected in blinding shards off the surface, warm wind whipping through their hair. Lizzie sat pressed tightly against Harry's back, arms wrapped around his waist as their jet ski bounced over the waves. Felicia and Arya cruised on their own machines, both of them sporting stylish sunglasses and the confident, carefree energy of two women who belonged in a summer commercial. Gwen had taken over driving duties on hers, standing up with her knees bent slightly, laughing openly as water misted over them. Peter sat behind her, leaning back with relaxed amusement, very much not focused on the horizon. Gwen glanced over her shoulder, eyes sparkling. Are you sure you don't want to drive? This is awesome. Peter didn't even pretend to look at the water. His gaze was firmly, and shamelessly, locked on her raised backside. He offered her a very enthusiastic thumbs up. Don't worry about me, he said, utterly content. I'm just enjoying the view. Gwen's face flared red as she dropped back down to her seat. Perv. She muttered, though her smile betrayed her embarrassment. He, sorry. But can you blame me? Peter teased as he wrapped his arms around her waist, pulling her closer before planting a soft kiss on her cheek. You give me a lot to admire. Gwen's blush deepened, but a smirk curved at her lips as she peeked over her shoulder. You've gotten a lot better at being a sweet talker. Then, without warning, she shifted downward, sliding onto the seat just enough that her weight settled directly onto his lap, her hips pressing snugly against his crotch. Her voice dropped to a mischievous whisper. And I kind of like it. Peter sucked in a sharp breath. Careful there, babe. You're playing with fire. Gwen rolled her hips in a deliberate, teasing motion, her voice dropping to a whisper. Then I guess we're lucky I'm capable of manipulating ice. Her movements create an undeniable pressure against his lap, the heat of her body evident even through the fabric of their swimsuits. Peter's hands instinctively tighten around her waist as his breathing hitches, the subtle shift in his body language giving away how quickly he responds to her proximity. Gwen notices the change immediately, her own pulse quickening as she feels the evidence of his arousal growing beneath her. A mischievous glint appears in her eyes, and she deliberately presses herself more firmly against him, grinding slowly. Oh yeah. Peter's voice emerges rough and strained as he grips her tighter, his fingers digging into her soft skin with restrained need. His hips jerk upward involuntarily, seeking more contact with the teasing friction of her body. The water around them laps gently, cooling the skin not covered by their intertwined forms. Gwen arches her back slightly, her long hair brushing against his bare chest as she continues her slow, deliberate movements. Seems like I'm not the only one enjoying this little game, she murmurs, her voice heavy with amusement and something darker beneath the surface. The vibration of her words thrums through his chest as Peter feels the warm skin of her back pressed against him. His fingers trace idle patterns along her abdomen. Each slow, deliberate motion of her body against his sends sparks through his nervous system. You keep doing that and I won't be responsible for what happens next, he growls, the words rumbling deep in his throat as his hands slide upward to cup her breasts through the thin fabric of her top. Gwen's breath catches as his thumbs find her nipples already hardened beneath the material, teasing them gently through the barrier. Gwen lets out a soft whimper as Peter's fingers tease her sensitive peaks, her body responding immediately to his touch. She arches further into his hands, pressing her ass firmly against his growing erection as she grinds down harder. The salty sea breeze carries the heat between them, mingling with the scent of sunscreen and Gwen's floral shampoo. I don't want you to be responsible, she breathes, turning her head just enough to brush her lips against the shell of his ear. Her teeth graze his earlobe before she nips at it playfully. I want you to lose control. I want you to show me how much you want this. Are you sure that's such a good idea while we're out in the open, while you're driving nonetheless? Peter asked with a low chuckle, though his grip on her hip suggests he's having difficulty concentrating on anything beyond the heat pulsing between them. His fingers continue their slow circles around her sensitive peaks, sending delicious waves of pleasure coursing through her body. Gwen's breathing quickens as she grinds down harder against his growing length, feeling every ridge and pulse through the thin fabric separating them. Nobody's looking out here, she murmurs, her voice thick with desire as she deliberately rolls her hips in a slow, hypnotic rhythm. And I'm perfectly capable of multitasking. Peter groans as she grinds down again, his hands sliding from her breasts to grip her waist possessively. Christ, Gwen. His voice cracks with raw need as his fingers dig into the soft curves of her waist. The water sloshes gently around the jet ski as Gwen maintains control of the machine, her movements steady and precise despite the distraction of Peter's growing erection pressing insistently against her. Gwen's laughter is low and husky as she deliberately slows the jet ski to a gentle drift, the engine purring beneath them. See? No problem at all. Her fingers lace with his where they grip her waist, pulling his hands lower to rest on the top of her thighs. But if you're worried, maybe you should take over driving duty so I can focus on you properly. Her words emerge as a soft, inviting challenge that Peter's body responds to before his mind can fully process them. He hesitates for only a heartbeat before nodding, his hands already moving to grip the handles of the jet ski as he leans forward slightly. The change in position makes his hardening length press even more firmly against the curve of her ass, drawing a low groan from his throat. Fuck, okay, he says, voice thick with need as he adjusts his grip on the handles. The jet ski shifts slightly as he takes control of the throttle, keeping the machine in a steady, slow drift across the calm water. Chapter 390, Beach Trip, 8, R18. Gwen's head tilts back against Peter's shoulder as he adjusts, her back arching to press her body more fully against his. That's better, she murmurs, her hands coming up to rest on his thighs as she subtly grinds her hips in slow circles against his erection. Having a little trouble focusing on the road, she teases, her words carrying that husky, playful quality that always makes Peter's pulse race. He exhales sharply through his nose, his grip tightening on the handles as he keeps the jet ski moving in a slow arc. You have no idea, he admits, the words emerging rough. The warm sunlight glints off the water as Peter maintains the jet ski's slow drift, his breathing uneven and labored as Gwen's movements create delicious friction against his crotch. Her hands slide up his thighs, fingers teasing the sensitive inner skin as she presses her back firmly against his chest. That's what I thought, she murmurs, her voice dripping with satisfaction as she feels the evidence of his arousal pressing insistently against her. Gwen's movements become more purposeful now, her hips rolling in slow, deliberate circles that make Peter's entire body tense with restraint. Gwen. He warns, his grip on the handles widening as he fights to keep the jet ski steady despite the overwhelming sensation of her body moving against his. The warm sun beats down on them, the water rocking the vessel gently as she intensifies her rhythm. Gwen lets out a soft moan as she feels Peter's breath coming in ragged bursts against her neck, his hands flexing against the handles like he's trying to physically ground himself. Relax, she coos, reaching back to brush her fingers along the side of his face before turning it to press a slow, teasing kiss against his jaw. Her free hand moves lower, fingers dancing over the growing bulge in his swim trunks with feather-light touches. I'm trying, Peter grits out, though his body betrays him as his hips jerk involuntarily into her teasing touch. The jet ski wavers slightly in its drift as he's forced to divide his attention between steering and the overwhelming pleasure Gwen is coaxing from him. Her fingers trace the outline of his erection through the damp fabric, her touch alternating between gentle caresses and firmer pressure along his length. You're doing so well, Gwen praises, her words warm and coaxing as she nuzzles against Peter's neck. Her teeth graze the sensitive skin there before she sucks lightly, leaving behind a faint red mark. Peter lets out a ragged groan, his head falling back as Gwen's mouth finds his neck again. The jet ski veers slightly off course before he regains control, his breath coming in shallow gasps as she continues teasing him through the thin fabric. The water laps gently against the sides of the vessel as Gwen's fingers dance over his erection, her touch both maddeningly light and infuriatingly deliberate. Gwen, you're killing me here, he manages between gritted teeth, his hips twitching instinctively toward her hand. Every brush of her fingers sends fresh jolts of sensation through his body, making it nearly impossible to focus on steering. Gwen's laughter is low and musical as she feels Peter's body tense and quiver under her touch. She presses her hips back against him in time with her fingers, creating delicious friction along both sides of the equation. Am I? She asks innocently, though the husky quality in her words and the way her own breathing quickens betrays how much she's enjoying this. Her fingers slide beneath the waistband of his trunks, her palm finally coming into direct contact with his hot, aching flesh. Peter's entire body jerks when she wraps her fingers around him, his grip on the jet ski handles turning white-knuckled as she begins to stroke him with slow, deliberate movements. Fuck. The word tears from his throat like a prayer, raw and desperate as Gwen's clever fingers work their magic on him. He loses all pretense of trying to keep the jet ski steady, letting it drift lazily in the calm waters as he surrenders completely to the overwhelming pleasure coursing through his body. God, I need you, he gasps, his voice thick with need as he turns his head to find Gwen's lips. Their mouths crash together in a searing kiss, teeth clashing slightly in their hunger before Gwen deepens it, her tongue sliding against his in a slow, sensual dance. The kiss is filthy and all-consuming, Gwen's mouth opening wider to take Peter deeper, her tongue sliding against his with possessive strokes as her hand continues moving along his length. Her hips grind against him in time with her movements, creating an exquisite friction that has Peter moaning into her mouth. The heat between them radiates in the open air, the sun beating down as sweat prickles across his skin. "You taste so good," Gwen murmurs against his lips, breaking the kiss only to trail open-mouthed along his jaw and neck. Her fingers tighten slightly around him as she increases the pace of her strokes, her thumb swiping over the sensitive head with every upward motion. "I'm sorry, but I can't hold back anymore," Peter said. Gwen's breath hitches when Peter whispers those words against her ear, his teeth grazing her earlobe as he moves. His hips jerk involuntarily into her grip, his entire body taut with the effort of holding back. The water laps gently at the sides of the jet ski as it drifts lazily, their small vessel a world unto itself in the vast ocean. Peter's hands leave the handles entirely now, sliding around to grip Gwen's hips as he pulls her flush against him. Her back arches instinctively, pressing her ass firmly against his erection as his fingers dig into the soft flesh of her hips. "Then don't," she breathes, turning her head to meet his gaze. Peter doesn't need to be told twice. His hands slide up her body with purpose, pushing the loose fabric of her bikini top up to expose her breasts to the warm air and sunlight. His palms cup the full mounds, thumbs brushing over her hardened nipples as Gwen arches into the touch with a soft moan. "Fuck, I love how you feel," Peter growls, his teeth scraping lightly along the back of her shoulder as his hands explore the soft, sensitive skin of her chest. Gwen's head falls back against him, her fingers tightening around his cock as she matches the roll of her hips to the rhythm of his touch. Peter's hands slide down from her breasts, one dipping below the waistband of her bikini bottoms to find the wet heat between her thighs. His fingers part her folds with ease, two slipping inside as his thumb circles her clit in slow, relentless circles. "Oh God," Gwen gasps, her body tensing as pleasure jolts through her. Her hips grind against his hand, seeking more friction as Peter's fingers work her with expert precision. The contrast between the cool ocean breeze and Peter's warm body pressed against her back makes every touch that much more intense. Her free hand reaches back to tangle in his hair, holding him close as she grinds against his fingers. "Look at you." Peter speaks roughly, his breath hot against the shell of her ear. "So wet for me already." "You've been teasing me for so long, Gwen." Gwen moans in response, her body quivering as Peter adds a third finger, stretching her as his thumb continues its slow circles around her clit. Her inner walls clench around his fingers, drawing another groan from Peter as he imagines what she'll feel like around his cock. "I want you inside me," she murmurs, pushing back against him, her movements growing more desperate as Peter's fingers bring her closer to the edge. Peter withdraws his fingers from her dripping pussy with a slick sound, immediately bringing them to his mouth to taste her. His eyes close momentarily as he savors her flavor, a low groan rumbling through his chest. "Fuck, Gwen," he growls before turning her face toward his with a gentle but insistent hand on her chin. Their mouths crash together again, Gwen's taste mingling with Peter's own as he thrusts his tongue against hers. She moans into the kiss, her hands moving to grip his thighs as Peter reaches down to push his trunks past his hips, freeing his aching cock. The moment his erection springs free, Gwen's hand finds it, wrapping around the thick shaft with confident ease. Peter groans against her mouth as her fingers tighten around him, his hips jerking forward involuntarily. His hands slide down to her bikini bottoms, tugging them aside impatiently. The rough denim of his shorts presses against the bare skin of her ass as he grinds against her, his cock sliding through the cleft between her buttocks. The friction feels incredible against his sensitive length, and Peter's breath comes in short, ragged bursts as he nips at Gwen's shoulder. "I need to be inside you." Gwen arches her back, rolling her hips in a slow, deliberate circle that has Peter's cock sliding against her slick folds. She parts them just slightly, letting the tip brush against her entrance without pushing inside. Peter's breathing falters, his hands tightening on her hips as he feels her heat teasing him. "Do it," she breathes, pushing back just enough to let the head of his cock press inside. Peter groans loudly, his fingers digging into her soft flesh as he sinks into her an inch at a time. The tight, wet heat of her pussy envelopes him, squeezing around his shaft as he fills her completely. "Fuck." Peter speaks through gritted teeth, the sheer intensity of being inside her making him tremble. His hands slide up Gwen's body to cup her breasts, his thumbs brushing over her nipples as he begins moving his hips. Slowly at first, just shallow thrusts to savor every inch of her tight, wet pussy. Gwen moans, her head falling back against his shoulder as she feels him stretching her open. Her inner walls flutter around his cock, adjusting to his size as he moves deeper on each thrust. One of her hands moves to brace against the front of the jet ski for balance, the other sliding up to grip the back of Peter's neck as she pushes back against him. The rhythm of the waves against the sides of the jet ski becomes almost incidental, drowned out by the sounds of skin slapping skin and Gwen's breathy moans. Peter's thrusts grow more urgent as he grinds against her as during every downstroke, the friction against her clit driving her wild. His hands roam her body possessively, one sliding down to rub tight circles around her clit while the other grips her hip to pull her back onto him harder. "God, you feel so good," Peter growls in her ear, his thrust becoming erratic as his climax builds. "Your pussy is fucking perfect." Gwen's breath catches as Peter's thrusts deepen, his cock hitting that perfect spot inside her with every movement. Her grip on the jet ski tightens, knuckles widening as pleasure coils tight in her core. Peter's fingers work her clit with relentless precision, the dual stimulation overwhelming her senses. I'm close, she gasps, her back arching as Peter hits her G-spot with deliberate precision. The water splashes against the sides of the jet ski as he pounds into her harder, his hips slapping against her ass with each powerful thrust. That's it, Peter growls, his lips brushing the shell of her ear. Come for me, Gwen. Let me feel it. Gwen's body tenses as Peter's words trigger her release, her inner walls clenching around his cock in rhythmic spasms that milk him toward his own climax. A loud cry rips from her throat as waves of pleasure crash through her body, her hands tightening against the jet ski for support. Peter's thrusts become erratic as he feels her pulsing around him, his own orgasm building rapidly. Fuck, Gwen, Peter's voice cracks as he slams into her one final time, his cock twitching deep inside her as he spills his release in hot pulses. His fingers dig into her hips as he holds her still, grinding against her ass as he empties himself completely. Panting heavily, Peter pulls out with a slick sound, leaving Gwen quivering and spent against the jet ski. She leans forward, bracing herself against the handlebars as aftershocks still ripple through her body. The afternoon sun glistens off the water droplets on her skin, the salty air mingling with their combined scents. Jesus Christ, Peter mutters, running a hand through his hair as he attempts to catch his breath. His other hand stays planted on Gwen's hip, keeping her steady as she recovers. The jet ski rocks slightly with their movements, the engine still purring softly beneath them. Gwen finally straightens up, turning to face Peter with a satisfied smirk, ready for round two. You absolutely freak, Peter said breathlessly, which only caused Gwen to break out into fits of giggles. Chapter 391, Beach Trip, 9, R18. A/N, before y'all complain just know I was feeling lazy and felt I have to write something so I did an extra one, but just know this is the last one of this arc. Third person POV. Gwen's fingers trace along his still hard cock, which glistens with their combined fluids. You're still ready to go, she observes, her voice husky from the intensity of her climax. Peter exhales sharply as she grips him again, his hands sliding around to cup her ass and pull her close. I can't get enough of you, he admits, his thumb brushing over her lower lip as he leans in for another kiss. The taste of salt and sex between them, the heat of the afternoon sun beating down on their bare skin, the gentle sway of the jet ski all adding to the charged atmosphere. Gwen moves closer, straddling Peter's lap as he settles back onto the seat. Her hands cradle his face as she kisses him deeply, tongues tangling in a slow, intimate dance. The heat of her bare pussy settles against Peter's stomach, still damp from both releases. You keep looking at me like that, Peter murmurs against her lips, and I'm gonna have to take you right here again. His hands slide down to grip her ass, kneading the soft flesh as he pulls her even closer. Gwen rolls her hips, grinding against him with deliberate slowness. The motion draws a groan from Peter's throat as he feels her slick folds sliding against his stomach, his cock stirring back to life with renewed interest. His hands tighten on her hips, guiding her movements as she rubs against him with slow, hypnotic rolls. Fuck, Gwen, he breathes, nipping at her shoulder. You're trying to kill me. Gwen throws her head back with a soft laugh, the sound melodic and pleased as she increases the pace of her hips. Her fingers toy with the hair at the nape of Peter's neck, her nails lightly scraping his scalp in a way she knows drives him crazy. Just giving you a little motivation. Peter's hands slide up to grip Gwen's waist as he lifts her slightly, positioning his cock at her entrance with a sharp thrust upward. She sinks down onto him with a satisfied sigh, her walls still sensitive but eager for more. His hips jerk upward instinctively, seating himself fully inside her again as Gwen's arms wrap around his shoulders for balance. The jet ski shifts slightly beneath them as they move, the rhythm of the water around them almost matching their pace. That's it, Gwen encourages, her words breathless as Peter begins thrusting up into her. Just like that. Her fingers tighten in his hair, guiding his head to her breast where he immediately closes his mouth around her nipple, sucking and teasing with his tongue. Peter's teeth graze her nipple, sending a sharp, sweet jolt of pleasure through her as he maintains the steady rhythm of his thrusts. His hands grip her waist with possessive intensity, controlling her movements as he drives up into her with relentless purpose. The afternoon sun beats down on their bodies, making their skin glisten with perspiration as they move together in perfect harmony. Gwen's breath comes in short gasps as Peter's cock hits that perfect spot deep inside her with every upward thrust. Her fingers dig into his shoulders, her hips rolling in time with his movements as she meets him stroke for stroke. Peter feels Gwen's walls tighten around him, her breath coming in short, sharp pants against his ear. He grips her waist harder, holding her still as he slams up into her with more force, determined to push her over the edge again. The sounds of the water sloshing around them and the occasional seagull calling in the distance fade into background noise as everything narrows to the intensity of Gwen's moans and the slick, perfect fit of her body around his cock. Want to try something crazy? He questioned, his teeth grazing her collarbone as he thrusts up into her. Crazier than having sex in the middle of an ocean on a jet ski. She panted with a soft chuckle, sure, let's hear it. Gwen's breath catches as Peter suddenly kisses her with hungry intensity, his teeth grazing her lower lip before he tilts the jet ski to the side with a sharp motion. For a split second, there's a rush of adrenaline as the world tilts, then a splash as they both plunge into the warm ocean water. Peter keeps his arms locked around her as they sink beneath the surface, his cock still buried deep inside her. The sudden submersion sends fresh jolts of sensation through Gwen's body, the buoyant feeling combining with Peter's persistent thrust to heighten every nerve ending. The warm salt water surges around them as Peter and Gwen kick their legs, maintaining their position beneath the surface. The pressure of the water compresses their skin together, intensifying every point of contact as Peter moves inside her. Bubbles escape Gwen's mouth as she lets out a muffled moan, her nails digging into Peter's back as he thrusts with measured precision, his hands gripping her ass to hold her close. The strange underwater environment feels almost surreal, Gwen's breasts press against Peter's chest, the water resistance making her nipples pebble against him even more sensitively. Their gazes meet through the distorted view of the water, Peter's eyes dark with desire as he observes Gwen's parted lips releasing tiny bubbles. Peter's eyes crinkle at the corners as he grins underwater, his mouth opening in a silent laugh that sends bubbles streaming upward. Gwen mirrors his expression, her eyes bright with amusement as she twists her body around him, using the buoyancy of the water to increase the friction between them. The water makes their movements more fluid, more graceful as they move together like underwater dancers. Peter reaches up to trace a hand down Gwen's spine, the salt water clinging to his fingers as he pulls her closer. Her legs wrap around his waist instinctively, the natural positioning of sex and gravity lessened by the floating ocean surrounding them. Water resistance adds a new dimension to every motion, the subtle pushback of the sea intensifying every shift of their bodies. Gwen rolls her hips, exploring the different sensations as Peter moves inside her. The weightlessness makes it easy for her to adjust her angle, to test what feels best when the normal constraints of gravity are suspended. Peter watches her face through the water, noting the subtle changes in her expression as he thrusts upward or rotates his hips. The ocean muffles their sounds, but he can feel Gwen's soft vibrations through the water as she moans around her own bubbles. Her hair floats around her face like pale sea foam, her eyes half-lidded as she studies him. The sunlight streaming through the surface above makes the water around them glow, creating an ethereal, almost dreamlike atmosphere. Peter's thrusts take on a new tempo, more experimental as he discovers what movements work best in this strange environment. Gwen gasps when he hits a particularly sensitive spot deep inside her, the water amplifying the jolt of pleasure as it ripples around them both. She closes her eyes momentarily, surrendering to the overwhelming sensations, the stretch of Peter's cock, the cool caress of the ocean currents against her overheated skin, the buoyancy allowing her to move in ways she never could on land. Peter feels Gwen's body tense around him, her walls fluttering as another orgasm builds. He watches her face contort in silent ecstasy through the water, her lips forming a perfect "oh" as she lets out a bubbling cry. The ocean becomes a playground for her pleasure, she floats around Peter, letting the currents and her own movements create delicious friction. Peter chases her across the water, his hands finding her hips as he pushes back inside. The transparency of the water lets him watch every detail of her reaction, her pink nipples stiff against the cold, the way her inner muscles pulse around him. Gwen's hands find Peter's shoulders, using them for leverage as she grinds against him. Peter holds her steady as she rides him, her breasts bobbing in the water as she moves. Her body arches slightly, offering her nipples to the ocean's gentle lapping as she chases her climax. Peter ducks his head, taking one stiff peek into his mouth and sucking gently while flicking his tongue across it. The added coolness of the water against her heated skin makes Gwen whimper into her bubbles. She looks down to watch Peter work at her breast through the distorted view of the water, his dark head bobbing beneath the surface. The combination of the mouth on her nipple and his cock hitting that sweet spot inside her overwhelms her senses. Gwen's body tenses like a coiled spring, her nails digging into Peter's shoulders as her orgasm crashes through her. The water around them churns slightly with the force of her contractions, tiny bubbles escaping her nose as she moans against the pressure in her ears. Peter watches with fascination as her body jerks with pleasure, his hands steadying her hips as he thrusts upward into her pulsing heat. She's so beautiful like this, eyes squeezed shut, lips parted around gasping breaths, the sunlight above turning the water golden around her floating form. He feels every spasm of her inner walls, the way they ripple and clutch at him desperately. Peter thrusts harder, burying himself fully as he reaches his own peak. The pressure of the ocean intensifies every contraction of his cock, making this climax more powerful than any he's experienced on land. Gwen feels him swell inside her, watches through blurry vision as his face twists in ecstasy beneath the surface. The water around them grows cloudy with the release of tiny bubbles as he spills into her, his fingers digging into her hips possessively. As the last pulses fade, Peter rises from the water, breaking the surface with a gasp. Not long after both of them are staring at the sky in a daze as they float with their arms and legs spread. A silence forms between them before it's broken by Peter. "Gwen, my love." All she could do is hum in acknowledgement. "There is something seriously wrong with us," Peter sighed. "That I will not deny," Gwen agreed. Chapter 392, Beach Trip, 10. Third-person POV. Peter guided the jet ski across the glittering surface of the ocean, the engine humming steadily beneath them as warm spray misted their faces. Gwen clung to his back, her arms wrapped securely around his waist, a soft blush blooming across her cheeks every time the jet ski bounced over a wave. "We lost a bit of self-control back there, didn't we?" Peter said over his shoulder, his voice holding a teasing lilt. Gwen groaned dramatically and pressed her forehead against his back as if she could bury herself in his spine. "Ugh, I blame you. Completely. You're a terrible influence. I wasn't this kind of girl before. I was once innocent and pure." Peter snorted. "Weren't you the one who forced yourself on me when we were younger?" he teased, glancing back with a sly grin. Gwen lifted her head, eyes narrowing in playful offense before she rose to her knees behind him. She wrapped her arms over his shoulders and leaned forward until her lips nearly brushed his cheek. "That's different and you know it. We both clearly had a thing for each other, but someone," she poked the side of his jaw, "was too much of a coward to initiate anything. So I simply took matters into my own hands." "Still forced yourself on me," Peter shot back, lips curling smugly. "So maybe don't go calling yourself innocent and pure quite yet." Gwen jabbed his cheek with her finger repeatedly. "You're so annoying. Stop making it sound like I did something weird to you. All I did was kiss you. And if I remember correctly, you froze up like your soul left your body." "I remember it differently," Peter said, turning forward again with exaggerated seriousness. "You pushed me down and had your way with me in your own bed. I'm a victim." He even cracked his voice on purpose for dramatic effect and looked off into the horizon like a wounded hero. Gwen's laughter rang out over the water. She leaned in and kissed his cheek. "And aren't you glad I did?" "Oh, absolutely," Peter replied instantly, his tone suddenly grave as stone. "I would be more than glad to be your victim any day of the week." Gwen dissolved into giggles and began peppering his cheek with rapid, noisy kisses, each more louder than the last, while Peter simply grinned, steering them across the shifting waves. The ocean sparkled around them, and in the distance the shape of a small deserted island grew larger with every second. By the time they reached the shore, they could see several other jet skis already parked along the sand. Their friends were scattered around the beach, some hauling coolers, others animatedly arguing while setting up a volleyball net. "You guys sure took your time," Felicia called out with a smirk, a volleyball propped casually against her hip. "Sorry," Peter said as he hopped off the jet ski and offered Gwen a hand. "Got a little sidetracked by the amazing view." Gwen smacked his shoulder lightly while he laughed at his own joke. "So," Peter asked as they walked up the sand, "what are the teams?" MJ strolled over, hands on her hips. "It's going to be me, Felicia, and Gwen against you, Harry, and Lizzie." Harry dusted sand off his palms as he joined them. Or, as I like to call it, Team A versus Peter's harem. Felicia immediately bounced the volleyball off Harry's head with impeccable aim, catching it as it fell. "Shut the fuck up." Peter and Harry cracked up, but their laughter was cut short when Arya approached. She looked like she had walked straight out of a beach safety brochure, wearing Peter's backwards cap, her glasses still perched on her nose, her face streaked with an aggressive layer of sunscreen, and now sporting a shiny whistle around her neck. She blew into it sharply. Everyone flinched. "All right everyone," Arya announced with full referee authority, "I want a clean and honest game. This is a friendly competition, not a death match." Everyone stared at Arya with a mixture of amusement and disbelief as she marched to the center of the sandy court, having fully and unapologetically appointed herself referee. With all the authority of someone who had definitely watched a single YouTube tutorial on officiating a sport, she snatched the volleyball right out of Felicia's hands and raised it like it was sacred. "The rules of the match are simple," Arya declared, projecting her voice across the beach as if she were addressing a stadium instead of friends in swimwear. "Powers and abilities are allowed. However," she held up a finger dramatically, "portals are not. If we allow portals, then this game will go on forever and I refuse to supervise that level of chaos." A few snickers rippled through the group. The use of super strength, super speed, chi techniques, elemental abilities, or magically enhanced jumps are all A-OK, she continued, pacing like a drill sergeant. But under no circumstances do you maim, target vital points, or attack with the intention of causing actual harm. Violations will result in penalties. Do I make myself clear? Peter and the others exchanged looks, trying, and failing, to take her seriously in her oversized cap, thick sunscreen streak on her nose, and tiny glare behind her glasses. A few of them snorted, nodding lazily. Arya blew the whistle with a blast that could have summoned lifeguards from 3 beaches away. "I said, do I make myself clear? I require verbal confirmation." Everyone burst into giggles and quick apologies, mumbling out, "Yes, ma'am," while rolling their eyes like misbehaving students caught by an overly enthusiastic substitute teacher. Once satisfied, Arya nodded sharply. "Good. Now I need a representative from each team to come forward and claim the ball. Rule is simple, first touch gets to serve. Step forward." After some bickering, pushing, and Felicia calling Harry a coward twice, Gwen and Peter finally volunteered and approached the center, Arya standing between them like a miniature judge presiding over a very unserious trial. "You two ready?" she asked. Both crouched immediately, muscles tightening, eyes narrowing into hyper-focused competitive slits. The air around them practically crackled with challenge. "No hard feelings when I win, yeah," Peter said, voice smug. Gwen scoffed. "Please. The only thing you're winning today is second place." Arya glanced between them, ensuring they were both locked in. Once their stances were perfect, she tossed the ball high into the air, where it momentarily eclipsed the sun. Gwen exploded upward first, sand spraying behind her as she reached for the ball. Only for a strand of webbing to snap upward, snag the ball midair, and yank it cleanly into Peter's palm. "What?" Gwen landed with a stumble, eyes wide. "Peter Parker. That's cheating. You had to jump for it. Those are the rules of first touch." Peter spun the ball lazily in his hand while making a jabbering yapping gesture with the other, bobbing his head mockingly. "Yap, yap, yap. Complain all you want, babe. Doesn't change the results." Arya said powers were allowed. Gwen's jaw clenched so hard her tongue visibly pressed against the inside of her cheek. She turned to Arya, pointing accusingly. "Ref. Say something. That shouldn't count." Arya didn't hesitate. "The ball goes to Team A." She raised her hand toward Peter with absolute, unshakable authority. "That's bull. Beep. Come on. Beep. Just let me towel. Beep. Arya. Beep." Gwen stood there twitching like a malfunctioning animatronic, lips pressed into a razor-thin line. Arya lowered the whistle from her mouth, unfazed. "As I said. Ball goes to Team A. Now stop arguing before I give you a formal warning." "Fine." Gwen snapped, throwing her hands up as she spun around sharply. "Keep the stupid ball. Hope you choke on it, you absolute bastard." Peter doubled over laughing. "Work smarter, not harder, babe," he called after her, laughing even harder when Gwen flipped him off without even glancing back. Arya blew the whistle yet again, voice booming with way too much enthusiasm for someone wearing floaties earlier that morning. "All right everyone, enough chit-chat. Into position. It's time to play ball." And with that, the chaos of the superpowered beach volleyball match officially began. Chapter 393, Beach Trip, 11. Third-person POV. Peter casually tossed the ball toward Lizzie with a flick of his wrist, a crooked grin tugging at the corner of his mouth. "You serve, and make it hot." Lizzie caught the ball without even looking at it, twirling it around her fingers over and over in a blur. "Oh, trust me," she said, her grin widening into something borderline mischievous, "that is my specialty after all." She sauntered toward the back line, planting her feet firmly in the sand as she settled into her serving stance. As she continued to spin the ball, tiny sparks began flicking off her fingertips. A heartbeat later, flames swirled to life, coiling around the ball in layers until it was no longer a ball at all but a blazing sphere of bright, crackling fire. Heat shimmered in the air. Lizzie giggled, a bubbly, chaotic sound, and tossed the fireball straight up. She crouched low like a spring being compressed and shouted, as Pitbull once said. Lizzie launched herself skyward, hair whipping back from the force, and with a strike that echoed like a cannon blast, she slapped the ball and screamed, "Fireball. I got it." MJ yelled as she sprinted forward, heels digging through the sand. A psychic construct shimmered to life in her grasp, forming into a glowing bat. She jumped and swung with a clean, practiced motion, the bat connected with the flaming orb, bending it in midair before launching it back across the net. And just like that, their superpowered beach volleyball match officially began. From that point on it was chaos, fun, loud, high-velocity chaos. Everyone was shouting, "I got it," at the same time as they darted around the court. The ball whipped back and forth at speeds that would have turned a normal human into paste, yet for them, it was barely a warm-up. A streak of roaring fire shot across from Gwen's side, the flames tearing through the air like a miniature comet. Lizzie, reacting on instinct, summoned her suit's gauntlets with a flash of light and braced herself. The impact reverberated through her forearms, but she managed to save the shot, deflecting it upward in a sharp rebound. It ricocheted directly toward Harry, whose hypermotility had him moving before anyone else even registered the ball's new flight path. With lightning-fast precision, he set the ball up toward Peter, who had already anticipated the trajectory thanks to a flicker of spider sense. Harry's set landed perfectly at Peter's feet. Peter launched himself backward in a smooth, acrobatic arc, performing a full bicycle kick that sent the ball rocketing over the net. Sand exploded outward from the force, showering Felicia and Gwen just as they dove simultaneously to try and save it. When the sand cloud settled, the ball sat steaming inside a small crater, smoke curling upward like it had just crash-landed from orbit. "Damn it!" Felicia hissed, slamming her fist into the sand. Gwen, panting beside her, nodded in shared frustration. Arya blew her whistle with a crisp tweet and lifted her arm toward Peter's side. Point to Team A. Yay, the three cheered as they came together for a triumphant three-way high five. Oh no, that's not happening again, Felicia growled, pushing herself to her feet. Her eyes sharpened into feline slits as her pupils narrowed, her expression shifting into something predatory. Let me serve. A Cheshire cat grin stretched across her face, fangs glinting as she tossed the ball once and punched it with enough force to leave a shockwave. The ball screamed over the court. I got it. Harry shouted, leaping in front of it. He yelped as the ball dodged him, curving unnaturally midair before dropping straight down at his feet like it had decided gravity applied only when convenient. Arya immediately blew her whistle. Point to Peter's harem. We did not agree to that name, all three shouted in perfect synchronization, faces full of indignation. Felicia only smirked. Since she'd scored on the serve, she was given another. She took several steps back, kicked off the ground into a running start, then vaulted into the air. She tossed the ball up and struck it with a powerful overhead slam. As the hit connected, a gust of wind burst outward from her, swirling around the ball and guiding it on a twisting, erratic path that veered sharply away from Harry's reach. Lizzie dove for it next, sand spraying under her slipstream, but the wind carried the ball right above her fingertips. And finally, Peter lunged, stretching out an arm in one last desperate attempt to keep the play alive. Before it could drop completely, snicked. Peter's wrist blade shot out with impeccable timing. He slid beneath the descending ball, the blade slipping just underneath it and flicking upward. The ball bounced into the air, wobbling but still very much alive. Lizzie didn't miss a beat. She launched herself over Peter's torso like a madwoman on a sacred mission, hands outstretched. She twisted in midair, setting the ball back over her shoulder for Harry. Harry, now bursting with all the stored kinetic energy he'd accumulated from sprinting back and forth, leapt high and spiked the ball with terrifying force. MJ rushed forward with a psychic tennis racket she'd conjured seconds ago, but the moment it touched the ball, crack, the construct shattered into shimmering fragments, overwhelmed by the chi-infused, kinetic-powered strike. Gwen dove next, hand reaching desperately, but the ball hit her at an awkward angle and slammed into the net with enough force to make it tremble like it was about to collapse. Arya blew her whistle sharply. Point goes to Team A. Peter, Harry, and Lizzie immediately broke into a celebratory conga line. Peter led it with exaggerated salsa motions, humming, dun 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 dun. They froze in a dramatic pose, then repeated the entire sequence. Gwen, MJ, and Felicia stared at them with identical deadpan expressions, their patience already stretched thin. They're getting on my nerves. Gwen muttered flatly. Agreed, MJ replied in the same monotone. Felicia only nodded, eyes twitching. Peter's team continued laughing among themselves before jogging back into formation. As the next round began, all 6 players locked in. The ball flew back and forth at an escalating pace, gaining speed, force, momentum, until the air itself hummed with pressure. Peter blitzed forward, trailing crackling lightning behind him as he slapped the ball. The impact rippled across its surface like a shockwave, but instead of shooting across the court, the ball froze completely. No momentum. No gravity. No motion. Suspended in perfect stillness. MJ hopped up, gently booped it with one finger, and sent it drifting over the net. Peter reacted on instinct and kicked, but the ball curved harmlessly out of bounds. His shoulders slumped instantly as his teammates patted him in consolation. Meanwhile, MJ and the others erupted into triumphant cheers. Peter glanced across the net, only to catch Gwen staring straight at him. She slowly stuck both middle fingers in her mouth, popped them out with exaggerated flair, and smirked. Wow. Peter barked, half outraged, half amused. Arya's whistle shrieked. Perform another act of unsportsmanlike conduct and you'll receive a penalty, she warned, eyes narrowed. Gwen raised her hands in mock surrender, though the smug grin on her face didn't budge an inch. The match resumed, and immediately dissolved into chaos, flashing lights, bursts of energy, mini explosions, shockwaves shaking the surrounding sand. The court looked more like a battleground than a beach. When MJ served next, the ball arced high and Peter soared upward to spike it. But instead of flying over the net, the ball stuck to his palm with an unmistakable thwip. He bounced his hand up and down, boing, boing, but the ball refused to detach, yo-yoing annoyingly on the strands of webbing that covered the ball. Arya blew the whistle so hard her face went red. Ball hogging. Point to Peter's harem, she declared, pointing emphatically toward the girls. Okay, that's cheap, Peter deadpanned, staring at the stubborn webbing still glued to the ball. MJ swept her hair back in a smug, slow-motion toss, like she was in a shampoo commercial, and said, as you told Gwen, Tiger, work smarter, not harder. Babe, I really should thank you for the idea. She even winked, twisting the knife. Peter rolled his eyes, sparks crackled around his fingertips before erupting in a small static shockwave that snapped the webbing apart. The moment the ball was free, chaos resumed. Everyone sprinted around like maniacs, possessed, unhinged, and committed to winning this ridiculous game like their lives depended on it. Every serve, every return, every spike grew more dangerous and spectacular as time went on. Gwen encased the ball in jagged glaciers of ice and swirling snow, making it look like a frozen meteor. MJ countered with psychic constructs of absolutely anything she felt like, a dinosaur tail that whipped the ball into orbit, a sizzling frying pan that sent it ricocheting with a comedic spang, a monstrous claw that grabbed and yeeted it across the court, and at one point, a bazooka. A full-on, glowing, psychic bazooka she shoulder-fired like she was reenacting an action movie. Lizzie, meanwhile, launched the ball as if it were a comet. Fire swirled around her in ribbons, the balls she spiked streaking through the air like meteor showers. Peter used his super speed and electrical burst to nearly break the sound barrier with each spike, the air cracking around him. His shots slammed down like artillery shells. By now, sweat drenched all of them. What used to be a beach volleyball court was now a battlefield. Smoke drifted from small craters left by explosive hits. Blackened scorch marks scarred the sand. Some patches of sand had melted into jagged glass plates. The entire area looked like a superhero war zone disguised as a sports arena. The score was tied, match point. The deciding round. The ball zipped back and forth at blinding speed as everyone entered a collective flow state. They refused to let gravity, exhaustion, physics, or common sense stop them. The final rally had already lasted over 30 minutes. Harry spike punched the ball so hard it left a visible pressure ring in the air. MJ returned it by slamming it with a massive psychic spider leg, the construct leaving a ripple of purple energy behind. Peter and Gwen sprinted toward the ball at the exact same moment, identical murder-hungry focus in their eyes. They both jumped, and both their feet collided with the ball simultaneously. Their struggle froze the world. Both of them roared, muscles straining, sweat flicking off in arcs, each trying to overpower the other. I refuse to lose. Gwen snarled, face fierce and determined. That makes both of us. Peter shouted back, his own aura crackling with electric fury. Their teams erupted behind them. You got this, Gwen. Kick his butt. You better not drop it, Pete. Veins popped. Teeth clenched. Sparks and frost clashed around them. Then. Gwen smirked, eyes glinting wickedly. If you let me win, I'll let you do but stuff. Pete, don't you fucking dare. Harry screamed. Ah. Oh no. Peter bellowed, instantly crumpling as if her words had physically disarmed him. The force of Gwen's kick overtook him, sending him flying back. He crashed into the sand with the ball, rolling dramatically. Ah, she bested me. Arya blew her whistle so hard she nearly passed out. Game. Set. Match. The winners of this beach volleyball tournament are none other than Peter's harem. W-O-O-O-O-O-A-H-H-H-H. The girls shrieked in triumph, tackling each other into a celebratory group hug, rolling in the sand like victorious warriors. Meanwhile, Peter lay on the ground staring up at the sky, chest rising and falling. Harry and Lizzie slowly stepped into view above him, their silhouettes blocking the sun. Their eyes glowed with vengeance, cold, merciless, judge and executioner energy. Peter slapped a dramatic hand over his forehead. Sorry guys, she was just so strong, there was nothing I could do. Both Harry and Lizzie raised their fists, knuckles cracking like gunshots. Oh no, wait, guys, let's talk about this. They leapt on him. Arg. AAHH. Arr. I'm sorry. Peter screamed like he was being dismembered, his cries echoing across the beach. A stark contrast to the girls on the other side of the court, still rolling, laughing, and celebrating their explosive victory. Chapter 394, Beach Trip, End. Third-person POV. After the chaos and friendly violence of their volleyball match finally settled, the group gathered their scattered belongings, shook sand out of towels, and cleaned up the little island that had served as their battleground for the afternoon. The sun hovered low, casting an orange sheen across the water as everyone hopped onto their jet skis for the ride back toward the main beach. Felicia wasted absolutely no time claiming Gwen's former spot behind Peter. She slid onto the seat with a grin bright enough to rival the sunset, pressing herself into his back as the jet ski rumbled to life. The wind whipped through her silver hair as they bounced over the waves, and with every jolt, she molded herself more snugly against him. A mischievous glint flashed in her eyes, never a good sign, before she slid her hands from his abdomen up to his chest, fingers boldly exploring. Peter looked down at the painted nails now splayed across his pecs like she was claiming territory and asked flatly, "What do you think you're doing?" "Honk honk." Felicia answered cheerfully as she gave his chest a quick squeeze. He immediately slapped her hands away. "Please stop trying to violate me," he said, voice cracking between exasperation and mock distress. Felicia giggled, undeterred. She slapped her hands right back into place, cupping him like some kind of treasure she'd found. Let Mama Coppa feel no one told you had such big almond titties. Peter slowly turned his head, giving her a horrified, confused, and offended look all at once. The sight of his expression made Felicia burst into uncontrollable laughter, nearly slipping off the seat. Keep that up and I might develop an insecurity, Peter muttered, attempting a glare but struggling to hold it when she kept giggling behind him. Felicia gave another proud squeeze. Please, be grateful. There are girls who would kill to have a chest as big as yours. You're no better than a man. Peter said in a monotone deadpan. Felicia didn't even bother replying. She just pressed her cheek against his back, humming happily while kneading his chest like a smug cat. By the time they finally returned to the main beach and handed the jet skis back in, the sun had dipped beneath the horizon completely, leaving the sky a deep indigo. The amusement park next to the pier had already lit up, neon beams and flickering colors reflecting off the ocean like scattered jewels. Before calling it a day, shall we go? Peter asked, glancing at the group. Everyone agreed instantly, one last adventure before heading home. Harry and Lizzie wandered off as soon as they entered the park, fingers intertwined as they disappeared into the maze of lights. Gwen and MJ were immediately claimed by Arya, who bounced with enough excitement to drag the two along with her, leaving only Peter and Felicia paired together. The two strolled casually along the pier, the distant sounds of roller coasters, laughter, and chimes blending into a comforting background buzz. Peter carried a large bag of blue cotton candy in one hand while Felicia tore fluffy pieces off and fed both him and herself with no sense of restraint. Peter stuck out his tongue, now stained an aggressively bright blue, and asked, "All right, how bad is it? Be honest." Felicia smirked, stuffing more cotton candy into her mouth before answering, "It looks like you went down on Smuffet and gave her the best night of her life." Peter snorted so hard he almost choked. "That's definitely one way to put it." "Wait, hold on," Felicia said suddenly. She dusted sugar from her fingers and reached boldly into Peter's half-zipped hoodie pocket, retrieving her phone without asking. She raised it high, grabbed Peter by the collar to yank him closer, and stuck out her blue tongue with pride. "Come on. To the face with me." Peter rolled his eyes but leaned in, matching her pose for the photo. The camera flashed, catching the neon glow behind them, Peter with his backwards cap, Felicia with her white-rimmed sunglasses perched atop her head, the bag of cotton candy between them like a centerpiece as they both had their blue tongues out. Felicia lowered the phone, smiling wide at the image. "Okay, this is adorable. We should use this as matching caller IDs. Cat, I love you. But I'm never replacing your current one," Peter said smugly. "Baby, you surrounded by money is too perfect. It stays forever." Felicia's smile flatlined. "One of these days I'm going to break into your phone and delete the picture permanently. You know Arya can restore it in 5 seconds, right?" Peter teased as he leaned in to bite a piece of cotton candy from her fingers. "Stupid you and your AI daughter," Felicia grumbled, grabbing a giant handful of candy and stuffing it aggressively into her mouth. Peter only chuckled and gently brushed the corner of her lips with his thumb to clean the sugar away. Felicia didn't resist, she tilted her face toward his touch, eyes softening ever so slightly as the bright carnival lights flickered across both of them. They continued strolling through the glowing maze of the amusement park, fingers naturally intertwining until their hands felt molded together. Felicia swung their arms gently as she took in every corner of color and motion, her eyes sparkling like she was experiencing the world through a camera lens she wanted to capture everything with. "Look, a photo booth. It's perfect, let's go," Felicia exclaimed, her voice bubbling with excitement. She tugged at Peter's arm without hesitation, practically dragging him across the pier. "We can take a ton more pictures there." "You really love pictures, huh?" Peter asked, already wearing a shaky smile someone gets when they know resistance is pointless. "Well, duh." Felicia gave him a playful shove with her shoulder. "How else are we supposed to remember every ridiculous, dumb, adorable thing that happens? Years from now we'll be able to look back at these and relive the fun we had today." Her smile was warm, genuine, and almost unfairly captivating. Peter's resolve melted instantly, he felt it physically. "All right. I'm convinced," he said, allowing her to pull him into the cramped little booth. The moment the curtain fell behind them, Felicia sprang into action like a seasoned professional. She hit the start button, and the camera began its countdown. 3, 2, 1. Flash. Then again. And again. They twisted into pose after pose, each more chaotic than the last, squishing their faces together, sticking out their tongues, making heart signs, lifting each other in ways the tiny booth absolutely was not designed to accommodate. The flashing lights nearly blinded them, but neither cared, they were too busy laughing. By the time they stumbled back outside, they were breathless and giggling uncontrollably. Felicia held the fresh strip of photos like it was treasure. Okay, look at this one," she said, showing him the first picture, her on his back flashing a peace sign, Peter trying not to fall over. The next had them swapping accessories. Felicia wore his backwards cap while Peter sported her oversized white sunglasses with complete seriousness. Another showed Peter holding Felicia up by the thighs, her arms looped tight around his neck, and the one after that captured them mid-kiss in that same position, both of them smiling into it. Felicia's absolute favorite, though, was very obvious. She pressed the photo to her chest dramatically. This is art. It was the picture of her face buried in Peter's pecs, motorboating him while he tried, and failed, to hold in laughter. The following frame had both of them on the floor wiping tears from their eyes. The photo booth had stickers built into the machine, which Felicia instantly claimed. She decorated each picture with colorful stars, hearts, rainbows, and glittery borders, humming happily as she tucked them into Peter's sweater pockets for safekeeping. These would be so cute on a fridge or mirror, she said with a bouncy little skip. Like daily reminders of how adorable we are. As they walked, Peter noticed a group of guys around their age approaching. Their eyes flicked toward Felicia, lingering, assessing, admiring. She was, without question, one of the most striking people on the pier. Silver hair catching neon light, wearing his oversized sweater, laughing with her whole face. The moment the guys looked at Peter, they found him staring back with a cold, flat expression. A warning. No words needed. Their gazes snapped away immediately. Peter sighed, undid his sweater, and slipped it off his shoulders, placing it over Felicia. She questioned, brows raised. It's getting cold, Peter said softly. You should wear it. Felicia giggled, pleased by the gesture. How thoughtful of you. She slid her arms inside the sleeves and tucked her photos into the pockets, looking, if Peter was being honest, unbearably cute. They wandered toward the docks, where the ocean stretched infinitely under the night sky. From where they stood, a distant cruise ship glowed like a floating city of lights. Felicia hopped up onto the wooden railing with practiced ease, sitting comfortably as the sea breeze played with her hair. The moonlight traced a soft glow along her jawline. Peter stepped closer, gently gathering the loose sides of the sweater and pulling the zipper up. Slowly. Carefully. Felicia lifted her chin, allowing him to continue while she stared at him with a teasing smirk. What's wrong? Why are you trying to cover me up, You know exactly why, Peter said with a scoff. I don't like when other guys stare at you. They get on my nerves. You're for my eyes and my eyes only. Felicia's expression softened. She cupped his cheeks with both hands, brushing his hair away from his eyes before leaning down until her forehead rested against his. Being possessive looks good on you, Parker, she whispered. Does it really? He murmured, staring into her bright, mesmerizing emerald eyes. I personally love it. Her lips brushed his, warm and soft, before she whispered against them, I like a man who doesn't hesitate to guard what's supposed to be his. Their kiss deepened, slow, unhurried, tender. The kind of kiss that lingered like warmth in the chest. Felicia stroked his cheek lovingly, while Peter braced his hands on the railing beside her thighs, his body almost caging hers in. And I especially like, Felicia breathed, how protective and possessive you get over me. It makes me feel. She kissed him again, lips trailing across his cheek and back to his mouth. Special. Peter lifted her chin slightly with 2 fingers, standing at his full height. His voice was low, warm, and full of sincerity. You are special, Kat. To me, you're everything. Felicia let out a soft, breathless sound as she resumed peppering kisses along his lips and jawline. How am I supposed to behave? Each word came between tender kisses, if you keep saying things like that. Their laughter blended with their kisses, warm, soft, and overflowing with affection. Neither rushed. Neither pulled away. They simply stayed wrapped up in each other under the neon lights and the stars, as if the rest of the world had quietly faded away. Chapter 395, Beach Trip Interruption. Third-person POV. Felicia cradled Peter's cheek in her palm, cupping his perfectly sculpted face as though it were some priceless treasure she alone had discovered. She showered him with kisses, loud, exaggerated smooches that echoed playfully through the air, each one leaving a new lipstick stain across his face. In seconds she was marking him, practically painting him with her signature shade as though creating her own personal masterpiece. Just so you know, she murmured between kisses, her voice dropping into that silky, mischievous purr he knew far too well, even if I might be sharing you, I can also get very possessive. And now, with this, she gestured proudly to her handiwork, any other bitch that looks at you will know exactly who you belong to. Peter straightened his posture, lifted his chin, and nodded as if receiving a knight's sacred blessing. I'll wear these markings with great honor, he declared in the booming intensity of a noble warrior, smoldering dramatically as he gazed off toward some heroic imaginary horizon. Felicia snorted, rolling her eyes. You absolute dork, she said, though her smile was soft, tender, glowing at the edges. She grabbed his chin with 2 fingers and tugged him closer. Come here. I need evidence. She lifted her phone between them and angled his face toward the lens. The flash fired, Peter flinched, one eye squeezed shut in the exact second of the shot, but instead of ruining the picture, it somehow made him even more annoyingly, outrageously charming. Felicia stared at the photo for half a second before groaning. Okay, that's just unfair, you photogenic bastard. She took his chin again, gently rotating his face like an appraiser with an artifact. Quick question, have you ever considered modeling? Because you've got a killer face. No question, you'd rise straight to the top. Peter nodded after a moment of contemplation. I did consider it when I was younger as a fast way to make money. But there was no need, since, apart from being blessed with divine beauty, I was also blessed with divine wisdom. Felicia snorted in amusement and jokingly added. Add divine narcissism to the mix too. But she never finished the sentence. Both she and Peter froze, eyes shrinking into razor-sharp pinpoints as the shared jolt of danger cut down their spines. Their spider senses flared, bright, sharp, unmistakable, moments before the wind around them began to lift, swirl, and then howl. It wasn't just wind. Sand lifted in sheets, whipping through the air in violent stinging currents. Felicia and Peter raised their arms to shield their faces as dunes practically exploded around them, the carnival lights becoming vague, flickering blurs through the sudden haze. The wind accelerated into a miniature sandstorm, tearing through tents and stands, sending people running, shouting, screaming, as rides groaned under the force. Arghar! The scream thundered across the beach. Both Peter and Felicia turned toward the shoreline just in time to see the sand rise, swirl, and congeal, gathering into an enormous humanoid shape. The titan-sized figure continued growing until it towered over the pier, dwarfing even the Ferris wheel and roller coaster. Martin. You bastard. I know you're out there, the mountainous sand creature bellowed, its voice shaking the boardwalk. Peter released the world-weary sigh of a man who has lived entirely too many Mondays. The life of a superhero. Felicia giggled, brushing hair out of her eyes as she hopped down and grabbed his hands. Come on. Let's go. She tugged him forward, weaving them through panicked crowds fleeing the storm. They darted into a nearby photo booth, light flashed inside, and in the blink of an eye, they were gone. Outside, the Sandman raised a massive sphere of compressed sand overhead, then hurled it with enough force to rattle the shoreline. The sand bomb struck the nearby cruise ship dead on, rocking it violently and flipping it onto its side. Its lights flickered wildly as terrified passengers clung to whatever they could. Whoop whoop. Spider-Man cheered as he burst into action, webs shooting out as he swung between the carnival rides. Around him, the rest of the team arrived, each in their element, each already moving. Spider-Cat, Ghost Spider, and Scarlet Spider swung in perfect sync, their movements smooth and practiced. Arya and Firestar soared above them, streaks of light trailing in their wake. Nightwing bounded from booth to booth, flipping with effortless precision as he sped across the carnival structure. It's time to delegate. Peter shouted as he swung past a collapsing booth, Ghost. Red. You two are in charge of the cruise ship. Nightwing. Arachnid. Get everyone out of the carnival and move them towards safety, start with the Ferris wheel and the roller coaster, they're the most critical. Cat. Star. You're with me, follow my lead. The moment his orders left his mouth, the team split like a burst of fireworks, each streaking into their designated directions. Harry and Arya veered toward the pier, flying side by side down the boardwalk. Gwen and MJ dove into a swirling portal, vanishing in a quick flash of blue energy. Peter fired a webline at the railing ahead and used it as a springboard, catapulting himself high into the air. The wind tore through his suit as he spread his arms wide. Marco, he shouted with theatrical joy. I haven't seen you since you faked your death. How's it been, buddy? Spider-Man. Sandman thundered, forming an enormous face out of the storm. I'm not in the mood. A colossal sand hand swung at Peter like a wrecking ball. But Spider-Man slipped between the fingers with effortless grace, webbing and parkouring around the shifting knuckles. How could you say that? Peter cried dramatically. I mourned for you. I even wrote a poem. Lizzie streaked into the chaos, leaving a searing trail of orange behind her. Heat radiated off her in waves as she unleashed a torrent of fire straight into Marco's chest. The sand ignited with a blinding flash, melting, crystallizing into jagged panes of glass. Sandman roared, and in retaliation his other arm surged outward, stretching like a tidal wave to smother her flames. The mountain of sand swallowed her up. Peter swung along the giant's arm, racing toward the epicenter of the battlefield. Felicia swooped in beside him, her movement sharp, precise, panther-like. Without missing a beat, he grabbed her hands and hurled her forward at high velocity. The air rippled around her as she tucked, twisted, then shot her heel straight into Marco's crystallized chest. The impact cracked the glass like thunder. Her momentum carried her straight through his torso, tearing a massive hole that blew his towering form backward. Sandman toppled into the parking lot, crushing cars beneath him as civilians fled in panic. A tsunami of sand surged forward, swallowing storefronts, slamming into vehicles, flipping them like toys. Then Marco inhaled sharply, pulling the sand back into his shape, reforming himself from the ground up. Lizzie erupted from the sandbank with a sputtering cough, shaking her head violently. PHT, PHTT, yuck. I got sand in my mouth, PHTT, bleg. She stuck out her tongue with exaggerated disgust. Nope. Hate it. 0 out of 10. I won't let you stop me, Spider-Man. Sandman bellowed as he reassembled, his rage fueling the intensifying storm. Visibility dropped to nearly nothing as he launched catapults of compacted sand from his palms. Don't you dare try to change the subject on me. Peter yelled back, springing from sand to sand as if leaping across floating platforms. Bolts of bioelectricity crackled from his palms as he shattered incoming projectiles. What you did almost traumatized me. I practically considered therapy, Marco. I'll show you traumatized. Sandman roared, his arms stretching into 2 massive battering rams. Before the attack could land, Felicia traced a circle through the air. A portal snapped open in front of Marco's fists, its twin appearing right beside his face. His own blow rocketed through the exit portal. Wham! He punched himself directly in the head, exploding the top half of his body into a storm of disintegrated sand. Ah, come on, big guy, Peter said as he somersaulted through the air, placing a hand dramatically over his chest. Don't beat yourself up. Look, fine. I'll be the bigger man. I forgive you. Felicia snorted, nearly losing her footing midair, while Lizzie broke into a fit of muffled giggles through her still sandy tongue. Both rolled their eyes but couldn't hide the amusement. Chapter 396, Chapter 396, Rescue Heroes. Third-person POV. The sandstorm roared, its howling wind slamming against the Ferris wheel with relentless force. The massive structure groaned under the pressure, and the carriages rocked back and forth in a violently unpredictable rhythm, each sway threatening to snap them loose from their hinges. Inside, terrified riders clung to whatever they could grab, knuckles white, voices hoarse as they screamed over the gale. Arya swooped down from above, her silhouette briefly swallowed by the swirling wall of sand. She phased effortlessly through the metal frame of a carriage and wrapped her arms around the panicking passengers inside. With a sharp, decisive kick, she blasted the door open. The moment it flew free, the wind tore it from its hinges and carried it spinning into the storm like a paper scrap. Careful, Arachnid. Nightwing's voice cut through the chaos from high above. He streaked through the air in a neon green arc, swinging from line to line with practiced ease. His Eskrima stick left his hand in a clean throw, spinning end over end until it struck the roller coaster's control panel. Sparks flew as the system was forcibly overridden. He had no choice, the operator was nowhere near able to stop it in these conditions. The stick zipped back to his hand like a loyal boomerang, its green neon glow the only thing visible through the sand-choked air. With that same light, Nightwing could see that the passengers on the roller coaster were no longer just screaming, they were being lifted from their seats by the violent updrafts of the storm. 2 small children were ripped upward, hands flailing wildly as they screamed in pure panic. Their mother reached toward them, tears streaming, but the wind yanked her back against the restraints. Sorry, kids, but you 2 are way too young to be flying solo. Nightwing quipped. He dove with both arms outstretched, catching the children midair as if snatching them from the jaws of the storm itself. In one fluid swing, he arced back toward the seats and planted them safely inside. The mother sobbed with relief, but a sudden gust slammed into her, lifting her clean out of the coaster. She shrieked as she tumbled downward. Nightwing was already moving. Please read the guidelines, ma'am. Harry called out, voice playful even while descending at breakneck speed. He swung under the entire track, looped back upward, and grabbed her before she hit the ground, depositing her gently back into her seat. Keep your hands and feet inside the vehicle at all times, he added, shooting webs that stuck their hands to the railing to prevent anyone else from flying off. With a flip, he landed behind the ride and opened a glowing portal in front of it. Don't worry, everyone, this ride's on me, he announced. He braced himself, muscles flexing visibly through the suit as he pushed the entire roller coaster back toward the start of the track. Nightwing tapped his Eskrima stick lightly against the frame, sending a controlled electric pulse through the ride. The webbing dissolved, and the safety restraints automatically unlatched. He leapt onto the main drop-off point, making himself visible. Civilians scrambled toward him desperately, their vision nearly useless in the suffocating storm. Yet through the shifting walls of sand, Nightwing's neon suit cut through the gloom. His green bird emblem glowed with a steady emerald radiance, his white eye lenses shining like beacons. All right, everyone, he called out, raising his Eskrima stick as a makeshift torch, visibility's garbage right now, but follow my lead. I'll get you all out safely. The crowd exchanged frightened glances, but seeing their hero standing tall despite the storm gave them confidence. One by one, they fell in behind him, shielding their faces with their arms as they moved. Arya descended from above, gently lowering rescued riders to the ground and directing them toward Nightwing's glowing silhouette. Follow his lead, she urged, pointing toward the light. Stay close. Nightwing pushed forward with his forearm shielding his face, the torch raised high above his head. The emerald glow cut a narrow path through the suffocating haze, guiding the group step by careful step. Above them, Arya spun through the turbulent air, blasting away debris that the storm hurled toward the civilians, wooden planks, plastic signage, even pieces of carnival booths. Every time something threatened to strike, she reduced it to harmless shrapnel. While Nightwing led them out, step by steady step, Arya circled like a guardian angel, ensuring that not a single stray object or sudden blast of wind could harm them. Together, they carved a path of safety through the raging storm. Gwen and MJ arrived at the capsized cruise ship. The vessel groaned like a wounded giant, tilted almost entirely onto its side. People dangled from railings, clutching them with every ounce of strength they had left, while others had already been thrown overboard and were desperately trying to stay afloat. Gwen landed on the tilted deck and immediately took charge. There might be people who can't swim, let alone swing underwater. Get everyone in the water first. I'll create a stable platform for them to stand on. MJ nodded with fierce determination. Without hesitation, she sprinted toward the edge of the ship and leapt off, her body slicing through the air before she plunged into the churning sea with a perfect dive. The moment she was submerged, her enhanced spider senses flared to life, she could feel every panicked heartbeat, every struggling limb beneath the surface. Her eyes lit up with a brilliant pink-violet glow, illuminating the darkness of the deep as she swam with supernatural speed. Above, Gwen's palm shimmered with a pale blue light. An ethereal orb of power blossomed in her hand. She hurled it toward the water below, and the moment it struck, ice exploded outward in a rapid, spiraling bloom. A broad platform of frost spread like a frozen flower unfurling on the sea. Gwen slid across the fresh ice, her boots gliding as she extended her arms. A magic circle materialized in front of her, sigils spinning like delicate gears. With a sharp push of her hands, a flock of enormous bird-shaped constructs exploded outward from the circle, each one carved from shimmering blue energy. With intense concentration, Gwen controlled each bird mentally. They swooped toward the dangling passengers one at a time, gripping them gently in talon-shaped constructs and dropping them onto the ice beside her. One by one, the rescued civilians landed safely, sliding a few feet before coming to a stop and collapsing with exhausted gratitude. Once she had freed everyone hanging from the railings, Gwen leapt upward, twisting into a graceful somersault. A larger bird construct swept under her, catching her midair as she stepped onto its back. It carried her upward, granting her a high vantage point. With a hawk's view of the disaster zone, Gwen tapped the side of her mask. Her lenses shifted, activating their X-ray function. Her HUD flared to life, highlighting hundreds of life signatures, the trapped, the drifting, the unconscious. She mapped the entire ship in an instant. She extended her arms outward. More magic circles flared around her like floating halos, each one birthing another massive frost-formed bird. They peeled away from her sides and dove toward the ship, spreading out in coordinated patterns as they entered shattered windows, broken hallways, and half-flooded rooms. Working in tandem with her spider senses, Gwen guided them with laser precision, ensuring every person was lifted without aggravating broken bones, dislocations, or bruises. Then, light. The waters beneath Gwen's ice platform began glowing with a bright pink-violet shimmer, pulsing like the heart of a star. The glow intensified, spreading outward until the entire sea around the platform was illuminated. A second later, a massive psychic construct tore through the water's surface, a submarine, sculpted from mental energy, its form flickering like a dream yet solid enough to displace the waves. A staircase extended from its side, forming neatly onto the ice. The hatch opened, and a completely soaked MJ emerged, hair plastered to her face but grinning ear to ear. Special delivery, she announced proudly, guiding the group of drenched survivors behind her down the staircase and onto the ice. Once the last person stepped safely onto the platform, Gwen turned and asked, "Do you think you can flip it back over?" MJ looked offended for a moment, arching a brow. "Are you kidding me? Aren't you looking down on me a little too much?" Her smirk widened. "Watch this." Without waiting for further comment, MJ sprinted back toward the edge and dove into the sea again. A heartbeat later, the entire ocean lit up with a radiant pink glow, stronger than before. "Oh Yeewa!" MJ's triumphant shout echoed from below. A colossal construct in MJ's own image surged upward from the depths, towering, muscular, and glowing like a goddess of psychic force. Civilians instinctively jumped backward, slipping across the ice as they stared up at the titanic figure with sheer horror and awe. Gwen dragged a hand down her face. "Oh, for the love of..." The giant MJ waded through the water and reached for the cruise ship. With both enormous hands, she gripped the railing and heaved. The entire vessel shuddered, streams of water and sand pouring off its side as she strained to lift it. Slowly, inch by inch, the ship righted itself, turning upright once again and settling heavily back onto the water. Once the feat was done, MJ flexed her arm and kissed her bicep with exaggerated flair before looking over towards Gwen and raising her brows repeatedly in a suggestive manner. Gwen let out a tired, fond laugh. Yeah, show off. Chapter 397, Beach Puns. Third-person POV. Peter was running circles around Marco so quickly that his entire body blurred into a streak of blue electric light, crackling and weaving around the towering sand colossus that Sandman had become. Every step he took kicked up tiny sparks along the ground, his momentum carving a perfect ring around the storming mass. Come on, Marco. Let's talk about this like civil adults. Peter shouted, his voice warping as it stretched through the vortex he was creating. With each lap he completed, he grew faster, until the air around him shimmered with heat and static. Marco roared, turning his massive sandy head left and right, trying desperately to track Peter's movement. Peter's speed began to tighten the swirling storm around him, compressing it, shaping it, until the chaotic sandstorm became a barely controlled cyclone. His feet skimmed across the loose grains with such velocity that they might as well have been gliding, frictionless, weightless, leaving only bursts of lightning in his wake. There's nothing to talk about. You're not getting in my way. Marco bellowed, his voice vibrating through his unstable sandy form as Peter's motion formed a luminous halo around him. Firestar combo move. Peter called, letting the energy surge through his limbs until he looked like a comet chasing its own tail. All right, if you say so. But don't complain if you come out looking extra crispy. Lizzie yelled from above. In a burst of blazing momentum, she hurled a spiraling vortex of fire straight toward the speeding blur that was Peter. The flames slammed into him head-on, an eruption of heat and light engulfing his path, but his upgraded suit absorbed the worst of the blast. Even through the protective layers, he felt the pressure of the inferno pushing against him, but he lowered his stance and redirected the flow. Using his speed, Peter caught the rolling firestorm in his slipstream and guided it like a shepherd steering a wild animal. The fire bent, twisted, and then wrapped around Marco, swirling upward into a burning cyclone. Flames licked skyward as the prison of fire tightened, forming a towering pillar of churning heat that hemmed Marco in from all directions. The sand giant thrashed, unable to expand or escape without burning himself further. Up above, Lizzie accelerated as she flew in rapid, fiery circles. She unleashed wave after wave of flame toward Peter's path, trusting him to gather and redirect every blast. Peter kept running, weaving each fiery strike into the blazing cage as the inferno grew brighter, hotter, and more constricting with every second. Marco was shifted around and tried to snuff the flames out with his sand. He sent streams of sand in front of him, slamming them into the spiraling wall of fire. Each attempt only scattered the flames, causing them to roar higher as the heat fed on the friction Peter's vortex created. The moment the streams of sand pushed outward, Peter reacted, his outline flickered, then doubled, then tripled as afterimages peeled off him like ghostly silhouettes. The wind he produced intensified, whipping the flames into a tight, controlled cyclone that pressed inward on Marco from every angle. I said stay back. Marco roared, trying to pull his body together. His massive sand form trembled, grains shedding from him in torrents as the heat fused patches of his exterior into brittle, darkened clumps. He staggered, clawing at the air, trying to break through the spinning inferno. But every time he lunged, he slammed into a wall of scorching wind, Peter's slipstream, pushed outward like a rotating barricade of pressure. The impact sent his limbs collapsing back into scattered dunes. Marco, we can talk about this. Peter shouted, his voice fighting through the howling vortex he'd created. Maybe I can help you. Marco didn't listen. He compressed himself, pulling thousands of swirling grains into a tight, narrow spire. The column of sand shot upward like a spear, attempting to punch a hole straight through the vortex's ceiling. Nice try, big guy, but nope. Lizzie dove from above, her hands blazing as she unleashed another spiraling torrent of flames downward. The fire slammed into the rising spire, knocking it back into the whirlwind. Molten sand sprayed everywhere in bright orange droplets before cooling and clattering to the floor like glass beads. Marco howled, an echoing, hollow bellow that vibrated the air. He tried again, twisting his body into a massive tidal wave of sand that surged toward the weakest patch of flame. The wave hit the fiery barrier like a crashing breaker, but Peter pivoted sharply, skidding across the sand in a crack of blue light, reinforcing the wall with another blast of wind. The collision detonated in a burst of burning sand that rained down inside the fiery vortex. Lizzie winced. Okay, that's actually kinda impressive, and terrifying. Marco roared again, voice rattling like grinding stone. His body swelled, gathering mass from the sand beneath him as he threw everything he had at the flaming vortex and the wind wall trapping him. But the harder he pushed, the stronger the prison became, fire fed by motion, wind shaped by speed, and both interlocking around him like twin jaws. For the first time, fear flickered through Marco's rugged voice. I can't. He slammed his fists into the swirling barrier again, but the heat blasted them back as the winds pressed in tighter. Let me out. Cowabunga. The shout crashed over the battlefield as loudly as the incoming tidal surge. Peter and Lizzie both turned toward the ocean just in time to see Felicia riding the crest of a massive tidal wave. The water churned beneath her like a living beast, rising higher and higher as if summoned from the sea floor itself. Silver light pulsed from Felicia's hands, threads of magic snaking through the water as she commanded it. What did the ocean say to the beach? Felicia yelled, her voice echoing across the stretch of sand as the wave bore down on them. She leapt gracefully off the crest, flipping in the air as she and the others scrambled out of the way. Nothing, it just waved. The tidal wave crashed into the pillar of flames and into Marco with a thunderous hum. Steam exploded outward in a gigantic billowing cloud, hissing violently as fire met water. Marco roared, staggered, and tried to hold himself together as the intense heat from Lizzie's flames fused his sand, only for Felicia's sudden deluge to shock it ice cold. His movements jolted, stiffened, and the once malleable sand hardened into a rock-like crust. Cracks spread across his form like fractures in volcanic stone, and steam poured off him in long ghostly tendrils. A swirling portal tore open in midair behind the steaming statue, and Peter shot forward, wrapped in a storm of lightning and residual heat. His entire body vibrated with momentum, electricity flickering like blue wildfire around his limbs. "Cat, we're giving you private lessons on quips after this," he called out, fist cocked back and glowing, because that one was terrible. His punch connected with a deafening crack. All the accumulated heat and electrical charge Peter carried unleashed at once, traveling through Marco's hardened shell like a shockwave. The crust glowed briefly, then shattered. Sandman collapsed into a pile of enormous brittle rubble, each chunk crashing into the ground with the weight of demolished concrete. Felicia landed lightly on her feet, hair damp and sticking to her cheeks. "What was wrong with what I said?" "It was a good joke," she protested, arms crossed in a dramatic pout. Peter landed beside her, still shedding lingering sparks. Lizzie floated down just behind him. "Yeah, I'm sorry," Lizzie said through a laugh, shaking her head, "but your delivery was rough." Peter motioned toward the broken mound of rubble and the slowly dissipating sandstorm. "Now if you will, please," he said, gesturing at the fractured remains of Marco. Felicia grumbled under her breath but stepped forward anyway. Her hands shimmered with the same silver aura, probability warping around her fingertips as she focused. "I'd like to see you come up with something better," she muttered while nudging reality back into place. Under her guidance, the crumbled pieces of Marco began pulling together like magnets snapping into alignment. Sand melted into sand, clumps reattached, and the structure reshaped itself. Soon, Marco was no longer a scattered ruin but a slumped figure on his hands and knees, breathing hard and sluggish. Peter crouched in front of him, pulling a specialized pair of restraints from his belt. With a soft click, he slapped the cuffs onto Marco's wrists. Instantly, the sand coating his body withdrew, collapsing in gentle streams to the ground. His human form re-emerged from beneath the dissolving facade. "Marco." Peter greeted warmly with a smile. "Spider-Man." Marco grumbled, eyes radiating pure irritation. "Actually you were supposed to say Polo, but I'll let it slide," Peter said, straightening up before glancing at Felicia. "And that's how you quip, not whatever catastrophe you dropped earlier." Felicia puffed her cheeks out in an exaggerated pout, glaring at him. "You're so annoying." Peter and Lizzie both snorted, trying and failing not to laugh. Marco, however, clenched his fists and gritted his teeth hard enough that Peter's smile slowly faded. "You can't keep me here," Marco shouted, voice shaking with urgency. "Let me go, I have to save my daughter." All three heroes froze. Peter's expression tightened, humor draining from his face as he looked down at Marco with a sudden, sharp seriousness. "What?" Chapter 398, Father to Father. Third-person POV. "What do you mean you have to save your daughter?" Peter asked, his tone shifting from playful curiosity to firm concern. The earlier light-hearted atmosphere that had been circling the group evaporated almost instantly, replaced by a tense stillness. "None of your business. Now let me go," Marco barked. He lurched to his feet, muscles tightening, and swung his cuffed hands toward Peter in a clumsy but desperate punch. Peter smoothly twisted aside. "Whoa, man, I'm just trying to help you." He noticed Lizzie and Felicia tense, both ready to jump in, but he raised a hand to stop them. "Let me handle it," he murmured, still keeping his voice calm. He stepped lightly around another of Marco's wild swings. "Just talk to me. If your daughter's in danger, we can help save her. But you need to tell me what's actually going on. You can help me by letting me go." Marco's voice cracked, raw with panic. "She's my daughter. I'm the one who has to save her. She's only in this mess because of me." His face twisted with anguish as he threw another punch, more plea than attack. Harry and Arya ran over just in time to see Peter stop moving entirely. Marco's fist collided with Peter's cheek, hard, but the impact barely made Peter flinch. Marco, on the other hand, recoiled with a cry of pain, clutching his hands. "Ah. Damn it," he snarled, doubling over. Peter sighed. "Feel better?" he asked dryly. "Do you need a Snickers, too?" His expression hardened as he reached forward and grabbed Marco by the front of his shirt. Enough. Stop swinging and start talking. Marco's eyes widened, stunned by the sudden steel in Peter's voice. This isn't the time to play the lone wolf, Dad, Peter continued. You said your daughter needs saving, which means she's in danger right now. You being stubborn isn't helping her. We're heroes, helping people is what we do. So let us help you. Let us help her. Marco's breath shook. He glanced around the beach at the lineup surrounding him, Spider-Man, Spider-Cat, Firestar, Nightwing, Arachnid, and now Ghost and Scarlet Spider arriving fresh from their last rescue. Every angle he looked, he saw people capable of stopping him in an instant. And with his abilities still shorted out and no way to fight or flee, his resistance finally cracked. His shoulders sagged. His fists unclenched. My past. He murmured. My past is catching up to me. And now it's caught up to my daughter too. A heavy silence fell. Before I got my abilities, back when my daughter was in the hospital, I was desperate. Marco swallowed hard, shame flickering across his face. I needed money. Bad. So I went to some loan sharks. They gave me what I needed, but the interest was. Several of the heroes exchanged quiet, understanding looks, but none interrupted him. I only managed to pay them back recently. His expression shifted as the pieces clicked. Which? I'm guessing was because of you, wasn't it? His eyes drifted toward Peter. Even after what I pulled last time, none of you came after me. That always bothered me. Everything in my life suddenly got easier. Peter awkwardly rubbed the back of his neck. The story. He mumbled, clearly not interested in being thanked. Marco exhaled shakily. Yeah. Well, right after I paid off the original debt, they told me I still owed them interest. A lot of it. His jaw tightened. They knew about my abilities. They knew how our fight went down last time. They wanted me to work for them, robberies, heists, whatever they pointed at. His voice darkened. I refused. Obviously. He looked down at his injured hands, voice barely above a whisper. I got lucky getting away the first time. But I wasn't going to risk getting dragged into that again. Not when I have my daughter to think about. So. I said no. Marco's expression slowly warped into something far darker, a mixture of rage, guilt, and fear. They didn't like that I told them no, he said, voice low and trembling with fury. To force me to comply, they attacked my ex-wife while she was out with Kimia. They grabbed her right in front of my ex-wife and took her. The group collectively stiffened. Gwen stepped forward, her mask tilting slightly. Is your ex-wife all right? She asked, lenses narrowing in genuine concern. Marco swallowed, jaw tight. She's shaken up. Terrified. I barely got anything out of her before they cut the call. But she's alive. For now. His eyes drifted downward, watching lingering grains of sand crumble and fall from his palms. This whole thing has her traumatized. Peter folded his arms, expression tightening. Then I take it that Martin, the guy you were screaming for earlier, is the one responsible. And he was on the cruise you attacked. Marco let out a harsh exhale and nodded. Yeah. Bastard kidnaps my daughter and then thinks he can just go enjoy himself on a damn vacation. His fists clenched. Peter shook his head. Marco, look. I understand why you did it, but that doesn't mean I approve. You could have seriously hurt someone. Or worse. The reprimand in his voice was firm but not cruel. He took my daughter. Marco snapped, his voice breaking with desperation. What choice did I have? Peter shot back just as strongly, you always have a choice. You could have contacted us. We would have helped you. It's literally not hard, we have an app for this kind of situation. Marco's glare hardened. Easy for you to say. Look around, Spider-Man. You've got all of these people with you. You don't know what it's like to only have yourself. People like me don't get to ask for help. Peter let out a slow breath through his nose. You're right. Maybe it is easy for me. But you're still a father, Marco. His voice softened, but the words were heavy with meaning. And that means you don't get to think selfishly. You have to think responsibly. Marco's posture stiffened as Peter continued. Even if you saved her on your own, what would happen afterward? If you wound up in prison, your daughter would still lose her father. And your ex-wife would have to raise her alone. What good would that do to anyone? Peter reached forward, gently resting a hand on Marco's shoulder. I'm not lecturing you as Spider-Man talking to Sandman. I'm talking to you as one dad to another. We don't get the luxury of acting on impulse, not when our kids need us. We have to be role models, whether we feel like it or not. The only question is what kind of example you want to set for your daughter. With that, Peter unclipped the power dampener and removed it from Marco's wrists. Sand immediately rippled up Marco's arms, swirling around him like a storm trying to reform. His expression darkened as he stared down at the sand reshaping his hand. His fingers morphed, twisting into a heavy morning star. He swung. A whoosh of air tore past Peter's face as the spiked mass halted mere inches from his nose. No one moved. Not Gwen. Not Harry. Not even Arya. Peter didn't flinch. Marco's arm trembled violently, then slowly lowered. His hand reformed back into flesh. "Are you really a father?" he asked quietly, almost disbelieving. Peter jerked a thumb over his shoulder. Arya immediately struck a pose with over-the-top confidence. "Yo," she chirped, giving a two-finger salute. Peter smirked. A chip off the old block. Marco blinked at her, then at Peter, and finally exhaled, defeated but calmer. His hand settled back to normal. Peter's voice softened again. "If you ever need help, all you have to do is ask. Just say the word." There was a long silence. Marco stared at the floor, shoulders shaking slightly. Then he closed his eyes, breath hitching. "Please." His voice was barely audible. "Help me save my daughter." Peter placed a reassuring hand on his arm and smiled gently. "Of course we will." He straightened and looked to the others. "The Spider family is on the job." The team nodded, voices overlapping with determination as they stepped into formation behind Peter, united, ready, and already preparing for the rescue mission ahead. Chapter 399, Chapter 99, Mr. Sandman. Third-person POV. As everyone agreed to help Marco retrieve his daughter, Peter glanced over at Arya with a raised brow. He didn't even need to say a word, Arya already understood exactly what he wanted. "I already have a pinpoint on where she is," she said calmly, giving a reassuring nod as if this was nothing more than a routine task. "What? Already?" Marco blurted out, eyes wide. He looked both stunned and a little skeptical that they could track down his daughter so quickly. A hint of hope flickered behind his normally hardened expression. "We have a satellite," Peter said matter-of-factly, rubbing his nails along his chest and blowing on them in a smug little display, among other tools and resources. "That's cool," Marco admitted, though the stress in his voice made the word come out strained. "Then let's get going already. I want to see that my little girl is okay." His fist clenched tightly, knuckles pale, his entire body vibrating with anxious determination. Peter nodded and turned to Nightwing and Firestar. "While we go and rescue his daughter, you two are going to make sure Martin, and any of his goons that he dragged along for his little cruise trip, are detained." Harry raised both arms toward the sky and nodded in acknowledgement just as Lizzie blasted upward in a trail of fire. She caught his outstretched hands, and the two of them shot into the air, streaking off into the distance like a comet with a passenger. Meanwhile, Arya sent Peter the exact coordinates of where Kimia was being held. With a swipe of his fingers, a portal blossomed open in front of them, circular, shimmering, and humming like a living doorway. Arya stepped through first with steady confidence. Peter, Marco, and the rest followed right behind. Marco hesitated only for a second before ducking under the rim of the portal. He emerged on the other side and instinctively looked around, checking the space before him and then glancing back at the beach disappearing behind them as the portal sealed shut. "Now that's one convenient way to get around," Marco muttered, still a little thrown off by the instantaneous travel. He took in their surroundings and realized they were standing on the rooftop of a building. Curious, he walked toward the edge and peered down at the rundown apartment complex across from them. "Whoa, an apartment. Isn't that creative?" Felicia said in a slow, sarcastic drawl. She rolled her eyes dramatically. "Like this isn't the 10th, no, maybe the 20th, apartment we found criminals hiding in. You'd think people could come up with more creative villain real estate." Marco didn't miss a beat. The apartments are cheap due to their low quality. They can hold a lot of people without drawing attention, and the landlords barely maintain the place, so it's obvious nobody checks up on them often. Makes it the perfect location to do business. Everyone turned to stare at him. Even Felicia blinked in mild surprise. "Noted," she mumbled after a second, shrugging with an expression that clearly meant fair point. Peter clapped his hands once. "All right. You can cripple, maim, and suffocate people until they're unconscious, but no killing. That's where I draw the line." Marco's body began to crumble into sand, grains swirling around him like a miniature sandstorm. "Whatever. I just want my daughter back. Everything else is irrelevant." His form collapsed into a steady stream, gliding through the air toward the front entrance of the building. "I should have asked this earlier," Peter said, watching the sand slip through the door's cracks, "but everyone inside is involved in this, right?" Arya closed her eyes as her vision lit up with cascading data. She scanned the entire building effortlessly, every room, every heartbeat, every record. Faces and criminal files appeared before her like tabs opening on a screen. In less than a second, she had it all sorted. She gave a thumbs up. All involved. All have arrest records. And after a deeper analysis, they also appear to be laundering money. Good. Makes things easier then. Peter leapt across the street in a single sweeping motion, arms spread wide as he crashed through a window, shattering it dramatically upon entry. He landed in a crouch in the center of a stairwell. A second later, a new portal opened beside him, and the girls stepped through casually, all giving him varying shades of unimpressed looks. That was completely unnecessary, Gwen sighed, shaking her head at him. MJ lifted her foot as the shards of glass crunched beneath it. Seems like a waste of perfectly good glass, she muttered. Peter ignored the commentary entirely, pointed forward with theatrical flair, and declared. Onwards. Sand began to seep into the apartment like an invading tide, pouring through every crack and sliver of space beneath the door. As Marco, Sandman, entered in particulate form, his silhouette briefly took shape, only to explode outward again in a violent wave. The door hinges shrieked as sand blasted them apart. A choking cloud of grit surged into the living room, swallowing couch cushions, beer cans, and startled men who had been lounging moments earlier. What the hell? It's the Sandman. Someone call the boss. Panic erupted. Men scrambled to their feet, fumbling for guns, firing wildly at the incoming torrent of sand. The bullets vanished into the storm, absorbed like pebbles thrown into the ocean. The sand pushed forward with merciless pressure, whirling around limbs and torsos, lifting bodies clean off the ground. Some men slammed against the ceiling. Others crashed into walls. A few screamed as their arms bent at wrong angles, snapping from the pressure before the sand abruptly withdrew, leaving them moaning on the floor. Similar scenes played out throughout the entire complex. Doors exploded inward one after another, followed by gunshots, screams, and the unmistakable sound of bones hitting hollow drywall. Marco solidified halfway up the staircase. Sand streamed up the rusting stairwell, slithering up his legs, joining his form with eerie precision. With every upward step, his features grew clearer, his jawline forming, his cheekbones sharpening, his green-striped shirt stitching itself into place grain by grain. A final gust of sand swept across his face, reforming the eye he had been missing. He rolled his neck, a metallic clatter followed as dozens of spent bullets dropped out of his torso and tinkled down the steps behind him. By the time he reached the upper floors, the hallway was a ruin. Doors hung off their hinges. Bodies lay scattered like broken mannequins. Guns had been split, bent, or crushed into scrap metal. Several of the unconscious were dangling in thick layers of webbing plastered across the walls. Peter shimmered into view as he dropped his invisibility, clinging to the wall just beside Marco. Top floor, he said, crawling sideways with ease, last door at the end of the corridor. Marco nodded once, sharp, silent, and picked up his pace. Spider-Man followed, scuttling up beside him. On every floor they passed, other members of the Spider family came into view, Gwen, MJ, Felicia, Arya. They clung to ceilings and walls like an infestation, clearing rooms with silent efficiency. Each level echoed with muffled thuds, crashes, and short-lived shouts of pain. After each sweep, they regrouped and ascended, converging with Marco as he neared the final stretch. By the time he stepped onto the top floor, the only one untouched, the atmosphere felt colder, heavier. The dim flickering lights cast long shadows down the hallway, giving the impression of a horror scene. Sandman advanced alone down the narrow corridor as the Spider family crawled around him, slipping into the remaining rooms like a swarm. Impacts, crashes, and strangled grunts sounded off behind him before each hero re-emerged, clinging to the walls like silent sentinels. The eeriness of it all, the low lights, the shattered doors, the scuttling silhouettes, only intensified the tension. Marco's right fist morphed, swelling into a heavy sand mallet. With one devastating swing, he smashed the final door clean off its hinges, the mangled wood skidded across the floor with a deafening thud. Inside, the sight froze him. Kimia stood trembling in the corner, her ankles chained to a metal ring bolted into the floor. The chain jingled sharply as she shifted, fear making her knees buckle. A goon stood behind her, holding a gun to her head, his hand shaking so badly the barrel wobbled. Her eyes widened. "D-Daddy, help!" She whimpered, tears streaming freely down her cheeks. "Don't move," the goon screamed, voice cracking. "I swear, one more step and I'll blow her head off." "I'll..." He didn't finish. He could a hand suddenly behind his skull, gloved, silent, and impossibly fast. The man stiffened instantly as electricity surged through him. His scream broke into a distorted gargle. At the same time, his gun disintegrated into a dozen clean slices, each fragment clattering harmlessly to the ground. Arf. His eyes rolled back, knees buckling, and he collapsed like a puppet with its strings cut. The moment he hit the floor, Kimia lunged forward with a sob. "Daddy." "Kimia." Marco dropped to one knee and wrapped his arms around her, pulling her tight against his chest. His usually rough expression softened into something fragile, something desperate and relieved all at once. Spider-Man deactivated his invisibility beside them, dusting off his hands casually with a proud little nod. Chapter 400, Friendly Neighborhood Spider-Man. Third-person POV. A group of men were seen rushing across the sand-choked parking lot, their steps uneven as they hurried toward the pair of black cars that had been shoved out of place by the earlier wave of sand, dust still clinging to the windows and tires. With a sharp click from their keychains, the two vehicles chirped in response. The locks popped up with a metallic clack that seemed far too loud. "We have to get out of here, now," Martin snapped. His already unpleasant face twisted into something even more grotesque as panic settled in. "If it was just Marco, I could threaten him with his daughter's life, but those super freaks were out there too. I'm not messing with all of them at once." "Do you really think we'll be able to escape?" one of his henchmen asked, voice unsteady. He kept glancing over his shoulder as they moved around the cars, checking every shadow. "Rumor is they've got eyes everywhere in the city. Every alley, every rooftop." "Relax," Martin growled. "We still have the girl. As long as she's with us, they won't." He cut himself off as he climbed into the middle seat of the car. The door slammed shut behind him, and he frowned. The moment he tried to settle back, he realized something was wrong. He wasn't sitting. He was floating. And there was something solid, someone, under him. What the? Nightwing dropped his invisibility in a ripple of blue static, materializing beneath him. He stared up at Martin with a bright, infuriating grin. "Normally Santa would ask what you want for Christmas," Nightwing said cheerfully, "but we're out of season, and from what I'm hearing, you've been extremely naughty." The reaction was immediate. The men in the car screamed, scrambled, and tried to pull weapons, but the cramped space turned into a blender of limbs and panic. From the outside, the vehicle shook violently, bouncing on its suspensions. Thuds, cracks, and grunts rattled the frame. Gunshots flashed against the tinted windows, followed by a sizzling spark of electricity and a choked yell. Then, silence. Heavy, absolute silence. For a few seconds, nothing moved. Then a body launched forward, shattering through the front windshield and landing sprawled across the hood, unconscious, face swollen and streaked with blood. The car groaned as someone shifted inside. Nightwing stepped out casually a moment later, brushing dust from his suit. A limp henchman dangled halfway out of the car behind him until Nightwing nudged the man back inside with a firm kick and shut the door. He glanced toward the second car, and blinked. The entire roof had been melted clean off, the molten edges glowing a sluggish, dangerous red as they dripped like caramel onto the sand below. The men inside were scattered unconscious across the seats, covered in scorched patches and soot, groaning faintly. Firestar, Lizzie, leaned against the hood with one leg crossed over the other, striking a pose like she was in the middle of a magazine photo shoot rather than a battlefield. Her expression was pure, self-satisfied mischief. "Body so hot I can turn any car into a convertible," she purred the moment Nightwing got close enough to hear. Harry barked out a loud laugh. Lizzie only doubled down, dragging her tongue across a fingertip before pressing it to the side of her hip. A sharp hiss erupted as actual steam rose from the contact point. Shaking his head, amusement dripping from every word, Harry radioed in with a grin, "Mission accomplished. Over and out." "Roger, Roger," Peter said, tapping the communicator in his ear. His gaze softened as he looked down at Marco and Kimia, watching the father clutch his daughter like she might disappear if he blinked. "I'm so sorry, this is all my fault. I'm so sorry." Marco repeated, the words tumbling out in a trembling loop as he pressed his forehead to hers. His massive arms wrapped around her with surprising gentleness, sand still drifting off him like dust. The rest of the team watched with small but genuine smiles. After everything, seeing Kimia bury her face into her father's chest, forgiving him without hesitation, was enough to make even the most battle-hardened among them soften. Kimia turned toward the group, her eyes sparkling with awe and excitement. "Dad, are you actually friends with Spider-Man and all the other superheroes? That's so cool." "I wouldn't go that far," Marco began, rubbing the back of his neck awkwardly. But before he could finish, Peter swooped in. Peter slapped a hand against Marco's back. "What are you talking about?" "Of course he is. Your father and I go way back." "Right, man," he said, slinging an arm over Marco's shoulders. Marco made a noise that was half snort, half scoff. "I suppose you could say we have history." "Awesome," Kimia whispered reverently. Then she looked around, scanning faces, as if searching for someone specific. Gwen crouched down next to her. "What's up? Did you lose something?" Kimia fidgeted, pressing her fingertips together. Where's Nightwing?" Everyone blinked. Even the wind seemed to pause. Marco's expression dropped into suspicion. "Why do you want to know?" Kimia turned away shyly, cheeks warming. "He's my favorite." Peter's jaw dropped. "Why is he everyone's favorite?" he yelled, arms flailing dramatically. "Every kid we meet loves that guy. For what reason? He's very handsome, Kimia admitted in a tiny voice, covering her face with both hands. Marco's eye twitched. The girls snickered behind him. Peter, wounded beyond measure, pouted and muttered, I'm handsome too, you just can't see it. Kimia stared at him with the blunt, devastating honesty only a child could wield. I mean, as cool as you are, you're pretty weak. Peter froze. Huh. Kimia, Marco warned, giving her a mildly scolding look. What? She shrugged. Dad beat him in a fight. So he's weak. Peter leaned forward, arms crossed, glaring at her. For your information, that fight doesn't count. Your dad ran away with his tail between his legs. Liar. Kimia fired back, planting both hands on her hips as she leaned toward him. My dad totally kicked your butt. You're just too embarrassed to admit it. Did not. Did too. Did not. Did too. Did not. Did too. Within seconds, both of them devolved into blowing raspberries at each other like two kindergartners. Okay, enough, Felicia said, grabbing Peter by the back of the suit and dragging him away. She shot him an amused smirk. What are you, a child? As she hauled him aside, Kimia giggled brightly. He's pretty funny. Marco watched her laugh, really laugh, and the hard lines on his face softened into something almost peaceful. For the first time since he had lost her, he allowed himself to breathe. Meanwhile, Peter sulked off to a corner, hugging his knees and drawing sad circles on the ground. Maybe I should go around without my mask and fight crime. He mumbled dramatically. Absolutely not, Felicia deadpanned, arms crossed. She already knew what kind of chaos Peter's face alone could unleash on the general public. Why are you this affected? Peter sniffled. I just want fans too. Every kid loves Nightwing. Where's the love for Spidey? Felicia hooked two fingers into his hood, lifting him off the ground like a misbehaving kitten. Your fans are in the form of three gorgeous girls, she teased, brushing a strand of hair from his forehead. Now come on. We can't spend all day having your pity party. Kimia skipped ahead down the worn metal steps, humming softly as the girls followed behind her like a protective entourage. Their laughter echoed lightly down the stairwell, a welcome contrast to the chaos from just minutes earlier. Peter and Marco trailed behind at a slower pace. Peter's earlier goofy theatrics faded into something calmer, more grounded. He glanced over at Marco, studying the man's expression, one caught halfway between relief and dread. You got any plans? Peter asked quietly. For what you're gonna do next? Marco exhaled, the sound rough around the edges. His eyes softened as he watched Kimia practically float between Gwen and Felicia. I'm still trying to figure that out. The only thing I'm sure of is that I want to do right by her. She deserves that much. Peter nodded thoughtfully. Can I throw something out there? Marco shrugged. Go ahead. Clean your record, Peter said simply. Start over. You're still technically on the run, and, look, with a clean sheet. There's a future for you. Options you can actually choose instead of getting forced into. Marco let out a short, humorless laugh. You say that like it's easy. There's no such thing as starting over for someone like me. Says who? Peter shot back, scoffing. Look, I know someone. A great lawyer. Best criminal defense attorney I've ever met. She deals with impossible cases for breakfast. If anyone can help you, it'll be her. Felicia smirked over her shoulder, very deliberately not commenting. Marco frowned. Lawyers are expensive. And I'm not exactly. Don't worry about that, Peter cut in, waving the concern away like an annoying fly. Leave the logistics to me. But, and this is important, you gotta want this. Actually want it. I can open the door, but I'm not dragging you through it. Marco slowed a bit, weighed down by the sincerity. How can I ask you to do that for me? You've already helped me more than you should. Especially with Kimia. I haven't even begun to repay you. I can't take more favors, I don't want to feel like some charity case. Peter clasped his hands behind his head, strolling casually. Oh, don't worry. You will pay me back. This isn't free. Marco raised an eyebrow. What? You want me to pay in installments or something? Nah, Peter said with a grin. I don't need your money. Then how the hell am I supposed to repay you? You're gonna pay me back with good deeds, Peter said, dropping the playful tone. His voice turned sincere, earnest. Just like I tried to show you some goodwill today, you pass that on. To anyone. To everyone. I'm not asking you to be a superhero. Just help where you can. An old lady crossing the street. Someone who dropped their groceries. A guy who needs directions. The tiny things. Marco stared at him, at Spider-Man, with open disbelief. It was so simple. So ridiculously simple he didn't know how to respond. Peter stepped down another pair of stairs, turning slightly, speaking over his shoulder. Pass that debt forward. When you can influence others to do the same, even in small ways, that's when you've paid me back. That's how you repay a friendly neighborhood Spider-Man. The girls in front of them glanced back with proud, affectionate grins. They'd seen it countless times, Peter's heart doing what Peter's heart did best. Peter was on the last step when he turned and extended a casual, almost lazy, fist back toward Marco. So, what do you say? You game? Marco looked from Peter to his daughter up ahead, her tiny hand brushing the railing, her laughter echoing off the stairwell walls. A new beginning. A real one. Maybe the first he'd ever had. His throat tightened. Slowly, he lowered his head, then raised his fist. It seems I'm in your debt until further notice. Spider-Man, he said quietly. Their fists met. A faint pulse, sand and static intermixing, flashed around their knuckles, marking the start of something new. Something better. A/N, 400 chapters woohoo bottle with popping cork champagne glasses party popper confetti ball party popper and it still hasn't been a year since Peter became Spider-Man. Let's fucking go. Thank you all for the support. P.S. Merry Christmas. Ho 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 Christmas tree wrapped gift Santa Claus. Anyways once again Merry Christmas Santa Claus Christmas tree I hope you all enjoy your presents. Chapter 401, The Official End. Third-person POV. As Peter and the rest of the group finally exited the apartment complex, the air beside them shimmered and distorted. A familiar circular portal snapped open with a low hum of energy, casting a faint glow across the pavement. From it stepped Nightwing, moving with his usual effortless confidence, his posture relaxed but alert. Firestar followed closely at his side, flames briefly flickering around her hair before settling down as she took in the scene. Before anyone could properly react, Kimia suddenly froze. She sucked in a sharp breath as if the air had been knocked straight out of her lungs, her entire body stiffening. Then her eyes lit up, sparkling with disbelief and excitement as she stared at the newcomer. Oh my god, oh my god, oh my god, she repeated rapidly, barely pausing to breathe as she bounced in place. Her hands flew up to her face as she practically squealed, it's Nightwing. Dad. Look. It's Nightwing. Harry raised an amused eyebrow, clearly entertained by the sheer intensity of her reaction, and let out a soft chuckle. He folded his arms loosely, watching the scene unfold with a knowing smile. I am freaking out right now. Kimia exclaimed, unable to contain herself any longer. She rushed over toward Nightwing before anyone could stop her, skidding to a halt just a step in front of him. Her confidence faltered the moment she was face to face with her hero. Mr. Nightwing, sir, I'm a big fan. Her voice grew quieter with every word, her shoulders drawing in as nervous excitement overtook her. I see, Nightwing replied, his expression softening immediately. He offered her one of his signature warm smiles. Well, it's certainly a pleasure to meet you, little lady, he genuinely meant it, meeting fans like her always reminded him why he did what he did, that his efforts mattered to people beyond the battlefield. Kimia turned sharply toward the others, hands clutched to her cheeks as she leaned in and whispered in a breathless voice, oh my god, he smiled at me. She spun back around just as quickly and blurted out, I'm honestly fangirling so hard right now, you have no idea. Nightwing laughed lightly, clearly used to reactions like this, and gestured casually. Do you want a picture? Maybe an autograph. Can I get both? Kimia asked instantly, her tone completely serious, her wide-eyed expression making it clear this was not a joke. Absolutely, Nightwing said without hesitation, gently patting her on the head. Off to the side, Peter watched the exchange with narrowed eyes and an exaggerated scowl. Seriously, he muttered, kicking at the empty air in frustration, what is it about him that I don't have? Shaking his head, Peter refocused and quickly opened another portal. He stepped through it and returned a few seconds later holding a post-it note and a pen. Anyway, he said, handing it over, here's the number and address to the law firm I was telling you about. You're looking for a Lydia Hardy. Tell her Spider-Man sent you. I'll let her know to expect your call. Marco carefully examined the note, then nodded appreciatively. He looked up at Peter and offered a sincere smile. Thank you. Really? After a bit more back and forth between everyone, Marco finally sighed and glanced down at Kimia. I think it's time we go, he said gently. I want to take you back to your mother so she knows you're safe. Peter stepped forward and gave Marco a firm pat on the back. Good luck, he said honestly. Kimia pouted slightly, clearly disappointed to leave while Nightwing was still right there, but the worry for her mother won out. She nodded and took her father's hand. They all watched as Marco and Kimia began walking away. Kimia kept turning around, waving Nightwing's autograph excitedly as she called out her goodbyes, a huge, radiant smile plastered across her face. She hugged the signed item to her chest, looking up at Marco with the same grin still firmly in place. I should get kidnapped more often, she said cheerfully, maybe Nightwing will come and rescue me next time. What? Marco asked, staring down at her in absolute disbelief. Peter turned back toward the remaining group and clapped his hands together. So, he said, should we get going too and officially put an end to our beach trip? Everyone agreed, and Peter opened another portal. They stepped through and reappeared beneath the wooden pier at the beach, safely hidden from public view. One by one, they retracted their supersuits, returning to normal. Nearby, Arya dropped her illusion as well, shrinking back down and once more looking like an ordinary little girl. Peter took the lead as they began walking, his hands laced casually behind his head, his posture loose and satisfied. A crooked grin tugged at his face as he looked back at the others. Well, he said with a pleased sigh, that went far better than I expected. All in a day's work. Lizzie slipped her arm through Harry's, leaning comfortably against him as they walked. It's really a shame our date got interrupted, she said with a small pout. We were actually having a really good time too. Ugh, I know, right? Felicia chimed in dramatically. The mood was perfect, the vibes were immaculate, everything was beautiful. She suddenly leapt forward and jumped onto Peter's back, wrapping her arms around his shoulders and her legs around his waist. And then crime happened. Peter barely staggered, already used to her antics. As they continued toward their car, his grin widened into something mischievous. Hey guys, he said slowly, I just thought of a fantastic joke. You want to hear it? Everyone glanced at him with varying degrees of suspicion. Peter had one hand clamped over his mouth, shoulders shaking as he fought the urge to laugh too early. PHTTT, he snorted. What did the ocean say to the shore? Fuck you. Felicia instantly shouted, already knowing exactly where this was going. She tightened her hold around his neck in mock fury, trying, and failing, to strangle him. Lizzie burst out laughing the second she caught on, doubling over slightly as she covered her mouth. Nothing. Peter shouted triumphantly. It just waved. Ha ha ha. He completely lost it, laughing loud and unapologetically. Around them, chuckles and giggles spread through the group. Felicia pouted deeply, her annoyance growing as everyone laughed at her expense. Her jaw slowly opened, her fangs extending just a bit before she leaned forward and bit down on Peter's shoulder. Yeah, ouch. Peter yelped, immediately spinning around in place, flailing as he tried to shake her off his back. Bad kitty. Really bad kitty. No biting. Felicia's face scrunched up into an angry snarl, only for her to suddenly yelp as a sharp static charge surged through her body. She released him instantly, hopping backward and shaking her arms. You shocked me, she exclaimed indignantly, staring at him like he'd committed a grave betrayal. And you bit me. Peter shot back, clutching his shoulder as the faint bite mark began to heal on its own. What are you, an animal? Yeah, Felicia growled, lowering into a guarded stance as she began circling him, partially. Peter mirrored her movement, narrowing his eyes dramatically. Both of them suddenly stopped, raised their arms and legs into over-the-top crane kick poses, and began shouting exaggerated battle cries. Wah! The rest of the group immediately face-palmed, groaning in unison as Peter and Felicia launched toward each other. They exchanged wild kicks, loudly mimicking impact sounds with their mouths, pow, bam, whsh, while clearly not actually hitting each other. They broke into ridiculously exaggerated martial arts moves, redirecting fake strikes, spinning, blocking, and finally locking hands together as if testing each other's strength. If you clowns are done messing around, Gwen called sharply from inside the car, get in before we leave you behind. Peter and Felicia paused, both turning to look at Gwen. Then they slowly turned back toward each other, eyes narrowed. After a tense second, they leaned in and shared a quick, playful peck on the lips. They separated, pressed their palms together, and bowed their heads respectfully toward one another. Both snorted, broke into laughter, and sprinted for the car. Peter climbed in first, Felicia following right after and slamming the door shut behind her. The car was cramped, forcing MJ to sit on Peter's lap, while Arya sat on Gwen's. Gwen shook her head as she looked back at the two troublemakers. I swear, she muttered, you two are practically identical to the point where it's actually concerning. Everyone nodded in agreement. Harry started the vehicle and glanced at them through the mirror with a teasing grin. Are we sure you two aren't long-lost siblings or something? I certainly hope not, Peter scoffed. Because no brother should ever do what I've done to that puss. Peter, everyone roared at once, Gwen immediately covering Arya's ears. Felicia, meanwhile, was the only one who found it absolutely hilarious. She cackled uncontrollably, wheezing with laughter until tears streamed from her eyes, clutching her sides as the car pulled away. Chapter 402, The Juggernaut Bitch. 1. Third-person POV. Hell yeah, Peter said with unabashed pride as he leaned closer to the mirror, turning his body slightly from side to inspect himself. He lifted his chin, squinting at his reflection as though he were a work of art on display. I can totally rock a tan, he added with a satisfied grin, brushing a hand over his arm. I'm looking crispy. He flexed one arm, then the other, whistling low at himself as he struck a series of increasingly dramatic poses, 1 foot back, shoulders squared, biceps tightened. Just as he puckered his lips to blow himself a kiss, a familiar, unmistakably judgmental presence prickled at the back of his neck. Peter paused mid-pose. Slowly, he turned his head toward the doorway and spotted Arya peeking in, her head poked just far enough through the door to catch the full spectacle. Her expression said everything, unimpressed, mildly disturbed, and painfully accustomed to this exact behavior. What are you looking at? Peter said defensively, immediately covering his chest with both hands and turning away as if he'd been caught in a compromising situation. Arya rolled her eyes. Clearly, this wasn't her first time walking in on Peter admiring himself. Grandma May is calling you down for breakfast, she said flatly. I'll be down shortly, Peter replied without missing a beat, glancing back at the mirror one last time. Just admiring my beautiful bronze skin, he punctuated the statement by kissing his biceps with theatrical affection. Ugh, Arya groaned, already regretting phasing through the door in the first place. Let's just get going before the food gets cold. All right, Peter said with a playful smirk, grabbing his shirt and pulling it on in one swift, practiced motion. You're so demanding. Before Arya could protest, he scooped her up effortlessly and rested her on one arm as though she weighed nothing at all. Hey, put me down, she protested, though there was no real bite behind it. Peter laughed as he carried her down the stairs, clearly enjoying himself far too much. As they entered the dining room, Aunt May looked up from the table with a warm smile. You two must have come home late, she said thoughtfully. I didn't even notice you arrived last night. Yeah, Peter replied casually as he gently set Arya down onto one of the chairs. Something came up, so we ended up getting back later than we planned. He walked over to his own seat, giving Uncle Ben's shoulder a friendly pat in greeting as he passed. It was close to noon when Peter found himself back inside their base alongside the rest of the team. The atmosphere was relaxed, almost lazy, everyone scattered about, each person occupying themselves in their own way while waiting for something to happen. Peter lounged in a chair near one of the tables, one foot propped up casually as he scrolled through his phone. His attention was fixed on a page displaying tickets to a large aviary, his thumb swiping back and forth as he compared options. A small, genuine smile tugged at his lips as he imagined the surprise he was putting together. He lifted his phone slightly above his face, grinning to himself as he continued scrolling. Gwen happened to walk by at just the right moment and caught sight of the ridiculous, love-struck expression plastered across his face. She slowed to a stop and raised an eyebrow. What's got you smiling like that? She asked. Peter said, startled. He quickly lowered his phone and pressed it to his chest as though she'd almost caught a secret. Oh, nothing. He shifted in his seat before standing abruptly. Anyway, I've got something to do, so I'm gonna step out real quick. What? Gwen blinked, clearly not following. Later, Peter said brightly. He leaned in, kissed her cheek, and added, love you. Without giving her another second to respond, he stepped through a portal and vanished. Gwen stood there for a moment, blinking as the space where he'd been closed in on itself. She glanced around the room, utterly baffled. What the hell was that all about? Peter was far from home, really far. All the way out in Pennsylvania, in fact, walking down a quiet street with two carefully folded tickets held between his fingers. He glanced down at them repeatedly as he walked, his expression softened by a faint, private smile. Every detail had been planned out in his head already. That smile vanished instantly. A sharp alarm blared from his phone, loud and urgent enough to make him flinch. Peter stopped dead in his tracks, shoulders slumping slightly as he let out a slow, irritated sigh. What now? He muttered under his breath. He pulled his phone out and immediately recognized the alert, his Spider-Man app, flashing aggressively on the screen. His eyes skimmed the notification, and his jaw tightened. Code red. Peter frowned deeply. Code red was never good. Code red meant an active villain attack, widespread danger, and the very real possibility of mass casualties if things spiraled out of control. This can't wait, he murmured. Without hesitation, Peter broke into a sprint, weaving through pedestrians as his eyes darted between his surroundings and the glowing screen. He searched for a location discreet enough to teleport without causing panic. The tickets were shoved securely into his pockets as he spotted a narrow alley tucked between two buildings. He ducked into it, pressed his palm against the brick wall, and in a flash of light, he was gone. Back inside the spider cave, chaos was already unfolding with practiced efficiency. The moment Peter arrived, the team was in motion, grabbing gear, activating suits, and syncing comms as though they'd done this 100 times before. Peter stepped forward immediately. Arya, what's the situation? Arya didn't hesitate, her voice broadcasting clearly across the cave. Downtown Brooklyn. The Juggernaut is on the run. I repeat, the Juggernaut is on the run. The seriousness of her tone sent a ripple of tension through the room. Who the hell is the Juggernaut? Felicia asked, clearly alarmed. Peter was already moving, a blur of speed as his suit materialized around him and his utility belt snapped into place. Arya answered before he could. Based on all available information, the Juggernaut is believed to be a powerful mutant possessing immense physical strength and unstoppable momentum, she said grimly. It is widely accepted that he must never be allowed to start running. Once he gains speed, he becomes virtually impossible to stop. There are credible reports stating he could topple a skyscraper with a single charge. That earned a collective pause. Arya, get in contact with Bruce and Betty, Peter began. There's no need, Arya cut in smoothly. Gwen has already been dispatched to retrieve them. They should be back any second now. Almost on cue, a portal shimmered open nearby. Gwen stepped through first, followed closely by Bruce and Betty. Neither wasted time, both immediately began to transform, their forms swelling and shifting as the familiar, monstrous silhouettes of the Hulks took shape. And the Fantastic Four? Peter asked, nodding in acknowledgement. Felicia crossed her arms, eyeing the growing lineup. The hell? Are we going to war or something? What's with the full assembly? They're unavailable, Arya replied. Currently exploring the savage lands together. As she spoke, Arya activated her illusion, her appearance shifting to look noticeably older, more authoritative, more imposing. I'd rather be overprepared and go all out from the start, Peter said firmly, shaking his head. You heard Arya, once the Juggernaut starts running, he can't be stopped. He grimaced slightly. Honestly, I'd feel a lot better if the thing were here. Worry not, Arya said, her voice calm but resolute. The Juggernaut is already being engaged. That drew everyone's attention immediately. Who? Nightwing asked, curiosity sharpening his tone. Arya paused just long enough to let the weight of the answer sink in. The X-Men. The Juggernaut was wreathed in a violent crimson aura of crackling magical energy, the air around him vibrating with raw power. Every thunderous step he took sent shockwaves rippling through the streets, asphalt buckling and storefront windows shattering as the ground trembled beneath his weight. Jean. Clear the path ahead of him. Cyclops shouted as he sprinted across the rooftops, boots pounding against concrete. We need to keep casualties and collateral damage to a minimum. Jean nodded sharply and leapt from the roof without hesitation. She soared through the air, eyes glowing faintly as she extended her telekinetic grip. With a single commanding gesture, cars were lifted and gently slid aside, pedestrians whisked safely out of harm's way, and abandoned vehicles neatly arranged along the sidewalks as if guided by an invisible hand. Colossus, Logan. Cyclops barked as they reached a wide intersection. He vaulted toward a light pole and latched onto it effortlessly. Try getting his helmet off. Storm and I will cover you. Clinging to the pole, Cyclops leaned outward and pressed the side of his visor. A devastating optic blast erupted from his eyes, slamming into the Juggernaut's side with explosive force. At the same time, Colossus charged headlong down the street, Wolverine sprinting beside him with feral determination. At the last second, Colossus grabbed Logan by the collar and hurled him skyward, not at Juggernaut, but above him, before slamming his own shoulder into the massive brute in an attempt to slow his momentum. Midair, Logan snarled and extended his claws toward the stormy sky. A bolt of lightning answered his call, striking down and electrifying the adamantium blades. Wolverine crashed down onto the Juggernaut, unleashing a furious flurry of slashes, crackling with raw electricity. Colossus dug his metal feet into the street, carving a trench as he pushed back with all his strength, hammering Juggernaut with heavy punches and bracing against his unstoppable force. With an enraged roar, Juggernaut reached back and seized Logan, swinging him repeatedly like a living weapon and smashing him against Colossus. With a powerful charging punch, he sent Colossus flying, his armored body tumbling through the street like a wrecking ball, before hurling Logan upward toward the sky, straight into the heart of the storm. Storm was gathering. Logan and Storm collided midair with a shared grunt of pain, their bodies plummeting toward the street, until Jean reached out and caught them both in a firm telekinetic hold. No one can stop the Juggernaut. Cain Marco roared. He slammed his fist into the ground. The resulting shockwave ripped through the streets, the pavement splitting apart violently. Colossus was swallowed beneath the surface, the ground collapsing around him, while Cyclops lost his footing and was hurled backward, crashing hard into a nearby wall. Suddenly, a golden portal tore open high above the battlefield. Peter dropped through alongside the rest of the Spider family, arms spread wide as he grinned. Howdy, folks. Looks like this is gonna be the team-up of the century. He waved his hands outward, and reality itself began to fracture. The world around them cracked and splintered like broken glass as the mirror dimension folded inward, pulling everyone into its distorted reflection. Buildings stretched unnaturally, streets warped and twisted, and countless mirrored versions of the battlefield shimmered in every direction. Peter fired a web straight into the gaping hole where Colossus had been buried. With a powerful yank, he hauled the metal giant free, pulling him back onto solid ground. Peter landed lightly and immediately began manipulating the mirror dimension, warping space so that despite Juggernaut's furious forward motion, he remained locked in place, his legs churning uselessly as the street and world around him shifted endlessly beneath his feet. Whoa! Jean muttered, eyes widening as she took in their surroundings. Where exactly are we? Welcome to the mirror dimension, Peter said casually as he stepped up beside Colossus. A separate reality we can use to fight Juggernaut without worrying about casualties or collateral damage. He paused, then turned toward Colossus with sudden enthusiasm. But before that, I need to get this off my chest. He motioned at him excitedly. Dude, you look freaking awesome. Peter's demeanor abruptly shifted, his tone dropping into exaggerated seriousness. Please let me touch you. Colossus blinked, then rumbled, maybe later. In his thick Russian accent. After we are done working. Right, Peter said quickly, straightening and clearing his throat as he snapped back into focus. His gaze locked onto Juggernaut, who was growing increasingly enraged as he realized he couldn't move forward, no matter how hard he tried. Chapter 403, The Juggernaut Bitch, 2. Third-person POV. Focus, doofus, and try not to be a creep, Gwen scolded, playfully smacking the back of Peter's head. There was no real bite behind it, just familiar exasperation mixed with fond amusement. She then turned toward Colossus, offering him an apologetic smile as she gestured vaguely in Peter's direction. Sorry about him. He's a bit special. Hey, that's just uncalled for, Peter muttered under his breath, rubbing the spot she'd hit as his mask lenses narrowed indignantly. Nearby, the Juggernaut stood frozen in place, staring down at his own feet in utter confusion. His massive legs continued to pump forward with unstoppable force, yet somehow he wasn't gaining any distance at all. The ground groaned beneath his weight, but he remained trapped in a bizarre stalemate. A sudden shift in the air announced Storm and Jean as they descended gracefully from above, landing with practiced ease near the others. Moments later, Cyclops and Wolverine jogged in from the side, slowing to a stop as they took in the situation. Wolverine's claws stayed retracted, for now, but his posture was tense, ready. Let's not waste time, Cyclops said sharply, his tone firm and all business as his visor tilted toward Peter and Gwen. Your assistance will be invaluable if we're going to stop the Juggernaut. Peter tilted his head slightly, glancing from the immobilized behemoth back to Cyclops. Sounds to me like you already have a plan in mind, he said casually. So let's hear it. Cyclops blinked in mild surprise, though he was quick to mask it. He'd been fully prepared for resistance, especially from Spider-Man of all people. Given their reputations, arrogance and impulsiveness would have been the expected response. It wasn't that he thought poorly of them, but experience had taught him that power and fame often came with ego. Instead, Spider-Man was cooperative. Thoughtful, even. With his opinion of Peter improving by the second, Cyclops didn't hesitate. The source of the Juggernaut's power originates from another dimension, he began, gesturing toward their enemy. In addition to granting him unstoppable momentum, that power manifests as a force field surrounding his body. It makes him nearly invulnerable to both physical and mystical attacks. He emphasized the next part. Keyword, nearly. If we can manage to break through that force field, we can remove his helmet. That helmet is what shields him from psychic intrusion. Once it's off, Jean, or one of your psychic allies, can incapacitate him mentally and bring this to an end. Peter nodded slowly, absorbing the information. All right. That tracks. He paused for a moment, then lifted a finger as an idea clicked into place. In that case, we should divide everyone into 3 distinct roles. He pointed as he spoke, clearly slipping into strategist mode. First, the strongmen. Chrome Dude, Hulk, and She-Hulk, they'll focus on keeping the Juggernaut pinned down and applying constant pressure. He shifted his hand. Second, support. Jean, Scarlet, Cat, and Arachnid, you guys stay back, coordinate, move people around if you see that the situation demands it and be ready to hit hard the moment the helmet comes off. Finally, he gestured to the rest of the assembled heroes. Everyone else will be midfielders. We'll adapt as needed, either engaging him head-on or providing ranged assistance depending on how the fight shifts. Cyclops nodded in agreement, his expression firm as he weighed the strategy. It was flexible, adaptable, and, most importantly, gave them room to respond to whatever chaos the Juggernaut inevitably unleashed. No rigid formations, no tunnel vision. Exactly what they needed against an opponent like this. Peter cocked his arms back, palms spreading wide as he shifted into a ready stance. Like I said, he declared with confidence, this is gonna be the team-up of the century. Let's go stop the Juggernaut. Cyclops couldn't help the smirk that tugged at the corner of his mouth. His open palm rose from below just as Peter's came down from above. Let's go stop the Juggernaut, he echoed. Their hands met in a sharp, powerful smack that cracked through the air like a starting gun, the sound echoing across the street. The Juggernaut watched the exchange, his massive frame trembling as fury surged through him. Veins bulged along his neck as his teeth ground together. "How arrogant do you have to be," he roared, "to stand there and plan right in front of me?" A violent crimson aura ignited around his body, flaring wildly as his rage and thirst for destruction boiled over. "I am the Juggernaut," he thundered. "And the Juggernaut demands fear and respect." He slammed his fist into the ground with earth-shattering force. The mystical energy surrounding him detonated outward in a brutal explosion, a shockwave of red light and pulverized stone ripping through the area. The ground beneath his feet shattered and collapsed, momentarily disrupting the momentum that had been driving him forward as dust and debris billowed skyward. Everyone already knows their roles. Cyclops barked, his voice cutting cleanly through the chaos. "Stick to the plan and we'll be fine." The Juggernaut burst free from the smoking crater he'd created, leaping forward with unstoppable force as chunks of concrete rained down behind him. "X-Men. Spider Family." Cyclops and Spider-Man called out at the exact same time. They both paused, glanced at one another, and grinned beneath visor and mask alike before shouting together. "Move out." The Juggernaut charged, stampeding toward them like a living avalanche. The ground trembled violently beneath each thunderous step, windows rattling and cracks spiderwebbing through the pavement. Everyone moved at once. Colossus, Hulk, and Red She-Hulk surged forward without hesitation, charging straight into the Juggernaut's path for a direct, head-on confrontation. Their combined mass and power collided with his advance like an oncoming train. Above them, those capable of flight, Storm, Jean, Firestar, and Arya, sprinted forward before their feet ever fully left the ground, then lifted smoothly into the air, streaking upward to take control of the skies. The rest of the team scattered into coordinated positions with practiced precision. Those equipped with web shooters fired lines toward nearby buildings, swinging into elevated vantage points and flanking routes. Others moved along the streets, taking cover or repositioning for ranged support. Only Harry stayed grounded, sprinting alongside Cyclops at full speed, every step building kinetic energy within his body as he prepared to unleash it at the perfect moment. The battlefield was set, and the clash had begun. "Psychics, establish a link between all of us," Peter ordered, his voice sharp and authoritative as the battlefield erupted into motion. Hulk and Juggernaut met in the center like colliding meteors. The moment their fists collided for the first time, Hulk realized, too late, that he had misjudged his opponent. He'd underestimated not only the Juggernaut's raw strength, but the sheer amount of momentum and force he had accumulated from his relentless charge. The impact detonated. With a single, devastating punch, Hulk was launched backward through the air like a cannonball, tearing through dust and debris before he could regain control. He would have slammed into the ground at full force if not for MJ, who reacted instantly. A glowing psionic safety net flared into existence beneath him, catching his massive body and bleeding off the momentum before he could crash. She-Hulk wasn't about to repeat Hulk's mistake. She ducked low, pivoted, and drove her shoulder into the Juggernaut's midsection with a full-body tackle. Her boots dug deep into the pavement as she pushed, asphalt cracking and exploding outward beneath her feet. Despite her strength, she was still forced backward, skidding across the street as Juggernaut resisted with brute force alone. Before he could retaliate, Colossus leapt into the fray. He interposed himself between She-Hulk and the incoming blow, bracing his steel frame as Juggernaut swung. The impact rang out like colliding wrecking balls, Colossus groaning as he held his ground by sheer determination. Juggernaut snarled, unimpressed. With a sudden burst of movement, he grabbed both Colossus and She-Hulk by the head and smashed them together with a thunderous thunk. The sound echoed across the street. Hulk roared in fury at the sight. "Ghost!" Felicia shouted over the chaos as optic blasts from Cyclops and crackling lightning from Storm rained down on Juggernaut. "Can't you slow his momentum down to zero with your powers?" Gwen's eyes narrowed. "Let's see." She wove her hands together in a precise, intricate pattern, fingers tracing arcane sigils in the air. A glowing magical circle formed between her palms, runes spinning rapidly as she aimed it directly at Juggernaut. She couldn't stop him completely, but she didn't need to. The spell latched onto him for just a fraction of a second, distorting the flow of momentum around his body and slowing him down ever so slightly. It was enough. Hulk seized the opening. With a deafening roar, he drove his fist into Juggernaut's side with cataclysmic force. The punch generated a violent wave of displaced air that rippled outward, shattering windows and tossing debris into the sky. The impact didn't stop Juggernaut, but it redirected him, forcing his massive body off course. Juggernaut crashed headfirst into a nearby brick building, pulverizing the wall as he plowed straight through it. At the same time, Peter extended his hands and twisted his wrists. Reality warped. The mirror dimension bent and folded around them, geometric patterns flashing into existence as buildings shifted and corridors reoriented themselves. Streets stretched, walls rotated, and allies were subtly repositioned into optimal angles without breaking their momentum. As Juggernaut burst through yet another wall, he found Nightwing waiting for him. Nightwing stood low and grounded, hands hovering near his waist as a luminous halo of stored kinetic energy wrapped around his forearms, glowing brighter by the second. His eyes locked onto the target. Then he struck. His fist shot forward with blinding speed, kinetic energy and chi erupting simultaneously. The air warped around his arm, and the moment of impact released a violent explosion of power, Fa gene detonating outward in a shockwave of green-tinged energy. The area erupted into a discharge of unstable force, lightning-like arcs of green energy crackling wildly through the air. Juggernaut charged straight through it. He emerged from the storm like an electrified juggernaut of destruction, crimson aura flaring as he reached out, seized Nightwing in one massive hand, and slammed his face into the ground. The street ruptured and caved beneath the impact. Without slowing, Juggernaut hauled him up and charged forward, smashing him straight through a wall before finally hurling him aside like a discarded weapon. Nightwing skidded across the ground before coming to a stop. Thankfully, his suit and enhanced durability absorbed the worst of the assault. He groaned, then let out a shaky breath as he pushed himself up slightly. "Yeah," he muttered, wincing, "he's a lot scarier than I gave him credit for." Chapter 404, The Juggernaut Bitch. 3. Third-person POV. Since physical force doesn't seem to be the answer, let's try some magic. Peter shouted. Because of the warped geometry of the mirror dimension, the buildings around him folded and twisted at impossible angles. What should have been a straight, vertical wall of brick suddenly became a narrow sideways corridor, and Peter sprinted along it. Windows blurred past him, reflections fracturing endlessly as the world bent inward on itself. He kicked off the wall and leapt down, immediately feeling the axis of reality shift beneath his feet. Up became sideways, sideways became forward, and in the span of a heartbeat Peter was swinging through the air, web lines snapping taut as he arced right alongside Storm. Without wasting breath, he pushed the plan through their psychic link, clear, fast, and precise. Storm gave a sharp nod in response and surged ahead, increasing her flight speed. Wind screamed around her as she rocketed skyward, positioning herself directly above the Juggernaut. Her eyes ignited with crackling electricity, glowing white-blue as she raised her hands and began weaving intricate patterns through the air. Above her, the sky answered. A massive storm cloud manifested out of nothing, thick and churning, its dark mass rolling in tight spirals. It expanded rapidly, blotting out the distorted skyline and plunging the area into shadow. Thunder rumbled deep within it, the sound heavy and ominous, as if the storm itself were drawing breath. Peter slingshot himself straight into the heart of the cloud, his webs yanking him forward at blistering speed. He jumped straight into the storm cloud and started to assimilate into the storm until he became its living focal point. Lightning danced along his limbs, wrapping around him like coiling serpents. Using the same familiar hand motions he used when swinging through the city, Peter called forth a spell. The lightning around him bent inward, obeying his will as raw power surged into his body. He grit his teeth as he absorbed it, converting the volatile energy into chi that burned hot beneath his skin. With power coursing through every nerve, Peter began weaving his hands in sharp, deliberate motions. Glowing mystic runes formed in the air before him, symbols etched in radiant light. He thrust his palms outward again and again, forcing the runes into the storm cloud itself, carving them into the roiling darkness like sigils branded into living flesh. The storm changed instantly. No longer did it produce ordinary thunder and lightning. Instead, arcs of mystic energy crackled through the clouds, unnatural, jagged bolts humming with arcane force, each strike resonating with magical intent. Below, Felicia was already on the move. She sprinted toward the Juggernaut with effortless grace, a wide, mischievous grin stretching across her face. "Haven't they ever told you," she called out cheerfully, "that running across a black cat is always bad luck?" Juggernaut didn't bother dignifying her with a response. He simply swung, a massive fist tearing through the air with enough force to flatten a truck. Felicia leapt straight into his hands, planting a foot against his knuckles and using the momentum to vault high into the air, flipping cleanly over him. For a brief moment, she was upside down, facing his back. Her lips began to glow with a shimmering silver light. With exaggerated flair, she slapped a hand to her mouth and blew him a kiss, punctuating it with an over-the-top smacking sound. The gesture transformed midair into a tangible attack, slamming into his back with a flash of energy. A glowing symbol appeared where it struck, a black cat emblazoned with spider-like legs stretching outward. "You've been marked by the spider cat," Felicia said as she twisted gracefully and landed behind him. A portal snapped open at her back, swirling with light. She hopped backward through it, flashing her middle finger as she vanished. "Which means you're about to experience a very long string of misfortune." Above, the storm cloud roared. Mystical energy crackled violently as the runes embedded within the clouds flared to life, making the storm wilder and more chaotic. Storm thrust her hands downward, and jagged bolts of enchanted lightning burst free, splitting and branching like enormous spider legs made of pure energy. Every single bolt curved unerringly toward the Juggernaut. Not one missed. Not one strayed. Felicia's mark burned bright, acting like a supernatural lightning rod. There was a blinding flash of white light, followed by a cataclysmic explosion. The shockwave tore outward, uprooting debris and overturning everything in its path. Buildings shuddered, the mirror dimension warping violently under the strain. The Juggernaut's roar of agony thundered through the chaos, mixing with the shrill ringing left in the wake of the blast. Moments later, he came stumbling forward out of the smoke. His massive body was encased in a field of snapping static, electricity crawling over his armor and skin. Burn marks scarred his flesh, though they were already healing at a visible pace. Around him, his crimson aura flickered erratically, fluctuating as if struggling to stabilize. That was when the assault began. MJ and Gwen swooped in, popping portals open in rapid succession. From one, the Hulk leapt through, swinging a devastating punch before vanishing into another portal an instant later. Red She-Hulk followed suit. Then Colossus. Even Felicia reappeared briefly, striking before disappearing again. Gwen and MJ joined the cycle themselves. Blows came from every direction. The Juggernaut was hammered relentlessly, assaulted by constant movement and rapid teleportation. Despite his force field, despite his invulnerability, he could feel the pain piling on, strike after strike battering him without pause. With a furious roar, Juggernaut finally lashed out. He grabbed MJ by the torso mid-teleport and slammed a punch into Colossus's face, sending the metal mutant flying straight into Gwen. In the same motion, he swung MJ like a weapon, hurling her into She-Hulk with enough force to crack her jaw audibly. The Hulk appeared in front of him, fist already extended, but Juggernaut yanked MJ up just in time, using her as a shield. Hulk's punch connected anyway, shattering MJ's suit around her stomach and unleashing a violent surge of kinetic force. The blast detonated outward, flinging everyone in all directions. The force was powerful enough to spin the Juggernaut completely around while the rest of the team went tumbling through the air, until they abruptly froze in place. Jean Grey swooped in, eyes glowing as she caught them all in her telekinetic grip. Slowly, carefully, she lowered MJ to the ground. MJ curled into herself the moment she touched down, clutching her stomach and gasping for breath. Are you okay? Jean asked softly, frozen in place as MJ lay on the ground trembling. For once, the telepath had no idea what she was supposed to do. MJ whimpered, her body curling in on itself before she slowly raised a shaky thumbs up. Never better. She wheezed, her voice thin and breathless, like the air refused to fully return to her lungs. Just give me a second. She sucked in another ragged breath, eyes unfocused as she stared at nothing. I think I just saw all my past lives flashing before my eyes, MJ muttered weakly. Any second now, I'll achieve my avatar state. Huh. Jean blinked, her concern momentarily derailed by confusion. He's coming. He'll be here shortly, Harry warned, his voice tight as he glanced toward the shifting skyline of the mirror dimension. Okay then, let's begin. Firestar replied without hesitation. Logan didn't need to be told twice. With a sharp snick, his adamantium claws slid free from his knuckles, catching the distorted light. Firestar stepped in close, passing her hands over the blades. Instantly, they began to glow red-hot, like metal pulled straight from a forge. The air around them shimmered and warped from the heat. Logan lifted his claws, watching as golden-red energy crawled along their length, the temperature radiating outward in visible waves. Cool, Logan grinned savagely, admiration gleaming in his eyes as he flexed his fingers. Real cool. He's all yours, Nightwing. Lizzie shouted. Harry didn't hesitate. He dropped down, grabbed Logan by the collar and the back of his pants, and hauled him up with a laugh. I've always wanted to try this. He began spinning, faster and faster, Logan dangling like a very angry, very dangerous flail. Green arcs of energy crackled around Harry as he rotated, the air screaming as Fa genes slowly built within him. Each rotation added more stored power, more kinetic force, until the energy around them howled. Ugh, okay, this was fun for about half a second. Logan groaned, his voice warbling from the centrifugal force. I think I'm gonna be sick. Well then let him have it. Harry shouted. He became a living cyclone of green energy as he released everything at once, hurling Logan forward like a railgun round. The moment Logan left Harry's grip, the air exploded. Arcs of energy burst from Logan's body, dancing wildly along the ground as he tore through the air at lightning speed. His lips flapped uncontrollably from the sheer force of the charge, the friction heating his claws even further. Flames trailed behind him, scorching the path he carved through the dimension. Burns rapidly spread across his skin, flesh peeling away under the extreme heat and velocity, revealing flashes of adamantium skeleton beneath. Juggernaut didn't even have time to react. Logan appeared in front of him in an instant, slamming his claws deep into Juggernaut's body. The force field was penetrated like a hot knife through butter, and the blades plunged in with sickening ease. The impact detonated in a violent explosion of force and blood. Crimson sprayed everywhere. Lizzie and Harry both flinched hard, staring at one another in pure horror. What the fuck is he? Nightwing yelled in disbelief. He's the motherfucking Wolverine. Peter's voice echoed through their psychic link, cackling with unrestrained glee.